In a moment of despair, Tian inadvertently activated a mysterious interface, which presented him with options such as a shop, an inventory, and a synthesizer. Any item placed within would result in the corresponding product being listed, allowing for infinite purchases and duplications. Yet, this was not the most astonishing revelation. Placing 10 corresponding items into the synthesizer would yield a higher-tier product. With this capability, any scientific breakthrough became effortlessly attainable. Tian continuously pushed the boundaries of technology in this stagnated world, steering the Great Xia towards the stars and the vast oceans. Insert 22 nanometer chips, ding, generating 0.5 nanometer carbon-based chips. Insert cancer-targeting drugs, ding, generating super cancer-specific medication. Insert 5th-generation aircraft, ding, generating 10th-generation super anti-gravity aerospace fighters. Insert artificial sun devices, ding, generating miniature helium-3 super nuclear fusion devices. Chapter 185. The Abilities of the Gray Aliens. In the office, aside from Wilson and Jason, there was another unexpected presence. Seated in Wilson's chair was a peculiar creature. Tian remarked, "This resembles a gray alien." The elderly man exclaimed in astonishment, "Is this the extraterrestrial spoken of in the rumors? Shouldn't be at Area 51? Tian pondered thoughtfully. "It seems the situation is even worse than we imagined. This creature has escaped from Area 51 and appears to roam freely. And judging by the demeanor of these individuals, they seem entirely accustomed to its presence. No wonder it could even deploy something as advanced as an atomic computer. Don't you find these two individuals in the office rather strange? Like others in a research institute, they seem somewhat listless, particularly Wilson, who is entirely different from his public persona. They appear to be completely devoid of communication." The elderly man suddenly seemed to have an epiphany. "Are you suggesting?" Tian inquired. "This isn't a typical collaboration. Could it be that these individuals are under mental control, hence their lack of reaction?" The others exchanged glances, sensing the plausibility of this conjecture. Does this imply that this alien has long since escaped the confines of the base? Or perhaps the entire base and its personnel have succumbed to its control? The elderly man speculated, considering a far more chilling possibility. Given that the alien possesses the capability to manipulate others and has achieved such a level of control, could it be that the entire upper echelon of the Great Rice has already been subjugated? The utterance of these words sent a chill down the spines of those present. If true, the implications were terrifying. Although the Great Rice was gradually declining, its underlying foundation remained robust. The prospect of an alien commandeering control was fraught with untold consequences. The elderly man's expression darkened considerably. "Fortunately, we detected this in time. Otherwise, we could have been caught off guard. Academician Yi, you must immediately deploy more pseudo-intelligent agents to the White House to investigate any anomalies among their upper echelons. We may need to intervene promptly before they orchestrate any significant actions." At that moment, the gray alien connected a hard drive to a device and then closed its eyes. After a while, it opened them again. "Excellent. I have acquired all the information regarding the upper echelons. However, I must admit I am rather surprised that Tian has not uncovered its secrets. It appears to be nothing but mundane scientific routines. It seems we shall have to wait a while longer. But why have their upper echelons not yet turned against Tian? Nevertheless, it matters not. It will not be long before I personally eliminate him." The elderly man furrowed his brow. "How did he accomplish that? I did not observe him extracting data from the hard drive." Tian remarked. "Note that the gray alien possesses the ability to connect to electronic devices through thought, including, perhaps, the ability to control human cognition, as previously revealed. The investigators hastily recorded this valuable intelligence, which could prove crucial in the impending conflict with the extraterrestrials." Meanwhile, Tian's pseudo-intelligent agents dispatched to the White House had also identified their target. The Supreme Leader was hosting an upper echelon banquet in the reception hall. He mingled with various attendees, exuding charm, his face adorned with smiles. Once the festivities concluded, he returned to his quarters, where his smile vanished instantly, replaced by a mechanical demeanor, akin to those at the research institute. A chill ran through the crowd, although they had anticipated this outcome. Witnessing it firsthand cast a shadow over their hearts. However, the Supreme Leader's subsequent actions drew even greater attention. He dialed a phone number, saying, "Brandon, how have you been lately? By the way, tomorrow you should visit the Dawn Research Institute. It seems our prodigies have begun secretly developing military technologies, and your cooperation is needed. This is of utmost importance. Once this project succeeds, the Great Rice will no longer fear any power. In any case, you should go there tomorrow and discuss matters in person. This isn't ordinarily my responsibility, but I learned of this news and felt compelled to inform you." All right, that's settled. Goodbye. Tian furrowed his brow, sensing the significance of the call. He turned and inquired, "Who is this Brandon?" The investigators swiftly provided an answer. If it is indeed that Brandon, he should be a significant figure within the military hierarchy of the Great Rice. Tian remarked, "Could it be that the gray alien aims to control this high-ranking official? Indeed, if they manage to secure this individual, their influence within the military would undoubtedly be greatly enhanced." The elderly man suggested, "Academician Yi, tomorrow observe how the gray alien enacts its control." Tian nodded and further inquired, "Do you know the whereabouts of this Brandon? I wish to see if there is anything of use there." The investigators hesitated. "We can only provide a few potential locations, but we cannot guarantee his presence." Tian waved his hand dismissively. "No matter, it is of little consequence if we cannot locate him." Yet, luck seemed to be on his side. After searching several locations, he discovered Brandon in a secluded villa. At that moment, the individual was engaged in a game of chess with a silver-haired middle-aged man, conversing as they played. The investigators quickly identified the outcome. "Sir, the other man should be Marshall, another high-ranking military official, albeit of a lower rank than Brandon." It was unexpected that these two individuals had dealings outside of work, and they appear to share mutual interests. Earlier, as they played chess, Brandon heard the phone ring and reluctantly stood up, saying, "Excuse me for a moment. I need to take this call. Just don't move my pieces while I'm away." Marshall replied with exasperation, "Do you think my chess etiquette is so poor? It is you who frequently engages in such antics." After a short while, Brandon returned from the phone call. Marshall casually asked, "Who was it calling at such a critical time?" Brandon found himself at a loss for words, remarking, "You may find it hard to believe, but this call is from the Supreme Commander." Marshall looked astonished. What would he possibly want? Is it an official matter? Brandon pondered. It can be loosely classified as such. It certainly is rather peculiar. "It seems that the young men from the Dawn Research Institute have recently embarked on a military project and wish for my assistance." Marshall expressed his surprise further. "Is that all? This is exceedingly strange. Do we not have designated personnel to liaise with them on such matters? Why must it be you? Is it merely a trivial task that necessitates your oversight? And why would the Supreme Commander personally reach out?" Chapter 186. The source of power lies with the Greys. Brandon shook his head. "It is indeed quite odd. One can only surmise that the Supreme Commander is exceptionally invested in those fellows at the Dawn Research Institute." Marshall chuckled lightly. "Naturally, these young men will undoubtedly enhance his resume." Suddenly, a thought struck Brandon, and he furrowed his brow. "However, I have been feeling a sense of unease lately. It seems that many higher-ups from various departments have visited the Dawn Research Institute recently. It is implausible that each of them is connected to the research projects at the Dawn Research Institute. So why are so many high-ranking officials making the trip there?" The two engaged in a lengthy discussion without arriving at any conclusions. Nevertheless, their final remarks were captured by the artificial intelligence. Upon hearing this, the elder remarked, "Indeed, it appears that the Dawn Research Institute is the site of their control, and many individuals have already succumbed to it." The following day, Brandon arrived at the Research Institute, accompanied by a convoy of guards. Upon disembarking, he surveyed the area and, for reasons unknown, a sense of foreboding crept into his heart. He was then greeted by Wilson and guided to the laboratory of the institute. The children, clad in white lab coats, expertly operated various advanced devices. This scene struck him as somewhat absurd. What transpired next followed a logical sequence. Tian, the elder, and members of the investigation team looked on in astonishment at the unfolding spectacle. When Brandon entered the conference room for a private meeting with the prodigious children, these gifted individuals unveiled their true nature. Brandon sensed something amiss, yet it was too late. Under the incredulous gazes of the investigation team, he found himself gradually levitating amidst a circle of onlookers, struggling to utter a single word. In less than a minute, he was gently lowered back down, and, as if nothing had transpired, he resumed normal conversation with the children. After a while, he departed. Tian noted, "Make sure to document this. The Greys possess telekinetic abilities, seemingly capable of influencing minds, manipulating matter, and interfacing with electronic devices. Moreover, those under their control can also exhibit this capability." He paused, then added, "Of course, it remains uncertain if this ability is diminished. Considering that these prodigies collaborate to control others, it is possible that each of their powers is not particularly strong." Meanwhile, the investigator observing the extraterrestrials reported, "Sir, Academician Yi, while the prodigies were exercising control, the alien in the office exhibited unusual behavior." Tian quickly glanced over. At that moment, the Grey also closed its eyes, with the tip of its index finger glowing. Tian's mind felt as though it had been struck by lightning, and he exclaimed, "I understand now. All power emanates from the Greys. They merely distribute it. He and the controlled individuals are one and the same, a form of mental parasitism. Perhaps if we eliminate this Grey, the others will return to normal. The investigators unanimously agreed, recording these revelations. At that moment, the Grey spoke alone in the office. Brandon, use your authority to secretly transport a batch of resources and equipment to the base. Once there, Larson will receive and further develop the base. On Brandon's end, he seemed to sense something and told the driver, "We are not returning. Arrange for a helicopter to take me to Area 51. Just then his phone rang. The caller ID displayed Marshall's name. Brandon chose to ignore it and hung up directly. At the investigator's location, Tian nodded. Confirmed, they can communicate remotely. But why does the Grey need to vocalize? Shouldn't they communicate telepathically? The Elder appeared more intrigued by Area 51. It sounded as though the Grey was preparing for a significant operation at the base, potentially to establish it as its stronghold. Meanwhile, Marshall attempted to call, but was unable to reach Brandon. Frowning, he decided against trying again. They had planned to go fishing together today. Perhaps Brandon was preoccupied with that secret project. He resolved to call again later. Inside the office of the Dawn Research Institute, the Grey let out a sigh of relief, muttering to itself, "Finally dealt with this important figure. The base can now develop vigorously." This was no easy feat. To avoid drawing attention, I have been finding reasons to bring these key individuals over one by one. Fortunately, it has gone relatively smoothly. Let me see, there are only one or two less significant individuals left. He perused a list in his hand and marked a heavy check next to Brandon's name. Many high-ranking figures from the Rise Corporation also bore checks, including the Supreme Commander's name. This list was duly recorded by the investigation team. They stared in disbelief at the prominent names listed. These individuals encompass nearly all of the upper echelons of the Rise Corporation. The Elder sighed deeply. This Grey is truly terrifying. Thus, one must exercise utmost caution in dealings with them. I now feel somewhat pity for these high-ranking individuals of the Rise Corporation. Could you send an artificial intelligence to closely monitor the actions of each of them? Tian found himself in a quandary. I only have these few. If I send one to each, it may not be feasible. The Elder said, "In that case, let us select a few key figures to observe. By the way, following Brandon will conveniently reveal the location of this mysterious Area 51 base." The perspective swiftly shifted back to Brandon. Soon, a helicopter arrived to collect him. The aircraft soared over the desolate expanse, landing in a vacant area. Tian's gaze sharpened. Isn't this the same desert where the previous destroyed base was located? The Elder shot him an intrigued glance, as if to say, "Who doesn't know that you were the one who obliterated that base?" Indeed, this should be the place. I never expected Area 51 to be situated here rather than in the commonly perceived Nevada. At that moment, what appeared to be an ordinary desert surface suddenly split open, revealing an entrance below. Upon entering, Brandon found himself before no one, and the previously enthusiastic Larson and others instantly lost their warmth, their expressions turning vacant. The artificial intelligence followed the group down into the base, utterly astonished by the scene before it. It resembled an underground sci-fi world, akin to a fantastical movie's subterranean mine, but brightly illuminated, with construction ongoing everywhere, and silver robots bustling about. Chapter 187. Do you wish to uncover the truth? Beside them loomed a colossal robotic factory, where metallic materials incessantly traversed conveyor belts, undergoing meticulous processing as they were integrated with various circuits and chips, ultimately culminating in the creation of a robot. Upon its emergence, this robot promptly contributed to the construction of the base. Within the confines of the base, an array of drones, large and small, flitted about, while other advanced technologies abounded, including an assortment of previously unseen warplanes, spaceships, and rockets, alongside various models of missiles. The robotic factory continued its relentless production, utilizing materials transported over by Brandon. Observing this scene, the expressions of the onlookers turned grave. Investigators recognized a massive warhead among the manufactured items. It was a cobalt bomb. This was no trifling matter. The Elder slammed his fist upon the table. How audacious! Do they intend to annihilate all life on Blue Star? Doesn't the pseudo-intellect, possess the capability to infiltrate computers? You must immediately take control of these robots and instigate destruction within the base. Ideally, we should obliterate everything. I fear I must contact the high-ranking officials abroad without delay. With such overwhelming evidence, they could not possibly turn a blind eye. Tian pondered for a moment. Wait, I have another idea I would like to implement. Merely persuading those foreign officials is insufficient. We must secure some reliable individuals within the United States. If they are forewarned of this conspiracy, they can take preventative measures ahead of time. Otherwise, the situation may devolve into chaos, which would only serve to facilitate the little gray men in seizing control. Our objective is to ensure that, once these facts are disclosed, the little gray men will have nowhere to hide, and the United States will be swiftly subdued. The longer we delay, the more I fear they may have contingencies. We must apprehend them at the earliest opportunity for my peace of mind. The elder nodded. Are you suggesting we find someone from the list of those yet to be controlled to inform him of the truth? Tian smiled. Is there not a readily available candidate before us? In the United States, after a long day, Marshall suddenly recalled Brandon. He should now be free. Thus, he dialed his number again, but still received no answer, and after a while, the call automatically disconnected. Marshall felt a twinge of unease. Brandon's behavior today seemed rather unusual. They had agreed yesterday to go out and entertain themselves during their downtime. Of course, such occurrences were not entirely unprecedented. Their work was demanding, and unexpected situations did arise that left little time to answer calls. Yet, it was unusual for him not to respond at all. As he began to pack up his belongings to head home, his eyes suddenly narrowed as he noticed the computer screen illuminating. It was devoid of a familiar desktop and instead displayed a bold message. Do you wish to uncover the truth behind this? Marshall moved the mouse, thinking it was merely a screensaver. However, the text remained unchanged and was soon followed by another line. Do you not wish to know why your good friend Brandon is not answering your calls? What is he currently engaged in? Marshall could scarcely believe his eyes. The situation before him defied comprehension. How could his innermost thoughts manifest on the computer screen? He shook his head, suspecting that the pressure he had been under had led to hallucinations. Yet, the glaring words on the screen reminded him that this was no mere illusion. No matter how he attempted to shut down or restart the computer, it remained unresponsive. A myriad of thoughts flooded his mind as he began searching the room for hidden cameras. After an exhaustive search yielded no results, he called for his secretary. Strangely, upon her arrival, the computer returned to normal functionality. However, he remained vigilant and instructed her to arrange for technicians to inspect the room and computer. Ultimately, no issues were discovered. Marshall found himself enveloped in confusion. Once the technicians departed, his computer unexpectedly lit up again with the previous message. Rather than calling for assistance again, he resolved to uncover what was transpiring. Approaching the computer, he asked sternly, "Who are you? This is not amusing. I do not know how you have accomplished this. But please cease your invasion of my computer. There is nothing of value here. If you do not depart, I will arrange for an investigation into your identity." In an instant, the message on the screen changed. "Calm down. I harbor no ill intent. I merely wish to converse with you." Marshall frowned. "Then, at the very least, you could provide me with your name or call me directly so we can speak face to face." The screen responded, "Apologies, but I cannot do that, as I am not within the United States." Marshall scoffed, saying, "I am not inclined to converse with a rat hiding underground. I will destroy this device immediately. Farewell." With that, he severed the internet connection. However, to his astonishment, the text on the computer remained intact and continued to evolve. "Do not be agitated. The reason I am employing this method of communication is due to the urgency of the situation, and I wish for this conversation to remain confidential. I assure you that the value of this dialogue is immensely high. If you disregard it, you will surely regret it." Marshall was utterly taken aback. "Who are you? What kind of technological means is this? How can you communicate with me without being online?" He began to grasp the gravity of the situation and became serious. "What did you mean when you said the situation is extremely urgent? What does this have to do with Brandon?" The screen illuminated once more with a new message. "Do you not wish to know what Brandon is currently doing? He is busy orchestrating the destruction of Blue Star." Marshall's expression morphed into one of incredulity as he shook his head, stating, "Enough. I do not know how you have managed this, but please refrain from such pranks in the future." The screen replied, "I anticipated your disbelief. Just watch this video, and you will understand." With that, the screen began to play footage of the earlier events at the Dawn Research Institute involving Brandon, followed by his experiences at Area 51. Marshall's astonishment deepened as he absorbed the weight of the information presented. What was the situation with those children? What had happened to Brandon? Upon seeing the little gray men, he leaped from his chair in shock. What on earth is that? Aliens? And as he witnessed the events unfolding within Area 51, his face grew solemn. "How did you obtain these videos? Is this real? Who are you? Do you realize the consequences of fabricating videos?" The screen responded, "Can you not discern the truth? Your United States has been infiltrated by aliens to this extent, and you still have the presence of mind to question me?" Chapter 188. Just how dire is the situation? Tian continued to interrogate. "The fate of all Blue Star hangs precariously on the precipice due to your United States. Do you truly still wish to ponder other matters? Do you believe I desire to involve myself in your affairs? If it were not for the impending threat of aliens utilizing your resources to dominate Blue Star, I would prefer to see your nation's swift demise. Marshall fell silent. He began to connect the dots regarding the peculiar occurrences of the day. The numerous high-ranking officials visiting the Dawn Research Institute in isolation, and a strange phone call from the commander the previous day. He finally grasped the reality. Something sinister was at play. Was that little gray man the one discovered Area 51? Marshall had heard rumors, but had never witnessed it firsthand. It was said that its assistants had previously exposed the conspiracy of Yishin Company. Allegedly, the prodigies at the Dawn Research Institute maintained close ties with the aliens. It now appears that matters are far from straightforward. Shouldn't it have remained docile within the confines of the base? Why has it suddenly materialized at the research facility, seemingly liberated? Moreover, it has covertly orchestrated numerous machinations. Observing Brandon's fluctuating demeanor, it becomes evident that he has indeed fallen under control. The aliens' actions suggest a grand conspiracy is afoot. Gazing at the images from the base, Marshall is acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. He inquires, how dire is the current predicament? Tian refrains from idle chatter, instead transmitting all the data previously collected by the pseudo-intelligence to him. As Marshall peruses the information, a cold sweat breaks out. It turns out that many high-ranking officials within DAMI have already succumbed to control. He cannot help but feel a pang of fear for himself, relieved that his position is not elevated enough to render him a mere puppet. Upon realizing that the little gray beings are employing atomic computers to gather intelligence on the world's elite, his anxiety intensifies. Although DAMI is formidable, it does not grant them the liberty to act with impunity. This incident will undoubtedly compel other nations to re-evaluate their affiliations with DAMI. Meanwhile, he ponders the course of action. This is unquestionably the gravest crisis that DAMI has encountered, one for which no contingency plans have been prepared. He remains uncertain about the next steps. Simultaneously, he speculates about the identity of the individual operating the computer screen on the other side. Are you from Yishin Company? Comes the reply, my identity is of little consequence. You will learn in due time. What matters now is how to resolve your issues and clean up this mess. Eliminating that alien threat. Marshall has come to a realization. This is undoubtedly orchestrated by Yishin Company, potentially even Yi Tian himself. They have maintained a low profile of late, and he had assumed they were entirely defeated and seeking to safeguard themselves. To his astonishment, they are evidently thriving and have even gleaned insights into the little gray being's conspiracy. This highlights the formidable nature of Yishin Company, as they can perceive even the most clandestine high-tech schemes employed by the aliens. Engaging in conflict with them has proven to be a grievous miscalculation for DAMI. In retrospect, the little gray beings claim that Yi Tian is backed by an evil civilization may well be a fabrication, or perhaps refers to their own hidden affiliations. He shakes his head in disbelief. DAMI has truly suffered a self-inflicted wound. In their attempt to overthrow Yishin Company, they acted recklessly and blindly allied with the aliens. While it may have initially appeared advantageous, the outcome is now steeped in irony. DAMI has nearly become the scapegoat for the destruction of Blue Star. He resolves to alter this trajectory. What should I do? Do you have any sage advice? He inquires. Is there any additional intelligence regarding the little gray beings that you can share? Tian chuckled softly. I was about to ask you the same. Did you believe my warnings were born of altruism? Relay all that you know about the little gray beings so that we may be adequately prepared. Marshall feels a twinge of shame. Area 51 has always been the highest secret, accessible only to those with sufficient clearance. He admits that he has gleaned some information from Yi Tian. Nevertheless, he ultimately shares some insider knowledge he had previously heard. This information, while more substantial than what's circulated publicly, is evidently of limited utility given the current crisis. Yi Tian learns that the little gray being's forename is Adam. He sighs, do you recall that previous list? It contains individuals like you who were overlooked due to their lower ranks. Your task now is to consolidate their strengths and unite them. Then, remain inactive for the time being. I will contact you again in a couple of days using this computer. Do not connect to the internet to prevent information leaks. Do not send anyone to probe the research facility's activities, lest you alert the enemy. I will monitor the little gray being's movements for you. Marshall nods, for now. This seems to be the only viable course of action. He intends to say more, but the other side has already gone silent. Marshall leaves the workplace with trepidation, feigning nonchalance while his mind races with anxiety. He constantly feels as though those around him could be puppets of the little gray beings. In the ensuing 2 days, he adheres to Yi Tian's counsel, refraining from indiscriminately investigating the research facility. However, he subtly observes and confirms that problems indeed exist within. Consequently, he meets privately with each individual listed, showcasing the video evidence he has gathered. Unsurprisingly, they too are struck with shock and dread, revealing the peculiarities they have noted at the highest levels of their departments, corroborating Tian's assertions. Ultimately, Marshall collaborates with these individuals to strategize their next steps. Meanwhile, Tian remains industrious, reaching out through official channels to contact the top echelons of significant nations. Initially, upon hearing the elder claim to have pressing matters to discuss, they assume he is there to advocate for Yishan Company and plan to concoct excuses to terminate the conversation. After all, they are currently aligned with Dami and revel in the prospect of Yishan Company's downfall. However, when they hear the elder's revelations and view the 24-hour, all-encompassing video footage he transmits, their expressions shift dramatically. The videos showcase their routine work activities, even revealing numerous confidential details. The fact that Dami has obtained this information silently and without their awareness is disconcerting. Upon learning that these details were collected through advanced technology wielded by the little gray beings, panic washes over their faces. Simultaneously, Dami informs them that atomic computers are currently present near them and provides methods for detection. The high-ranking officials promptly arrange for their technical teams to conduct assessments. When they finally capture images of the minuscule robots, their belief in Dami's claim solidifies. Chapter 189, A Defiant Retort. The Elder convenes a video conference with these officials, presenting all the video evidence gathered from Dami. The revelation strikes like a bolt from the blue. None of them anticipated the situation's severity. Initially, they had intended to confront Dami regarding the discovery of the robots, but the Elder dissuades them. Fortunately, they heed his advice. Otherwise, they might have inadvertently alerted the enemy. It becomes evident that a significant portion of Dami's higher-ups has succumbed to the influence of the little gray beings, who are currently engaged in perilous activities at the base. The gravity of the situation finally registers on their faces. They had previously thought it was merely one alien. Now, they realize the extent of the threat and the resources at its disposal. During the meeting, they swiftly reach a consensus with the Elder. They will unite to formulate a strategy to eliminate the little gray beings. Regarding Yishan Company, they conclude that since the little gray beings have been proven to be malevolent, prior conclusions about Yishan Company can be entirely overturned. They will no longer obstruct the sale of Yishan Company's products to their nations, contingent upon the company providing comprehensive intelligence support throughout this ordeal. Furthermore, they inquire whether Yishan Company could share its remarkable surveillance technology with them. However, predictably, this request is met with refusal. The officials do not press further, but their respect for Yishan Company elevates. They resolve to avoid antagonizing Tian in the future. With consensus reached, the Elder promptly contacts Marshall and the others who await news. On this day, several high-ranking officials convened in a video conference. Marshall and his associates appeared noticeably uneasy, their expressions tinged with embarrassment as they discerned the icy indifference emanating from their foreign counterparts. They were acutely aware of their precarious position and dared not voice any objections. The Elder among them spoke first. Well, everyone is present. This gathering essentially comprises the complete leadership of our anti-Gray Alliance. Our coalition is dedicated to the total eradication of the Gray Menace to Blue Star, including the impending onslaught of the Gray Army, which is currently en route. However, our immediate focus is addressing the conspiracy orchestrated by a Gray known as Adam. Henceforth, I declare that all communications and tactical directives among our leadership will proceed through this medium to prevent any potential leaks, especially given that the Grays are suspected of possessing the ability to manipulate electronic devices through mental influence. Do any of you dissent? At that moment, a member from Marshall's faction furrowed his brow. I do have reservations. Firstly, can you guarantee that this technology is absolutely secure? Secondly, by employing this method upon us, where does that leave our privacy? Why resort to this approach to probe our secrets without prior consultation? What authority do you possess to act in such a manner? For the safety of all, I propose that you share this technology. I believe everyone present shares my reluctance to be under your surveillance. Furthermore, while the establishment of this alliance is certainly commendable, this incident remains fundamentally an internal issue for us at Dami, and we are the primary victims. I am genuinely appreciative of the information you have provided, but we believe we can resolve this matter independently, even if we require your assistance. We must maintain a position of leadership within the alliance. The Elder, upon hearing these words, could not suppress a chuckle. It appears you have not fully grasped your standing. Have you? Who are you, by the way? I am unaware of your identity, yet your attitude raises significant concerns. Do you presume this alliance was formed at my behest? Do you think the situation is merely a trivial squabble within Dami? No. I have afforded you an opportunity, a chance to rectify your own failures while simultaneously rescuing the world to atone for your misdeeds. Thus, you lack the standing to impose conditions upon me. Without the intelligence I provide, you would swiftly fall to the grays, becoming expressionless puppets. I could have turned a blind eye, but out of consideration for the innocent populace of Dami, I chose to intervene. Do not negotiate conditions with me. Rather, direct that energy towards the impending actions. For heaven's sake, the entirety of Blue Star is facing a crisis, and it is your upper echelons who bear the blame for this short-sightedness. If you're concerned about your privacy, you ought to apologize to these individuals. It is your unleashed grays who have been gathering their information over the past few days. The foreign officials glared at the individual who had spoken out. In truth, his attempt to exploit this situation to incite discord was utterly futile. The elder had already established consensus with these leaders. Moreover, they were incensed with Dami, fully aware that they could not afford to offend the Yi God Company that loomed behind Asha. Thus, dissent was not on the horizon. The elder cleared his throat. As for your concerns regarding the security of the technology, we prioritize this even more than you do. Did you not see how we approached the gray without it noticing? Do not presume we would withhold technology from you. Your capabilities render the production of such advancements utterly impossible. If even the grays struggle to comprehend this technology, what makes you believe you could? Let alone you. Even we in Dacia are left bewildered upon viewing the detailed documentation of this technology. It is unique to the Yi God Company, and substantial resources have been expended to produce merely a handful of units, which are irreplicable. All of this technology is dedicated to the reconnaissance of extraterrestrial intelligence. We have already been quite generous by not charging you for the information provided. His tone softened. We are in a unique predicament, and I ask for your understanding in this matter. I also hope that you will strive to manage things better moving forward, to regain our trust. Now, let us not dilly-dally. Every second is precious. Let us commence our discussion on specific actions. The individual who had expressed dissent found himself flushed, and seeing the lack of support from those present, Marshall subtly urged him to silence. Reluctantly, he fell into silence. In truth, his intentions were rooted in a familiar arrogance, believing he could leverage this opportunity for personal gain. Yet, he clearly failed to recognize his true position and was blindsided by Dacia's unyielding stance. Their strength had undeniably evolved beyond recognition. Chapter 190. Commencing action, demolition of Area 51. The elder proclaimed, esteemed colleagues, the fate of Blue Star now rests upon our shoulders. It is known that the Greys have infiltrated dozens of Dami's upper echelons, and the entire Dawn Research Institute has succumbed to their control. Furthermore, they are covertly constructing a base in Area 51, crafting perilous weaponry. These are presently our two most formidable challenges. We must ensure that our operations conclude swiftly, encountering minimal obstacles and eliminating threats in these locations concurrently. Failure to neutralize the Grey promptly could allow them to remotely launch cobalt bombs from the base, which would spell disaster. Additionally, the Research Institute is heavily fortified, and breaching their defenses to subdue these individuals poses a significant challenge, especially considering their collective ability to manipulate minds and matter. Furthermore, the information we currently possess may not encompass the full extent of the Grey's capabilities. I invite everyone to propose actionable plans. Marshall pondered before responding. I hold a degree of authority in this matter. The most imminent threat resides within the base itself. Should it be activated, it could obliterate Blue Star. We must devise a strategy to approach and incapacitate the base without arousing Adam's suspicion. Simultaneously, those of us stationed here will launch an assault on the Research Institute upon receiving word. In tandem, we shall reveal the truth to the world, ensuring that we face no hindrance while apprehending those puppets. Nods of agreement rippled through the assembly, as this had indeed been a previously considered course of action. A voice inquired, however, the Area 51 base is heavily guarded, with numerous surveillance measures in place. How can we possibly approach undetected? Marshall deliberated. Perhaps we need not approach at all. We could instigate sabotage from within. Did your pseudo-intelligent agent not display an ability to infiltrate computer systems? Could it not penetrate their internal networks and incite chaos from within? I recall there being an ordinary nuclear bomb within. Perhaps we could orchestrate an incident that would obliterate the base entirely. The elder contemplated, receiving an affirmative nod from Tian, standing nearby. He replaced once he is allowed to escape, his efforts will be in vain. I think it's better to just give him a shot. Blow him up and knock him down. Marshall shook his head. After all, it's the city center, and the impact is too great. And there are many children in the research institute. We would prefer to capture Adam alive. Otherwise, if he dies, those puppets will also die. We hope to rescue these people to the fullest extent possible. The anesthesia bomb we use has a high dose and is effective against all carbon-based organisms. So there should be no problem. The old man sneered. I think it's because you can't bear to part with Adam's secret. Never mind. But I hope your actions don't go wrong. It's time to take action soon. Marshall and the others are all ready. There are now some people dressed as tourists surrounding the entire research institute. Their gaze flickered towards the research institute, with miniature earphones stuffed into their ears, waiting for instructions at any time. At the same time, there are dozens of high-rise locations for Rice, including the interior of White Houses. There is a group of people observing the target person, waiting for instructions. Marshall, who was in a media interview car on the street, not far from the research institute, saw this scene and said to the air beside him, ready. On Xia's side, Tian and the old man exchanged a glance and nodded. He ordered the pseudo-intelligence on the other side of the base, control the robot to cause internal chaos, trigger a nuclear bomb, and destroy the entire base. Inside the base, Larson and other staff watched as the army of robots proceeded in an orderly manner, just like walking corpses and meat. Suddenly, one of the robots left the team and walked towards the arsenal on the other side. However, this action did not attract anyone's attention. The vacancy he left was immediately filled by another robot. The robot that left the team arrived at the arsenal and found a nuclear bomb, then performed some operations. Suddenly, the alarm bell rang loudly inside the base. Larson and the others suddenly turned around and looked at the location of the warehouse. At the next moment, all the robots stopped working and became chaotic. After Tian saw the countdown of the nuclear bomb, he immediately manipulated the pseudo-intelligence to leave the base and arrived at a relatively safe location above the base. The next moment, there was a muffled sound in the sky. The sand in the desert instantly displayed circles of shock waves. 100 kilometers around suddenly became a ruin. Residents in cities hundreds of kilometers away were all shaken down, looking in disbelief towards the direction of the desert, not knowing what had happened. What's the situation? Is there an earthquake? It seems to have come from the desert. How is that possible? There have never been earthquakes here. Damn it. Is it possible that someone is conducting nuclear tests here? I heard that there are some secret bases in the desert. Is there a problem? Marshall has received smooth news from a base. In fact, he heard the sound of an explosion right here. While marveling at the efficiency over there, he shouted loudly, "Take action now! Be sure to control the entire research institute and avoid having long dreams at night." The door was instantly kicked open from inside, and some fully armed people came down, carrying special equipment on their backs, rushing towards the research institute. Scare the passersby on the street into screaming and dodging. These people are aiming towards the direction of the research institute. At the next moment, several small missiles flew into various corners of the research institute and produced small-scale explosions. A large amount of smoke permeated the entire research institute. Marshall saw this scene and shouted, "Okay, go." A large number of people with gas masks rushed in from the main entrance of the research institute. At the same time, there are dozens of different locations for Rice. The people there have also started taking action. Chapter 191 Television Statement. Shocking Public Opinion. The White House. Suddenly, a group of people broke into the office of the Commander-in-Chief. The Grand Commander was taken aback and immediately hid under the table upon seeing this scene. The bodyguards of the Commander-in-Chief, dressed in black, raised their guns to deal with unexpected situations, only to find that they were familiar colleagues. The black-clothed people angrily asked, "What do you want to do?" An officer walked out and sighed, saying, "Put down your weapons. Listen, everything I did was for the sake of Rice. You will soon understand." He turned on the TV in the office. Above, Marshall said solemnly, "Hello, friend from all over the world. What I'm going to say next is crucial and relates to the future of Blue Star. Unfortunately, a few days ago, I received a message that the aliens who were supposed to be in the Rice 51 area have fled the base for some reason. And they also turned everyone in the base into puppets, building and producing dangerous things in the base and plotting conspiracies. And he himself turned the entire staff of the Dawn Research Institute into puppets and even used tactics to turn most of the high-level officials, including the Grand Commander, into puppets. The list includes, but is not limited to the following individuals. Therefore, today we had no choice but to take action, including destroying the Area 51 base, occupying the Dawn Research Institute, and taking control of all the people on the list. This is the whole truth of what happened today. And we hope you don't misunderstand or panic. This operation is not targeted at any of you. If you discover any suspicious situation, you can immediately call to report it. Good luck to you all. Long live the Blue Star. A series of video evidence was also released on television. It is clear at a glance that what he said before was the truth. And subsequently, high-level officials from many countries around the world issued joint statements confirming that Marshall's statement was true. In the office, the originally tense black-clad bodyguards were stunned upon seeing these. And ultimately, under the persuasion of the superior, the gun was turned and pointed at the commander-in-chief. The arrest operations in various places are proceeding in an orderly manner. There were no unexpected incidents. Although these people appeared innocent, the operatives who had known the truth earlier did not hesitate, directly injected them with anesthesia, and took them away to prevent them from using superpowers. After the statement was broadcasted on television, the whole world was completely shocked. Journalists are mobilized, regardless of what news they're currently busy with. They're all set aside and focused on reporting and following up on this matter. After all, this news is too shocking. On the internet, netizens have engaged in an overwhelming discussion. Blanche, what is the situation? I thought today was April Fool's Day. When I woke up, the sky had changed. Are you joking? This news is so magical. I can't believe my eyes now. The alien in Area 51 actually exists and managed to escape. What the hell? Aliens actually have superpowers. Is this a real video? More terrifying than movies. The thought of such terrifying aliens right beside us makes me scared. Hurry up and catch it. Otherwise, you'll really have trouble sleeping. He actually made such a big move in the base. Luckily, he discovered it in time. Otherwise, the Blue Star would have been destroyed. I'm already under arrest. Didn't you see what happened in the White House today? These high-level officials are temporarily under control. I was just at the Dawn Research Institute, and now it's shrouded in smoke. I heard that aliens are inside. Did the earthquake we experienced in the desert before have the Area 51 base located there? The Grand Commander and these high-ranking officials have all become puppets? In the Dawn Research Institute, were all those prodigies fake before? How could this happen? Aren't these prodigies our stars of hope? Don't we still rely on them to rise in the future for our race? These prodigies are mere puppets. Could there be any issues with the universal targeted medication they have devised? Oh, no way. Surely there can't be any problems, can there? It's hard to say. Who knows what extraterrestrial manipulations lie within these drugs? After all, the initial tests were conducted by the Research Institute, and any flaws would likely remain undisclosed. In a bid to swiftly suppress the Ye God Company, Demi has chosen to forcefully promote the Dawn Research Institute, indicating their belief in its safety. Or perhaps this is all tacitly approved by them. Let's not forget that even the Supreme Commander is but a puppet. Goodness, don't frighten me. I just administered the universal targeted medication. Brother, may fortune favor you. The last anti-cancer drug was a disaster. And I thought this time the universal targeted medication would be problem-free, only to face another debacle. I shall never trust Demi's pharmaceuticals again. Anything produced in such a short time frame is inherently unreliable. How will I treat cancer now? Haven't I reiterated this countless times? Opt for the cancer treatment apparatus from Ye God Company. Strangely enough, despite the numerous accusations leveled against Ye God Company, they have never faltered. I have said it before. Trust in Ye God Company, as all those disparaging claims were fabricated by me. Only the products from Ye God Company can be deemed reliable. Yet you refuse to utilize them. Oh, I feel a pang of regret. I previously destroyed so many of their products, and now I must repurchase them. The power of public opinion truly harms. I am beginning to doubt the claims that Ye God Company is a representative of an evil civilization. Is there any truth to it? There is no need for doubt. Such assertions are undoubtedly baseless, merely an upper echelon's orchestrated narrative meant to undermine Ye God Company. Indeed, the so-called evil civilization data was entirely disseminated by extraterrestrials from Area 51. Now, this alien has suffered a setback. Who, then, truly embodies the evil civilization? I was mistaken. I shall no longer heed the media's sensationalism. From now on, I shall be a devoted fan of Ye God Company. A wave of apologies towards Ye God Company has surged across the internet into Xia. I apologize, Ye God Company. I fell victim to slander and did not stand by your side during your most challenging times. I was repeatedly admonished to trust Ye God Company, yet I remained skeptical. Moving forward, I should no longer place faith in those who malign. Oh, had I known, I would never have consumed the universal targeted medication. Now I'm left to ponder the potential side effects. I should promptly seek treatment in the super healing chamber. It's merely a matter of spending several $100,000 more. Who can blame me when I advised you otherwise? At this moment, countless media outlets and citizens have gathered outside the Dawn Research Institute, eager to witness the capture of the little gray aliens firsthand. Chapter 192. The Retaliation of the Little Gray Aliens. Just before an explosion rocked the base, the little gray alien atom within the Institute suddenly furrowed his brow. His puppet, Larson, had noticed an unusual movement from a robot below. However, before he could comprehend the situation, the entire base erupted in an explosion. He instantly lost his psychic connection with that puppet. Adam's gaze sharpened, sensing something amiss. The base was under attack, indicating that someone had discovered his clandestine activities. What was happening? Who could accomplish such a feat? He suddenly thought of Tian, and his unease deepened. It seemed that events were spiraling beyond his control. Regardless, all his prior efforts had seemingly been in vain. He was unaware of just how dire the situation had become. Simultaneously, he sensed that the puppets he had previously controlled were now incapacitated. He turned on the television and was greeted by Marshall's statement and a series of released evidence. Adam's eyes widened in shock. He realized that all his actions within the research institute had been recorded, and he had been completely oblivious to it. Terror gripped him as he surveyed the office. There were invisible eyes watching him. Suddenly, he understood why. He had grossly underestimated Tian's capabilities. This was a technology far more powerful than atomic computing. The atomic computer he had dispatched to Tian must have been exposed in an instant. The other party must have followed the trail and begun counter-surveillance against him. All his secrets had been laid bare. His current predicament was acutely perilous. The adversary had bided their time and struck only when fully prepared. Fear began to creep into his mind. Not only was he anxious about his present situation, but he also felt a deep dread toward the civilization behind Tian. Such methods indicated that this civilization was far superior to that of his little gray kind. Yet, Adam could not fathom how Tian could wield such advanced technology. Given God Company's previous conduct, he should not possess such formidable capabilities. Otherwise, he would have already dominated the entire Blue Star. In any case, he now deeply regretted provoking Tian without understanding the full scope of the situation. Regardless, escaping was now his utmost priority. He contemplated the invisible technology at his disposal. Perhaps there was a way to shield himself, thus providing a glimmer of hope. He withdrew all the psychic energy previously used for mental parasitism and attempted to shield all surrounding electromagnetic waves with his telekinesis. Meanwhile, Indexia, the live feed from the investigation team surrounding the little gray alien suddenly went dark. The technicians quickly summoned Tian. Tian had already received the news and frowned as he spoke. This is bad. The pseudo-intelligence near Adam has gone dark. He must have found a way. I've dispatched another, but any attempt to approach him within several dozen meters results in immediate loss of contact. There is no choice but to observe from a distance. Upon hearing this, Marshall inwardly cursed and instructed his subordinates to hasten their efforts to avoid any unforeseen complications. As Adam employed his telekinetic shielding, the footage and communications from their infiltrators were severed. Just as Adam retracted all his psychic parasitic energy at dozens of locations within me, those high-ranking individuals who had succumbed to becoming puppets, who had previously feigned innocence and issued threats, suddenly clutched their heads in agony and collapsed to the ground. After a brief period, they stood up, bewildered, gazing at themselves and their surroundings. Memories began to resurface in their minds, and they realized the gravity of the events that had transpired, their expressions turning grave. Adam noticed that the operatives outside had surrounded the research institute and had already launched several missiles into the facility, enveloping it in a cloud of smoke that caused the staff to faint instantly. He created a protective shield around himself with telekinesis, isolating the anesthetic from reaching him. Then, he swiftly exited the office, timing his escape to evade the incoming personnel, and fled into a small room. The operatives stormed into the office only to find that the little gray alien was no longer there. The leader gestured for a search, declaring he cannot have escaped. He must still be within this building. Do not scatter. Remain vigilant for any traps. At that moment, a young man at the back of the line suddenly seemed to hear a sound. He was about to inform the others, but saw that they were all unresponsive. Continuing their search ahead, he chose silence, raising his weapon to investigate alone. He thought to himself that Adam must have been incapacitated by the anesthetic and might be lying in some corner. The first person to locate him would surely earn great acclaim. The little gray man swiftly stripped off his clothing and donned the attire of his surroundings. He then darted towards the main group, managing to evade the notice of everyone present. Curiously, his diminutive stature, clad in ill-fitting operational garb, created a comical tableau that failed to attract any attention. Each passerby seemed oblivious, their gazes skimming over him without detecting any anomaly. A team of investigators thoroughly combed through the building, yet the little gray man's presence remained elusive. The leader began to feel a sense of agitation. Something had gone awry. Adam had escaped right under their noses. He attempted to reach out to the outside world, but the walkie-talkie remained utterly unresponsive. They were left with no choice but to withdraw from the research facility. The leader called out to Marshall outside. There's no signal inside. And we've searched every room. Adam is nowhere to be found. Marshall furrowed his brow. How is that possible? He must be hiding somewhere. The guards outside haven't seen him exit. The leader replied, We've searched multiple times. There's no conceivable hiding place left for him. Either he is not here at all, or he slipped away unnoticed. Marshall was beset with frustration. Something was amiss. The little gray man, once under their control, had suddenly vanished, instilling a sense of dread within him. They had not prepared adequately. The gray man's capabilities surpassed their expectations. The thought of the havoc he could wreak once outside sent a chill down his spine. Regret washed over him for not eliminating the threat earlier. Had he known, he would have simply launched a missile to obliterate the gray man instead of trying to capture him alive. He could only relay the information back to headquarters, hoping for a solution. However, after recounting the events, silence met him from that end. Chapter 193. The Escape of the Little Gray Man. Marshall frowned, waiting for a response that never came. The staff inside the vehicle anxiously reported, all electronic devices have lost signal. Marshall was taken aback. What? Is the inability to receive signals from headquarters due to this? He recalled the earlier warning from headquarters about the sudden signal jamming within the research facility. An inkling of understanding flickered in his mind, though clarity eluded him. Meanwhile, Tian had already discerned the reason, but struggled to establish contact with Marshall. Moments ago, certain areas within the research facility had regained contact with the pseudo-intelligence units. Before Tian could celebrate, he realized that the pseudo-intelligence unit beside Marshall had once again gone silent. It dawned on him. The little gray man was escaping the research facility, and the signal jamming was centered around him. His trajectory was towards Marshall, which explained why some pseudo-intelligence units had regained their signals. Adam was no longer in that vicinity. This was dire. He needed to alert Marshall immediately. The alien was right beside them, poised to strike and flee at any moment. Cursed be the lack of signals. Tian elevated the pseudo-intelligence unit above the research facility into an unjammed area, gaining a clear view of the scene. Among the operational personnel, he spotted a diminutive, ludicrous figure at the rear of the line, clad in the uniform of the team. Strangely, none of the onlookers seemed to harbor any suspicion as their gazes swept over him. Tian pondered. Could this be a manifestation of a mind-bending ability? Perhaps to them, he appeared entirely normal, only visible as anomalous through the lens of a camera. This was untenable. He had to devise a means to inform them. Meanwhile, Marshall remained furrowed in thought, as if a solution lingered in his mind, yet remained elusive. Suddenly, a loud explosion erupted from the speakers in the distant square outside. Marshall turned his head and was instantly startled. The large screen that had been broadcasting advertisements was now displaying an aerial view of their current location. He quickly spotted that peculiar figure at the end of the crowd. Turning to the operational personnel, he confirmed, that individual is in disguise. Open fire. The realization struck everyone present, and they swiftly drew their weapons. Adam, who had been quietly blending into the background, let out a sigh. In the next moment, those who attempted to restrain him found themselves with snapped necks, collapsing to the ground. Meanwhile, bullets fired from afar hovered ominously within a meter of him. Simultaneously, the firearms of the personnel on the ground began to levitate, turning towards their own allies in a counterattack. Marshall was taken aback and shouted, "Take cover!" Yet, many were still injured. Rage boiled within him. This little gray man was indeed a formidable foe. This operation had already cost them dearly, and he could not allow him to escape. Casting aside thoughts of capture, he commanded, "Use the RPG." I refuse to believe his telekinesis can withstand an explosion. A nearby operative hoisted the RPG and aimed it at him. However, the next second brought forth a scene of astonishment and trepidation. As the rocket approached Adam, rather than colliding with the barrier and detonating, it circled around him and flew back towards the crowd of unsuspecting onlookers. Those who had been leisurely watching were now seized by panic, scattering in all directions. The little gray man ceased his pretense, laughing maniacally. "You didn't think those could harm me, did you? Come on, let us turn on each other." As he spoke, he manipulated the floating firearms to unleash a barrage around him. Marshall frowned. This was untenable. Had they failed to bring any laser weaponry? "I refuse to believe he can block lasers as well." A subordinate replied, "That technology is still in the experimental phase, and the energy modules are quite cumbersome. We thought these weapons would suffice, so we didn't bring them along." On Tian's end, he too furrowed his brow, quietly summoning the destruction wave device overhead. He was determined to eliminate this little gray man, regardless of the consequences. Yet, the device was on a different trajectory, and maneuvering it into position would take time. Suddenly, an unforeseen commotion erupted among the crowd. Many pointed towards the sky, shouting excitedly, "Look, what is that?" A rectangular object was hurtling towards them from the distance at incredible speed. Marshall glanced up, sensing impending doom. This object was unmistakably not theirs. Was it here to extract the little gray man? But from where had it come? Had the Gray Man's fleet arrived on Blue Planet? Or was it dispatched from his base, which had already been destroyed? A flood of uncontrollable variables surged through his mind. They had perhaps underestimated the Gray Man's capabilities. Before he could ponder further, Adam glanced at the sky, smiled, and said, "I won't play with you any longer. Today, you've outdone yourselves. But prepare for my reprisal. We shall see." In the next moment, the rectangular object hovered before him. Adam waved his hand and leaped inside. The object ascended rapidly, soaring towards the horizon. Marshall let out a pained scream. No, he hastily called for ground units to intercept. However, the speed of the rectangular object exceeded his imagination, vanishing without a trace in an instant. On Tian's side, upon witnessing the arrival of the rectangular object, he sighed and remarked, "This mission has been a failure. Prepare the subsequent countermeasures. It's unexpected that the adversary possesses an aircraft concealed somewhere, certainly not within the confines of Area 51. Nevertheless, he has not relinquished his pursuit, utilizing a pseudo-intelligence to doggedly track this rectangular object, relaying its location in real time to Marshall and his team. They can only observe, uncertain of the destination of this enigmatic entity, yet it appears to remain on the surface of Blue Star. The velocity of this rectangular craft far surpasses that of a medium-range missile, rendering any attempts at interception futile. For now, the only course of action is to monitor the opponent's movements. Amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, the rectangular object traverses the city, arriving directly in the desert, precisely where the Area 51 base was situated. The crowd is perplexed as to why it has returned to this location. Chapter 194, The Hidden Backup Base. Ultimately, the rectangular object reaches a certain point where the ground splits open and it descends into the chasm, which then seals shut once more. Tian is taken aback. He had not anticipated that this craft had no intention of departing Blue Star, possibly due to its inability to venture beyond the atmosphere. But why would it seek refuge within a base? This base is entirely unknown to them. Suddenly, Tian has an epiphany. The little gray alien has not merely expanded the Area 51 base. It has clandestinely excavated a new base as a contingency plan. It appears that this foresight has now proven beneficial. At least its movements are within their purview. Let us convene all personnel for a meeting to deliberate on the next steps. Soon, the original team reconvenes. Those prominent figures who had been released from the little gray alien's control do not participate in the meeting, as there is uncertainty regarding any potential contingencies they may possess. Right from the outset, the meeting devolves into a heated exchange. Marshall is the first to voice a question. Didn't you assure us that the pseudo-intelligence was absolutely secure? Why has the signal been lost today? The elder casts a glance at him, stating, "I merely asserted that it was absolutely secure under the variables I could control. We are, after all, contending with extraterrestrials. Their unknown capabilities remain a mystery to us. Moreover, the pseudo-intelligence had consistently performed admirably, undetected, returning a wealth of valuable intelligence, which forms the foundation of our operations. Furthermore, the little gray alien has disrupted all signals. How can that be attributed to it? We have executed all that is within our capacity. I would like to ask you why, given the certainty of the situation, Adam was still allowed to escape? Why was there no immediate missile strike on his office while he was unawares? This could have prevented further casualties. And how could you be so unprofessional? Knowing that the little gray alien possesses telekinesis, why was there no preparation of energy weapons, thus missing the optimal opportunity to eliminate him? Marshall finds himself momentarily speechless. The bulk of the blame for this incident undoubtedly rests on their shoulders. In truth, he harbors a desire to capture the alien alive, hoping to extract greater value from it. Others hastily attempt to mediate. Let us remember, we are dealing with extraterrestrials, and our experience is lacking. We should instead consider our next course of action, for each day that passes without neutralizing it poses a risk. Marshall snorts dismissively. The forthcoming actions may not require your involvement. We have ample combat experience, and there are myriad methods to eliminate such a creature hiding beneath the earth. Adam's failure to leave the atmosphere promptly was his miscalculation. We shall not afford him another opportunity. The elder responds with gravitas. I hope you are indeed confident, and I trust you will learn from this lesson. The extraterrestrial is not to be underestimated. His choice to hide in this base indicates he possesses means to contend with us. I state this plainly. Should you fail to eliminate him swiftly, we shall take matters into our own hands. The longer this drags on, the more unpredictable his actions within the base may become. Marshall replies coldly, "I am well aware of this, and I ask that you refrain from deploying pseudo-intelligence near senior ranks." The elder agrees amicably, concealing a smirk. It appears that Marshall has learned nothing from this experience. Let him endure some hardship ahead. Meanwhile, the pseudo-intelligence continues to monitor from above the base. The elder instructs Tian to test it, only to discover that the moment the pseudo-intelligence enters the vicinity of the base, it loses connection. Evidently, the extraterrestrial has maintained a telekinetic barrier throughout. Tian sighs. If only the legendary intelligence were available, with its penetrating capabilities, none of this would pose a problem. Alas, he possesses only a limited number of pseudo-intelligences, which are exceedingly precious, and the likelihood of successful synthesis is limited, leading to unnecessary losses. It is best to conserve as many pseudo-intelligences as possible at this stage. Online, the news of the failed attempt to capture the extraterrestrial, which resulted in its escape, dominates major headlines. Netizens engage in profound discussions. What the hell? How could he escape? Wasn't he supposed to be a sure thing? What are people doing? I was on site. The little gray alien was incredibly formidable. Conventional weapons posed no threat to him. He can manipulate matter and distort consciousness. It's terrifying. The scene was catastrophic. Many innocent people were caught in the crossfire. I sincerely hope the little gray alien is dealt with swiftly. So many fully armed personnel meticulously planned to capture a mere twig, and yet they were countered. How embarrassing. I heard he has taken refuge in a base in the desert. Why not launch a missile at it immediately? After concluding the meeting, Marshall's expression is grim. The escape of the little gray alien is his dereliction of duty, and he must swiftly rectify this error. He promptly commands his subordinates to dispatch troops to the vicinity of the target location, encircling it and prohibiting any entry or exit. The elder observes Marshall's actions and nods approvingly. Next, let us see how Adam intends to resolve this deadlock. Marshall directs his team to continuously tighten the encirclement. Upon reaching a distance of 500 meters from the base's center, he commands them to halt. He dispatches robotic engineers to scan the perimeter of the base, eliminating any potential landmines. True to form as a high-tech superpower, several hundred tracked robots swiftly emerge to conduct indiscriminate exploration around the base. However, as these robots draw nearer to the base, a fissure suddenly appears in the ground, from which a colossal apparatus emerges. Marshall immediately senses danger and exclaims, "Everyone, take cover." The device emits a multitude of lasers, incinerating all surrounding robots. The robots in the vicinity are melted upon contact with the lasers, leaving some only partially intact and still attempting to move. The ground is strewn with the wreckage of robots. Marshall bellows, "Fall back. Everyone retreat." The encirclement instantly disperses in disarray. The elder, observing this scene through the pseudo-intelligence, cannot help but cover his eyes with his hand, stifling a laugh. Beside him, Tian remarks, "Is this fellow a fool? For heaven's sake, what era are we in? Does he truly believe extraterrestrials would resort to such primitive weaponry as landmines? Why did he not consider the possibility of the alien possessing laser weaponry? In such an open desert, those laser weapons would be exceedingly effective. Is his strategy merely to charge in recklessly? It seems he has not done his homework, naively believing that the might of our forces would suffice." Chapter 195, The Gray Alien's Response. At the scene, the encirclement, having retreated several kilometers, finally halts. At this distance, the lasers should be unable to reach them. Marshall is filled with a mix of anger and embarrassment. He had anticipated a straightforward operation, only to suffer a significant setback. The value of these robots is undeniably substantial. He was certain that others were still observing the situation through the pseudo-intellect, perhaps even mocking him at this very moment. Where could he possibly hide his embarrassment? With the entire world watching, he resolved to demonstrate their formidable firepower. He immediately commanded, "Attention, everyone! Fire the rockets!" Surely this would suffice, even if they possessed energy weaponry. Could they intercept so many rockets simultaneously? At his command, countless rockets soared towards the base. The eyes of the world were upon them. Such a multitude of rockets could obliterate this area multiple times over. Yet, in the next moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. From the same location that had previously deployed laser weaponry, a fissure opened, releasing a swarm of drones the size of toy airplanes. However, these drones exhibited astonishing speed, ascending rapidly into the sky, and with a series of rapid-fire sounds, they intercepted and detonated all the rockets mid-air. The sky above the desert resembled a grand fireworks display. Yet, the ashen-faced Marshall revealed the tremendous cost of this spectacle. Meanwhile, In the Xia region, the higher-ups, once amused by the spectacle, now bore solemn expressions. A senior military official furrowed his brow and remarked, "The technology of these little gray beings is exceedingly formidable. Not only is their psychic prowess challenging to contend with, but their technological advancements are also remarkably sophisticated. This is merely a fraction of what they can achieve under constrained conditions on Blue Star, and it is enough to astonish us. I wonder if we could withstand a full-scale assault from their forces in the future." Another chimed in, "These drones appear no larger than toy airplanes, yet their performance surpasses that of our larger UAVs, exhibiting far greater agility. Clearly, we have a long way to go in this regard. And what are those projectiles? What material could be so potent as to obliterate rockets? Could it be the fabled metallic hydrogen? This system outstrips all missile interception technologies in efficiency. Moreover, it is highly precise, conserving munitions and minimizing consumption. If only we could acquire this technology." Another individual shook his head. "Such capabilities would be insufficient on an interstellar battlefield. I remain more intrigued by the prior energy weaponry. The emitted lasers are immensely powerful, likely utilizing superconducting materials. With this, we might stand a better chance against the Gray Fleet in the future. However, our primary focus remains whether we can capture this base. I fear it is a lost cause. The Gray beings are brazenly sheltered in a modest base, evidently confident in our inability to counter them. It seems improbable that any long-range weaponry or ground combat units could breach their defenses. I wonder if high-yield, medium-range missiles would be effective, the kind equipped with nuclear warheads? I doubt it. The Gray beings have surely anticipated this scenario." At the scene, Marshall had already begun to command the withdrawal of all combat personnel. The online discourse was abuzz. No one perceived his actions as a sign of fear. They understood that something monumental was about to unfold. Indeed, several hundred kilometers away, a launch silo suddenly opened, and a colossal missile ascended from within. With a commanding order, the missile erupted with a powerful tail flame, accelerating rapidly into the sky. This scene was broadcast live on television and the internet, eliciting cheers from netizens. "Oh, this is our ultimate move. Little gray beings, prepare to meet your fate. It was about time we took action. What were we waiting for? How could the gray beings withstand a nuclear strike? How dare you defy Lord Adam? Do you not fear retribution from the Gray Army? Lord Adam, run!" These were the fervent supporters of the extraterrestrials. Amidst the global attention, the missile soared over the base. At that moment, the spectators began to sense something was amiss. The missile did not descend as expected. Instead, it began to loop in mid-air, akin to a headless fly. A chill ran through the hearts of those watching the live broadcast. This situation exceeded their imagination. Subsequently, the missile locked onto a trajectory and flew directly towards its target. Marshall, witnessing this from the command center, urgently inquired, "What is happening?" His subordinates, drenched in sweat, frantically pressed buttons on a control panel. "Sir, the missile has lost control. None of our commands are effective." Marshall's heart sank. "What is causing this? What is happening?" One staff member responded, "Someone has hacked into the missile system, altering its commands." No, not only have they modified the commands, but they have also employed some code to fry the internal chips. The missile is now completely uncontrollable. Marshall's heart plummeted. But wait, the missile seems to have changed direction. The staff member, trembling in fear, replied, "That is precisely the most terrifying aspect. The missile is now entirely unmanageable. Yet its flight path has been commandeered." Another interjected, "According to calculations, the missile is currently headed for Worthington. It is expected to arrive in 20 minutes. Upon hearing this location, Marshall's heart chilled. His mind felt as though it had been struck by a hammer, buzzing with dread. For this location was none other than the capital of Dami. With millions of inhabitants residing there, it housed all the highest offices and officials. Even his family lived there. Should calamity befall this place, the consequences would be dire. Not only would countless innocent lives be lost, but Dami would also suffer a devastating blow, losing its core, potentially taking years to recover. There is even a possibility that this incident could lead to the utter destruction of Dami. Numerous nations, including many factions within, would relish the opportunity to declare independence. And all of this would be his doing. If such a disaster were to occur, he would have no choice but to pay the ultimate price. Damn it, what should I do? How can we stop it? He seized a staff member by the collar and shouted, "Think of a way to prevent it. Is there not a self-destruct mechanism? Activate it immediately. Notify the ground units to intercept it, and inform the higher-ups without delay." One of the staff members, appearing dejected, replied, "It's too late. They have already called me." The Internet is in chaos. Chapter 196, The Internet in Turmoil. The Crisis in Worthington. Just moments ago, Everyone around the globe who was watching television or browsing the internet found that their screens had suddenly switched to a single image, and no amount of effort could regain control. The screen displayed only the little gray being, leisurely sipping a drink and munching on seeds. With his legs crossed, he addressed the camera. "People of Blue Star, listen closely. In retaliation for the harm you have inflicted upon me, I have just commandeered a thermonuclear missile aimed at Worthington. It is expected to arrive in 10 minutes, and its explosive power is sufficient to reduce the entire city to ruins. This is the fate that befalls those who strike against me. Be good and do not repeat such actions in the future. I have not even had to lift a finger, as the missile was originally launched to attack my base. In other words, by the way, from now on, I shall tirelessly interfere with the advancement of your civilization. My base is currently developing certain small contraptions. Do not harbor any illusions of inventing new technologies. Any scientist or academic institution that dares to emerge will be swiftly obliterated by me. I will ensure that you remain at this stagnant level until the arrival of the small gray army. Prepare yourselves to become our subservients. I wish you the best of luck. Farewell." With that, the transmission abruptly severed. However, to the horror of the populace, their devices remained unresponsive, continuously replaying the footage of missiles. The only interactive feature was a text input field at the bottom of the screen, allowing them to share their thoughts. At that moment, countless comments streamed across the screen. These were orchestrated by the small gray beings, who sought to derive satisfaction from witnessing the terror of the netizens. "What the hell is happening? Is this a hoax? My phone is unresponsive. I can't turn off this footage. Is this what the small gray beings look like? Mom, I'm scared. The small gray beings have commandeered our devices. Who can break this? Why are the small gray beings still alive? Wait, isn't that the missile that was launched earlier shouldn't have arrived by now?" As the small gray being announced that the missile was about to divert toward Worthington, the comments erupted. "No way. Is he telling the truth? What are our people doing? Why aren't they intercepting it? Intercept? Are you kidding? This is a medium-range missile. Have some common sense. Then Worthington is doomed? No way. How could this happen? Can't we do anything? Oh God. I'm in Worthington. I need to flee immediately. It's too late. The streets are congested with people. I live in the city center. I have no time to escape. Farewell, everyone. Goodbye, my love. I adore you. Damn it. How did it come to this? The upper echelons are undoubtedly to blame. Why? Why did they conspire with the small gray beings in secret? Why didn't they eliminate them at first sight? Why provoke the small gray beings? Can't we coexist peacefully? Why launch nuclear missiles at them? We could be living harmoniously right now. The people of Worthington will perish. Those in other places won't survive long either. Don't forget the small gray beings will sabotage our technological progress. Soon, we will all be doomed. If we can't even deal with a single small gray being, how will we withstand their technologically advanced army when it arrives? Heavens, this is utterly hopeless. Where is humanity's future? What about our leaders? Have they proposed any plans? Small gray beings, we were wrong. Spare us. It's futile to say this now. In an instant, a myriad of comments flooded the live stream. Yet, no one had the time to read them. Everyone was engulfed in despair, watching the missile draw nearer to Worthington. Meanwhile, the city of Worthington was in chaos, filled with sirens and wails. Fear etched on the faces of the populace. Most had no time to gather their belongings, hastily ushering their families into vehicles in a desperate bid to escape the city. Even knowing 10 minutes was insufficient to flee, they made their final attempts to distance themselves from the epicenter, clinging to a sliver of hope. The sheer number of people attempting to evacuate resulted in complete gridlock on the streets. Despairing cries and arguments filled the air. Some, overwhelmed by hopelessness, chose to end their own lives. Others resorted to chaos, vandalizing and looting as a means to vent their remaining anguish. At that moment, every department had collapsed. No one emerged to maintain order. Wealthy individuals living nearby rushed to the airport, determined to escape by plane. Yet the airport was also besieged, overflowing with desperate crowds pleading to be taken along. The affluent, resolute, resorted to gunfire to intimidate the masses, knowing they could not afford to show mercy. Promising one individual would lead to utter pandemonium. In the ensuing turmoil, the guards' ammunition quickly depleted, and they were overwhelmed. Several planes were commandeered by the desperate, though most lacked the knowledge to operate them, resulting in a standoff. A few aircraft, arriving earlier, successfully sealed their doors and took off forcefully, careening over the bodies of the crowd. Simultaneously, the small gray beings broadcasted these scenes in their live stream. Suddenly, they erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "Let us present to you an amusing spectacle. Aren't you all awaiting salvation from above? Observe what they are currently occupied with. A new image appeared, depicting an official building. Helicopters were stationed on the rooftop, whipping the air with their rotors. Some sharply dressed, authoritative figures were hastily escorted to the aircraft by their subordinates. As the masses stormed the building, pleading to be taken aboard the helicopters, these dignitaries remained silent, boarding without a word. When the people attempted to rush forward, they were met with gunfire. Chapter 197. A Turning Point. Seeking rescue from Yishun Company. The cries of despair echoed into the heavens. Those who had been obstructing the masses, sacrificing their lives to assist the elites onto the helicopters, ultimately sought to enter themselves, but were denied entry. Told the aircraft were full and instructed to save themselves. Heartbroken, these workers desperately tried to reach the helicopters. The aircraft lifted off, dragging individuals clinging to its skids into the air. As the helicopter nearly lost balance, a bodyguard emerged, firing at the people above. Screams of terror erupted as they plummeted from great heights. The small gray being, grinning, remarked, "What a splendid performance. Let us not forget that these elites previously declared they would never abandon you, insisting they would steadfastly defend Worthington and stand with you. All the while now, look at how they act." The people of Worthington, witnessing the broadcast, felt their hope evaporate. They had anticipated a resolution from above, but it now seemed merely a web of comforting lies. No one was attempting to save them. With their last vestige of hope extinguished, they began to unleash their emotions within the live stream. No, how can they do this? Oh God, please save us. These foolish swine. They brought us to this point, and now they abandon us? I will not forgive them, even in death. Small gray beings, I implore you to launch missiles at them as well. Observing these comments, the small gray beings felt immense satisfaction, laughing heartily. Petit un magnifique spectacle. In that moment, the entire world awaited the impending calamity with profound sorrow. A sense of helplessness enveloped the globe. Today, it was Worthington. Tomorrow, it could be anywhere. The small gray beings were not wrong. If one alone was so troublesome, the future would witness the arrival of their technologically superior army, heralding only destruction for Blue Star. Humanity would be utterly powerless to prevent it. Because the little gray beings will persist in obstructing the advancement of human technology, we find ourselves ensnared in a veritable deadlock. The sole key to breaking this impasse lies in seizing control of the base. Marshall, on his end, has aged a decade in an instant, his body trembling incessantly. A recent call from his family, infused with despair, echoes in his mind. Yet he knows that ending the call signifies a final farewell, and he dares not prolong the conversation. A far more pressing task awaits him. Ever since the nuclear missile was redirected, he has received nothing but a barrage of reprimands from above, demanding that he discover a solution. He has fielded several calls, but after a while, the ringing ceased altogether. A glance at the live broadcast reveals the truth. They are all preoccupied with fleeing. His eyes bloodshot and weary. He covers his face in anguish and inquires calmly, "Is there no alternative? Can we not divert or intercept the missile?" The staff, equally disheartened, shakes their head. Responding, the missile's internal chip was incinerated at the first instance, rendering all commands futile. Interception must occur from outside. However, given that the missile's change in trajectory was orchestrated by the little gray beings manipulating the positioning satellites, and our interception system relies on satellite guidance, the speed of the missile makes interception nearly impossible. Marshall, his voice hoarse, utters, "So we are powerless? Is there no way to regain control of the satellite system? To restore the original positioning?" The staff's expression betrays their struggle. The technical center is working diligently, but their lack of progress thus far suggests that hope is dwindling. The little gray beings have employed some arcane methods to fortify the satellite control console with numerous layers of defense. Each layer requires hundreds of hackers utilizing supercomputers to unlock. And with each breakthrough, the little gray beings add another layer. They are clearly toying with us. I suspect that if they exerted their full strength, our technicians would be blind to those locks. The little gray beings must be employing computing power of unimaginable capability, utilizing advanced programming codes far beyond our own. Even without their interference, unlocking all the layers would be a race against time. Suddenly, a thought strikes the staff, and they furrow their brow. However, that uncertain tone instantly ignites a flicker of hope in Marshall. However, what? Is there an alternative? The staff continues. Do you recall the global satellite hijacking incident from last year? We never fully investigated that event, and it faded away without resolution. The methods employed were extraordinarily sophisticated, seizing control in an instant. In my estimation, their prowess parallels that of the little gray beings. If we could enlist their assistance, we might reclaim control of the satellites. Marshall, eyes gleam with realization. Indeed, he had nearly forgotten that incident. Their analysis back then suggested that the perpetrators possessed formidable supercomputing capabilities and intelligent programming. If that holds true, there remains a glimmer of hope. Yet, his brow furrows again. With mere minutes remaining, where can he find that organization? They had investigated for so long to no avail. Could they truly achieve anything in these fleeting moments? Moreover, there is no guarantee they would assist. Then, another thought emerges. Shortly after that incident occurred, Yishun Company rapidly rose to prominence. Almost everyone speculated that they were behind the event. A plethora of evidence pointed towards them, including the positioning of the satellites at the time and the subsequent release of advanced technologies, notably their chips and E-level supercomputers. However, without more definitive proof, and with no valuable leads remaining, the investigation was abandoned. Reflecting on it now, who else possesses such capability besides Yishun Company? His mind races with possibilities. Perhaps this incident need not culminate in tragedy. Yishun Company now stands as an ally, even if they might be reluctant to acknowledge their role as the instigators. Although he had previously assured that he could resolve the matter independently, the dire circumstances render such concerns trivial. He shouts into the surrounding air, "Headquarters! Headquarters! This is a call to headquarters." Yet, after a prolonged silence, there is no response. It suddenly dawns on him that he had previously requested that they refrain from placing any pseudo-intelligent entities nearby. However, now, transnational communication is utterly impossible, as the lines have been commandeered by the little gray beings. He can only draft a plea for help in a live broadcast, hoping that someone on the other side will see it and reach out to him. Chapter 198, Survival Against the Odds. In Dacia, since the missile altered its course, the Satellite Monitoring Center has detected the control of all satellites. Simultaneously, the network has been manipulated by the little gray beings. However, in the blink of an eye, everything returned to normal. The technicians had no time to mount a counteroffensive before the situation concluded. They found themselves perplexed. Yet there is little time for contemplation, as their attention swiftly shifts to the international scenario. Nearly every other nation worldwide has descended into a state of cyber chaos. The internet and television screens display a singular image, the missile hurtling towards Washington. The Elder's expression is grave. This little gray being is indeed formidable. Who knows if we can successfully neutralize it this time? Otherwise, the future of Blue Star remains shrouded in darkness. A subordinate reports on the international situation, detailing the recent satellite and network control incidents that were instantaneously restored. The Elder squints and glances at Tian. "Academician Yi, did you restore the network?" Tian notes. "They've extended their claws into our territory. It's only fitting we sever them. Not to boast, but in terms of computing power and intelligent programming technology, I have yet to fear anyone." The Elder smiles, reassured, concluding that the little gray beings are not invincible. "So, can you resolve the missile issue as well?" Tian replies affirmatively, indicating it should pose no problem, awaiting the moment to act. Just then, a barrage of comments in the live chat captures everyone's attention. "Academician Tian, please save the innocent citizens of Washington." Tian's lips curl into a faint smile. Here it comes. He promptly arranges for the pseudo-intelligent entity to fly to Marshall's side, establishing a video chat interface on his computer screen. Upon seeing the Elder, Marshall beams with joy. "Wonderful. Finally, we've made contact. I feared you wouldn't see my messages. Ex-Elder, I implore you to save Washington. I know your Yishun Company possesses such capabilities. For the sake of our collaboration thus far, and to face the impending extraterrestrial threat together, I beseech you to resolve this crisis." At this moment, only 2 minutes remain before the missile reaches Washington. The people of Washington have already glimpsed a shooting star racing towards them. The Elder recognizes the urgency of the situation. Any further delay could lead to disaster. So he refrains from unnecessary banter. "What do you need us to do? As long as it's within our power, we will certainly assist you. We do not wish to witness the deaths of so many innocents, nor do we wish to see the smug faces of the little gray beings." Marshall exclaims, "Ex-Elder, do you recall that satellite incident? We suspect it was orchestrated by Yishun Company. Now we implore Yishun Company to act once more, to reclaim control of the positioning satellites, thereby redirecting the missile to its original target." The Elder glances at Tian, who nods in agreement, and he states, "Very well." Tian directly contacted Wally through a miniature earpiece, instructing him to reclaim control over the positioning satellites of the Rice. Meanwhile, in the office of the Yishun Corporation, located in the distant city of Nanfeng, the Wally figurine on Tian's desk suddenly illuminated. In the next moment, a torrent of colossal information streams was unleashed. The personnel at the Great Xia Satellite Center were astounded to discover that all communication satellites had lost control, reminiscent of a past incident. No matter their attempts, they were futile. In truth, those satellites had been hijacked once before, but had swiftly returned to normalcy. This time, however, the satellites were utterly unmanageable, and the method employed bore striking similarities to the previous occurrence. In a state of panic, the staff reported to their superiors, only to receive calm instructions in response. There was no need for alarm. The higher-ups had already indicated that this was a routine operation. They were advised to observe closely. Though somewhat perplexed, the staff gradually formed their own conjectures. Within the enigmatic base, the gray alien atom was savoring a glass of red wine, eagerly awaiting the impending explosion. Abruptly, alarms began to blare throughout the facility. Adam's heart raced as he turned his gaze to the large screen, his brow furrowing in concern. Countless data streams flickered across the display, and his countenance darkened with each passing moment. It became evident from the data that the defenses he had meticulously established were being dismantled layer by layer. The adversary was effortlessly seizing control, leaving him utterly powerless. Suddenly, a wave of realization struck him. He hastily severed the supercomputer's connection to the outside world, exhaling a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he had acted in time. Otherwise, his supercomputer would have fallen under control. Who possessed such formidable power? The computational prowess was unfathomable, and the technique appeared to mirror that of artificial intelligence. His expression oscillated between anger and despair. Curse be it. Once again, my plans have been thwarted. Could it be Tian? Indeed, no one else possesses such capabilities. Meanwhile, on Marshall's end, a staff member suddenly exclaimed with delight. Sir, we have just received word that all communication and positioning satellites have regained control. Marshall's joy was palpable. Splendid. The Yeshin Corporation truly has a solution. With communication and positioning restored, we can boldly attempt an offensive. At the moment, the gray alien severed the server connection. Communication and positioning satellites across the globe were reinstated. The gray alien's live stream abruptly vanished. Viewers were left in bewilderment as they observed the restored computer interface. Just moments ago, they had been locked in the live stream, witnessing impending destruction and despairing over the fate of Blue Star. Now, they were abruptly extricated from that reality. The viewers hurriedly searched online for news from Washington City. However, with communication just restored, the media had yet to release any relevant updates. In Washington City, having just endured a frenzy and now facing the specter of death, most people had settled into a calm demeanor. Families embraced one another, lovers nestled together. As they collectively gazed at the approaching meteor, at least in their final moments, they were united. Soon, they heard the whistling of missiles soaring overhead. It had reached the city's skyline. People held each other tightly, closing their eyes in anticipation of the moment of reckoning. Yet after a time, nothing transpired. Gradually, they opened their eyes, revealing expressions of confusion. What is happening? Are we in paradise? Many pondered within, but then they noticed that the missile seemed to be drifting farther away. Wonderful! This is a miracle! God has saved us! We shall not perish! The crowd erupted into cheers. Moments later, as they surveyed the state of their city, their elation turned somber. The missile had not detonated, but the city lay in ruins, revealing its grim reality, with countless lives extinguished forever. In a sense, the gray alien had not truly failed. Its existence posed a significant threat to humanity. Chapter 199, Shock. The Light Prism Tower. On the internet, ever since the network was restored, the media finally awakened. Local Washington media, having learned of the dire situation, began documenting the state of the city. Once the network was fully re-established and the missile had retreated, they broadcast a series of local conditions live. As viewers across the globe once again witnessed the state of Washington City, a collective sigh of relief was heard, with many expressing their exhilaration. Fantastic! We finally understand what transpired over there. Everyone is safe. The missile has flown away. I knew we would find a way. This is a monumental victory for humanity, demonstrating that unity can conquer all challenges. What is happening? Wasn't the network and satellites just hijacked? How did they recover? Who possesses such immense power? Doesn't this indicate that alien technology is not insurmountable? We need not fear technological lockdowns in the future. Indeed, just moments ago, I was despairing over Blue Star's future. Weren't our tech teams unable to crack the gray alien's code lock? Only the Yeshin Corporation could have devised such technology. Could it truly be them? Will Yi Tian assist us? Consider last year's satellite incident. That may have been the work of the Yeshin Corporation. They undoubtedly have the capability. Now that we share a common enemy, we must prioritize the greater good. Thank you, Yeshin Corporation, for putting aside past grievances to help us. Thank you, Yeshin Corporation. I shall no longer defame you. As a survivor of Washington, I will henceforth be a devoted supporter. With such formidable technology, can the Yeshin Corporation help us eradicate the gray aliens? Oof. Foolish humans, still unrepentant, reveling in misfortune. Lord Adam will inevitably send you to hell. The Yeshin Corporation? They are insignificant before Lord Adam. You should focus on your own plight. Do not forget the previous horrors of Washington. Who abandoned you at the critical moment? With such leadership, do you believe Blue Star has any hope ahead? As anticipated, the conversation began to shift, with more media outlets broadcasting the state of Washington City. Public anger surged. The missile had not descended, yet the higher-ups had already given up. What had once been a hell on earth had claimed thousands of lives unnecessarily. The ire of the online community was directed squarely at the higher-ups. Witnessing the mounting discontent, the higher-ups hastily returned to Washington and issued a public statement. They apologized for the local situation and promised compensation for every lost life. They vowed not to overlook any instigators and announced a series of scapegoats to bear responsibility for the deaths of those who had not boarded the helicopter during the attack. Lastly, they declared that the primary enemy remained the gray aliens, urging everyone to unite against them and not to let the gray aliens incite discord and divert attention. They proclaimed their commitment to fighting the gray aliens to the end. Thus, the matter was brushed aside, and the online community found themselves unable to pursue the issue further. The focus shifted to the missile, as everyone anxiously awaited to see if it would successfully return to strike the gray alien base. This time, Tian employed a pseudo-intelligent device to closely track the missile's trajectory for a live broadcast. This technique elicited gasps of astonishment from viewers, as they were unaware of the existence of the pseudo-intelligent device and were eager to uncover what kind of cutting-edge technology could provide a first-person live stream of a missile. As the missile drew ever closer to the base, people began to fervently pray for the absence of further calamities. Suddenly, a commotion erupted within the base. A fissure tore open the ground, from which a missile apparatus emerged. Accompanied by a tremendous blaze, a small missile soared skyward, hurtling towards the medium-range missile. However, in the next instant, this small missile veered around, turning back towards the base. This unexpected spectacle left netizens around the globe in sheer astonishment. What on earth is happening? Why is it returning? It seems the small gray alien's missile has also been commandeered. The wheel of karma turns. Let it experience its own tactics. What a show-off. Why the sudden silence? In the command center of the Great Xia, an elder turned to Tian and inquired, "Was that your doing?" Tian replied with a smile, "An eye for an eye. I also independently altered the targeting of the missile it launched. However, I suspect these missiles will still pose no threat to it." Indeed, seeing the missile ineffective, another chasm opened in the ground, revealing yet another apparatus. This device appeared to be a larger version of the previous energy weapon, resembling a colossal iron tower. A powerful laser shot forth from the tower's apex, instantly striking the two missiles. In the next moment, the missiles exploded mid-air, creating a breathtaking display akin to fireworks. The apparatus then retracted, and the ground sealed itself once more. Silence enveloped the world. Is this real? How can the laser maintain such power over such a distance? What kind of energy source is this? Surely it must be a fusion device to achieve such results. It's reminiscent of a bug in a game. Like a prism tower. With such a formidable weapon, how can we eliminate the small gray aliens? It seems the previous skirmishes were mere child's play. They didn't take us seriously at all. With this energy weapon, it spells doom for anyone who approaches. On the Great Xia side, the elder furrowed his brow at the sight of the prism tower's might. This complicates matters. Who would have thought the small gray aliens possessed such a powerful energy weapon? Who knows what other advanced technologies they may have? Our weapons are essentially rendered ineffective unless we could devise some form of ultra-long-range strike capability akin to their energy weapon. Yet, it appears we are unlikely to achieve that in the short term. He glanced at Tian, seemingly anticipating something. Tian shook his head. Relying on the energy weapon seems impractical. We haven't even developed a fusion device yet, and considering we're in a state of conflict, even if we could create one, transporting it would pose significant challenges. If we could fabricate an energy weapon for space-based strikes, that would be feasible, but the difficulty level is exceedingly high. At that moment, Marshall suddenly reached out to them. His face soon appeared on the large screen. "Elder, I fear that relying on conventional weapons will yield little success. Therefore, we seek your assistance." The elder, somewhat perplexed, responded, "If you are unable to do so, what hope do we have? We can only provide support in the realm of information. Chapter 2. Pulverlis Tian's thoughts. Marshall chuckled. Please, do not downplay your capabilities. With the backing of Yixin Company, your weaponry must be on par with ours, if not superior. However, that is not the matter I wish to discuss today. Since conventional weapons have proven ineffective, we must explore alternative avenues. I recall your annihilation wave device was quite formidable, correct? The small gray alien is also carbon-based life. So could you not use the annihilation wave device to strike their base? It should be a space orbital device, yes? The elder turned to Tian and said, I will give it a try, but do not hold out much hope. The small gray aliens are bound to anticipate this. Marshall replied earnestly, let's give it a shot. We cannot afford to dismiss any glimmer of hope. Otherwise, we will truly be at their mercy. The elder contemplated for a moment before stating, very well, let us test its efficacy. Even if it fails, we must observe how they defend against such an assault. In the vastness of space, above Earth's orbit, a colossal device hastily advanced toward its target location. Soon, it reached its designated position. Tian on the ground also received confirmation and silently issued commands. The apparatus released an invisible wave downwards. At that moment, all life directly below, including birds and small animals, as well as earthworms and microorganisms, seemed to be frozen in time. The personnel in the command center fixated on the base's visuals, hoping to witness some change. However, after a considerable wait, the only observable outcome was that the plants on the ground began to wither. Before long, a new piece of news shattered their hopes. A television station unexpectedly aired an anonymous video. In the footage, the small gray alien lounged with its legs crossed, laughing heartily. You still refuse to concede? This must be the extent of your efforts, right? Did you think the annihilation wave could eliminate me? The hearts of the onlookers sank. The annihilation wave, which had previously instilled terror in the upper echelons of the world, had failed to inflict even a scratch on the small gray alien. In that moment, a profound sense of helplessness enveloped them. If even Yixin Company's measures were ineffective, would they simply watch as the extraterrestrials systematically dismantled the civilization of Blue Star? Global leaders convened a meeting to deliberate on the next course of action. Marshall rubbed his temples, his spirit seemingly drained, and said, if anyone has any suggestions, please share. As long as it does not involve conceding to the aliens or negotiating with them, I'm open to anything. One high-ranking official proposed, a mere extraterrestrial being? I refuse to believe it can indefinitely remain concealed within that base. If we simply wait it out, can it truly possess infinite ammunition? Even with energy weapons, a power source is required. Even a nuclear fusion device necessitates new materials for replenishment. If we bombard the area with a significant amount of ordnance, we will eventually deplete its energy reserves. Marshall was somewhat speechless. This seemed rather unrealistic. Not to mention, its energy weapon was more than sufficient to counter any crisis. Furthermore, its drone interception system employed small-caliber ammunition, which was energy efficient and likely sufficient for an extended duration, and it need not hold out for long. It only had to wait for the alien forces to arrive. Can you guarantee it has not stockpiled enough fusion materials? The discussion continued, with various suggestions put forth. Some proposed attempting to contaminate the area, while others suggested redirecting water sources to completely inundate it. Some recommended using penetrating munitions, and others proposed employing space-based weapons to drop tungsten rods directly from orbit, utilizing their kinetic energy to obliterate the base. All suggestions were ultimately dismissed. It must be said, Adam had indeed selected an excellent location, having anticipated nearly every possible scenario. After hours of discussion, the group found themselves at an impasse. All eyes turned to the elder, hoping he or Yixin Company might offer some solution. The elder refrained from providing a direct answer, for he too was uncertain whether Yixin Company possessed the capability to assist. However, just a few days prior, Tian had unexpectedly expressed his intention to return to Yixin Company, citing that the current stalemate rendered his continued presence there insignificant. He resolved to return and focus on research, striving to uncover a solution. He suspected Tian would not simply acquiesce. He was likely plotting some covert action. However, due to his unassuming nature, he would only reveal himself when he was certain of success, or perhaps he intended to handle matters privately without notifying anyone. At that moment, Tian was in his laboratory. The elder's conjecture was half correct. Tian indeed possessed the capability to eliminate the little gray beings. However, such an endeavor carried its own risks and complications. He had originally intended to wait and see. If Marshall and his team managed to deal with the little gray beings, there would be no need for him to intervene. Yet, it appeared they were utterly at a loss. Thus, he had no choice but to take matters into his own hands. Yi Tian would certainly not allow the little gray beings to continue their development unchecked. Previously, he had sent Marshall and his team to test the capabilities of these little gray beings, and now he had practically grasped the extent of their technology. This gave Yi Tian a greater sense of assurance. Although the little gray beings likely had some hidden cards up their sleeves, Yi Tian contemplated his impending solution to their threat and felt confident that he would not encounter significant danger. Most importantly, he had received a confidential message from the system that bolstered his confidence in dealing with the little gray beings. Now in solitude, he could finally delve into the implications of this change. System, what transformation has occurred within me? He inquired. Indeed, due to the host's further integration with the energy of the multidimensional space, a significant change is imminent. I inform you in advance. As this transformation necessitates a period of adaptation to avoid drawing unwanted attention, the system replied. Yi Tian was taken aback. So soon? I am not prepared. Indeed, during this time, the host has synthesized numerous products that far exceed the technological level of your planet, further deepening the host's fusion with the energy of the multidimensional space. In an instant, Yi Tian understood. It was the work of the pseudo-intellect. He had not intended to enter the next phase so swiftly. Yet, the high level of the pseudo-intellect allowed Yi Tian to absorb a vast amount of multidimensional energy. It seemed that synthesizing in excess of advanced technology was not entirely beneficial. While it was exhilarating to use, it accelerated his integration process. A flicker of panic gripped Yi Tian. What exactly would this transformation entail? Would he still retain his corporeal form? Did this mean that his complete metamorphosis into a multidimensional being had been hastened? How much longer until that day arrived? Yi Tian genuinely feared that his plans would be disrupted. The system responded, "This is unpredictable. It all hinges on the host's forthcoming transformation. However, it is likely that this change will not be drastic." With that, Yi Tian felt a measure of relief. Thus, he awaited the day foretold by the system. Suddenly, he felt himself unable to move. He called out to the system, but received no reply. Yi Tian chose to cease his resistance and surrender to the moment. He closed his eyes, only to discover that he could not open them again. Soon, he sensed himself ascending. He found himself amidst a vast expanse of the cosmos, surrounded by an infinite starry sky. When he glanced downward, he could not see the blue planet's silhouette. He realized he was merely in a mental space, or perhaps his consciousness had traversed to this mysterious realm. Then a fissure opened in the space, emitting a radiant light that enveloped Yi Tian's form. This luminescence was composed of countless chaotic particles. Yi Tian experienced a moment of clarity. These particles were likely the energy of the multidimensional space, existing in a realm far beyond human comprehension. This energy would connect with him, continuously transforming him until ultimately his entire being would convert into multidimensional energy. According to the system, he would retain his original consciousness, but by then, the significance of consciousness would diminish. As his form transitioned, he would ascend to a higher tier of existence, gaining godlike abilities, and his perspective on many matters would inevitably shift. He might no longer concern himself with the blue planet or even this universe. Thus, Yi Tian had always intended to resolve all affairs on the blue planet before the conclusion of this process, simultaneously aiding its evolution into a higher civilization capable of securing a place in the cosmos. Only then could he depart without a care. Gradually, Yi Tian succumbed to the warmth of the surrounding energy, losing consciousness. Upon awakening, he found himself still in the same position. He rose and examined his hands, feeling nothing particularly different. Everything remained as it was. However, when he stood, he sensed an unusual lightness in his body. He hurried to the mirror. Strangely, the countless chaotic particles that had once been visible around his head were now gone. He attempted to manipulate some chaotic particles with his mind, and indeed, in the next moment, a multitude of glowing particles erupted from his body, swirling around him. Yi Tian was astonished. The number of these particles had multiplied tenfold or more, and he sensed a deeper mastery over them. He commanded with his mind, and indeed, in the next instant, all the chaotic particles vanished. Yi Tian understood. These chaotic particles were a part of his body that had undergone transformation. Following further integration, they could now be manipulated in reverse, transforming back into a part of his being when not in use. In other words, Yi Tian's fusion had become more introspective. Energy no longer leaked outward, indicating a sign of strength. He felt a sense of relief. Unless he fully transformed in the future, he could use the chaotic particles to simulate his previous form without fearing significant changes to his appearance. Yi Tian also sensed that each particle could exert greater force than before. This implied he could perform feats with his telekinesis far superior to those he had managed previously. If his abilities had once been comparable to the protagonist of a story about uncontrolled superpowers, he now felt capable of defeating hundreds of his former self. Moreover, there was more to it. The integrated chaotic particles seemed to possess additional functions that Tian could not yet comprehend. System. The chaotic particles appear to have acquired numerous capabilities. Could you elaborate? He inquired. The system responded. It is not that the chaotic particles have developed new functions, but rather that they inherently possess immense power, nearly boundless. This is the essence of the world. Each particle harbors unimaginable might. Now that you have further integrated, your control over them has deepened, unlocking some of their capabilities. To illustrate, these chaotic particles are akin to missiles. Your previous application was merely akin to throwing them to strike an enemy. Now, you have unlocked a portion of their explosive potential. Are you aware of the little gray being's abilities? Their manifestations include telekinesis, mind control, and manipulation of electronic devices. Although they may seem far superior, there is no need for you to envy them. Their capabilities pale in comparison to your true potential. Once you achieve complete integration and master the laws of the universe's essence, a mere thought from you could obliterate their entire civilization, erasing them from existence and time itself. This prospect sounded immensely alluring, reminiscent of the protagonist's ultimate evolution in fantastical tales. Tian nodded and inquired, what new capabilities have emerged in this chaos particle? Will they enable me to triumph in my duel against the little gray being? Other matters can be set aside, but his mind-warping ability is truly terrifying. One can inadvertently fall prey to it without warning, and I am left wondering just how extensive his telekinetic range is. Moreover, that telekinesis can kill without a trace. What if he directly compels my heart to cease beating? What then? The system responded reassuringly. Do not fret. Thus far, you have yet to confront the little gray being face to face. Once you stand before him, you will realize that he poses no threat to you whatsoever. You were merely intimidated by his abilities through the screen. Once you encounter him in person, you will understand that you have overestimated him. He is but an exceedingly primitive existence. Tian felt a tinge of embarrassment. The system appeared to possess an abundance of confidence, perhaps overly so. Yet Tian couldn't shake off the unease. He still lacked certainty. The system added, you may have already discerned that your chaos particles no longer function as isolated units. They can now merge in pairs, or even undergo profound integration, achieving effects unattainable through singular operations. You might experiment with forming a formidable force field around yourself using some chaos particles. Allow me to provide a brief insight. With this force field, not only can it withstand any physical and energy damage, but the little gray being's abilities will also be rendered ineffective. Chapter 202. The Simulated Function of Chaos Particles. Tian finally felt a sense of relief. So that is how it is. He attempted to implement the operation. In an instant, he had conjured a colossal protective shield around his body. Tian nodded in approval. Indeed, it was far superior to before. Previously, he could only arrange those limited particles into a diminutive light shield, capable of deflecting relatively strong physical attacks. It could not withstand everything. For instance, it was powerless against sniper rifles or weapons with immense kinetic force, let alone energy weapons. In the past, when facing armed opponents, he relied on striking first with telekinesis. If someone were to ambush him from the shadows, he could still be at risk. Now, however, the situation had changed. The particles Tian employed to create this light shield were significantly fewer, yet they formed an all-encompassing and immense protective barrier. Ultimately, this was due to the fact that the two chaos particles could interact over considerable distances, creating a vast field with isolation effects, negating the need to arrange particles into an impenetrable shield. This newly formed protective barrier could withstand even greater impacts than its predecessor. Tian promptly conducted an experiment, commanding the robots to attack him with various weapons. The results were incredibly gratifying. Not only did handguns and rifles pose no threat, but even the high-powered sniper rifles and artillery were rendered ineffective upon contact with the shield, their kinetic energy completely dissipated. The protective barrier resembled a colossal elastic sphere, distributing the kinetic impact across all particles. Consequently, at this stage, only missiles or weapons of greater caliber could breach this layer of defense. Even more astonishing was the barrier's ability to withstand laser attacks, which were purely energy-based. Furthermore, as the system had indicated, remaining within the protective shield would insulate him from the little gray being's supernatural abilities. With this, Tian could venture forth without concern for any form of danger. As long as he activated the shield, no one could harm him. The system then spoke again. So, have you grasped the new functionalities of the chaos particles? As an integral part of your being, you should be able to intuitively comprehend them. Tian was taken aback once more. What? There are more new features? I thought the interaction between particles was already a novel ability. The system replied, certainly not. This is but a minor alteration. Your recent fusion has brought about a qualitative enhancement. This new ability exceeds your imagination. The interaction between particles has existed before. You simply had not delved deeply into it. Tian took a deep breath. The surprise of this revelation was indeed considerable. There was yet another capability yet to be unearthed. Notijin ye Tian's contemplation. The system offered a hint. In fact, all the information pertaining to the new functionality I previously mentioned has already been conveyed. Consider this. Chaos particles have always been capable of scanning the internal details of other objects, subsequently unlocking them in the store. After your recent fusion, chaos particles can revert to being a constituent of your body. And as I have previously stated, chaos particles can be considered the bedrock of the world, virtually omnipotent, drawing upon boundless energy from multidimensional space. These are crucial hints. Have you pieced it all together? Suddenly, Tian felt a spark of realization, a thread connecting these clues. He exclaimed, could it be? Since these chaos particles can transform into my body, is it possible for them to transmute into any object they have scanned? Or, in other words, can all items in the store be simulated using chaos particles? The system confirmed, bingo, you are correct. With this affirmation, Tian was utterly astounded. It was no wonder he had not considered this before, for he had never thought along these lines. This capability was truly extraordinary. For him, it was akin to a myth. The previous energy fields were well within his comprehension, but this ability to conjure something from nothing bordered on the miraculous. Tian was immensely excited and was eager to experiment. He focused his thoughts, and in the next moment, a cup materialized in his hand. This was the very first item he had unlocked. He scrutinized the cup closely, feeling its texture. The sensation was indistinguishable from that of a real object. In the next second, the cup dissolved into countless chaos particles. It was assured that the transformed cup could exist permanently. It would forever be a part of his body. With a mere thought, he could reclaim it. Furthermore, the chaos particles consumed would not replenish until they were reabsorbed. The total quantity remained constant. Tian was certain that a single chaos particle could proportionally transmute into a substantial mass of ordinary atoms. He continued to experiment with the transformation of chaos particles into various objects, reveling in the process. He felt akin to Green Lantern, capable of creating diverse items with chaos particles. Although he was not yet as powerful as Green Lantern, fundamentally, he would eventually possess similar abilities. Tian attempted to manifest various objects, including melee weapons, and subsequently began to conjure firearms. He soon found himself questioning, system, how is the energy consumed when the weapons I manifest fire bullets, or even lasers accounted for? Once I reclaim the particles, that energy has already been expended. It cannot simply materialize out of thin air, can it? The system replied, the energy expended in manifesting items is indeed considered consumed. However, chaos particles intrinsically possess boundless energy, continually drawing from the surrounding space, maintaining equilibrium. This is a concern you need not worry about. Tian then attempted to use chaos particles to conjure a loaf of bread and consumed it. After the heat from the bread entered his cells, he reclaimed those particles. And indeed, the heat remained within him, not being reabsorbed. Remarkable. He also tried some clever maneuvers, such as transforming chaos particles into water and drinking it. Once the water had fully cycled through his metabolism, he reclaimed the moisture. Incredible. He no longer needed to sweat or visit the restroom. He could utilize chaos particles to endlessly transform into food and hydration. However, this ability felt somewhat redundant and rather off-putting, as Tian already possessed ample points to make unlimited purchases of these items in the store. Moreover, Tian could harness chaotic particles to extract moisture from nature. Suddenly, an idea struck him. In the next moment, his body was enveloped entirely by the Iron Man mech, a manifestation he had conjured using chaotic particles. This eliminated the cumbersome process of donning and doffing the cumbersome suit in the warehouse. It was akin to a one-button outfit change. This reminded him that the earlier generations of the Iron Man mech were already capable of transforming into particles, allowing for rapid donning in emergencies. It could be said that Tian had effectively upgraded several generations of the Iron Man mech based on its previous iterations. Chapter 203. Astonishing. Someone jumps into the sea. Tian continued to conjure objects. However, he soon discovered that he could not materialize overly large entities. After all, the particles he could transform were rather limited. Creating objects of medium size was already the utmost limit. Nevertheless, this functionality was quite useful at present, akin to a low-spec version of Green Lantern. With a protective shield capable of nullifying the abilities of the little gray beings, combined with the capability to simulate objects, Tian felt exceptionally confident in confronting them. He prepared to embark on a trip to Dami. However, he knew he could not approach openly. Tian wished to keep his actions concealed from anyone. Thus, alternative methods were necessary. Yet, exiting was now exceedingly simple for him. That day, he once again employed his previous method to venture out. The return was a mere decoy, while Tian himself arrived at a seaside location. Indeed, unable to travel openly by plane or utilize the Iron Man mech for flight, he opted for the most straightforward and brute force method, swimming across the water. This way, he would evade detection. Uncle Lin was a fisherman who had lived in a small fishing village by the seaside of South Wind City for most of his life. Having spent decades at sea, he had led a relatively tranquil existence. He had envisioned his children continuing the family tradition, living lives akin to his own. Little did he know that with the rapid development of South Wind City into an emerging first-tier city, his children were no longer inclined to fish. They found numerous excellent job opportunities within the city, even venturing into creating viral sea exploration videos and becoming internet celebrities. With their improved livelihoods, Uncle Lin no longer needed to fish for survival. By all accounts, he should have been enjoying a leisurely retirement. However, Uncle Lin was restless and steadfastly continued his daily outings to sea. That day, due to a storm, he was unable to set sail. Nonetheless, he still made his way to the shore. The weather was ominously dark. The Black Sea churned violently with the storm, crashing against the rocky shore and sending up towering sprays of water. At that moment, Uncle Lin noticed someone in the distance, standing at the water's edge. Seemingly lost in thought, waves crashed at his feet, rolling toward the shore in relentless succession. Uncle Lin furrowed his brow. Who dared to stand at the shore during such perilous conditions? Surely, it could not be a tourist unfamiliar with the ocean. The receding tide could sweep him into the sea at any moment. Even the most adept swimmer would find it futile. Not even a deity could save him. He shouted urgently, "Hey, young man, come back. Do you know how dangerous the waves are?" However, the young man appeared oblivious to his cries, or simply chose to disregard him. Sensing something was amiss, Uncle Lin quickened his pace. At that moment, the young man finally moved, but rather than retreating, he leaped into the sea, creating a small splash upon hitting the water-esque surface. Then, he vanished without a trace beneath the waves. Uncle Lin cried out in alarm and promptly dialed emergency services. He realized that the young man was clearly intent on ending his life. Soon, the police and rescue teams arrived. Gazing at the tumultuous waters, the rescue team shook their heads. The young man was most likely doomed. Nonetheless, they proceeded with their customary search of the nearby waters, hoping to recover even a body. Meanwhile, Uncle Lin, heartbroken, trembled as he recounted the events to the police. If only I had known he was in such despair, perhaps I could have prevented this. Why didn't I notice the signs earlier? I thought he was just a tourist. Life is filled with obstacles to overcome. The officers consoled him while documenting the details. Hours passed. The rescue team returned, their expressions grim. He has likely been swept into deeper waters. We couldn't even find a body. The hope of recovery is slim. The police sighed and began investigating who this young man might be. However, after scouring the city for young individuals and tourists and reviewing potential surveillance footage, they were unable to identify him. No one came forward to report a missing person. Had it not been for the officers discovering traces of the young man's presence at the shore, they might have doubted his existence altogether. For now, they could only file the case away. Meanwhile, Tian had submerged approximately 3 meters beneath the surface, propelling himself toward the deep sea at an astonishing speed. A membrane surrounded his body, displacing the water around him. This protective shield was designed to facilitate movement underwater, with a sharply pointed front section that parted the water to reduce drag. In this aquatic environment, navigation did not require Tian's direct control. He merely had to issue a basic command. Thus, he found himself quite at leisure, reflecting on the earlier events at the shore with a mix of amusement and disbelief. Upon his arrival at the seaside, he had been adjusting his target's coordinates while gazing at the turbulent waters, aiming to choose a straight path to save time. Just then, fortuitously, a fisherman appeared in the distance, calling for him to come back. Since he was already there, returning was out of the question. He decided to feign ignorance, ensuring the fisherman did not catch a glimpse of his face. Fortunately, he had changed his attire before departing. Otherwise, he might have drawn unwanted attention. Now, he was receiving updates from his pseudo-intelligence regarding the situation on the shore. The fisherman had not divulged any information about his identity. Tian breathed a sigh of relief. At this juncture, he began to accelerate further, continuously applying a 5G boost with chaotic particles. Ultimately, his speed increased dramatically, reaching several kilometers within seconds. From above the water's surface, it appeared as if a fleeting white line darted beneath the waves. Tian glided through a school of fish, and in an instant, countless fish were severed by his energy field, drawing the attention of a swarm of sharks. After over an hour, the pseudo-intelligence informed him that he had reached the halfway point of his journey and could maintain his current speed, gradually decelerating thereafter. Finally, 3 hours later, he arrived at the western coast of Dami. It was now deep into the night. He chose a landing spot in a secluded area. After conducting a reconnaissance through his pseudo-intelligence, he stepped onto the shore, officially entering this uncharted territory. He changed into a different outfit and slightly altered his appearance to resemble a typical ABC, American-born Chinese. Under normal circumstances, no one would question his identification. Tian rented a vehicle and drove directly toward the nearest town adjacent to the desert. A few kilometers away from the town, he exited the car. Chaptur iküzdört, Tian's Ariwat, the fear of the little gray beings. As an unfamiliar figure entered the town where Marshall and his team were stationed, he would undoubtedly attract attention. Without proper identification, he would encounter complications, and his appearance would certainly be recognized. Tian parked his vehicle by the roadside, meticulously erasing all traces of his identity from it. He then sought out a secluded spot and commenced to excavate the soft desert surface. In the blink of an eye, he found himself in an underground chamber several layers deep. As he glided towards the small gray alien base, the sand ahead of him vanished with each movement, only to be replaced by a fresh cascade as he passed. Thus, no evidence of his passage remained. Cautiously, he employed chaotic particles to scan the area ahead, wary of any traps the small gray aliens might have set. While an explosion might not inflict harm upon him, it would certainly draw the aliens' attention. Before long, he arrived a mere few dozen meters from base. A sudden wave of anxiety washed over Tian, not from fear of confronting the aliens, but from the apprehension of an unforeseen circumstance that might allow them to escape. However, he quickly regained his composure and pressed onward. Instead of approaching the base directly, he dug deeper underground, advancing until he was directly above the facility. There, he retrieved a device he had long prepared from his storage, a remote-controlled hydrogen bomb, which he meticulously positioned below. Once he had incapacitated the aliens and made his escape, he would detonate the bomb, obliterating all traces of the base. Having completed this task, Tian ascended slowly. At that moment, he was startled by a peculiar sound as the sand surrounding him began to tremble. He realized with alarm that several specialized missiles were rapidly approaching through the sand. How could this be? Despite his caution, he had still been detected. What should he do now? The power of these ground-penetrating missiles was considerable. His shield might not withstand them. Moreover, did the aliens not fear damaging their own base by launching missiles underground? Did they possess such confidence in their defenses? Before he could ponder further, the missiles drew perilously close. Tian quickly devised a plan. The sand around him suddenly dissipated, revealing the missiles, which vanished in an instant. He exhaled in relief, realizing that chaotic particles were an integral part of his being. Thus, this fusion allowed him to interact with the target objects and subsequently retrieve them into his storage. A glance at his inventory confirmed the presence of the missiles, with their quantities displayed. Without further deliberation, his gaze hardened, and he ceased his concealment. Accelerating, he soared upward, seizing the moment while the aliens were likely in a state of confusion. Meanwhile, within the base, the small gray aliens were startled by the blaring alarm. One of them rushed to the control console, discovering that the underground microwave detector had triggered the alert. A sardonic smile crept across his face. It seemed their adversaries were out of options, resorting to an underground attack. However, he had prepared extensively against such intrusions from the very inception of the base's design. Regardless, he decided to assess the situation before determining their next move. His gaze fixed on the screen, and he was momentarily dumbfounded. This was not an underground assault at all. Rather, an unknown entity was rapidly traversing beneath the surface. It was evidently not biological. His expression turned grave. He possessed sufficient knowledge of the microwave detector to know it could discern any item. Yet, what appeared was merely an immense void, devoid of any detectable information, as if the moving object were a black hole. In truth, the alarm had not triggered due to the detection of an object, but rather because it had detected an absence of matter in a particular area. This was utterly unscientific. For the first time on Blue Star, he encountered something that transcended his comprehension. What kind of contraption had their opponents deployed against him? Nevertheless, the next moment, he chuckled coldly. Although he was uncertain of what it was, the notion that it could contend with him seemed ludicrous. He contemplated for a moment before launching several ground-penetrating missiles toward the location of the anomaly, eager to witness his foes reduced to ashes. However, what transpired next left him utterly astonished. The anticipated explosion did not occur. Instead, the detector's alarm continued unabated. He gaped at the screen in disbelief. The black hole remained unaffected and was now speeding toward the base. The missiles he had previously fired had vanished without a trace. Adam felt as if his soul were about to escape him. What was happening? Could missiles simply disappear? Fear gripped him, and he swiftly enacted a full alert across the base's facilities. In no time, the black hole reached the outermost layer of the base. Adam breathed a sigh of relief. The outer structure was fortified with a substantial layer of specialized metal, capable of repelling any electromagnetic waves, including annihilation waves and particles, as well as withstanding nuclear blasts without deformation. This was a monumental invention of their gray alien civilization. Yet, his eyes widened in shock as he observed that the black hole encountered no resistance and continued its ascent. Soon, he need not watch the screen any longer, for a massive hole suddenly appeared in the base's surface, from which something emerged. Upon witnessing this incomprehensible entity, Adam's initial surprise swiftly morphed into profound terror. Contrary to his expectations, the figure that appeared before him was human. Moreover, he recognized this individual, the legendary Tian. At that moment, Tian hovered in midair, casting a cold gaze upon him. Tian was, without a doubt, the greatest obstacle he faced on this blue star. Adam had envisioned countless scenarios in which he would capture Tian, yet now, confronted with the reality of his presence, he felt not a shred of joy, only an overwhelming chill. Tian's capabilities exceeded his wildest imaginings. The ability to make matter vanish into thin air was beyond his comprehension. The technology of the small gray aliens had yet to delve into the realm of space, let alone possess any superpowers associated with spatial properties. A civilization that could master such a domain must possess a profound understanding of the very concept of dimensions. Yet Tian could wield this ability with ease, indicating that the civilization backing him was unequivocally far superior to that of the gray aliens. Chapter 205. The Unyielding Small Gray Alien. Without a moment's hesitation, the small gray alien turned to flee. Simultaneously, chaos erupted within the base as countless robots charged toward Tian, arms raised with weapons poised. In the next instant, a deluge of bullets rained down upon him. However, these projectiles were effortlessly repelled by his protective shield, even the explosion of rockets failing to inflict a single scratch. At that moment, some peculiar robots emerged, brandishing a specialized device aimed at Tian. Countless lasers enveloped every inch of his form, illuminating him brilliantly. Yet, this proved utterly futile, for the lasers halted at his outer layer, obstructed by an invisible force. Witnessing this, the fleeing gray aliens quickened their pace. Tian swiftly utilized chaotic particles to ensnare the surrounding robots and equipment, drawing them into his storage. In no time, the entire base had been thoroughly plundered. Meanwhile, his form surged forward, racing toward the small gray aliens. Adam regarded him with a vigilant gaze and remarked, "My friend, I apologize, but I am unaware that you had already set your sights on this planet. Since you have claimed it, I shall take my leave immediately, hoping we can resolve this matter amicably. Otherwise, our little gray army is not to be trifled with. Should you harm me, they will pursue you relentlessly. I trust that even your formidable prowess cannot contend with an entire gray civilization." Tian let out a cold, derisive laugh. "Are you only now feeling fear? Were you not quite arrogant before? You have wreaked havoc on Blue Star and now wish to flee? Do not attempt to intimidate me with your gray civilization. I have not the slightest regard for them. Without your prompting, I intend to seek them out myself. How about you enlighten me on the whereabouts of the gray civilization and the current location of their army?" The gray alien's expression darkened. "It appears you have no intention of letting me go. Yet, you are exceedingly overconfident, believing that your spatial abilities render you invincible. Your gravest error is standing so close to me. At this proximity, my psychic powers are sufficient to ensnare you completely. Prepare to become my slave. I wish to uncover the secrets hidden within you." With that, he extended his hand, intending to manipulate Tian's mind with telekinesis. However, he soon realized that Tian merely regarded him with a cold stare, entirely unfazed. The gray alien's expression morphed into one of disbelief, culminating in a complete breakdown. How? How can you be immune to my psychic abilities?" His earlier demeanor of fleeing and negotiating had merely been a ruse to lull Tian into a false sense of security. allowing him to approach and control his mind. Yet now he comprehended that he had gravely miscalculated, as his psychic powers were utterly ineffective. From Tian's perspective, he observed the luminous points emanating from the gray alien's hand and finally grasped why the system had such confidence in him. It turned out that the gray's abilities were akin to his chaotic particles, albeit a significantly inferior version. Previously, he had only witnessed the gray's movements through video, rendering those luminous points invisible. Now, in close proximity, he could see all of them clearly as he unleashed his own powers. Such a traceable ability posed no threat to him. With a sudden inspiration, Tian manipulated the chaotic particles in an attempt to constrict those photons. He quickly discovered that he had succeeded, gathering the particles the gray emitted into a compact sphere held tightly in his grasp. The gray alien now regarded him with a look of sheer terror. He had not anticipated that his powers would not only fail to affect his opponent, but could also be perceived and countered. Those particles constituted his core life energy, now ensnared in Tian's hand, leaving him vulnerable to death at any moment. Desperately, he pleaded, "Please, spare me, my lord. I was blind to your true power." He deeply regretted venturing to explore this planet, as well as awakening and provoking Tian. Tian remained unmoved, contemplating how to extract further intelligence about the extraterrestrial realm from the gray alien, while thoroughly draining him of all knowledge he possessed. The challenge lay in the fact that he was an alien. Administering a truth serum was futile, as it only worked on humans. However, upon witnessing the alien's reaction, Tian compressed the photons in his grasp once more. As expected, the gray alien exhibited immense distress, continuing to plead for mercy. Tian inquired, "What say you? If you obediently divulge information regarding the gray civilization, I shall grant you a swift end." Yet the gray merely shook his head, refusing to divulge anything, his expression resolute as he prepared for death. In the next moment, Tian was astonished to find that the photons he had gripped vanished into thin air. Simultaneously, the gray alien skin began to swell ominously. Startlet, Tian hastade erected a protective shield. An instant later, the gray alien exploded, showering the entire base with blood and flesh. Tian sighed, taken aback by the alien's stubbornness. He would rather perish than be captured. This created a predicament, as he now lacked any intelligence on the gray army, hindering further preparations. With no other recourse, he continued to wander the base, searching for additional useful clues. Suddenly, he noticed a glimmering object amidst the bloodstains on the ground. Curiosity piqued, he levitated the object, revealing a completely transparent crystal that emitted a faint green glow. The chaotic particles detected that this object held warmth. It seemed to have appeared only after the gray alien's explosion. Regardless, he decided to collect it for later examination. Now is not the time for research. After thoroughly scouring the base and gathering all useful items, including the rectangular aircraft used by the gray alien during its escape from the research center, Tian retraced his steps and departed. An hour later, he emerged from the roadside, glancing around to ensure no one was in sight before returning to the city in his vehicle. He had distanced himself sufficiently from the base. With a flick of his wrist, he activated the hydrogen bomb's ignition mechanism using his pseudo-intelligence. At that moment, a colossal explosion reverberated across the desert. The shockwave knocked individuals in a nearby town off their feet, and upon realizing it was not an earthquake, those stationed in the town were astonished to see a massive mushroom cloud rising from the desert center. Marshall and his team promptly reacted, recognizing the site as that of the gray alien's base. They immediately dispatched aircraft to investigate the situation. Upon arrival, they were taken aback. The entire base had been obliterated, leaving nothing but a vast crater in its place. After confirming that no traces of the gray aliens remained, Marshall and his team commenced an investigation. Chapter 206, Doubts and the Elder Suspicion Commander. Upon inspection, we have confirmed a nuclear explosion occurred here, with the epicenter directly beneath the base. The explosive appears to have been a hydrogen bomb, and we detected no residual radiation at the center or within the blast zone. However, it is curious that this base should have housed numerous high-tech devices, yet we have found not a single fragment in our extensive search. Marshall was astounded. "What? Are you certain?" Just moments ago, he had received the news with elation, believing that the accidental explosion of the hydrogen bomb at the alien base had annihilated both the facility and the gray aliens. This revelation had brought him relief, as the greatest enemy of Blue Star had seemingly been eliminated overnight. Perhaps this was a sign from God answering their prayers. Yet now, his subordinates informed him that no remnants of the base had been discovered. How could this be? The base was always right beneath us. We maintained constant surveillance and did not observe anyone leaving the perimeter. It was impossible for them to escape unnoticed. His subordinates shared his bewilderment. Yet the facts remained. Their search area had been extensive, and they should have uncovered high-tech debris. To this point, however, nothing had been found. Marshall's expression turned grave. This indicated a problem. It suggested that the gray aliens had stealthily evacuated the base through some means. Was it possible their energy reserves had dwindled, prompting them to leave before it became untenable? But why would they destroy the base? Was this merely an act to create a facade, misleading them into believing the aliens had perished, while they plotted new conspiracies from the shadows? Rapidly, the incident made headlines, with news of a nuclear explosion at the gray alien base circulating across the internet. My goodness, is this for real? This is splendid news. The malevolent little gray beings have finally met their demise, claimed by the heavens. It is utterly amusing that a nuclear bomb within their own base detonated inexplicably. A sigh of relief escapes me. I always believed that Blue Star's fate was not sealed. For now, there is no cause for concern. But the question remains, how long shall we wait for the potential invasion of the gray civilization? The entire world has erupted in jubilation, with some even proposing to commemorate this day as a new holiday. Yet, only those at the upper echelons of power in major nations are privy to the underlying truth. They are acutely aware that no remnants of the gray base were discovered at the site. Hence, it is conceivable that they remain concealed in some obscure corner of Blue Star, poised to strike at any moment. Moreover, this time they have completely vanished underground, rendering the likelihood of locating them nearly impossible. In Daxia, upon hearing this news, the elder became suspicious. He commanded his subordinate to bring him the phone and dialed Zhang Daqiang. Hello, Xiao Zhang. Zhang Daqiang, perplexed, learned of the elder's interest in Yi Tian's recent activities and replied, Yi Tian? He spends nearly all his time in the laboratory, hardly ever venturing out. Oh wait, he did go out a few days ago to buy something, but returned swiftly. Upon hearing the specific date, the elder's mind began to piece together the puzzle. That date was precisely the day before the nuclear explosion at the base. It was likely that Yi Tian took advantage of his brief excursion to switch something out, returning only with a substitute. What confounded him was how Yi Tian managed to appear in Dami. If his previous movements were confined to the city, how could he have traversed to the far side of Blue Star and executed such a grand scheme? It was implausible that he traveled by plane or ship, nor did he utilize any mecha to fly there. How then did he cover such a vast distance in such a short span? And how did he silently orchestrate the disappearance of not only the little gray beings, but the entire base? Furthermore, he had access to a hydrogen bomb, which he seemingly transported with ease. This capability was simply terrifying. The elder found himself increasingly unable to fathom Yi Tian's true nature. Zhang Daqiang sensed something amiss and inquired, Why do you ask? Is it related to Yi Tian? The elder recounted his suspicions. This revelation left Zhang Daqiang utterly astounded. He had not anticipated that Yi Tian had secretly accomplished such a significant feat, especially one that involved silently infiltrating Dami. But how did he manage to reach Dami? And how did he transport the hydrogen bomb? The elder was equally perplexed. This aspect remains a mystery to me, which is why I sought your insight. After all, you are close to him. Have you noticed anything unusual in the past few days? Zhang Daqiang shook his head. Not at all. His routine is quite monotonous. He spends nearly every day immersed in the laboratory. He only went out that one time and brought nothing back, certainly not a hydrogen bomb. The biggest question remains, how did he leave? Lacking any other identity, he could not have taken a plane, and we have not detected him using a mecha. The only remaining option would be to traverse by sea. Wait, by sea? Suddenly, Zhang Daqiang felt he had stumbled upon a revelation. The elder, quick to pick up on this, showed immediate interest. Have you thought of something? Zhang Daqiang scratched his head, attempting to trace the source of his intuition. Suddenly, it dawned on him. Recently, there had been significant news in Nanfeng City regarding a young man, suspected to be a tourist, who despondently jumped into the sea. However, the police found no trace of the young man, and the investigation yielded no results. It appeared as if he had never existed at all. Zhang Daqiang quickly opened his computer to investigate. Upon discovering the timeline of the incident, his mind exploded with realization. The timing coincided almost perfectly with Yi Tian's outing. He calculated the precise duration from Yi Tian's departure to the time of the incident at the seaside, and everything aligned seamlessly. Furthermore, he examined the description of the young man as recounted by the fisherman, and it bore an uncanny resemblance to Yi Tian. He shared this hypothesis with the elder. After reviewing the materials, was left in awe. After a moment of contemplation, he sighed, Xiao Zhang, it appears that we have only scratched the surface of the mysteries surrounding Yi Tian. To dive into the sea and swim across an entire ocean within mere hours is utterly unfathomable. Such feats are the realm of superhumans. No wonder he harbors no fear of the little gray beings, being able to resolve matters with such ease. He has always been discreet. And this leads me to another thought. If his invention of the super medical pod can enhance an ordinary person's physical capabilities to such an extent, why has he never utilized it himself? Perhaps he simply deems that level of enhancement beneath him. Chapter 207. The Mysterious Email and the Legacy of the Little Gray Beings. Both were profoundly shaken by this revelation. Tian's previously exhibited abilities had always fallen within the realm of the conceivable, but this latest display was astonishingly beyond comprehension. The elder remarked, "It seems he has never been concerned about his own safety. Perhaps it is our protective measures that have caused him distress. Had it not been for the security personnel, he could have swiftly resolved each crisis on his own. Instead, their presence necessitates that he conceals his capabilities. In the future, we should consider stepping back from our protective role. This would also demonstrate our sincerity to him." The two continued their conversation, and the elder burst into laughter. Tian's actions have left the world with an unsolved enigma. Those people still believe that the aliens have secretly escaped and are tirelessly pursuing their whereabouts. Consequently, their greatest threat remains the aliens, and their relentless search will divert their attention from us. In Dami, while Marshall and his team were conducting their investigation, a subordinate suddenly approached with an urgent report. "Sir, we have received a mysterious email. It contains a substantial attachment, and the email's content is rather peculiar." Marshall furrowed his brow. "Peculiar in what way? You'll see when you take a look." Marshall stepped over to review the email. After reading for a while, his eyes widened in shock, his expression shifting from astonishment to confusion and finally to delight. The email read, "Greetings, Commander of Dami, I am Adam. By the time you read this letter, I should no longer be among the living. This is a contingency I have devised for myself, and I hope this email never sees the light of day. If you are reading this, it serves as a gift I leave for the people of Blue Star. I cannot fathom anything on Blue Star that could bring about my demise, save for Tian. Therefore, should you be questioning the cause of my death, or even my current existence, you need not doubt. I am likely indeed dead. This affirms that Tian possesses abilities far beyond your imagination. So you must exercise utmost caution. Should I perish, no force will be able to impede him. There is no doubt that Tian is backed by an extraterrestrial civilization, one more powerful than our own. Destiny, too, shall unveil a plethora of offensive and defensive technologies, alongside a foundational scientific advancement to significantly enhance your technological progress, enabling you to contend with Tian. Moreover, the prodigies I have left behind still possess utility, although my energy has departed from them, rendering their research capabilities slower than before. Their intellect remains among the pinnacle of humanity, fully capable of assisting you in scientific endeavors. Now, let us address your concerns regarding Tian's enigmatic surveillance techniques. I concede that such technology is remarkably advanced, perhaps even beyond the grasp of our civilization. However, through my recent investigations, I have discerned that it is not omnipotent, harboring numerous vulnerabilities. By activating a specific device, one can emit a force field that halts the operation of these particles. Thus, you need not worry. I shall also provide an electronic encryption algorithm to fortify your internet, ensuring it is no longer susceptible to their incursions. Furthermore, according to my analysis, this particle technology is likely a recent innovation of his and cannot be mass-produced. Otherwise, he would have long been aware of many of your secrets as well as my existence. Upon reading this email, Marshall was utterly elated, astonished by the unexpected bounty. The little gray beings had indeed bequeathed us such sophisticated technologies. It was clear that we, the Rice faction, were the chosen ones. Let me behold the formidable energy weapon, the light prism tower technology, and the legendary energy shield. The presence of a controllable nuclear fusion device was particularly significant. Marshall understood the immense importance of this technology. Once Rice acquired a nuclear fusion apparatus, it would catalyze unprecedented advancements across various sectors, propelling us far ahead of the Great Xia in due time. Such a distinction between possessing controllable nuclear fusion technology would ensure that Rice's status was never in jeopardy again. He perused the list of assassination technologies prepared for Tian, his thoughts becoming increasingly animated. Following this incident, he believed he had a considerable opportunity to vie for the position of the next supreme leader. If his family could firmly grasp these technologies, he would ascend to the pinnacle of the world. Yet, the shadow of Tian loomed in his mind, instilling a deep sense of trepidation. It was imperative that he eliminate Tian, the greatest variable. Simultaneously, He marveled at the truth of the situation. The little gray beings had been stealthily eradicated by Tian, without ever drawing his attention. Had it not been for the email from the little gray beings, he would still be in the dark. Furthermore, Rice's primary strategy, moving forward, must focus on uniting the world against the threat posed by the little gray beings, thereby granting the Great Xia a precious opportunity for development. It seemed plausible that Tian harbored similar intentions. He orchestrated the scene to lead everyone to believe that the little gray beings had escaped through mysterious means, thereby diverting global attention. A cunning plan indeed. Alas, now that he was aware of the truth, he would not allow Tian to fulfill his desires. Marshall recognized that the little gray beings were not altruistic. Their decision to leave these technologies for Rice was merely a tactic to prolong the conflict between Rice and the Great Xia, ideally leading to mutual destruction. This would significantly impact Blue Star's technological progress, ensuring that when the little gray army descended, they would face minimal resistance. Nevertheless, Marshall felt no qualms. After all, these technologies were to be seized without hesitation. He had always regarded Tian as the greatest threat. The fate of Blue Star must rest in the hands of its inhabitants, specifically in those of Rice. Tian and the extraterrestrial civilization backing him must be annihilated. The notion that the struggle between Rice and the Great Xia would slow technological advancement, allowing the little gray army to benefit, was utterly unfathomable. For Marshall was determined to swiftly eliminate Tian as an obstacle, and once he acquired secret from Tian, he would unify Blue Star. At that juncture, the development of Blue Star would face no further impediments. Chapter 208, Alliance and Division. Suddenly, a thought struck him, causing his brow to furrow as he meticulously surveyed his surroundings. He closed the email and disconnected the internet cable. He nearly forgot that Tian possessed a formidable weapon in the form of a pseudo-intelligence. If he were to become aware of everything that had transpired, it would spell disaster. Although the Alliance had announced its advancement into the next phase following the recent disappearance of the little gray beings, and the Great Xia had pledged to retrieve all pseudo-intelligences who could guarantee their adherence to such promises. Thus, caution remained paramount. Fortunately, the little gray beings had proposed a solution, alleviating fears of espionage regarding confidential matters. Reflecting on the little gray beings' assessment of Tian and their inexplicable vanishing act, Marshall grew increasingly wary of Tian's capabilities. Suddenly, an idea dawned upon him. Perhaps he could probe the depths of the Great Xia, potentially sowing discord between their upper echelons and Tian. He summoned his subordinates, instructing them to manufacture devices capable of shielding against pseudo-intelligence, and to implement the encryption technology into the internet. Simultaneously, he directed his aides to contact the upper echelons of various nations to convene a meeting regarding future strategies for countering extraterrestrial assaults. The elder received an invitation to the meeting, which explicitly requested that Tian remain unaware of it. Though perplexed, the elder attended the meeting punctually. This gathering was set upon a secluded island in Europe, where the upper echelons of nearly all nations clandestinely convened, withholding any news from the outside world. Once all were assembled, the meeting commenced. The dignitaries from other nations first congratulated Marshall. Congratulations in advance. I hear you have commenced your campaign. Given your recent performance and qualifications, this position is practically yours. May Rice flourish under your leadership. Marshall expressed his gratitude to each. The elder offered some perfunctory remarks. Sensing an odd atmosphere in the meeting and observing the others closely, suddenly, Marshall's demeanor turned serious as he inquired, "Gentlemen, are you certain no information has been leaked regarding this gathering?" He then turned to the elder, asking, "Elder X, has any of this reached Tian? Is there a possibility he has placed a pseudo-intelligence near you?" The elder shook his head. "Of course not. In truth, Tian has long returned to his company. He does not spend all his time with us. Last time he was here solely to provide technical support, and I informed him of virtually everything. Now that the incident with the little gray beings has reached a conclusion, he is preoccupied with research, and I have no need to inform him of every detail. Especially since you mentioned the confidentiality of this meeting. Regarding the pseudo-intelligences, I have reiterated this many times. They were merely our means of secure communication. Now that you have raised your concerns, all pseudo-intelligences have been retrieved." The elder had begun to sense Marshall's underlying intentions. Indeed, Marshall shook his head, and the expressions of those present reflected their growing unease. "Elder X, I undoubtedly trust your words. However, we cannot ascertain that Tian himself is acting in the same manner. After all, this method is solely within his purview, and we know very little about it. Such techniques are exceedingly covert, leaving us without means of detection, Thus, we cannot guarantee that Tian has not employed such technology to spy on us. Who knows if an invisible eye lurks beside us in our daily lives? Frankly, this has long been a source of anxiety for us, and we must find a resolution. While we absolutely believe in you, Elder X, perhaps you place too much trust in Tian in this matter. We are all acutely aware of the formidable threat posed by extraterrestrial beings. A mere gray alien nearly brought devastation to our blue planet. Not to mention Tian, whose civilization may potentially surpass that of the gray aliens. We remain oblivious to the sinister machinations lurking behind him. Everyone nodded in agreement, expressing their concurrence with these sentiments. The elder's countenance darkened slightly. Is the purpose of today's meeting solely to besiege the Yishan Corporation? Are they to be our next target? Just because they possess advanced technology, does that warrant their original sin? Must they be obliterated? Let us not forget that it was the technological support from Yishan Corporation that averted a crisis for our blue planet. Just as the matter with the gray aliens has reached a temporary resolution, thoughts of addressing Tian arise. It is difficult not to ponder whether your motives are to stifle the progress of the Xia and indeed the entirety of our blue planet. Do not overlook the fact that the gray aliens remain unaccounted for, and we are still faced with the looming threat of a gray alien army. We may very well need Tian's technological assistance in the future. This discussion is utterly futile, built entirely upon fanciful conjectures. If that is the case, I may have to excuse myself early. At that moment, the elder felt a strange unease. Earlier, during the meeting with Marshall, inquiries were made regarding how to locate the gray aliens. Just a few days later, the most significant threat, the gray aliens, was entirely disregarded, with the focus shifting to Tian. He began to suspect that Marshall had received some intelligence confirming the demise of the gray aliens. Marshall quickly interjected, "My apologies, that was not my intention. I am genuinely concerned for our well-being. If the Yishan Corporation is indeed an advanced technology firm, we wholeheartedly welcome that. However, the nature of their technology appears exceedingly alarming, perhaps due to the connection with the gray aliens, which renders me particularly vigilant." Others chimed in. I believe Marshall's concerns are entirely reasonable. While Tian has aided us significantly, it is also true that they do not wish to see the gray aliens lay claim to this planet. Moreover, the implications of the pseudo-intelligent technology are profound. It enables unrestricted surveillance of any corner of our blue planet, and we are unable to decipher or detect such technology. It is only natural to harbor some apprehension. Given the magnitude of recent events, we have every right to question anyone's motives. The elder observed these individuals engaging in fervent discourse and suddenly realized the truth. It became clear that Marshall was pursuing this line of thought. Now, he could be certain that Marshall must have already learned of the gray aliens' demise. Thus, he began to urgently court other nations, isolating the Xia in the process. At present, these nations were largely gripped by fear regarding the pseudo-intelligent technology. This effectively united them on one front. Not to mention, had he not been preoccupied with pondering the issues surrounding Tian, he would have already held a steadfast conviction. It was likely that he too would have experienced wavering doubts. Chapter 209. A dog cannot change its nature. At this juncture, Marshall recognized the opportune moment and hastily remarked, "Regardless, the reason I bring this up is simply to alert everyone, not to accuse the Yishan Corporation. No matter their nature, we must remain vigilant. As for your concerns regarding the pseudo-intelligent technology, we at DME have developed a new technology that can completely shield against its surveillance. I hereby announce that we will share this technology with everyone." The assembly was taken aback, their expressions a mix of astonishment and delight. What? A device that can block the pseudo-intelligent technology? That is splendid. Finally, we need not worry about this issue any longer. DME has indeed made rapid advancements in related technologies. Thank you, Mr. Marshall. Marshall smiled and replied, "No need for thanks. We have all fought side by side before. Moving forward, we should strengthen our collaboration. A minor technology is inconsequential." He cast a sidelong glance at the elder. "Old friend, we shall also share this technology with you. And I hope you can view the Yishan Corporation in a proper light." The elder's expression darkened. Marshall's maneuver was truly astute. He first peddled anxieties regarding the pseudo-intelligent technology, then timely introduced a solution, effortlessly garnering the favor of the other nation's elites. Furthermore, this act bore another layer of significance. While they could share their technology, the Xia had consistently withheld its pseudo-intelligent technology. The disparity was glaring. In essence, Marshall had swiftly reunited the previously estranged elites of other nations into his camp. In contrast, the Xia's reluctance to divulge its pseudo-intelligent technology, coupled with its unwavering support for the Yishan Corporation, placed it in a position of isolation. Even upon hearing of de Me's invention of the shielding technology and its willingness to share, he felt a flicker of relief. It must be said that he had long harbored subconscious concerns regarding the pseudo-intelligent technology. He then became acutely aware, forcefully suppressing this emotion. For this was precisely what Marshall desired. As doubt in his heart grew, he would inevitably distance himself from the Yixin Corporation, playing right into Marshall's hands. Thus far, Tian must remain firmly allied with the Yixin Corporation, extending absolute trust, at least until the threat of the Gray civilization is thoroughly resolved. Marshall continued, "Now, let us return to the matter at hand. We must discuss how to locate the Gray aliens and prepare for the impending invasion of their forces." The ensuing discussions were largely trivial and devoid of substantive measures, as the intelligence available to them was scant. Faced with a civilization far surpassing their own, it was challenging to formulate effective responses. Simultaneously, Marshall observed the Elder's reactions throughout this process. He was convinced of one thing. The Elder was fully aware that the Gray aliens no longer existed on Blue Planet. His attitude towards this topic was one of indifference. Only upon discussing the Gray alien army did he furrow his brow. After the meeting concluded, the Elder returned to Tian and immediately summoned Tian. He disclosed without reservation the discussions that had transpired during the meeting. Indeed, upon discerning Marshall's intentions, the Elder resolved to unite with Tian without reservation. After hearing all this, Tian cursed. "Indeed, a dog cannot change its nature. Just when we resolved one crisis, they already have new schemes." This statement inadvertently revealed that Tian was aware of the Gray alien's absence. The Elder remarked, "I find it peculiar. Marshall's demeanor seems to have shifted abruptly. Just a few days ago, he appeared quite anxious, yet today he seems unconcerned about the Gray aliens on Blue Planet." Tian nodded. This indicates that he must have learned through some means that the Gray aliens are dead, which is why he has redirected his focus towards me. Regardless, let him be. It seems we must rely on ourselves to confront the Gray civilization. These individuals are unreliable. The Elder cast a knowing glance at Tian and said, "You must be cautious regarding your safety in the days to come." Tian replied, "Understood." The Elder then inquired, "What strategies do you have for dealing with the Gray alien army?" Tian responded, "We will have to take it one step at a time. We can only hope that their arrival is still some time away, allowing us to advance our civilization to a sufficient stage. As long as we can venture beyond Blue Planet, we should be fine. The primary issue remains our limited understanding of their civilization. We do not know their location or the trajectory of their approach to Blue Planet. If we could ascertain this information and confine the battlefield within the solar system, perhaps we would stand a chance to resist. In truth, should I ascertain the location of extraterrestrial civilizations, I might employ some technological means to infiltrate their ranks and acquire further information." The old man's eyes lit up. "What methods do you propose?" After a moment's hesitation, Tian replied, "I must first clarify that the method I am suggesting may not necessarily be effective. You are presumably familiar with that science fiction novel and the concept of Sophin. It can traverse at near light speed, effortlessly monitoring all information of a civilization. The pseudo-Sophin I previously presented is merely a low-spec version. You have already witnessed its capabilities. Should we enhance it further, it could penetrate any target at will and navigate through space. Thus, gathering intelligence on the little Gray beings should pose no challenge. The sole difficulty lies in whether we can successfully develop such technology. As it stands, our current capabilities are insufficient to produce a pseudo-Sophin. The previous models were created through specialized modifications of the little Gray beings' atomic computers. To manufacture a true Sophin, we must advance beyond the pseudo-Sophin, which significantly increases the difficulty. Furthermore, I possess only a limited number of pseudo-Sophins, even if we were to utilize them all. Whether we could produce a single Sophin remains uncertain. It is possible that all these pseudo-Sophins could be rendered entirely wasteful." The old man was both astonished and thrilled. "Are you serious? Sophins? Such advanced technology truly exists?" Tian affirmed, "Indeed, some technologies may sound fantastical, yet they are merely conventional applications of technology that has reached a certain level of advancement. Humanity's technological journey is far from its conclusion." The old man contemplated for a moment. Tian's intentions were now clear. To create a Sophin would entail certain risks, potentially resulting in the loss of all pseudo-Sophins. However, at the current stage, the pseudo-Sophins remain quite useful. Yet, once a Sophin is produced, it could significantly aid our future endeavors against the little Gray being's invasion. Chapter 210, Synthesis of Superspace Mining Vessels. The old man mused, then addressed Tian. "Focus all your efforts on developing the Sophin. Even if you fail, It matters not. If successful, it will mean a victory for humanity on Blue Star. After all, the shielding device of the pseudo-sophon has already been unveiled, diminishing its significance considerably. Tian nodded. Very well, but currently, we lack further intelligence on the little gray beings. Even if we succeed in creating a sophon, we would be at a loss as to how to locate their fleet. Perhaps it is prudent to wait a while longer. The old man nodded in agreement. Indeed. I recall you mentioned that the controllable nuclear fusion device has been completed and you intended to develop a space mining vessel. Now that the matter concerning the little gray beings has reached a pause, expedite the development of this project. Any funding you require will be provided. Once we master commercialized nuclear fusion technology, we shall usher in a period of significant advancement, enabling our nation to swiftly venture beyond Blue Star and prepare for future interstellar conflicts. Suddenly, Tian had a thought and retrieved a hard drive from his pocket, saying, "By the way, this contains some technical data. Among them is technology that rivals the little gray beings' light prism towers. Once equipped with controllable nuclear fusion energy, it will become a formidable weapon. Inspired by the technological advancements at the little gray being's base, I have developed several similar technologies. Additionally, there is a small drone swarm, far superior to our current drones, highly effective on the battlefield, equipped with metallic hydrogen bullets. There is also a special metallic material capable of withstanding nuclear explosions and particle strikes, including destructive waves. Furthermore, I have devised a technology for energy shields. Our company lacks endeavors in this area. Thus, I'm offering these technologies as free support, which should significantly enhance our equipment capabilities." The old man was immensely gratified. "Thank you, Academician Yi. These are indeed invaluable." He recalled the power of the little gray being's light prism tower and swallowed hard. After witnessing that video, the higher-ups in the country were filled with envy. With this technology, any critical area could transform into a bastion of both offense and defense, essentially rendering it invulnerable. He never anticipated receiving such pertinent technologies so swiftly. Tian's offerings were guaranteed to be of superior quality. Suddenly, he paused, as if struck by a realization. It was known that Tian had recently dismantled the little gray being's hideout, with reports suggesting that the base left no trace. Now, Tian had produced the light prism tower, drones, and materials capable of resisting destructive waves. Could these technologies belong to the little gray beings? The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. Upon returning to his residence, Tian immediately immersed himself in the development of the spacecraft. Ever since he had engineered the nuclear fusion device, he had been engaged in this line of work, though it had been temporarily shelved due to the little gray beings. However, Wally had already designed a prototype for the mining vessel. Initially, he intended to use this as a standard for upgrades. Yet, after raiding the little gray being's base and acquiring several high-tech devices, Tian believed that substituting these technologies for his own designs would elevate the spacecraft's technological sophistication by several tiers. Thus, he instructed Wally to recommence the design process, incorporating several technologies from the little gray being's base, including the high-strength alloy capable of resisting destructive waves, which could be utilized for the spacecraft's exterior and structural design. He also integrated the light prism tower and energy shield technologies obtained from the little gray beings into the spacecraft. Moreover, the core of the spacecraft would employ a small nuclear fusion engine, propelled by the particles from the fusion reaction. Naturally, an E-class supercomputer and artificial intelligence were also incorporated into the spacecraft. Additionally, a standard electric centrifugal sorting mining apparatus was designed. The remaining features included an array of drones, a plethora of robots, and various other facilities. Ultimately, Wally presented a flawless blueprint. The cost of constructing this spacecraft alone amounted to 20 billion. Note that this figure solely encompasses materials and manufacturing expenses, representing the minimum valuation of the spacecraft. Unlike the items Tian had previously synthesized, such as the lithography machine, which had an inflated evaluation of 1 billion, requiring only a few million for actual production, the spacecraft Tian created genuinely compressed costs to the utmost. Its technological sophistication was second only to extraterrestrial technologies such as atomic computers. Yet, Tian was not content with this. He aspired to synthesize further, aiming for the perfect spacecraft. Before long, in Tian's laboratory, several super multifunctional machine tools were simultaneously at work, producing a prototype of a spacecraft. The vessel's dimensions reached that of a cruise ship, appearing particularly grand within the confines of the aerospace hangar. Tian did not linger on it for long, instead placing it directly into the shop for unlocking. The spacecraft's rating in the shop soared to a staggering 30 billion, exceeding Tian's cost by 10 billion. Thus, synthesizing it required 300 billion. However, funds had already been allocated for this endeavor, and the success rate for synthesizing secondary items was quite high. He could proceed with confidence. Tian purchased 10 vessels, placed them into the synthesizer, and initiated the synthesis. A dazzling array of colors flashed before him. Ding! Synthesis successful. He had acquired the second-tier item, the super space mining vessel. Tian examined the synthesized vessel, materializing it entirely before him. He was utterly astonished by the upgraded spacecraft, which was now 3 times larger than its predecessor. The vessel's form has undergone a complete metamorphosis, resembling the Millennium Falcon from Star Wars. Tian meticulously examined the mining ship's detailed specifications, utterly astounded by its intricate configuration. The upgraded spacecraft boasts significant enhancements across all facets of its design. The hull, now crafted from a structure surpassing even that employed by the Greys, is capable of withstanding high-intensity physical impacts while being immune to nearly all forms of radiation and energy assaults, even when subjected to an onslaught of gamma rays. The interior remains operational, safeguarding the biological entities within. It retains its shape under immense gravitational conditions and can endure exceedingly harsh environments. Furthermore, the newly designed vessel is equipped with a more formidable energy shield, outperforming that of the Greys. Chapter 211. Such a vessel is still ahead of its time. The energy shield technology has been developed within the Grey community, but has never been utilized, as prior crises were resolved solely through the use of the light prism tower. The energy shield consumes vast amounts of electrical energy during its maintenance, necessitating activation only in emergencies, and, consequently, other facilities within the Grey base must cease operation when it is engaged. Thus, this apparatus serves merely as a last resort for self-preservation. In contrast, the energy shield apparatus aboard the ship is far more advanced, enveloping the entire vessel without any blind spots while consuming less energy and operating with greater efficiency. The innovative energy shield generates a unique type of particle that coalesces to form a protective barrier. This shield, remarkably thin, requires minimal energy yet possesses astonishing defensive capabilities, capable of mitigating certain physical attacks and various types of energy particle infiltration. The mining ship can effectively defend against space debris or meteoroids encountered in the void. Additionally, the light prism tower mechanism has been upgraded to an energy beam cannon, no longer firing mere lasers but a new type of particle with enhanced destructive power and extended range. The fusion engine of the ship has also undergone significant refurbishment, evolving into a multi-core composite engine, amalgamating various controllable nuclear fusion devices. This allows for selective activation of components based on energy demands, thereby minimizing energy consumption. For instance, during stable space travel, only the most basic engines need to be operational, with additional engines activated as needed. This engine not only powers the entire vessel, but also extends to the ship's propulsion system, relying entirely on ejected nuclear fusion plasma for thrust. In the vastness of space, as long as there is an infinite energy supply, acceleration can be limitless. Tian calculated that this spacecraft could make a round trip to Mars in approximately 1 month. Its existence would significantly expedite the exploration of the solar system and even deep space. Other facilities aboard have also received various upgrades, including the internal computers, artificial intelligence, and drone swarms. However, the most remarkable feature of this ship, which Tian considers the true qualitative leap in its synthesis, is the incorporation of a gravity system. This system enables the vessel to utilize anti-gravity technology when departing the atmosphere or entering various gravitational orbits, and it can simulate gravity during stable operations in space, allowing personnel on board to fully acclimate to life aboard the ship. Furthermore, the unique mining apparatus on the vessel employs a gravitational attraction sorting function. By simply directing the device's tip toward a specific area and activating the attraction for designated minerals, only the selected mineral will be drawn into the apparatus, while other objects remain unaffected. This mining technology is particularly advantageous for space mining, streamlining numerous complex processes and achieving exceptionally high efficiency, especially in the collection of gaseous minerals such as helium-3. With the ship now completed, as per their initial agreement, the technology must be shared with the team above. Tian promptly called Zhang Daqiang to inform him. Soon, the visiting experts arrived. Tian gazed in surprise at the elderly figure approaching him. "What brings you here?" he inquired. The elder replied with a smile, "What? Am I not welcome? Such a significant matter warrants my personal oversight. After all, it pertains to the future of the Great Xia." At this moment, the experts accompanying the elder could hardly contain their anticipation. One of the specialists exclaimed, "Where's the ship? I heard you suddenly began delving into aerospace technology, so I came to ensure everything is on track. This field is no trivial matter. It allows for not a single misstep." Tian guided the group to the storage room and opened the door. The onlookers stood in stunned silence, awestruck by the grandeur of the ship before them. This was a sight one would only expect to encounter in a science fiction film. It is worth noting that Blue Star is still in the rocket stage, dabbling with space shuttles. No one has genuinely researched spacecraft before. The expert's jaw dropped in disbelief as he hurriedly approached, carefully running his hand along the surface. He could barely reach the bottom of the vessel due to its immense size, which dwarfed even the largest cruise ships. He turned, frowning, and queried, "How did you manage to construct such a massive ship? Is that even feasible? Our current aerospace technology is insufficient to support the development of a vessel of this scale." "I assumed you were referring to a smaller craft. I acknowledge that this ship's design is aesthetically pleasing, but the challenges associated with such a large vessel are numerous. Most critically, can it even achieve flight? This ship must weigh several tons. What kind of engine and fuel could possibly ensure its liftoff and departure from the atmosphere? Even the Saturn V might not suffice." He continued to circle the ship, observing, for a vessel of this magnitude, the flames emitted during launch would likely be sufficient to incinerate the hull. How can it be placed in a cooling pool? How will we extract the ship from the storage facility? Moreover, its shape does not conform to the requirements for atmospheric launch. The friction experienced upon takeoff would generate substantial resistance. Other experts shook their heads in agreement. Having worked in aerospace for many years, we can only assert that humanity is still far from being able to develop such a ship. Numerous obstacles remain unresolved. Tian chuckled softly at their remarks. "As you noted, your life work has remained at the rocket stage. This, however, is a spacecraft, so do not confine your thinking to your established experiences. I can only assert that this vessel represents the pinnacle of our company's technological achievements. It serves purposes beyond mere mining. It signifies the Great Xia's inaugural step into the cosmos. It is perfectly suited for space exploration, mining, tourism, and in the future, even interstellar migration and warfare. The reason I constructed the ship to such a grand scale is that the energy and engine are fully capable of supporting a vessel of this magnitude. Thus, larger is indeed better." One expert, intrigued, inquired, "What energy source powers the ship? Is there anything more efficient than liquid hydrogen?" Tian glanced at the elder, who shook his head with a smile. It seemed that the concept of controllable nuclear fusion had not yet spread, as these aerospace experts were unaware. He replied, "Certainly, there is, but it is not a fuel in the traditional sense. This ship employs a fusion engine, propelling its motion not with conventional fuel, but with plasma generated from fusion reactions." Chapter 212. You call an interstellar battleship a mining vessel? Unsurprisingly, the experts present were utterly dumbfounded. One of the specialists, in a fit of excitement, grasped Yixianshan's shoulder and, with a trembling voice, exclaimed, Is this for real? Academician Yi, I'm not joking around. Given my age, I fear a heart attack." Yixianshan smiled and nodded. The experts began to whisper animatedly among themselves. They had actually broken through the controlled nuclear fusion device. How remarkable. No wonder the ship was designed this way. Its power is extraordinary. It seems that rockets will soon be rendered obsolete, as they hold no advantage against such a massive vessel. Indeed, a single trip to space with this ship could accomplish the work of thousands of rockets. The gap between fields is monumental. The technology of this ship far surpasses that of rockets. I cannot offer any guidance. Yixianshan stated. The ship employs a nuclear fusion power generation system, coupled with a mature nuclear fusion engine. The ample energy ensures it can maintain acceleration, allowing the vessel to travel to and from the moon and Blue Star within 2 days, and to Mars within a month. The experts were taken aback. A month to travel to Mars? Are you joking? Is this true? Could there be a miscalculation? How could it possibly be that fast? Initially, the experts believed that due to the ship's massive size, speed would inevitably be sacrificed, unlike smaller rockets. To their astonishment, Yixianshan revealed that the speed of the ship would far exceed that of rockets. The crowd lamented, "We truly are outdated." The nuclear fusion engine is a dimensional reduction strike against current fuel engines. This has immense implications for our exploration of the solar system. Perhaps we're on the brink of unveiling the age of space travel and colonization. One individual inquired, Academician Yi, will your company be able to mass produce this ship in the future? What is the cost of one vessel? If we can increase production, our capacity for space exploration will significantly rise. Yixianshan replied, mass production is feasible. However, the price is indeed steep. We only intend to produce them for our own use. as well as for sale to those above. Given the exorbitant production costs, I have set the sale price at 400 billion, which leaves us with minimal profit. The crowd erupted in disbelief. What? For 100 billion? No, that is far too expensive. Someone shook their head. I acknowledge that this ship is indeed impressive. But 400 billion is simply excessive. Indeed, academician, 400 billion could accomplish many things. And even if this ship possesses a controlled nuclear fusion engine, that price remains too high. The elderly man beside them remained silent, waiting for Yi Xiantian to clarify. Yi Xiantian shook his head with a smile. You focus solely on the price and overlook the true value of this vessel. I assure you, its technological content is absolutely worth the cost. Moreover, it holds immense significance for our exploration of space. Do not be misled by its high price. This ship will recoup its costs in a remarkably short time. After that, it will be pure profit. Possessing one is akin to owning a money tree. One expert asked, it will recoup costs in such a short time? But doesn't this ship only have mining capabilities? How long will it take to recover its costs through mining alone? Yi Xiantian chuckled. Once it is put into operation, you will be astonished by its mining speed. The mining apparatus on this ship is unlike anything on Blue Star. Now, let me address your doubts. Is this ship's technology truly worth 400 billion? My answer is an emphatic yes. In fact, my asking price of 400 billion is already a friendly one. Should other factions wish to purchase it in the future, I would not sell it for any amount. As he spoke, he elaborated on all the technologies employed in the ship, including its materials, energy shields, and energy beam cannons. The experts were utterly astounded. You call this a mining vessel? This is clearly an interstellar battleship. Just for mining, does it need to possess so many capabilities? According to your description, this is essentially a space fortress capable of both offense and defense, providing assurance in the face of alien invasions. The elderly man interjected rarely. Academician, will this ship be able to perform optimally against the small gray aliens during an invasion? Yi Xiantian replied, I cannot guarantee that, as we do not have a comprehensive understanding of the gray alien civilization. Perhaps they possess technologies that surpass our comprehension, such as the water drop phenomenon. In that case, we would do well to flee. However, if their bases are at the level of the previous gray alien atom base, we should be more than capable of countering, if not completely overpowering them. If the gray aliens' base were within our Great Xia territory, this ship could easily eradicate it. The elder smiled in satisfaction. Excellent. Based on that alone, the value of this ship far exceeds 400 billion. Even if it were more expensive, we would still purchase it. Moreover, the technologies you just mentioned are already worth far more. The elder's perspective was long-term, and his vision was broad. With this ship, the stability of Great Xia's position would be immensely fortified, rendering it virtually invulnerable. After all, any faction witnessing this formidable vessel on the battlefield would find themselves engulfed in despair, devoid of any will to resist. It can be said that this ship guarantees Great Xia's absolute safety on Blue Star. Henceforth, they could focus most of their attention on exploring the stars. The elder then asked, Academician, when will this ship be ready for testing and operation? Yi Xiantian replied, testing is unnecessary. Once I prepare a sufficient quantity of helium-3 for the ship in the coming days, it can then be officially put into operation. Given that the nuclear fusion device Yi Xiantian created relies on reactions involving helium-3, and that Blue Star's total reserve amount to only a few hundred kilograms, scattered across all helium gas, extraction is exceedingly cumbersome. Therefore, Yi Xiantian must employ alternative methods to procure it. Initially, he would create tritium from lithium, then allow the tritium to decay into helium-3. The entire process is quite intricate, and the costs involved are substantial, far exceeding the advantages of extracting ready resources directly from the moon. However, for Yi Xiantian, as long as he prepares a certain quantity, he can unlock purchasing options in the store. But let us set aside the topic of operational deployment for now. I have yet to fully introduce the technology of this ship. There is one more groundbreaking technology, which is the true crown jewel of our Yi Shun company, gravitational manipulation technology. Chapter 213, The New Moves of Yi Shun Company. The crowd appeared utterly bewildered. Gravitational manipulation technology? What does that mean? Can gravity truly be manipulated? Gravity is considered the most enigmatic of the four fundamental forces of the universe. Have you truly unraveled its mysteries? Yi Xiantian smiled and said, not unraveled, but simple manipulation is entirely feasible. You don't genuinely believe that such a massive ship can take off from Blue Star solely relying on its engines, do you? To be frank, the nuclear fusion engine primarily engages once the ship enters space. During the departure from Blue Star, It predominantly relies on the anti-gravity system. Anti-gravity? The crowd gasped. Now, they comprehended. After all, various science fiction films and novels have depicted anti-gravity technology, showcasing many non-mass flight devices soaring above cities. However, it has generally been believed that such technology is unattainable, or if realized, it would not be true anti-gravity, but rather ion engines or similar devices. Yet now Yi Xianxian declares that this technology exists and is already in use. How could they not be astonished? The experts immediately inquired for further details regarding the anti-gravity technology. No wonder the spacecraft is so enormous. With anti-gravity technology, it seems feasible to elevate an entire city. In the future, we may even witness the emergence of space cities. I once thought that nuclear fusion engines were impressive enough, yet I am astounded to learn of the existence of anti-gravity technology. Might such advancements eventually be applied to automobiles? Yi Tian remarked, applying it to cars would likely incur exorbitant costs. The anti-gravity engine necessitates an energy supply on par with nuclear fusion. However, it is not beyond the realm of possibility, provided one has sufficient funds. It is only on such large vessels that the cost-effectiveness truly shines. In addition to the anti-gravity system providing propulsion, the spacecraft also features a gravity simulation function. In certain regions of space, it can replicate the gravity of Blue Planet within the vessel, thus eliminating the need for prolonged training to acclimatize to the space environment. Ordinary individuals can embark on space travel without prior training. Furthermore, the spacecraft is equipped with a mining system that employs gravitational adhesion technology, enabling it to selectively attract specific minerals. This method is not only swift and cost-effective, but the process is remarkably straightforward, omitting the need for subsequent processing. Hence, I assert that the investment will be recouped swiftly. This feature is explicitly designed for the extraction of helium-3, allowing us to deplete the helium-3 reserves on the moon in a remarkably short time. Even if the United States becomes aware of our actions and promptly initiates their lunar program, they lack the necessary technology and can only watch helplessly. By the time they develop their mining technology, we will have already harvested all available resources. The elder chuckled heartily. Indeed, I like it. 400 billion is a trivial sum. Perhaps in the future, we will recoup our investment with a single spacecraft. When helium-3 supersedes oil as an energy source, we will wield the power to dictate prices. At that point, oil will lose its value, and the dollar will no longer possess the capacity to amass wealth. How long will it take to manufacture another spacecraft? We intend to procure a batch, Yi Tian replied, due to the necessity of employing specialized production methods. We can only produce one per month. The current craft we have produced is intended for our own use. Our company plans to establish a dedicated mining enterprise to extract and sell extraterrestrial minerals. Henceforth, we will produce the next spacecraft for sale to external parties, while subsequent units will remain reserved for our company's use, continuing this pattern. He certainly could not disclose that the construction of the spacecraft required no time at all. The elder nodded in agreement. Very well. In due course, a mining company will be established, and our two firms can collaborate to set certain standards. For the time being, the spacecraft you manufacture may only be sold to us. However, in the future, should any circumstances arise, we reserve the right to requisition your vessels for alternative purposes. Yi Tian responded, no problem. With this spacecraft now operational, numerous space exploration and research initiatives can be expedited. I plan to commence our maiden flight in a few days. Preparations for any ongoing space exploration and scientific research can begin immediately. For instance, launching satellites, crewed lunar landings, and constructing lunar bases can all be placed on the agenda. The experts were filled with enthusiasm. Many of these plans had been their lifelong dreams, and now they were finally within reach. Although some expressed skepticism regarding the spacecraft's lack of practical testing and the short preparation time for scientific missions, they were ultimately swayed by Yi Tian's unwavering assurances of the spacecraft's reliability. On that day, the long-silent Yishan Corporation suddenly announced through social media that it would once again change the world the following Monday, with a live broadcast to follow, inviting everyone's attention. This announcement sent shockwaves across the globe. Previously, due to the smear campaigns by aliens, Yishan Corporation's reputation had suffered greatly. Furthermore, during this period, the world's focus had been predominantly on the little gray beings. Yishan Corporation had not released a new product for quite some time, causing the public to nearly forget about this remarkable company. Now, with their sudden announcement, global discussions ignited. Wow, Yishan Corporation has new developments. It has been quite a while. I thought they had run out of ideas. Indeed, they have been relatively low profile lately. especially after being labeled as the nefarious alien representatives without a response. Congratulations to Yishan Corporation on their triumphant return. As a fan, I have awaited this moment for far too long. Yishan Corporation is finally launching a new product. It's like a return to glory. The promotional tagline was exhilarating, once again astonishing the world. Surely this achievement rivals that of photolithography equipment. There was palpable curiosity about what it could be. Would it be intelligent robots, fully replacing human laborers? That would be disastrous, as our jobs could vanish. I suspect it might be controllable nuclear fusion. Only this could truly be world-shattering. In the meantime, Marshall arrived by helicopter at a secluded corner of the desert, where a newly constructed base stood open. This was a new site selected by the United States, with projects based entirely on the information received from the little gray beings. It represented the pinnacle of American technology and held Marshall's hopes. Upon disembarking, he entered the base. Inside the research hall, a group of children, those previously transformed by aliens, were present. Now that the little gray beings were deceased, these children had returned to normal. Yet their exceptionally high intelligence remained intact. Marshall immediately gathered them to aid in his research. The base was equipped with shields against pseudo-intelligent entities, but Marshall remained apprehensive, instructing the children to memorize all the technological guidelines left by the little gray beings. Chapter 214, The Comprehensive Lunar Scientific Exploration Plan. This was the only way to ensure that knowledge would not be leaked. For if Tian were to develop a pseudo-intelligent being akin to those found in science fiction, retaining knowledge within their minds was the sole method to prevent any disclosure. He approached the scene, where an experiment was underway. A soldier was restrained on a device, while researchers held a syringe filled with a red liquid. They inserted the syringe into the soldier's arm, injecting the contents. Soon, the soldier began to thrash about, his body tensed, turning a deep crimson and radiating heat. He could not contain his anguished cries. After 5 minutes of torment, he finally ceased. Marshall looked on in astonishment at the soldier's transformation. His muscles had inflated several times, resembling a superhuman figure. The soldier's expression was one of pure fury as he glared at everything around him, straining to break free from his restraints. The steel handcuffs on his wrists were easily shattered. Just as he was about to launch an attack, he collapsed, having been subdued by an automatic injection of anesthetic administered by nearby researchers. The child prodigy Jason remarked, "We are testing his bone density, muscle mass, and various hormone levels." The results soon emerged, confirming that these values were several times higher than those of a normal human. Jason's face lit up with joy. Indeed, the gene enhancement serum provided by the little gray beings is genuine. It can create super soldiers. However, I wonder whether the serum is incompatible with human physiology, as the resulting super soldiers exhibit volatile and irritable temperaments, which could prove difficult to manage. The onlookers observed the newly awakened super soldier, now confined within a transparent chamber, as he rampaged destructively through the enclosure. The screen displayed his terrifying strength and speed, comparable to that of a silverback gorilla. Marshall nodded with satisfaction, envisioning a future where all their soldiers possessed such physical capabilities. Next, they would focus on developing methods to mitigate the side effects and cultivate a batch of soldiers to execute the mission of eliminating Tian. Subsequently, Marshall hurried off to inspect the progress of another project. It was an immense controllable nuclear fusion device, nearing the culmination of its development. The prodigy in charge of the research proclaimed, "Success is imminent. Soon, we shall harness controllable nuclear fusion, granting us a significant advantage to propel our nation forward, leaving the Great Xia far behind." He suggested that they begin strategizing in advance, such as short-selling oil and stockpiling scarce resources like deuterium and tritium. In due course, these commodities would emerge as the most coveted resources worldwide. Meanwhile, at the Great Xia Space Center, all rocket development and launch missions had been abruptly suspended. The staff were bewildered, but were soon assigned a new directive. Upon hearing the nature of this task, disbelief washed over them. After multiple confirmations, they realized there was no mistake. They were to urgently arrange a lunar research program, encompassing not only manned lunar landings and extensive soil collection, but also various lunar scientific missions. Furthermore, they were instructed to devise a plan for establishing a permanent base on the moon. To them, these requests seemed utterly fantastical. They were perplexed by the sudden shift in strategy. Hadn't they been told to proceed gradually over several years? How could they suddenly be expected to undertake a manned lunar mission? This was reckless. The technology had yet to prove its reliability, and such a leap could result in catastrophic failures. Who would bear the losses incurred by halting all other projects for this? And what are the astronaut selections? Why were there so many scientists from various research centers involved? Were they all to journey to the moon as well? How could this be feasible? Many were of advanced age and lacked specialized training. How could they endure the rigors of space travel? With so many experts at stake, could they withstand such strain? And how could a lunar project accommodate so many personnel? Was there enough space in the spacecraft? Moreover, the plan involved launching numerous satellites simultaneously. Was this truly serious? Which spacecraft could possibly accommodate so many satellites? The task of designing a permanent base appeared to condense decades of work into a single mission. Enough of the speculation. There must be a rationale behind the higher-ups' decisions. Could it be that such technology is truly at hand? One staff member pondered. Interestingly, the Yishan Corporation recently announced a major initiative. Could it be connected to this? It seemed they were the only ones making such waves. No way. That would be extraordinary. Yishan Corporation is entering the aerospace sector? It appears a shift is upon us. Shoo, don't spread this around. Keep it confidential. Many staff members began to piece together the truth, invigorating their spirits and eagerly anticipating the forthcoming day. The Space Center convened all-season astronauts for emergency training. These individuals had undergone extensive enhancements through supertreatment pods, equipping them with superior physical capabilities and ample spaceflight experience. To ensure the utmost precision in this mission, the elite were meticulously selected. Although Tian assured the authorities that the spacecraft could be entirely controlled by computer, comprehensive operation training was still provided to everyone. They were issued a voluminous operations manual. Even those with prior training experiences found this manual notably more extensive. It encompassed intricate details covering basic spacecraft operations, equipment utilization, maintenance, and even tasks on the lunar surface. Fortunately, their enhanced brains proved exceptionally adept, allowing them to master the material swiftly. The astronauts were brimming with excitement at the prospect of executing a manned lunar mission, and they were utterly astonished by the descriptions of the spacecraft within the manual. Unlike the cramped confines of their previous vessels and space stations, this spacecraft offered astonishingly ample space, larger even than their training base. Moreover, working within did not necessitate the complete weightlessness experienced on space stations. It was as if a scene from a science fiction film had materialized into reality. They eagerly immersed themselves in training. As for Tian, following the departure of the inspection team, he dedicated himself to the laboratory, determined to synthesize some helium-3. The total amount of helium-3 on Blue Star was merely a few hundred kilograms, dispersed rather than concentrated, with an alarmingly low ratio of helium-3 to helium atoms. Thus, direct extraction proved inefficient. Fortunately, an alternative method existed. Helium-3 could be produced through the decay of tritium. While tritium was also scarce on Blue Star, it could be obtained relatively easily via neutron bombardment of lithium-6. Chapter 2:15. The livestream commences astonishing. Is this a spaceship? Tritium possesses a half-life of several years, necessitating a long wait under normal circumstances. However, Tian devised a special apparatus to expedite its decay. After introducing the raw materials into the machine, he activated the device. A few hours later, he collected a substance resembling flowing water, liquid helium-3. Tian unlocked it within the store, then procured substantial quantities of helium-3, placing them into various containers to unlock in the shop. This arrangement would allow purchases of helium-3 in different units and vessels. In the store, the standard price for this commodity was merely double that of ordinary liquid helium. However, post-nuclear fusion, the energy produced far exceeded the original material's value. A mere 100 tons of helium-3 could supply humanity's needs for an entire year. One extraordinary concept. This would be the most cost-effective energy source imaginable. Tian boarded the spacecraft, infusing the helium-3 into the engine. This single-fuel addition would suffice for the spacecraft to traverse the solar system multiple times. Upon igniting the engine, the entire interior of the spacecraft illuminated. He then proceeded to the control room, where a digital visage materialized on the screen, proclaiming, "Welcome aboard. Please bind your identity." Tian linked his fingerprint and iris, completing the binding process and automatically acquiring the highest level of access. "Please name the spacecraft." After a moment of contemplation, he declared, "Let it be named Yishan." The naming completed, the captain was prompted to issue commands. After inspecting the spacecraft, Tian informed the higher-ups that they were ready. Subsequently, the astronauts and researchers dispatched from above arrived and boarded the vessel. Tian assigned temporary permissions to the astronauts, granting them varying levels of access based on their ranks, and directed the staff to familiarize themselves with the spacecraft. Upon encountering the artificial intelligence for the first time, Everyone was left astonished, their curiosity piqued by the internal facilities of the spacecraft. Ultimately, they established the flight plan. The day they had awaited had finally arrived. Countless netizens worldwide flocked to the livestream, and numerous factions turned their attention to this event. On the sofa. First, at last, this day has come. The wait has been interminable. Hurry, has the conference begun? What product could this possibly be? Wait, isn't this supposed to be a conference? Why does the image look like this? Indeed, wasn't it meant to be held in a venue? Have they changed to an outdoor setting? Yet there's no visible arrangement. A countdown appeared in the live stream, the image frozen outdoors, revealing low-rise buildings surrounding a massive factory structure at the center. I recognized this place. I saw it from afar when I visited the Yishun Company's treatment center. This is the core research institution of the Yishun Company, off limits to the general public. Could it be Tian's laboratory? They chose to hold the conference there? Incredible. So this is what their research institute looks like. As the countdown dwindled, the crowd grew increasingly perplexed, for the screen had yet to change. What is going on? Hasn't it started yet? The time is almost up. At last, the countdown reached 0, and the visual display finally transformed. The expansive roof of the factory suddenly began to move, slowly parting from the center to the edges. What unfolded next astounded everyone. A colossal object began to ascend from within the factory. Initially, they thought it was merely a platform being raised. However, as the massive entity fully emerged, soaring higher and eventually hovering in midair, the live stream erupted with excitement. No way! A spaceship? Incredible! The Yishun Company has quietly developed a spaceship. It resembles a Millennium Falcon somewhat. This spaceship is enormous. It's as large as several cruise ships combined. How could they possibly construct such a vast vessel? What kind of propulsion enables it to ascend? Didn't anyone notice the lack of exhaust flames beneath the spaceship? How is it flying? Goodness, an inertialess engine? They've actually managed to create this. Be bold. It's clearly an anti-gravity device. Just look at how the spaceship hovers motionless in the air. Goodness. The Yishun Company is phenomenal. Truly a monumental breakthrough. They've surpassed even spaceship technology. I'm starting to question reality. Am I not living in a sci-fi film? How much does this spaceship cost? I want one. Now that we have a spaceship, can we not achieve manned lunar landings? Be audacious. Don't just mention lunar landings. With such a large spaceship, we could likely traverse the entire solar system. Wow. Does this mean we might soon embark on space tourism? Huh. Is it possible that today's press conference by Yishun Company serves purposes beyond merely showcasing the spaceship? Indeed, now that the spaceship is built, why not take it to the heavens? Strange, why is there no official communication? Surely they must be aware of this? At that moment, the live stream suddenly split into multiple feeds. Alongside the panoramic view of the spaceship, images from inside the vessel and the ground command center emerged. The command center was a scene of jubilation, with staff members embracing each other tightly. The official announcement followed. Today, the super spaceship, the Yishun No. 1, developed by Yishun Company, was officially unveiled and made its maiden flight. The advent of this spaceship holds significant implication for the future of space exploration in Daxia, marking a monumental leap for humanity in interstellar exploration. The Daxia Aerospace Center has also entered into extensive collaboration with Yishun Company. This official event will utilize the spaceship's lunar landing opportunity to conduct a series of exploratory missions, including manned lunar landings, establishing the framework for a permanent space base, and subsequent scientific research tasks. The live stream showcased scenes within the spaceship, where a group of astronauts clad in blue uniforms sat upright, while several researchers in white lab coats curiously paced about. Viewers flooded the chat with enthusiastic comments. 666. Manned lunar landings are here. What a surprise. I never expected this day to arrive so swiftly without any warning. Wasn't it said that it would take several more years? One can only say that Yishun Company is remarkable, accelerating this timeline. At last, we can embark on manned lunar missions like the Americans. Not only that, with this spaceship, achieving manned lunar landings will be effortless. We shall be the first to set foot on Mars and explore the solar system. Meanwhile, foreign powers watched these developments with grave expressions. Marshall, observing the live stream from his office, found his smile fading. Chapter 216. Yishun's Journey to the Stars. The Fears of America. Initially, he merely intended to witness what peculiarities Yishun Company had conjured up. However, he was taken aback by this formidable weapon. His countenance darkened as he slammed his fist on the table, exclaiming, "Where is the intelligence department? Why was there no hint of such a significant endeavor by Yishun Company?" His subordinate awkwardly replied, We've long since run out of personnel over there. Besides, Yishan Company's confidentiality measures have always been stringent. Having just assumed office, Marshall was not well versed in these matters. Oh, immediately arrange for an expert team. I require an assessment of this spaceship. Once the expert team was assembled, everyone gazed intently at the live stream, their expressions somber. America's space experts unanimously remarked that the technology was exceptionally advanced, far beyond their capabilities. Although they had already achieved manned lunar landings, the thrust of rockets had not seen significant improvements over the years. The most powerful engine remained the Saturn V, boasting merely a few thousand tons of thrust. The size of the spaceship left them bewildered regarding the type of engine employed. The vessel hovered silently, with no visible engines, leading to suspicions that it might possess the fabled anti-gravity engine. Marshall's heart sank. An anti-gravity engine, such an exalted concept, seemed to belong solely to the realm of science fiction. He recalled that the technology left to him by the little gray beings did not include such a device. A sense of panic began to creep into Marshall's mind. He felt he had underestimated Yishan Company. They had developed even the legendary anti-gravity engine and were now taking strides toward interstellar travel. The pace of their advancement exceeded his wildest expectations. It seemed that events were spiraling beyond his control. He had believed that possessing controllable nuclear fusion would enable him to dominate the world. Yet, Yishan Company had already ventured beyond Blue Star. He quietly lamented the little gray beings for not providing any information on anti-gravity technology. Of course, he understood that the little gray beings were not genuinely assisting America. They merely wished to incite conflict between them and Yishan, and would not share the anti-gravity technology capable of facilitating interstellar travel. The experts continued to evaluate. We must observe the spaceship's actual performance to analyze some configurations. However, since they have laid such extensive groundwork, this spaceship is likely not merely for show. It appears they are genuinely intent on conducting manned lunar landings. Basic inferences could now be drawn. To lift such a heavy spaceship, the propulsion system must be unimaginable, likely employing a nuclear fusion device. Marshall's complexion shifted. Yishan Company had evidently also broken through this technology. Although they had previously speculated that Tian's mecha utilized nuclear fusion for energy, Daxia had not publicly introduced controllable fusion technology. Consequently, they later conjectured that this technology might not be commercially viable or that alternative technological routes, such as cold fusion, were being pursued. However, the situation had changed. The utilization of such technology on the spaceship indicated that they had achieved a controllable nuclear fusion applicable across multiple scenarios. Regardless, this technology was no longer exclusive to America. In fact, the devices on America's end were still in experimental stages, with a considerable distance to go before market readiness. With the spaceship, one could assert that Daxia had officially entered the age of interstellar travel. Their space endeavors would advance at an accelerated pace, leaving America behind. The lunar landing was merely the beginning. Perhaps this year, they would accomplish landings and field research on all planets within the solar system. Marshall undoubtedly grasped these truths, which only fueled his impatience. When could America develop an anti-gravity device? With their current technology, could they construct a spaceship of such scale? The experts wore expressions of uncertainty. I'm afraid it's quite challenging. For many years, we have endeavored to develop spacecraft. Yet at most, we have only succeeded in creating space shuttles. The so-called starships remain in a nascent state. Numerous proposals have proven to be economically unfeasible, leading to their gradual abandonment. Currently, rockets continue to dominate the realm of launches. As long as we rely on traditional fuels, it seems utterly impossible to sustain vessels of such magnitude. Should we succeed in developing nuclear fusion engines, the power generated might indeed support the flight of such vessels. However, our previous conceptual designs could only yield crafts the size of small yachts. For vessels of this scale, we are entirely at a loss as to how to make them airborne. Perhaps it truly lies within the realm of the legendary anti-gravity engines, which surpasses our current understanding. Marshall cast a grim glance at the spacecraft featured in the live broadcast and declared resolutely, "From this day forth, all rocket launch plans are hereby canceled, and all funding shall be consolidated for the research and development of nuclear fusion engines and spacecraft. I demand to see a vessel akin to this in the shortest time possible." Returning to the spacecraft, since the commencement of the live broadcast, it had hovered in midair for a considerable duration. Countless individuals, having received the news, flocked to the vicinity of the Yi God Company, eager to witness this magnificent vessel with their own eyes. The nearby streets were utterly congested as people wielded their devices to capture the moment. Some streamers and influencers even made their way to the scene for a live check-in. Within the live feed, the interior of the spacecraft was abuzz with activity, as the staff conducted final checks on the vessel's various systems and data. Report. Inspection complete. All systems normal, ready for official launch, a personnel from the command center announced. Okay. Approval for takeoff. The colossal spacecraft, seemingly suspended in the air, gradually ascended amidst the astonished gasps of the onlookers. Initially, its speed was merely a fraction faster than an elevator, but it soon maintained a continuous upward acceleration, ultimately soaring higher and higher until it became a mere speck in the sky. The audience erupted in whistles and applause. Impressive. This is exhilarating. I wish I could witness it in person. It must be an unforgettable memory. The stability of the spacecraft is astonishing. The coffee on the table inside hasn't even stirred. I envy those aboard the spacecraft. They are part of the first group of lunar explorers from Dacia, and so many at once. When will it be open to the public? I want to travel to the moon. At the pace of Ye God Company, it should be available in a few months. Perhaps they will even establish a space tourism company. Isn't that a bit short-sighted? I'm in real estate and would like to inquire about potential collaboration. I want to sell houses on the moon. This seems far too effortless, akin to flying on an airplane. One need not undergo specialized training to venture into space. Throughout the process of hovering and ascending, the Ye God vessel emitted no sound, resembling a weightless balloon. The live feed displayed the vessel's speed. Although it appeared sluggish to the spectators, the spacecraft had been accelerating from the very start. It had now reached a truly alarming velocity. Chapter 217, Crisis. The Despicable Rice. At this moment, the exterior cameras captured a clear view of the blue planet. The spacecraft was poised to exit the atmosphere and enter space. Marshall squinted, inquiring of the technical personnel nearby. Is the spacecraft about to enter orbit? Are there any of our satellites in the vicinity? The technician typed furiously on his computer and replied, yes, there are several of our communication satellites nearby. A cruel glint flickered in Marshall's eyes as he said, is it still feasible to have those satellites approach the spacecraft? The staff member was taken aback. Yes, it is feasible. He had discerned Marshall's intentions. But such actions could lead to severe repercussions. Marshall shot him a glare. That is not your concern. Immediately maneuver the nearby communication satellites to the trajectory the spacecraft is about to ascend. The technician trembled. This was no trivial matter. The public explosion of the world's first spacecraft would undoubtedly cause a sensation and trigger a series of crises. Not to mention the countless lives on board that would be lost. Yet, he knew he could not resist. Gritting his teeth, he completed the operation. In space, unnoticed by anyone, the communication satellites of Rice gradually converged toward a single point, which happened to be one of the essential ascent points for the spacecraft. In the command center, alarms suddenly blared. Staff members exclaimed, report. Urgent situation. The communication satellites from Rice have unexpectedly obstructed the spacecraft's essential route. The leaders present were taken aback. What? Once they realized our spacecraft's maiden flight, they sought to sabotage this plan. Their expressions were filled with indignation. This is utterly inhumane. There are many lives aboard. However, their faces bore no signs of panic, for they were well aware of the spacecraft's capabilities and had long anticipated such unforeseen circumstances. At this moment, the external perspective relayed from the spacecraft revealed several glimmering devices above. In the live feed, what are those? Glimmering lights. Stars. How is that possible? Those must be the reflections of solar panels from artificial satellites. Is this normal? Normal? Hell, why are several artificial satellites just hovering there? If this continues, we're going to collide. What? How is the spacecraft's flight path planned? Why are there satellites ahead? This isn't the spacecraft's fault. It's an unexpected situation. Those satellites are stationary, clearly indicating a malfunction. What malfunction? It's evident that this is intentional. These are Rice's communication satellites. How insidious. Does Rice have no humanity left? This is clearly jealousy towards our spacecraft. They intend to sabotage this lunar mission. If you have the capability, develop your own spacecraft. What significance is there in resorting to sabotage? Hurry and evade. Is there any way to address this? Why is there no emergency plan? This is disastrous. It seems the God Company did not consider this possibility. Angry netizens unleashed their fury upon Rice's social media. However, the responses they received were tepid at best. Rice expressed deep regret, claiming that the satellites had experienced sudden malfunctions, and they were striving for urgent repairs. Yet, it would take at least an hour, while the spacecraft appeared on a collision course in mere minutes, and at its current velocity, evasion was impossible. Ultimately, they preemptively mourned for the spacecraft. This response infuriated Dacia's internet users. Unbelievable. This is utterly disgraceful. So, We have no means of averting the disaster. Protest. I hereby declare my protest. Rice, is it? I shall remember this. Very well. From now on, your rice vessels and rockets shall not reach the heavens. Should one emerge, we shall bring it down. Such impotent rage cannot alter reality. We must think of ways to salvage the situation. Netizens felt utterly helpless, watching as the spacecraft barreled towards the satellites. Many covered their eyes, continuously praying. As the spacecraft drew nearer to the satellites, they were so frightened they could scarcely breathe. Finally, the spacecraft collided swiftly with the satellite. However, what transpired next was nothing short of miraculous. Those who had shielded their eyes could not resist peeking through their fingers, only to find that the anticipated catastrophe had not unfolded. The spacecraft continues its journey through the live stream, sailing smoothly. What is happening? Wonderful. The ship is unharmed. I knew it couldn't possibly be destroyed so easily. How could the Ye God Company overlook such a detail? They must have made thorough preparations in advance. Incredible. How did they manage that? One netizen immediately initiated a slow-motion replay and shared the footage online. It turns out that just as the spacecraft was about to collide, a web-like luminous shield suddenly appeared around it. The satellites crashed into this shield and were instantaneously obliterated by a tremendous force, leaving the spacecraft unscathed. Following this, a beam of light erupted from the rear of the spacecraft, sweeping away the remnants of the satellites, which were completely vaporized in an instant. What was that? What was the luminous shield that appeared in that moment? I can't stop laughing. Those satellites were utterly defenseless, reduced to mere fragments. It's like tossing out garbage. They are not even in the same weight class. How could they dare challenge? It resembles a small vehicle being struck by a truck and sent flying. How impressive. It appears that the Ye God Company was well prepared. They clearly don't care about these trivialities. What was that luminous shield? Could it be the legendary energy shield? This is astonishing. They have even developed energy shield technology. What other hidden treasures are aboard the spacecraft? The energy beam that was launched afterward was remarkable as well. It seems far more powerful than ordinary laser cannons, effortlessly erasing the satellite debris, possibly reducing it to atomic states. As long as one possesses sufficient strength, there's no need to fear such schemes. With these two technologies backing the Ye God, they can undoubtedly navigate through space with confidence. Wow, if we had several more spacecraft like this, we wouldn't need to fear invasions from little grays. I'm quite curious about the expression on the face of the person in charge of the Rice Company right now. The official response from Daxiao was swift and concise, stating that we are all part of the same family. Since the satellites malfunctioned, they might as well assist in resolving the issue. Additionally, to prevent the shattered debris from affecting the operations of other facilities in space, they would clean it up as a courtesy. There is no need for the Rice Company to express gratitude. Simply settling the cleanup fee would suffice. Chapter 218, Father. I was wrong. Ha ha. How delightful. We're serious about cleaning up space debris. The Rice Company must be regretting their actions upon seeing the Ye God's energy shield and energy cannon. If they had known, they would never have crossed them. With such a colossal spacecraft, if it were to patrol space daily, none of their devices would dare to launch again. The Rice Company should promptly admit their mistake. Over at the Rice Company, Marshall clenched his fists tightly. The performance of the Ye God's spacecraft once again shattered his understanding. Now they have developed energy shields and energy cannons that seem even more sophisticated than the technologies left behind by the little grays. The Rice Company had lost yet another advantageous technology. This time, their actions not only failed to inflict any damage on the Ye God, but also resulted in a loss of face before the world, coupled with ridicule. More crucially, they have sown the seeds of enmity. In the future, it is conceivable that the Ye God Company might play tricks on them in space. With such a powerful spacecraft, it can serve not only for scientific exploration, but also as a formidable tool for interstellar warfare. Presently, with such a powerful spacecraft, Daxiao has no rivals on Blue Star. He sighed, feeling a sense of helplessness akin to that he experienced when confronting the little grays. He would pay the cleanup fee and clarify their misunderstanding. Soon, the Rice Company released a statement declaring that all previous issues were misunderstandings and highly praised the Ye God's efforts in cleaning up space debris, which would contribute to the preservation of the space environment. They also lauded the Ye God's spacecraft and a manned lunar exploration mission, stating that it would usher in a new chapter for humanity's exploration of space. In the future, the Rice Company would enhance cooperation with Daxia in the field of aerospace, promoting Blue Star Civilization's entry into the cosmos. The netizens in the live stream also share their thoughts. I can't stop laughing. They really did pay the cleanup fee. Is this them admitting defeat? In summary, Father, I was wrong. Is this truly the Rice Company I know? How did they go from being so arrogant just moments ago Could they afford not to concede? They have no means to contend with the Yi god. With such formidable technology, Daxia can now firmly establish itself on Blue Star, with future focus on space. Blue Star has no opponents left. They are merely a bunch of powerless entities without spacecraft. They still wish to cooperate? Huh, absolutely not. We must keep our technology confidential, firmly maintaining our hold on space. As this conversation unfolded, the spacecraft had already reached deep space. The moon appeared above, shimmering with silver light. Growing larger in the camera's view, the spacecraft had now exited the atmosphere and began to accelerate. The engines emitted a fierce tail flame, with speed escalating to astonishing levels. Based on this velocity, they would reach the moon in just a few hours. Of course, the spacecraft would not collide with the moon at such high speed. It would gradually decelerate as they approached. Nonetheless, this timeline had been condensed to just over a dozen hours. The ensuing hours were rather mundane. The spacecraft utilized advanced cameras to capture the authentic visuals of space, broadcasting them in the live stream, captivating all viewers. Wow, the clarity is astounding. The distant starry sky is so beautiful. This is far better than any place on Blue Star for stargazing. This footage surpasses many from space-themed games. The universe is so mysterious. I hope one day I can embark on a journey through space. Perhaps it won't be long before we can realize all of this. I truly wish to explore other planets in the solar system. 10 hours later, the moon now appeared as a colossal entity in the spacecraft's view. The spacecraft had begun to decelerate and had inexplicably changed direction. Now, the bottom of the spacecraft was oriented toward the moon as it descended. Inside, everyone eagerly anticipated the journey following their lunar landing. They felt utterly at ease, enjoying the amenities provided within the spacecraft. The interior boasted a plethora of facilities, including a gym, game room, sports arena, vending machines, and bars or cafes. At this moment, aside from those working to collect data, the majority were relaxing, some leisurely sipping coffee while reading newspapers. This scene illustrated how the Yi God-S spacecraft made the entire experience of space travel remarkably comfortable, eliminating the need for various restrictions or specialized training to adapt. However, for some, this became a symbol of deception. Hey, has anyone noticed something amiss? I've been suspicious since earlier. When the spacecraft first took off, it was fine as it was in an ascending process, and everyone was seated, indicating they were experiencing overload. However, now the spacecraft has completely inverted and is descending towards the moon, even though it is continually decelerating. Shouldn't the people inside be affected by weightlessness? How can they be so leisurely wandering around? Exactly. Why has anyone else noticed? This deception is outrageous, lacking basic scientific understanding. This must be a fabrication. I can't help but suspect it is entirely a hoax. Yes, it's just like taking an elevator. During the descent, one would definitely feel weightlessness, and the same should apply to the spacecraft. How shameful. Why has anyone stood up to expose them? It seems too real to be false. It is no wonder that I felt something amiss just now. The Yishun company must come forth and provide an explanation. They've truly made a fool of themselves. Where will the Yishun company place their face from now on? Everyone disperse. Are we entertaining monkeys? Though I harbor some doubts after experiencing so much, I have unconditionally decided to trust the Yishun company. I believe they will furnish a reasonable explanation. So do I. Count me in. To fabricate under the watchful eyes of the public? It is worth noting that not only in the live stream, but many witnesses in Daxiao observed the spacecraft firsthand, capturing photographs and videos. Could it be that what they saw was all an illusion? So everyone else's observations are false, yet your skepticism is the only truth? What a clever one you are. If it were a fabrication, why has Dami not exposed it yet? Moreover, so many nations around the world have remained silent. Unbeknownst to them, at this very moment, physicists across the globe were engulfed in frenzy. This ability to negate inertial overload indicates that the gravitational environment within the spacecraft is entirely unaffected by external acceleration. A built-in gravitational environment within the spacecraft, and it can remain constant. This confirms the existence of a gravity-defying engine. There must be a gravity generation device within the spacecraft. Hence, the previous ability of the spacecraft to hover in the air above the blue planet was undoubtedly due to anti-gravity effects. This suggests that the spacecraft's performance has not yet reached its limits. Since it can negate overload, this vessel can travel at terrifying accelerations. Thus far, the Yishun has only demonstrated accelerations within human tolerance. The Yishun company has unraveled the mysteries of gravity. This equates to a complete unification of the four fundamental forces, representing a monumental breakthrough in physics. Oh my God, this is anti-gravity. The potential applications are boundless. In an instant, the scientific community was swept into jubilation. Chapter 219, a touching moment on the moon. Soon, a scientist in the live stream began to elucidate, leaving everyone astounded. 666, so it turns out the reason is the gravitational device. The Yishan company has indeed developed a gravity manipulation apparatus. This means previous speculations were correct. The Yishan has an anti-gravity engine, enabling it to effortlessly hover within the atmosphere. What of those who so vehemently claimed it was a hoax? Isn't it the case that such a multitude of eyewitnesses cannot sway their belief? Instead of seeking explanations for this phenomenon, they stubbornly insist on calling it a fabrication. Where has the scientific spirit gone? An anti-gravity device. Remarkable. In the future, our lives may resemble those depicted in science fiction films, with buildings floating about, or perhaps even constructing a city suspended in midair. Will we soon have anti-gravity cars? At this moment, in the live stream, the spacecraft was nearing the moon, its speed gradually diminishing. All aboard had commenced their preparations. Except for those remaining on the ship, everyone else had entered a special chamber. Within, a machine awaited, ready to automatically don the spacesuits upon their arrival. Before long, all were prepared. The spacecraft officially hovered precisely 1 meter above the lunar surface. The external cameras displayed the lunar landscape in all its glory. It was nighttime, and the vessel's lights illuminated a vast area around it, revealing the fine, powdery lunar soil. The viewers in the live stream were astonished to discover that a national flag stood before the spacecraft. They recognized the location. Isn't this where the previous probe planted the flag? We're back, this time bringing a multitude of people. Suddenly, I feel a wave of emotion. My mother asked why I was wiping tears while watching television. At that moment, the hatch of the Yishan opened. The first individual clad in a spacesuit leapt down, gracefully touching the lunar surface. With arms outstretched, he spun around on the ground. In the live stream, the excited voices of others could be heard over the communication channels. We succeeded. We did it. Dasha has achieved manned lunar landing. Concurrently, cheers erupted from other channels. One by one, astronauts and experts eagerly descended, their spirits equally elevated. Experiencing the moon's gravity of merely 1.6, they bounced joyfully in place, exclaiming in exuberance and applause. The viewers in the live stream were already in tears. Indeed, it hasn't been easy. Dasha has finally accomplished this. This is a momentous occasion for humanity, returning to the moon after decades. Dasha is extraordinary. I truly hope our nation can also reach the moon. Currently, most countries lack lunar exploration plans, let alone manned landings. With the Yishan Company's spacecraft, might we also accompany them on lunar scientific expeditions? As the news spread, an overwhelming sense of pride surged within the hearts of the people of Dasha. After the excitement, everyone commenced their tasks. A squadron of pristine white robots descended from the spacecraft, carrying a multitude of items. Some began measuring with various devices, while others dug into the soil, storing it in large containers to be returned to the spacecraft. The elite of other nations watched enviously as these robots extracted soil. It is known that typically, the weight of spacecraft and probes is stringently controlled. It is not feasible to casually excavate a heap of soil. So far, the total amount of lunar soil collected worldwide barely amounts to several hundred kilograms. Yet, the soil and rocks excavated by just one of these robots had already surpassed that quantity. The robots also deployed numerous specialized devices on the moon for measurement. Experts scurried about, reviewing various data. Countless scientists around the globe gazed enviously at the scene, eager to participate and acquire that invaluable data. Such data could yield dozens of premier scientific papers. The robots soon brought down a considerably long object from the spacecraft, erecting it upon the lunar surface, while continuing to transport supplies from the spacecraft, as if preparing for something grand. What is happening? What are they planning to do? So many supplies have been unloaded. Are they planning to build something right there? It's possible. With a spacecraft as large as the Yishan, they're surely not merely here to collect soil. This scientific expedition cannot conclude so simply. How exhilarating. It appears they are about to construct a base. This lunar landing not only allows us to catch up with our predecessors, but also accomplishes unprecedented feats. Having these robots is incredibly convenient. We need not labor ourselves. What is that elongated object? Is it what I think it is? Soon, the answer was revealed. The specialists and astronauts, who had been wandering about, unknowingly gathered once more. Before them, the robots continued their industrious tasks. The robots erected the elongated object, affixing a pulley system atop it, attaching ropes, and retrieving a new flag from the side. At this moment, everyone comprehended the significance and felt immense excitement. The lunar inhabitants formed a neat formation, raising their right hands in salute. Simultaneously, the viewers in a live stream, realizing the moment, paused their activities and raised their right hands in unison. The familiar, majestic melody resonated in the air. With tear-filled eyes, all gazed at the flag as it ascended incrementally to its zenith with the rhythm. As the ceremony concluded, emotions surged within everyone, unable to be contained. My goodness, I am profoundly moved. That was the most touching minute of my life. I am utterly overwhelmed with tears. Just now, our school unexpectedly canceled classes to gather everyone for a live broadcast of the flag-raising ceremony. Is this the first flag-raising ceremony in the history of the moon? I look forward to the day when our flag will be raised in every corner of the universe. In this life, I have no regrets in joining the Great Xia. At this moment, the hearts of all Great Xia citizens were united, filled with inspiration. Foreign viewers in the live stream were equally moved, gaining a newfound appreciation for Great Xia. They envied Great Xia immensely, wishing it were their own country holding a ceremony on the moon. As the ceremony concluded, the robots commenced their new tasks, just as netizens had anticipated. The robots began constructing the base with remarkable efficiency and skill, expertly combining various materials. They crafted a massive, oval-shaped metal enclosed base and activated its numerous devices, all within a matter of hours. The perspective then shifted as the astronauts entered the interior of the base, leaving the viewers in awe. Chapter 220. The New Developments of the Yishan. The interior of the base was so complex that it was hard for netizens to believe it had been completed in such a short time. A few experts entered the base, and an electronic voice greeted them. Welcome to the base. Oxygen levels are at 21, temperature at 30 C, humidity at 85. No harmful gases or radiation detected. You may remove your spacesuits. Shortly thereafter, robots assisted the experts in shedding their cumbersome spacesuits and took them aside for maintenance. The robots then presented a special device, stating, "Please provide your identification information and set base permissions." The experts, evidently familiar with this procedure, quickly underwent identification verification. The scene within the base resembled the designs of extraterrestrial bases depicted in films. If it weren't for the slight buoyancy experienced while walking due to gravity, no one would guess they were not on Blue Star. The group explored the base, familiarizing themselves with the environment. It featured living quarters capable of accommodating over 20 researchers, equipped with various fitness apparatuses designed for the moon, as well as diverse athletic facilities. There was also a dining area stocked with sufficient food supplies for half a year, allowing for any culinary creations akin to life on Blue Star. Additionally, there was a designated area for cultivating vegetables and raising fish. The entire base was multi-layered, entirely enclosed, equipped with oxygen and water circulation systems and a temperature control system. Beyond the living quarters, there was also their working area. Numerous advanced facilities and sensors were positioned outside the base, continuously monitoring various parameters of the moon and outer space. For instance, a massive optical telescope allowed for observations of phenomena not visible from Blue Star. The resident researchers were responsible for monitoring, recording, and transmitting this data. They also engaged in various scientific tasks, including studying lunar terrain, soil, and radiation changes, as well as conducting diverse lunar experiments, such as breeding and cultivation. Future plans included expanding the base to accommodate more researchers and transporting additional high-precision large instruments to the moon. In the central storage area of the base, several large lunar rovers designed by Yishan Company were housed. These rovers, powered by miniature nuclear fusion engines, could traverse the lunar surface at high speeds. Their design had astonished those in authority, as they were thrilled to see Tian finally produce such a remarkable engine, capable of mass production. This engine could also be utilized in military vehicles, aircraft, and ships. Although the fuel costs would be substantial, the potential impact of equipping all military vehicles with such engines was immense. They were already contemplating the use of this engine in the next generation of fighter jets. Finally, there was the control room of the base, where all systems vital to its operation were housed, including a large device currently generating power. Subsequently, everyone began their work, and the scene shifted back to the outside perspective. The remaining personnel and machines had returned to the spacecraft, which then commenced its movement. It became apparent to the viewers that those within the base did not intend to leave with the spacecraft. What the heck? Why did the spacecraft leave? There are still people in the base. Expert, I haven't boarded yet. Are they left behind inside? Is there a possibility that they intended to remain in the base all along? Otherwise, why would they construct a base? Are they just leaving a few robots here? No way. Is that even possible? What is impossible about it? Their technology has advanced to such a level that the food supply in the base is more than sufficient, and with ample electricity, they can sustain themselves indefinitely. The Yishan will only need to deliver supplies periodically. Wow, I've always thought landing on the moon was incredibly difficult, let alone establishing a settlement there. I never imagined that Yishan Company's technology could achieve this level. I also want to live on the moon. Is it too late for me to apply for a space program now? Let us wait a bit. They will surely open up commercial tourism in due time. As this is a massive market, just think of how much money wealthy individuals are willing to spend for a single space voyage. As time progressed, netizens noticed that the spacecraft did not return directly from the moon, but began a thorough exploration of the lunar surface. The spacecraft traversed the moon at an astonishing speed, mapping every terrain, including the far side of the moon. It recorded an abundance of previously unattainable data and captured high-definition images of the entire lunar landscape. At each location, the robots disembarked the spacecraft to collect lunar soil samples and mark their findings. Meanwhile, scientists on Blue Star were enviously anticipating the acquisition of these diverse lunar soil samples. They could only hope for future opportunities to communicate with Great Xia for a share, given that they had collected hundreds of tons of samples. If that proved impossible, they would have to wait for these institutions to publish their findings to glean some insight. Although the Yishun spacecraft had traversed much of the moon, it did not collect samples from every location, but strategically gathered samples from various significant sites. After all, the moon is vast, and many tasks would need to be completed later, either by the lunar research-based personnel or gradually over time. One day, the Yishun spacecraft arrived at a colossal crater and halted above it. After the robots collected samples, the spacecraft did not depart, but instead extended a long mechanical arm resembling a probe. This left viewers puzzled. What is happening? Why aren't they leaving? Haven't they explored the moon thoroughly? Isn't it time to return to Blue Star? Yes, it's time to visit Mars. Since they're already out here, they might as well accomplish everything at once and make history again. I don't think so. It seems there is something new in the works. Could there be another plan to implement? Some netizens began to analyze the situation. Why stop here? Is the spacecraft planning to stay here indefinitely? This is arguably the largest crater on the moon. Could they be planning to construct a new base? Could it be that they intend to excavate an underground city? No, that seems implausible. Although this area is relatively low, the soil here is exceedingly loose, akin to the deserts on Blue Star, making it rather unsuitable for constructing an underground base. However, the actions of the Yeshing spacecraft soon transcended their expectations. Chapter 221. The Truth. Protests from around the globe. The spacecraft extended a long, tubular apparatus that suddenly pointed towards the edge of the pit and then halted. Just as the netizens were baffled by this peculiar behavior, someone noticed a strange phenomenon. Look, the ground appears to be bubbling. Indeed, I thought I was mistaken just now. Why is the soil vibrating? What has the Yeshing done? Could it be releasing air currents to impact the land from a distance? What purpose could that serve? Before long, netizens observed that the spacecraft's tube lingered over a specific area for about 10 minutes before shifting its aim to another section. Similarly, the soil in this new area began to tremble. Thus, the spacecraft conducted a comprehensive coverage of the pit, as if it were scanning something. What on earth is happening? This is so tedious. Why hasn't anyone come out to explain? By the way, this area is one of the more renowned locations on the moon, with very loose soil ideal for mineral extraction. Why not take this opportunity to mine some resources instead? Oh, someone just made a point. Could it be that the Yeshing is indeed mining? What is indeed possible? Otherwise, their actions remain inexplicable. But mining doesn't occur like this, does it? Shouldn't there be robots digging and trucks transporting the ore? Now, they're merely pointing around. Moreover, mining on the moon is not particularly worthwhile. Although it possesses abundant and easily extractable ores, the cost of a lunar expedition is exorbitant, making terrestrial mining far more sensible. No, let us not forget that the moon harbors a rare mineral absent on Blue Star. Oh my gosh, are you referring to helium-3? Indeed, this substance is immensely valuable and is particularly challenging to produce on Blue Star. Helium-3 can serve as a future nuclear fusion energy source, and its properties make it exceptionally effective in low-temperature refrigeration applications. Furthermore, its application in nuclear magnetic resonance surpasses that of ordinary materials, yielding clearer signals. Additionally, it is invaluable in various scientific and archaeological domains, such as in the search for dark matter, solar research, and the fabrication of intricate instruments. This substance sells for 30 billion miles coins per ton on Blue Star. A mere 100 tons would suffice for the energy supply of all humanity for a year. Since they have already ventured to the moon, I refuse to believe they lack intentions. Wow, so expensive? This implies that the moon is practically paved with money. This venture is surely profitable, perhaps even extraordinarily so. That may be true, but the spacecraft's current appearance hardly resembles that of a mining operation, does it? It hasn't even made contact with the lunar soil. How can it extract the helium-3? No, no, no. What if, and I mean what if, the Yeshing is currently collecting helium-3? After all, this substance is gaseous and thus invisible. Is that even possible? What kind of high technology is this? Can it collect from a distance? That seems exceedingly effortless. No wonder it has traversed the entire pit. The soil here is indeed the loosest and most suitable for collection. Brothers, I have made a discovery. I recently employed specialized equipment to conduct a spectral analysis of a live stream. And guess what? I've uploaded the video. See for yourselves. The netizens eagerly clicked on the video link and gasped in astonishment upon watching. Holy moly, that's incredible. It truly is mining. How is this even possible? In the processed video, the space between the tubes and the ground was no longer empty. Instead, a peculiar color gas was visibly rising from the surface, continuously being drawn into the tubes. The spacecraft resembled an enormous vacuum cleaner, but rather than extracting lunar soil, it was siphoning this colorless gas. The netizens understood all too well what this gas was. Have you not noticed how the ground appears to be sinking more and more? How much mineral has been extracted? This pit has accumulated solar wind deposits over millennia, all being extracted in one go. Confirmed. According to specific calculations of the footage, it must have already extracted dozens of tons by now. As a researcher, this news is phenomenal. Does this mean we might gain access to cheaper raw materials in the future? If the Yeshing Corporation has collected such a vast amount of helium-3, does that imply they are commencing research on controllable nuclear fusion devices? This is monumental. Shouldn't we be more concerned about what kind of black technology this is? The efficiency is astonishing. Why can't it extract other materials? Based on my analysis, this is undoubtedly an unprecedented mining technology, simple to operate, convenient, rapid, and devoid of danger. If we adopt this technology for mining in the future, it will revolutionize the industry. With this technology, it seems the Yeshing could collect thousands of tons of helium-3 at a time, considering there are only a few million tons on the moon. A few hundred trips would suffice for complete extraction. Thousands of tons at once, at 30 billion miles coins per ton? My goodness, this is a windfall. They've merely mined a small portion of the moon and earned so much. There are countless other planets in the universe. This is exceedingly lucrative. Mom, I want to go mining in outer space too. Fantastic. I hope the Yeshing Corporation produces more spacecraft swiftly to ensure they extract all the helium-3, stockpiling it in our great Xia. This will undoubtedly become a resource surpassing oil in importance. Leaving others with no options. Other nations must be utterly envious, especially since they currently lack even the technology for spacecraft, let alone this mining technology. As the netizens had anticipated, the high-ranking officials abroad, upon learning this news, were in a state of utter panic. Marshall was furiously pounding his desk in the office, bellowing, "No, how dare they? The minerals on the moon belong to all of humanity. How can they monopolize them? Protests. I demand protests." Beside him, his subordinates wore troubled expressions. "We must find a way to stop them. At this rate, it won't be long before they extract all the helium-3 from the moon." Among the many celestial bodies in the solar system rich in helium-3, the moon is the closest and easiest to mine. The most critical point is that we can only watch them mine. We are completely incapable of competing, lacking the technology for lunar spacecraft. And we remain ignorant of this peculiar mining technique. Marshall shouted, "Immediately notify the ministers. We must devise a strategy to pressure them into halting their operations." He then turned to the scientists, saying, "I am granting you 1 month. Regardless of the funding required or the sacrifices needed, I want to see a functional mining vessel capable of expediting our lunar mining endeavors." The scientists exchanged glances, realizing the daunting task ahead. This is truly beyond our capabilities. Chapter 222, A Firm Rebuttal and the Return of the Yeshing. All the high-ranking officials from around the globe rallied together under Marshall's leadership to protest. Previously, they had merely envied the Yeshing. At most, they felt they might fall behind in the realm of scientific research. However, now that the Yeshing had effortlessly extracted vast quantities of lunar minerals, they found themselves utterly disarmed. These individuals tore away their hypocritical facades and openly expressed their outrage, asserting that the Great Xia could not monopolize minerals belonging to all of humanity. It is imperative to cease the current actions and distribute the minerals already extracted among all nations in proportion. Simultaneously, to foster the advancement of Blue Star civilization, Daxia must share the technology of the Yexing spacecraft with the world, allowing a collective endeavor to explore the moon. However, these proposals were met with vehement rejection from the higher echelons of Daxia, who asserted that there are no explicit regulations designating the moon as the sovereign territory of any single nation. Anyone with the capability may engage in mining, and Daxia will not obstruct them. Currently, Daxia's extraction of minerals and their subsequent return to Blue Star is a contribution to technological progress, providing the scientific community with affordable helium-3 and thus warrants commendation. In the face of the looming threat posed by extraterrestrial beings, Daxia's priority is to amass resources and vigorously advance technology, rather than engage in feudal disputes over these matters. All nations desiring inexpensive helium-3 are welcome to procure it from Daxia. The actions of foreign officials have even incited mockery among Daxia's online community. Finally, they understand what it means to be shameless. They seem oblivious to their own faults. Such an entitled attitude is utterly revolting. Do they still believe Daxia is like it was over a century ago, vulnerable to their threats? We must persist in our endeavors. Bravo to Yexing Corporation. We must not yield. The opposition of our adversaries only affirms our righteousness. What nonsense! Why should we distribute minerals that have already been extracted? Why should we share our technology? Why do they never share their advancements in chips and other technologies with us? When they profited from the monetary hegemony, why did they not propose sharing their wealth? If Dami were mining on the moon and we protested, would they heed our concerns? If they possessed the capability, let them develop their own spacecraft and mine for themselves. First come, first served. This is a revelation of their intrinsic DNA. Thus, while protests continued, the operations of the Yexing spacecraft remained unabated. Faced with their helplessness, these nations could only urge their scientific communities to hastily develop corresponding spacecraft technology. They found themselves in a metaphorical age of exploration, where overseas trade could easily yield riches, yet they lacked the ships to embark on such ventures. Each spacecraft could transport thousands of tons, and regardless of pricing, the cargo of a single flight would be worth trillions of Mi currency. This is tantamount to the GDP of a major nation. It is an insane profit. Each day of delay means countless riches flowing into Daxia. Moreover, the minerals on the moon are not infinite. Perhaps in due time, all the rich deposits will be depleted, leaving them with nothing. Let us not forget, there is currently only one spacecraft, while Yeti may soon conjure more, exponentially increasing efficiency. Despite his concerns, Marshall gradually convinced himself that Daxia's accumulation of helium-3 was merely a means of earning a modest profit, with no substantial impact on the energy landscape or monetary hegemony. This is because utilizing helium-3 as an energy source necessitates highly advanced nuclear fusion devices, requiring extremely high reaction temperatures. He did not believe that Yexing Corporation was capable of swiftly developing a helium-3 fusion reactor. Their controlled nuclear fusion engines must surely rely on deuterium-tritium reactions. Thus, for a considerable time, deuterium-tritium would remain the more viable energy source. During this period, he had ensured that Dami stockpiled ample supplies of both materials. With his family's wealth fully invested in these sectors, awaiting a future windfall, Marshall pondered their ongoing development of a controllable nuclear fusion device, which was nearing completion. Once this device is unveiled, it would significantly bolster Dami's technological advancements, potentially ushering in a new wave of technological explosion. Perhaps by then, they would be capable of developing their own spacecraft. The Yexing spacecraft continued its relentless mining operations day and night. One day, news of great significance finally arrived. The Yexing spacecraft was fully loaded with minerals and had officially departed from Moon, heading towards Blue Star. Through days of live broadcasts, Yexing had garnered a legion of devoted fans worldwide, returning triumphantly with the dreams of many upon its shoulders. Multitudes from across the globe and all of Daxia gathered in Nanfeng City, creating a blockade that left no room for passage. When the spacecraft initially set out, they were unaware of the momentous occasion. Now, as it returned, everyone yearned for a close-up view of Yexing's homecoming. At this moment, schools ceased operations, as students were clearly distracted. The schools arranged for them to watch the live broadcast or gaze skyward at the imminent descent of the spacecraft. All eyes were fixed on the heavens, fearful of missing the spectacle. At last, a small black dot appeared on the horizon, gradually enlarging. Those near Yexing Company could no longer contain their excitement and began to applaud. The spacecraft descended, officially hovering above the storage facility from which it had departed, lingering there for an extended period. Fans relished the moment, capturing first-hand images in close proximity. Subsequently, the Yexing spacecraft made its official landing at the heart of Yexing Company, where a specially organized welcome ceremony was underway, broadcast live across the internet. As the hatch opened, the crowd erupted into applause and whistles. The astronauts and researchers emerged, beaming with smiles, waving to the audience, and basking in their adoration. At that moment, they were celebrated as the first Daxians to set foot on the moon and as humanity's inaugural inhabitants to remain there for such an extended duration, earning them the status of heroes in the hearts of many. As they descended, they exhibited no signs of physical distress, akin to passengers disembarking from an aircraft. The Yexing spacecraft was equipped with comprehensive medical facilities capable of monitoring their health, as well as detecting any potentially lethal bacteria or microorganisms that may have been brought back from the moon. Thus, no further testing was deemed necessary. They accepted the bouquets presented to them and embraced their waiting families tightly. After all, despite the technological advancements, there remained an element of uncertainty. They had embarked on this journey with a resolve akin to facing death. The experience of returning to Blue Star from the moon was surreal, as if traversing through time. Following this, a press conference was convened on site. The authorities sought to capitalize on the momentum and swiftly harness this wave of publicity to elevate Dacia's global influence. Chapter 223. Inside Yexing Corporation. A leading expert revealed the findings from this lunar expedition. This endeavor marked humanity's return to the moon after decades, possessing profound significance. Not only did we acquire a wealth of experimental data from the moon, but we also retrieved a substantial amount of lunar soil samples from various regions, deepening our understanding of the moon and even the sun. He raised a metallic canister with both hands, prompting applause from all present. He continued, stating, even more significantly, we have established a research base on the moon, allowing for a permanent presence to conduct various tasks, monitor the moon and cosmic environment, and perform diverse experiments. This will simplify future lunar research initiatives. Lastly, and most importantly, the Yexing spacecraft collected a total of 5,000 tons of helium-3 on the moon, which will be utilized in research and energy applications. At this juncture, a journalist interjected with a question. Sir, may I inquire if your lunar research base will accept scientists from other countries? This topic had sparked fervent discussion online and was of great interest to the public. The expert replied, our leadership is planning to initiate a lunar research program. Furthermore, we will expand the base on the moon and potentially construct more bases in various locations, along with large-scale instruments, including optical telescopes and even particle accelerators. Under the auspices of our great Xia, scientists should be transported to lunar bases via spacecraft, amalgamating collective intellect to advance lunar research. We maintain an open stance, welcoming scientists from across the globe to join our initiative. Upon this declaration, a palpable sigh of relief swept through the international scientific community. Although they would not gain access to the spacecraft technology nor establish their own bases on the moon, the mere opportunity to partake in this endeavor sufficed. At this juncture, journalists commenced their inquiries. Will Yexing Corporation continue to manufacture spacecraft? Will they be available for purchase? What is the principle behind the mining apparatus aboard the spacecraft? Will this impact the future of mining? Upon hearing these questions, the expert shook his head and responded, I can only speak on behalf of the official stance, addressing inquiries strictly within the realm of the lunar landing program's particulars. I am not authorized to answer other questions, nor am I necessarily privy to the intricate details. He cast a sidelong glance at the officials present and added, however, I can provide some responses regarding less critical information. Yexing Corporation will indeed continue the production of these spacecraft, yet they will not be available for public purchase. You must comprehend the immense value of such vessels. The audience, composed of those invested in this issue, nodded in understanding. I can reveal that Yexing Corporation is currently constructing another spacecraft, which will be procured from above. We anticipate its unveiling next month. Once completed, this spacecraft will similarly contribute to lunar research and undertake various aerospace and mining missions, while the Yexing will henceforth concentrate on mining operations. In truth, the Yexing is the property of Yexing Corporation. From its inception, it was designed as a mining vessel. Our collaboration has merely enabled the completion of numerous research projects utilizing this spacecraft. This revelation incited a flurry of excitement online. Indeed, this spacecraft is capable of mass production. Wow, another spacecraft is set to debut next month. How exhilarating. Just imagine the sight of 2 spacecraft mining simultaneously. It would be breathtaking. So, the Yexing will now focus entirely on mining, ceasing its research endeavors? That is how it should be. If it's uncrewed, it can carry more cargo back. We must seize the opportunity to extract those rich ores before others do. Who will claim the mined helium-3? Will Yeshing Corporation establish an energy company? Naturally, whoever extracts it owns it. Haven T, you heard that there will be spacecraft from above as well. We will mine collaboratively. As long as it remains under the control of Great Xia, it suffices. Yeshing Corporation is poised to prosper, monopolizing these resources, which are far more valuable than oil. What? Will they solely focus on mining and forego other uses? I was hoping for the opening of space tourism projects. There is no need for haste. They are prioritizing mining over civilian applications, which is far more lucrative. Given Yeshing Corporation's manufacturing pace, I estimate there will be many spacecraft within a year, perhaps leading to the opening of space tourism projects then. Meanwhile, foreign officials reacted with discontent upon hearing this news. Marshal bit his lip, clenching his fists tightly. Indeed, mass production was a reality. One Yeshing was already more than we could bear. Now, you tell me they can produce as many as they desire. The first Yeshing alone returned with thousands of tons during its initial mining, and it had not even exerted its full capacity. If several more were to arrive, would they not deplete the moon's helium-3 reserves within a year? By then, we might still be struggling to develop our own spacecraft. He glanced anxiously at the scientists beside him, who felt as if they were being scrutinized by a predator. However, they internally lamented their plight. Decades in the aerospace sector had only yielded such limited progress. It was inconceivable to expect them to develop large spacecraft technology in such a short span. Currently, their strategy involved utilizing nuclear engines to construct smaller spacecraft, relying on numbers to achieve success. Yet, this was no simple task, as the space environment was exceedingly complex. Unlike Yeshing Corporation, their vessels required extensive testing to ensure compliance with standards. Furthermore, even if they succeeded in manufacturing them, they still had not deciphered the enigmatic mining technology. Otherwise, they would be relegated to archaic mining methods, constructing various mining sites in space and employing instruments to sift for helium-3. This approach not only incurred higher costs, but was also far more intricate, and most critically, it operated at a glacial pace. During the press conference, the expert continued to address inquiries. As for the mining technology aboard the spacecraft, I can only state that it is a Yeshing Corporation secret related to gravitational devices, and we possess no further details. While this technology facilitates mining, it is more suited for gaseous minerals and incurs significant costs, rendering it suitable primarily for the extraction of helium-3, a valuable gaseous resource. It is unlikely to be applied to other inexpensive mineral domains in the near future. At this moment, a journalist posed a question that thrust Great Xia and Yeshing Corporation into the spotlight. Chapter 224, Moral Coerción. The journalist stepped forward and queried, why does Great Xia not release the spacecraft for sale, or share the technology, allowing the world to produce collectively? According to our assessment, this spacecraft could operate within the solar system, accelerating humanity's exploration of the stars. We must remember that we currently face extraterrestrial threats, and an invasion of Blue Star is imminent. The Yeshing is equipped with advanced offensive and defensive systems capable of safeguarding Blue Star. We should unite the global effort to manufacture and equip these vessels rather than hoarding knowledge, which would be detrimental to humanity's future. A single company's production capacity is limited. I stand here advocating from the perspective of all humanity, urging Yeshing Corporation to release the technology for global collaboration to expedite the creation of a fleet for Blue Star. This impassioned plea resonated with many, inciting a wave of support online. Notably, the majority of this support emanated from abroad, though many within Great Xia also echoed similar sentiments. Well said. Let's not forget that we are still not safe. All interests must be set aside to ensure humanity's survival in the face of impending threats. Indeed, this technology should be shared, allowing the world to produce together. For the sake of all humanity, we must stand united. I must admit, as a citizen of Great Xia, I too call for the public disclosure of this technology. The previous commentator must be an imposter. Do not presume to represent us. If not an imposter, then they're either foolish or malevolent. Such grandiose proclamations seem disingenuous, as though they genuinely care for the greater good. Is this not a form of moral coercion? By what right do they demand we share our technology? The future safety of Blue Star is our responsibility. Attempting to exploit our situation and compel us to disclose our technology is out of the question. If they possess the capability, they ought to develop their own solutions. Why should they assume they can simply requisition the fruits of another's labor? Let's not be deceived. This journalist is undoubtedly being compensated. Their call for technology sharing is not rooted in the safety of Blue Star, but in self-interest. Who, after all, is responsible for the extraterrestrial crisis? Why has the truth been concealed for decades? And why did they nearly instigate a disaster while suppressing Yeshin Corporation's collaboration with the little gray men? We remember these debts. Since you mentioned sharing technology, why not simply take the initiative and disclose all of the advanced technologies related to rice? The expert chuckled softly and responded, "Your reasoning is rather grandiose. However, I regret to inform you that we must decline. This is not only because these technologies represent our painstaking efforts, but also due to our profound understanding of their complexity. The production of spacecraft is an exceedingly formidable challenge, even with the technology in our possession. We find ourselves unable to manufacture them independently, as it must be undertaken by Yeshin Corporation. Thus, the notion of making these technologies public for global production is utterly beyond your capabilities." The reporter pressed on with another question. Then why not disclose Yeshin Corporation's production methods? If they can produce, so can others. Is there something uniquely advantageous about Yeshin Corporation? The expert chose not to pursue this line of inquiry further and stated, "Our reluctance to disclose such technology stems from another reason. The world today is far from unified. There exist persistent conflicts and competition. Recently, there have been multiple nations attempting to sow discord between us and Yeshin Corporation. Here, we solemnly declare our unwavering trust in Yeshin Corporation, and we will pursue comprehensive cooperation henceforth. Therefore, there is no need for further provocations or baseless accusations against Yeshin Corporation. It is crucial to acknowledge that many nations harbor a desire to obliterate Yeshin Corporation completely. This lunar mission has demonstrated that Yeshin Corporation is our greatest hope against the gray aliens, assisting humanity in making strides toward interstellar exploration. If they had any ulterior motives, they would surely not aid human civilization in venturing into the stars. Presently, we observe these nations denouncing Yeshin Corporation as a malevolent extraterrestrial force, while simultaneously demanding the sharing of their spacecraft technology. Hence, we have every justification to protect Yeshin Corporation and their innovations. Should such technology be disseminated, it would undoubtedly exacerbate the current tensions. As you have witnessed, the technology of a spacecraft is extraordinarily formidable. Those who possess it will gain unprecedented power, leading to fierce struggles among humanity for dominion over Blue Star. As a peaceful nation, Daxiao intends to utilize this technology solely for mining purposes. As for the threat posed by the gray civilization, we shall take it upon ourselves to address that." The weight of the information contained in these words struck a chord with netizens, who were suddenly made aware of the extraterrestrial threat and the lack of a unified front among the upper echelons of power. The experts' remarks prompted deep reflection among them. They quickly discerned that the demand for technology disclosure stemmed merely from envy over the profits associated with helium-3. Moreover, sharing the technology would lead to unprecedented upheaval. The experts' final words were delivered with a commanding presence. "We shall not share this technology. Should the gray aliens invade, we will naturally take action. It is of no consequence. I will intervene." Although some foreign netizens continued to express their discontent, one might wonder, what does it matter? Would Daxiao be concerned with their opinions? Another journalist inquired, "I am quite interested in the helium-3 collected by the Yeshin spacecraft. Will it be sold publicly? And if so, what might the price be?" The expert then held up a metallic canister and proclaimed, "This is a sample of helium-3 from the moon, boasting a purity of 99.999 and exceptional quality. Yeshin Corporation and our government will establish a mining company to manage the sale of extraterrestrial minerals, with helium-3 being the sole product at present. The anticipated price is set to be 1.3 times that of Blue Star, equating to 1 billion Mi currency per ton, an absolute bargain." Upon hearing this news, netizens began to discuss fervently. Indeed, Daxiao will soon have 2 additional mining companies. Aside from Yeshin, only they are allowed to operate extraterrestrial mineral enterprises, which is quite impressive. This is exceedingly lucrative. Those energy tycoons must be green with envy. They can't even get in on the action. Just this endeavor alone has yielded trillions of Mi currency, equivalent to half of last year's GDP. How could we allow private enterprises to profit from it? From now on, all helium-3 from the moon will be monopolized by these 2 companies. We should seize the remaining time this year to make several trips to the moon. Research can wait. But making money is paramount. The reporters posed additional questions, such as when the next lunar mission would commence, whether assistance would be offered to other nations for manned lunar missions, and when lunar tourism would be made available. All these inquiries were addressed, and the press conference concluded successfully. However, discussions surrounding this topic continue to thrive online. The Yeshin spacecraft and the upcoming Daxia spacecraft garnered countless fans worldwide, with all eyes keenly focused on their developments. After unloading all cargo, the Yeshin spacecraft promptly set off for the moon to commence mining operations. The topic of these two spacecraft was frequently raised across the internet, manifesting in various educational videos, television dramas, and talk shows. The lunar mission became a dream for many children, inspiring them to pursue their studies. Ultimately, amidst the fervent anticipation of countless fans, the Daxia spacecraft made its debut. Its livery was a stark contrast to that of the Yeshin spacecraft, adorned in silver. The Daxia spacecraft first journeyed to the Daxia Space Center, where it initiated a new round of lunar missions. It is noteworthy that this lunar mission not only encompassed Daxia's own plans, but also included those of several affluent nations, which had not originally been part of the agenda. Undertaking lunar missions for other countries and ferrying their experts to the lunar base was expected to occur far into the future. However, upon hearing the enticing figures, the leadership was swayed. Consequently, these wealthy nations officially joined the ranks of those achieving manned lunar landings, surpassing even technologically advanced countries like Tian and Tian. Additionally, several global billionaires also participated in the lunar mission, not merely to fulfill their dreams, but because they had offered substantial contributions for their coveted tickets. Daxia selectively invited these nations and individuals to participate, with the next opportunity anticipated to be a long way off. As the Daxia spacecraft ascended into the sky, many nations, including Dami, grew increasingly anxious. Other technologically advanced nations were similarly envious. Dami and Daxia had achieved manned lunar landings, and now even lesser-known entities were outpacing them. This instilled a profound sense of urgency among them. Marshall seized this opportunity to unite these nations to collaboratively research spacecraft. They offered technology for controllable nuclear fusion, which astounded the other nations and instilled confidence in their spacecraft research endeavors. It must be noted that nations such as Asan expressed interest in joining this alliance, but were firmly rebuffed. Absurd. To join the alliance, a nation must possess both wealth and advanced technology. This alliance fundamentally served as a mutual aid organization. Asan, lacking both, had no grounds for inclusion. Nonetheless, Asan vowed not to relent and to pursue an independent research path, aspiring to realize its lunar ambitions within a few months. Netizens remained highly curious about when the collected helium-3 would be made available for sale. Finally, there was movement on this front. Without any prior notice, Yeshin Corporation abruptly opened a live stream. Upon receiving the news, netizens flocked to join. Sofa 666. What is happening? Another live stream? Goodness, Yeshin Corporation is becoming increasingly audacious. They didn't give any notice or alerts. If not for a fellow netizen-esque message, I would have been oblivious. Are there new products on the horizon? The number of viewers in the live stream surged instantaneously, soon reaching a staggering 100 million and continuing to rise. Once again, foreign powers cast their gaze upon this spectacle. What new product is this? An anti-gravity vehicle, perhaps? You are overthinking it. Such technology seems far too advanced for civilian use. Amidst the speculations of netizens, the imagery of the live stream transformed. It now showcased what appeared to be a laboratory, vast and meticulously organized. At its center stood a colossal machine resembling a medicinal cauldron, while various data and timelines flickered on the screen. At that moment, not a single soul was present. Where's this place? It seems to be a laboratory, but where are the people? Why aren't they coming out to make an announcement? It appears this is not a product aimed at the general public. By the way, what kind of machine is this? Is there anyone knowledgeable who can enlighten us? Oh, this device bears a striking resemblance to the Eastern Super Ring. Is it a man-made sun? What? Is it a controllable nuclear fusion device? Indeed, judging by the data nearby, it appears to be output power and various parameters. It truly is a controllable nuclear fusion device. Could it be that they have broken through this technology? This isn't exactly groundbreaking. Scientists have speculated for some time that they had mastered this technology. It was merely a matter of when they would announce it. This is no secret among the scientific community. No wonder there was no prior announcement. It turns out it is not something novel. It seems they are revealing it today. How wonderful. Is this a live ignition demonstration? This live stream is utterly fascinating. I am witnessing the ignition of a controllable nuclear fusion device. They had already made a technological breakthrough. Why announce it now? Could it be ready for commercial use? 666. If it could be commercialized, that would be splendid. With it, our technological advancements will accelerate exponentially. When will it be available? Will electricity costs decrease significantly? First, they collected helium-3 on the moon, And now, they unveil a controllable nuclear fusion device. Is the Yeshin Corporation playing a grand game? It seems this device has long been developed, and now, with ample resources, it is ready for commercial application. Well, in fact, the first generation of controllable nuclear fusion primarily relies on deuterium-tritium reactions. This technology is relatively easier to achieve, while helium-3 reactions demand much higher technical requirements. With ignition temperatures that are currently unattainable, the device being unveiled should be deuterium-tritium. How can you be so certain? I have faith in Yeshin Corporation. They are capable of miracles, and the challenges you mentioned seem trivial to them. As these speculations spread, the news began to report extensively. Yeshin Corporation unveils controllable nuclear fusion device. The dawn of a new era in human energy has arrived. Deuterium-tritium may replace petroleum as the energy material of the future. In the stock market, the valuations of all companies associated with deuterium-tritium skyrocketed. Marshall, holding a glass of whiskey in his office, wore a broad smile. This was all thanks to his prior strategies. He had toiled in this industry for a long time. Now, he was finally witnessing the fruits of his labor. Especially since his entire family had immersed themselves in this sector, their past investments were finally yielding returns. Their company's value surged rapidly, poised to become one of the top 20 enterprises in the world. Unexpectedly, Yeshin Corporation had lent them a helping hand. At long last, they were not lagging in technology. They would subsequently unveil their own device and spread its use to compete with Dacia. Chapter 226, Helium-3 Fusion Device. Marshall's terror. As for whether the device unveiled by Yeshin Corporation would utilize helium-3 as fuel, he had not even considered this possibility. According to his scientists' assessments, the difficulty of helium-3 reaction devices was on an entirely different level than that of deuterium-tritium. The gap between the two was far greater than the previous disparities in human capabilities and the breakthroughs in deuterium-tritium fusion technology. It had taken over a century just to achieve controllable nuclear fusion. Thus, he leisurely sipped his drink, continuing to watch the livestream. Meanwhile, the livestream screen remained unchanged for an extended period. Just as the viewers began to grow impatient, finally, a pristine white robot entered the frame, cradling a massive vial. Approaching the device and pressing a button, a small door on the device opened, and the robot positioned the vial accordingly, pushing it inside before the door closed again. The robot then moved to another button, and precisely at noon, it pressed the button. In the next moment, the device emitted a thunderous roar. Simultaneously, the data on the screen began to fluctuate, one indicating the duration of the process, the other the output power. The netizens in the live stream commenced a flurry of messages. However, their focus at that moment was not on the data, but rather on what they had just witnessed. Wow, that vial in the robot's hand contains helium-3, meaning it indeed uses helium-3 fuel. I told you so. Who doubted Yeshin Corporation's capabilities earlier? That was a swift slap to the face. Yeshin Corporation is incredible. Not only have they developed the device, but they've directly unveiled third-generation technology. Helium-3 reaction devices have higher energy efficiency and do not produce neutrons, thus causing no damage to the device. The advantages are numerous. I knew it. How could Yeshin Corporation engage in trivial matters? Helium-3 is truly poised to become a coveted energy source. Just moments ago, the entire world believed Yeshin Corporation's device used deuterium-tritium reactions, causing stocks related to those companies to soar. And now they are plummeting. They will likely continue to drop, probably unable to maintain their previous positions. Indeed, ever since the livestream revealed that the device utilized helium-3, all sectors related to deuterium-tritium, which had been thriving and amassed incredible wealth, began to plummet, swiftly dropping below their previous levels and continuing to decline at an alarming rate. The behind-the-scenes shareholders of these companies wore expressions of terror, desperately attempting to take action. Yet, all efforts proved futile, and ultimately, they slumped in despair in their chairs. The glass in Marshall's hand shattered upon hitting the floor, and he could no longer maintain a placid demeanor. Panic overtook his expression, his body trembling uncontrollably. He experienced a stark contrast, plummeting from the heights of euphoria to the depths of despair. Just moments ago, he had been fervently convinced that he held the key to future riches, believing that the rice-based nuclear fusion technology was not lagging behind. Yet this livestream had thoroughly slapped him in the face. Yeshin Corporation's nuclear fusion device truly utilized helium-3 as its raw material. This revelation meant their technology was utterly obsolete. All the time he and his family had invested, pouring their entire fortunes into this endeavor, had been for naught. In the future, while deuterium and tritium could not be deemed worthless, they would undoubtedly lose their significance. In their stead, helium 3 would emerge, a reaction device with exceptionally high efficiency that produced no neutrons, rendering it the ideal controllable nuclear fusion apparatus. Moreover, its cost was lower, making it far easier for them to acquire than deuterium and tritium. These were tangible advantages, even if countries reliant on rice continued to use deuterium-tritium fusion devices. They could not compete with Dacia. The inexpensive helium-3 was now firmly in the grasp of Yeshin Corporation and Dacia. They could only watch helplessly as a plethora of resources slipped into Dacia's hands while they lacked the capability to exploit them. This meant that the lifeblood of future global energy and even the economy was firmly held in Dacia's control. It goes without saying that their rice currency hegemony would no longer be sustainable. The fate of their family would be even more tragic. Not only would all their wealth be lost, but they would also be reduced to the status of ordinary individuals, without the financial backing of the family. This position would not endure for long. Future competitors were certain to exploit this vulnerability, persistently attributing the decline of rice production to him. As these thoughts crossed his mind, darkness enveloped his vision, and he fainted. Meanwhile, the live stream continued its lively discussion. It has been a few minutes, and the device is still operational. It seems it can indeed run indefinitely. The power output of this device is comparable to the entire energy consumption of our city, which means it could supply energy for the whole metropolis. Remember, we are a first-tier industrial city. Have you noticed something peculiar? Why can this device directly output electrical energy? Indeed, nuclear fusion should typically involve heating water, which then converts kinetic energy into electricity. Why can this device generate electricity directly? What kind of black technology is this? It directly converts the energy of plasma into electrical energy. Incredible. This way, the efficiency of converting helium-3 into electricity is greatly enhanced, preventing significant energy waste. Finally, we no longer need to boil water. Humanity can finally embark on other technological avenues, Doge. The live stream persisted for an hour until a figure appeared on screen. Lu Ping, an executive from the Yishin company. He smiled and said, "As you can see, this is the controllable nuclear fusion device invented by our Yishin company. Utilizing helium-3 as fuel. As long as there is sufficient fuel, it can operate indefinitely and directly convert energy into electricity." The purpose of this live broadcast is to announce to the world that humanity has officially entered the era of nuclear fusion energy. The age of fossil fuels is irretrievably behind us. Henceforth, humanity will no longer need to worry about energy shortages or excessively rely on fossil fuels that pollute the environment. By simply purchasing our commercially available nuclear fusion power generation devices and helium-3 materials, one can enjoy boundless, affordable energy. The quality of human life, productivity, and technological advancement will experience rapid growth. With such a device, it can meet the energy consumption of an entire large city, ensuring that shortages will never occur. And the costs associated with electricity will be significantly lower than in the past. Are you ready to embrace this new era? The commercial controllable nuclear fusion power generation devices will be available for global sale. We welcome your inquiries. His words ignited a wave of cheers in the live stream. Oh, this is fantastic. Humanity has finally awaited this day. No need to wait another 50 years. Electricity prices are likely to plummet, and in summer, we can finally run the air conditioning without fear of exceeding our electricity bills. No longer will we worry about power shortages. With the high temperatures this summer, it is unbearable to go even a moment without air conditioning, especially with frequent outages. It has been truly dreadful. Chapter 227, The Era of Infinite Energy, a Bounty for the Great Xia. The discussions in the live stream continued. I wonder, will heating be cheaper this winter? What I'm most concerned about is whether we in the South will have heating. Indeed, as a Southerner, I am often frozen like a dead dog in winter, unable to enjoy centralized heating, and running the air conditioning is too expensive. That should be feasible, right? Even if we use electricity to heat water, the cost will be much lower. Moreover, the heat from fusion can directly heat water. Just a moment ago, we were discussing how the Yishin company's device can directly convert energy into electricity, and now you're asking about heating water. Doesn't that seem like a regression? In fact, with cheaper electricity, using air conditioning will be acceptable. What I'm most concerned about is when we can start using it. With Yishin company's efficiency, it should be very soon. They may have been preparing for this, and with the fuel ready, it can be rapidly deployed. After the live stream concluded, the changes brought about by the advent of controllable nuclear fusion devices continued to unfold. News outlets promptly reported extensively, and major television networks aired large documentaries about the controllable nuclear fusion devices. Simultaneously, the authorities announced the official arrival of the era of infinite energy. A series of deployments surrounding the device would follow, including the widespread introduction of controllable nuclear fusion devices across the nation, ensuring comprehensive coverage for all inhabited areas. Residents' electricity costs would be uniformly set at 0.1 yuan per kilowatt hour, while industrial electricity would be set at 0.3 yuan per kilowatt hour. Furthermore, authorities declared a complete cessation of fossil fuel extraction and usage, relegating these resources solely for industrial raw materials. All national hydroelectric and thermal power plants announced their closure, to be reopened only in emergencies. The use of fuel-powered vehicles, ships, and aircraft would be entirely phased out, replaced by electric alternatives. Thanks to the super bio batteries, the performance of electric vehicles, ships, and so forth would rival that of their fuel-powered counterparts. Hence, the transition to electric power had been continuously ongoing. But now the final ultimatum to eliminate fossil fuels had been issued. Of course, charging at the new energy vehicle charging stations would be entirely free. This means that users would only need to pay once upon purchasing the vehicle, enjoying a lifetime of free usage thereafter. The allure of this policy was immense, particularly for those who were already owners of new energy vehicles. Additionally, former fuel vehicle owners were also enticed. Authorities announced that in winter, centralized heating would be provided nationwide at a nominal fee. During the sweltering summer months, electricity costs would also be temporarily reduced to even lower rates, ensuring that everyone could afford air conditioning. Furthermore, it was announced that it was time to conclude the carbon neutrality strategy. Future plans would be implemented nationwide to develop green cities and villages, ensuring a high plant coverage rate in urban areas. Large-scale equipment would continuously collect carbon dioxide from the atmosphere to achieve artificial carbon sequestration. In the past, such initiatives were unthinkable due to exorbitant costs. However, with the significant reduction in energy costs, such operations could now be supported. Alongside the decrease in energy costs, a plethora of welfare measures emerged. In summary, this series of policies thoroughly invigorated the online community of the Great Xia. Fantastic! The era of infinite energy. I love that name. Indeed, the authorities are making significant moves. They always announce after taking action. Our local power grid is undergoing renovations. It must be preparing to switch to nuclear power. Electricity at only 0.1 yuan per kilowatt hour. What a delight. And in the summer, prices will be even lower. I can finally enjoy air conditioning and comfort. Wow. We will also have heating here in the future. The reduction in industrial electricity costs is even more astounding. Only 0.3 yuan. This is truly unprecedented worldwide. In the future, the industrial costs for the Great Xia will only decrease further. Will those factories rushing to relocate abroad regret their decisions? Though our labor costs are higher, other factors have significantly decreased. In the future, oil will be relegated to the annals of history. Used solely for the production of industrial goods, absolutely low carbon and environmentally friendly. I wonder what excuses other countries will have to criticize us. Finally, fuel vehicles are completely banned. This should have been done long ago. Ever since the advent of bio batteries, our environment has been improving drastically. Wow, charging electric vehicles is free? I want to buy one and travel across the nation. International netizens were equally astonished and envious upon witnessing these developments. Electricity costs only 0.1 yuan? Are you kidding? The Great Xia's electricity prices were already the lowest in the world, and now they are practically giving it away. Centralized heating in winter, with only a nominal fee? This winter in Europe has been difficult. Without natural gas, we have to chop our own firewood. Who truly is the developed nation here? I admit I feel envious. What? Industrial electricity costs only 0.3 yuan? This is unfair. How are we supposed to compete? Free charging for electric vehicles? I want to live in the Great Xia. Well done. In a few short years, our carbon dioxide levels will revert to those of the 19th century. When will our nation develop such devices? I eagerly anticipate living in such an era. However, it is futile. The Great Xia's helium-3 fusion reactors are the most advanced, and they have secured all the affordable helium-3 resources, rendering their costs nearly negligible. Meanwhile, we have yet to develop even deuterium-tritium reactors and are technically far behind, with future benefits appearing exceedingly limited. Isn't it possible to purchase them? Didn't Yishan Corporation announce that they would be selling the devices globally? As for helium-3, we could acquire that too. However, it seems we will have to wait. The Great Xia will undoubtedly monopolize the developmental opportunities afforded by controllable nuclear fusion for the time being. Abroad, a chain reaction has also unfolded. Initially, the price of oil plummeted, leading to the devaluation of the Mi currency. Strangely, those wealthy nations have not publicly responded. Only astute observers noted that Great Xia's recent assistance in manned lunar missions might indicate prior negotiations, where substantial benefits were exchanged. Indeed, earlier, Great Xia had engaged in clandestine discussions with these affluent nations, culminating in a series of comprehensive collaborations. This included aiding them in technological transformations and advancements in aerospace and other fields. Furthermore, they would be the first to utilize controllable nuclear fusion devices, with helium-3 sold to them at rates more favorable than those of other nations. Naturally, these countries were immensely satisfied, recognizing the drawbacks of their singular economic models. And they had long been attempting to transition. Now, with such a tremendous opportunity presented by Great Xia, they were determined to seize it. The recent lunar mission was merely one aspect of this initiative. Other countries, however, appeared ill-prepared to face the upheaval brought about by the changing energy landscape and the advent of controllable nuclear fusion. They were first confronted with a financial crisis stemming from the collapse of the oil system. Additionally, as nuclear fusion energy significantly reduced industrial costs in Great Xia, their products gained a substantial competitive edge globally, while the industrial goods of other nations languished, unable to find buyers. Almost all clients shifted their allegiance to Great Xia, profoundly impacting their industries. Consequently, they felt compelled to urgently reach out to Great Xia, hoping to procure controllable nuclear fusion devices and helium-3. Although Great Xia agreed to allow purchases, it was evident that their devices were presently reserved for domestic use. This was not solely to allow Great Xia to retain this advantage. Primarily, it was due to the fact that Yishan Corporation's orders had already been fully allocated to domestic needs. Even expedited production could not meet the domestic demand, thus pushing back foreign orders by several months. This interim period would suffice for Great Xia to amass a significant advantage, while those nations faced a daunting dilemma. Every industrial product they manufactured resulted in losses, compounded by the inability to sell their output. Even if they eventually acquired fusion devices, they would struggle to compete with Great Xia. After all, they would still need to purchase helium-3, which, although 3 times cheaper than that produced by Blue Star, still paled in comparison to the virtually costless helium-3 from Great Xia. At least it was priced so low that it hardly covered management fees abroad. Only Great Xia, driven not by profit motives, could achieve such a feat nonetheless. Acquiring the devices would at least significantly reduce their industrial costs, providing a semblance of competitiveness. Most critically, the subsequent structural changes resulting from lower industrial costs could greatly enhance future societal development. With no immediate means to import devices, they could only reverse the trend and export back. Enterprises that had once considered relocating to countries with cheaper labor were now beginning to return. Despite previous attempts to retain them domestically, they now sought to re-establish connections to return to Great Xia and set up factories. However, the situation was no longer so straightforward. Competition had become fierce. Great Xia's capacity was limited, and the focus had shifted towards supporting domestic enterprises. Consequently, numerous foreign companies of similar nature exhausted every possible avenue to secure a foothold in Great Xia. Those that had previously expressed unfriendly sentiments towards Great Xia or had engaged in similar misconduct were promptly filtered out, resulting in regret for those enterprises. Simultaneously, this served as a wake-up call for others, indicating that Great Xia's standing had dramatically changed and careless remarks would no longer be tolerated. With no immediate prospects for importing devices, these nations pinned their hopes on their own research, aspiring to make breakthroughs in this technology. They were acutely aware that the alliance was studying controllable nuclear fusion devices and spacecraft, reportedly nearing completion. However, only the scientists understood the complexities involved. They had indeed developed their own devices, but these were far from comparable to those of Great Xia. Not only did they rely on deuterium-tritium, a more expensive fuel, but the reaction process also produced neutrons that could damage the equipment. Most critically, their devices could not generate electricity directly. They required heating water to convert energy, resulting in low energy conversion efficiency. In summary, their technology fell drastically short when compared to Yishan Corporation's offerings. Yet, as the populace eagerly awaited controllable nuclear fusion devices, these nations felt compelled to proceed with their own, despite the shortcomings, if only to instill confidence in their citizens. Consequently, these countries jointly announced that they had overcome the relevant technological hurdles and that controllable nuclear fusion would soon become commonplace. Following this announcement, Great Xia responded swiftly, asserting that even amidst domestic supply constraints, it would strive to meet the needs of other nations. Yishan Corporation urgently declared the initiation of several new production lines, ensuring that domestic demand was met and that they could now supply to foreign markets. Upon hearing this, those nations were left seething with indignation. When they had not yet achieved breakthroughs in their research, Great Xia claimed there were no available supplies. Now that they had finally made progress, Great Xia was prepared to offer assistance. This pattern was all too familiar. It mirrored the tactics previously employed against Great Xia. When Great Xia lacked relevant technologies, a blockade was enforced, but once others developed their own, they would flood the market with cheaper products, driving indigenous research to the brink of collapse. Despite their grievances, Yixin Corporation's devices remained indispensable. After all, they were genuinely effective, capable of reducing industrial costs by up to 80. At a grand ceremony, the leaders of Great Xia, along with representatives from other nations and Yixin Corporation, exchanged cordial handshakes and announced a supply agreement. Simultaneously, large controllable nuclear fusion devices, specially customized by Yixin Corporation, along with substantial helium-3 resources, were dispatched to these nations and officially activated amidst widespread attention. The citizens of these countries finally enjoyed what was, for them, a remarkably affordable supply of electricity. While it could not compare to the privileges enjoyed by Great Xia, it nonetheless brought them considerable satisfaction. At least this winter, they would not lament the absence of natural gas, nor would they struggle to procure firewood. It is worth noting that the devices exported abroad differed from those utilized within Great Xia. The compact fourth-level devices synthesized by Tian were designed for helium-3 reactions, representing the standard model for Great Xia. These were merely the size of a van, capable of supplying energy to a large city, and even adaptable for use in ships and aircraft. This raised some concerns among Great Xia's upper echelons. Consequently, at their behest, Tian modified the compact devices, introducing larger models that retained all other functionalities, albeit with significantly increased dimensions. This version is exclusively for foreign markets, which significantly limits their various usage scenarios. The technology and production processes of controllable nuclear fusion devices are exceedingly intricate. Tian can also ensure that they cannot manufacture these devices independently or decipher the underlying technology for modification. Many nations harbor grievances regarding this, as they aspire to acquire a smaller version. Should they discover that Tian possesses not only a compact device, but also micro-units applicable to mechs, their expressions would likely darken even further. At the base in Dami, scientists from around the globe gazed in astonishment at the spacecraft before them. This vessel is the culmination of technology left by the little gray beings, amalgamated with the expertise of top specialists across various fields, and the prodigious intellect of these young geniuses. It is a nuclear fusion engine spacecraft, which has been rigorously tested, revealing no issues in any aspect. While the engine on board does not originate from Yixin Company, the deuterium-tritium reaction device they manufactured is more than adequate. Chapter 229: The Mysterious Confidence of the Manned Lunar Landing Mission. Theoretically, as long as the spacecraft is equipped with sufficient fuel, it is more than capable of reaching the Moon and even Mars. However, its scale pales in comparison to the Yixin, being roughly the size of an aircraft carrier. Moreover, to ensure cargo capacity, most of the space is designated as storage. The spacecraft lacks the anti-gravity technology of the Yixin and must launch from a cooling pool. Nevertheless, it is outfitted with energy shields and energy weapons. However, this vessel does not possess mining capabilities. Their solution involves demarcating territory in space, establishing mining facilities on site, and regularly transporting the collected goods back to Blue Star. Without gravity technology, their mining speed is certainly incomparable to that of Yixin Company. Nonetheless, having something is better than nothing. Furthermore, only professionally trained astronauts can board the spacecraft. The scenario where ordinary individuals can travel, as with the Yixin, is simply unfeasible. Additionally, their spacecraft speed is far inferior to that of the Yixin, given that the latter possesses a gravitational device that allows it to accelerate without regard for overload. Furthermore, they calculated the costs and found that utilizing the spacecraft for lunar mining and returning with the resources incurs only a marginally lower expense than purchasing directly from Dacia. Regardless, the development of self-research technology constitutes progress. At the very least, they can construct their own research base on the Moon and conduct independent studies. These nations were elated, promptly announcing the news and preparing for immediate implementation. After all, during this time, Dacia had launched 2 more spacecraft, which subsequently began mining on the Moon. The mining operations of these vessels have already covered nearly half of the lunar surface, bringing back several tons of helium-3, equivalent to a fraction of the Moon's total reserves. Perhaps by next year, they will have depleted the helium-3 on the Moon. It is worth noting that merely 100 tons of helium-3 suffices for humanity's annual consumption. Currently, Daxiao's collection is enough to sustain humanity for centuries. Of course, with the advancement of technology, humanity's electricity consumption may increase significantly in the future. Nevertheless, this ensures a sufficient power supply for at least several hundred years. Moreover, they continue to mine actively. Additionally, Daxia is trending towards tying its currency to helium-3. Eventually, the majority of helium-3 worldwide may rest in their hands, with restrictions on external supply. The entire financial system could thus be under their control. Therefore, these nations must expedite their mining efforts and stockpile their helium-3 as a reserve resource, relying on imports from Daxia for daily use. Upon learning of the spacecraft's debut, the citizens of these nations erupted in jubilation. Although the news indicated a significant technological gap compared to the Yishan, it did not diminish their pride. However, unexpectedly, they were not the second nation to develop a nuclear-powered lunar lander. Another country emerged to stir the pot, claiming to have surpassed the relevant technology and developed a spacecraft, planning a manned lunar landing and mining in the near future. Indeed, this nation is Asan. The world reacted with incredulity upon hearing this news, gathering in their live stream to witness the developments. Viewers wore peculiar expressions as they observed this so-called large spacecraft, which indeed appeared substantial and seemed designed with the Yishan as a benchmark. Its exterior closely mimicked that of the Yishan, albeit merely in form. The Yishan has been regarded as a paragon by scientists globally involved in spacecraft manufacturing. It is deemed the most flawless vessel, with every structure, shape, material, and coating bearing profound significance, captivating countless scientists for research and imitation. There is no inch of excess. In fact, the spacecraft developed by these advanced nations has largely referenced the Yishan, enabling rapid research. However, the creation by Asan is merely a crude imitation. In stark contrast to the Yishan's exquisite design, the precision of this vessel's exterior appears questionable. Certain aspects entirely misinterpret the design's intent, resorting to clumsy replication, with various welding and craftsmanship issues glaringly apparent. International viewers exchanged doubtful glances, highly skeptical of the spacecraft's ability to fly. One viewer raised concerns in the livestream, only to be met with vitriolic backlash from Asan's netizens. Do you understand technology? This is based on the Yishan design. We have truly surpassed it. Our spacecraft technology has eclipsed that of Yishan Company. We can claim to be the foremost in Blue Star. To those questioning us, produce your own spacecraft before speaking, all right? Laughable. Your countries do not even possess a spacecraft. What right do you have to critique us? We are about to mine on the moon. In the future, you might need to purchase helium-3 from us. Take note. Witnessing the mysterious confidence of Asan's netizens, others found themselves at a loss for words. They pondered the possibility that Asan scientists, being so astute, would not overlook such fundamental issues. Perhaps the design of the spacecraft held deeper significance. This vessel similarly required a cooling pool, and the clever minds of Asan chose to construct it upon a structure resembling an offshore drilling platform, allowing seawater to cool the jetting flames. Soon, the launch time for the spacecraft arrived. Personnel at Asan's command center began the countdown. 3, 2, 1, launch. The spacecraft erupted with a tremendous roar, spewing forth terrifying flames that instantly boiled the seawater below, generating plumes of vapor. The spacecraft ascended smoothly, quickly becoming a mere streak of fire in the sky. The command center erupted in cheers, with everyone rising to embrace one another. Asan's netizens rejoiced even more fervently. Wow, we are the best. Our nation has finally become a space power. Even Dami and Neon cannot achieve what we have. We are the third nation in the world to realize a manned lunar landing. The spacecraft appears to be flying quite smoothly. Who claimed it when take off? Even viewers from other nations, witnessing this spectacle, were filled with deep confusion. Could it be that they had overthought the situation? It seemed that Asan was indeed not as simple as presumed. Or perhaps the technology for lunar landers was not as daunting as everyone had imagined. Regardless, they certainly hoped to avoid witnessing any mishaps. Who would have thought that such a sudden thought would precipitate an unforeseen event? As that brilliant flame soared toward the horizon, it unexpectedly erupted into a colossal fireball, only to gradually fade away, leaving the audience in the live stream utterly astounded. Chapter 230, A Tragic Conclusion. Witnessing this spectacle, even children could discern the grim reality. The individuals at the command center, who had been celebrating moments ago, were instantly frozen in disbelief, their faces reflecting incredulity. The online community from the country of A had lost all their previous bravado. How could this happen? No, There are still hundreds of our astronauts aboard the spacecraft. Oh my God, why has this occurred? Wasn't the spacecraft supposed to successfully reach the moon? Please, tell me this is merely a nightmare I am experiencing. Meanwhile, international netizens could no longer contain their scorn, switching to a mocking tone. Didn't we warn you long ago about the design flaws of the spacecraft? Even we could see it. What were your scientists doing? Perhaps you should check if the funds were embezzled? It's miraculous that the spacecraft even managed to ascend. Reaching such heights is already quite an achievement. Is this the caliber of the world's second-largest spacefaring nation? You should stick to molding clay. This advanced field is beyond your reach. Every step of space travel necessitates extensive calculations, meticulous planning, and repeated experimentation to yield results. How could you dare to proceed? Surely, you don't believe you can simply fly to the moon? We appreciate the rocket sent by our friends in A. But now kindly clean up the debris left behind. We wouldn't want to harm anyone. The reality was indeed grim. Although the massive spacecraft exploded at high altitude, it did not disintegrate, but instead plummeted with tremendous kinetic energy. It crashed directly into the heart of Delhi, where a large crowd was gathered for a collective ceremony to bless the spacecraft. The residents, who had just watched the televised broadcast filled with pride, were now engulfed in shock, entirely oblivious to the calamity that awaited them. It was not until numerous heads were craned skyward that they realized the dire situation. By then, it was too late. Waves of terror swept through the crowd as they beheld the massive object descending upon them. In an instant, a deafening sonic boom shattered glass several kilometers away. The impact zone was horrifically devastating. Ruins lay scattered, with broken bodies strewn across the area. This shocking event was broadcasted live by news media, reverberating around the globe. Before people could recover from the shock of the spacecraft disaster, they were struck by an even greater tragedy. Oh no, how could this happen? God, why must we endure such a catastrophe? My heavens! It fell directly into the city center, amidst a gathering crowd. My condolences. I'm sorry. I shouldn't mock you. I hope the residents there are safe. Rescue efforts arrived belatedly. Ultimately, they reported a grim toll of over 40,000 lives lost in this catastrophe. This incident swiftly became the focus of global attention, marking a significant event that would be etched into history. Enraged netizens questioned the Space Center officials about the spacecraft's malfunction. The final investigation revealed that in their haste to develop the spacecraft, numerous flaws had been overlooked in its design and construction, many of which had not been properly validated. Additionally, a portion of the research funds had been embezzled and shortcuts had been taken during the manufacturing process. Consequently, all responsible parties were apprehended, and it appeared they would spend the remainder of their lives in prison. This action quelled much of the public outrage. The once burgeoning aspirations of A's space program lay in ruins. This tragedy became an eternal wound in the hearts of the people, casting a long shadow over any future discussions regarding aerospace research. Initially, the higher-ups attempted to deflect blame onto the Yashin company, insinuating that it was their fault that led to this disaster, as the spacecraft design had been modeled after the Yashin model, and the fusion device on board had been procured from them. This revelation clarified to the world why it suddenly possessed engines capable of supporting such a massive spacecraft. They had retrofitted the energy systems sold by Yashin for use as the spacecraft's propulsion. However, Yashin and Dacia swiftly rebutted these claims, asserting that the incident was entirely a result of human error, stemming from internal issues. They highlighted that the devices exported by Dacia were explicitly marked for energy supply purposes only, strictly forbidding any alternative use or modifications. Otherwise, the consequences would be borne entirely by the user. I should have been well aware of these stipulations. Upon receipt of this information, new protests erupted among the populace of A against their leaders. This time, no one could be easily placated, especially once the people learned that the energy devices, which were supposed to benefit the public, had been improperly modified for the spacecraft. Their anger was palpable. They had long anticipated that the imported energy devices from Dacia would elevate their industrial capabilities and produce a wealth of resources. After all, many were suffering from hunger, and exorbitant electricity costs left countless individuals unable to afford basic utilities. Amidst the exceptionally high summer temperatures, many lives had been lost. Now, they discovered that these devices had not been used for their benefit, but rather squandered on an impractical space dream, merely to uphold the facade of the upper echelons. In summary, chaos ensued throughout A. Once the dust settled, it resumed procurement of controllable nuclear fusion devices from Yashin, but this time, Yashin categorically refused to sell. Their rationale was a fear that A might once again misuse the technology, only to blame Yashin if problems arose. Furthermore, They had previously supplied it with helium-3 intended for 1 year's use, all of which had been wasted in the disaster. These resources were invaluable, and Daxia could not idly stand by as they were squandered. Ultimately, it leveraged numerous connections, and given Daxia's awareness of their deficiencies and the leadership changes that had shifted away from aerospace investments, they eventually agreed to sell them another batch. After this transaction concluded, it was the turn of the developed nations to take center stage. Countries such as Dami and Neon successfully manufactured their spacecraft and proceeded with launches. The entire process unfolded smoothly. The spacecraft from these nations landed safely on the moon, where they established mining bases, though several additional trips would be required to fully develop the mining sites. After all, their spacecraft were relatively small and could not carry substantial payloads, nor did they have the robotic assistance from Yeshin for construction. Regardless, their mining bases, albeit slow to develop, successfully began extracting helium-3. When the first batch of domestically mined helium-3 was transported back, the leaders of these nations were overwhelmed with emotion. They had initially feared that the mining operations would be disrupted by Daxia. Chapter 231: High-Tech Indoor Three-Dimensional Farms. However, Daxia's several spacecraft showed no interest in them, focusing solely on their own mining efforts. Witnessing this, the leaders felt reassured. As long as there was no territorial encroachment or direct land grabbing, each could mine independently without time for disputes. Previously, when Dami and others proposed dividing the moon into spheres of influence, they were met with outright refusal from Daxia. Dami no longer dared to provoke trouble, fearing retaliation. Consequently, Daxia would continue to extract the most resources, while Dami and the other nations had essentially abandoned their aspirations for the moon. They aspired to amass a sufficient stockpile of helium-3, adequate to sustain their endeavors and facilitate exploration within the solar system. After all, aside from the moon, there exists a plethora of planets and asteroid belts within our cosmic neighborhood. With the advent of spacecraft, venturing to other planets for exploration is no longer a distant dream. The Great Xia cannot possibly deplete all its mineral resources. Over on the blue planet, it can be said that the entire world has officially entered the era of limitless energy, encompassing even the impoverished continents. The advent of controllable nuclear fusion devices has rendered helium-3 remarkably affordable compared to their previous energy sources. Consequently, these regions have also widely adopted such technologies, ushering in monumental societal transformations. Nights have become illuminated, akin to other developed areas across the globe. With energy issues resolved, their economies are experiencing rapid growth. Undoubtedly, the region exhibiting the most pronounced development and change is the Great Xia. After all, they implemented these devices months earlier than other regions, and their costs are significantly lower than those charged to foreign nations. The transformations in the Great Xia can be aptly described as revolutionary. The prices of daily necessities have plummeted. Initially, people presumed this was merely a promotional sale, leading to a frenzy among the elderly, who stockpiled an abundance of goods despite their children's admonitions. However, as these prices stabilized, they came to accept the reality and began to lament their excessive purchases. In a particularly frigid northern city, not only is every indoor space heated throughout the winter at an exceedingly low cost, but construction is also rampant throughout the city. Reports suggest that the authorities intend to bury heating pipelines beneath the entire city, ensuring that winter transforms the city into a veritable spring, free from the burdens of snow and ice. This location serves as an experimental site. If successful, the initiative will be extended to all cold cities. Meanwhile, in the coastal cities of the northern regions plagued by water scarcity, numerous desalination plants have emerged along the shoreline, employing simple and straightforward heating distillation methods to supply the cities with cheap, pure industrial and potable water. In the arid northwest desert, what was once an expanse of boundless sand has been transformed into a designated area spanning hundreds of square kilometers. Countless skyscrapers have sprung up in this space, all achievements realized within a mere few months. Several such new cities have emerged amidst the desert. These towering edifices are not solely residential. Most of them are, in fact, high-tech indoor farms. Utilizing a fully enclosed environment, they meticulously control the supply of oxygen, carbon dioxide, water, and nutrients, while completely isolating pests. The agricultural products cultivated here meet exceptionally high standards, surpassing even previous organic produce. Remarkably, these are merely the low-cost agricultural products readily available to the residents of the Great Xia in local markets. Since the introduction of controllable nuclear fusion devices, plans have been set forth to entirely transform vast stretches of desert and uninhabited areas into new settlements and vital agricultural zones. This initiative not only alleviates population density and housing pressures, but also effectively rehabilitates arid lands. Consequently, countless experts in indoor agriculture, alongside newly recruited residents from various regions, have flocked to this area, laboring tirelessly to construct a promising future. Each building here towers several dozen stories high, with every floor housing laboratory-grade farmland. Not only has land utilization reached its pinnacle, but these farms also exhibit minimal waste of water and other resources, while the produced goods remain highly controllable. Thus far, there have been no natural disasters affecting these ventures. Most importantly, the growth rate of the plants is entirely unaffected by external climatic conditions. The rice cultivated here can yield multiple harvests annually. It is anticipated that in just a few months during the harvest season, the agricultural output from this region will not only meet national demands, but will also be more than sufficient to supply the entire globe. This is the transformative power of technology. Within a high-rise farm, agricultural expert Old Zhang meticulously examines the parameter settings, observing the rows of black soil cradling vibrant, life-filled sprouts. Overwhelmed with emotion, tears stream down his face as memories of the past flood his mind. Back in the 1950s, similar initiatives were proposed to aid this region's development. Countless individuals ventured to this land, yet their efforts ultimately proved futile, particularly in the central desert where harsh conditions rendered improvement impossible. At that time, Old Zhang resolved to dedicate himself to indoor agricultural research, vowing to return one day and convert this barren desert into fertile land. He endured countless hardships and faced skepticism from others, as indoor agriculture, while seemingly promising, bore exorbitant costs and yielded little reward. Nevertheless, he held firm in his belief that one day all challenges would be surmounted. Finally, that day has arrived. The launch of controllable nuclear fusion devices by Leaf God Company has wholly addressed the energy dilemma. All obstacles have been overcome, leaving only a clear path ahead. Thus, Old Zhang formally proposed the development of indoor agriculture in the desert, garnering robust support from the authorities. This led to the rapid transformations witnessed today. The plan is to utilize indoor agriculture as a foundation for creating new cities, attracting individuals to settle here, while simultaneously stimulating the growth of other vital industries. Currently, this city alone has welcomed hundreds of thousands of residents, enjoying a comfortable lifestyle amidst abundant greenery, free from the frenetic pace and congestion of major urban centers. Water, sourced from hundreds of kilometers away, is plentiful and nothing is lacking. An airport is under construction, complemented by an extensive network of roads and high-speed railways. The entire nation is experiencing revolutionary changes. The previous railway system has been entirely phased out, set to be revamped into a magnetic levitation track. In the future, all high-speed rail will utilize magnetic levitation technology, achieving speeds of up to 800 kilometers per hour, with a railway network encompassing every town and city across the nation, allowing people to travel freely to their desired destinations. The rapid pace comes at an extraordinarily low cost, with countless individuals commuting daily via fixed-schedule maglev trains to other cities for work. Chapter 232, Biological Chip Auxiliary Brain. Not only are high-speed rail projects underway, but numerous other national-scale initiatives are also under evaluation. Projects that were previously shelved due to cost constraints are now being reconsidered, many of which are brimming with innovation, such as three-dimensional cities, cross-sea tunnels, and bridges. Additionally, scientists from the Great Xia have developed a method for artificially synthesizing starch from carbon dioxide. While the nation is currently experiencing significant agricultural surpluses, this technology has also been put to use. The synthesized starch can be utilized in animal feed or various industrial applications. Concurrently, scientists are exploring methods to synthesize other food sources. Although the three-dimensional indoor farms can produce crops, there remains a need for high-quality proteins and fats. Thus, researchers are investigating ways to synthesize these essential nutrients, alongside other resources, such as oil for industrial use. While oil prices have plummeted, the cost of synthetic oil may prove even lower. However, such drastic changes necessitate that the populace adapt. Today, life is comfortable and pleasant, with individuals working only a brief portion of their day for generous remuneration, all while enjoying a remarkably low cost of living. In a fleeting moment, many individuals found themselves adrift, unable to ascertain their rightful place. The leisure class in the Great Xia suddenly burgeoned. Numerous souls began to flock to various destinations, or alternatively, chose to languish at home, indulging in games to release their pent-up energy. The tourist attractions across the nation were nearly overflowing even on non-holiday days. For many, it was their first encounter with a profound sense of emptiness. However, such matters were trivial in comparison. Returning to Tian, the tumultuous changes outside had no impact on him whatsoever. He remained ensconced in his laboratory, diligently investigating the object he had procured from the small gray beings since his return from the rice fields, striving to unveil its secrets. He was convinced that this object was anything but ordinary. Before him lay the crystal born from the explosion of the small gray entity, and he had meticulously analyzed it using various instruments. The results indicated that this was not merely a mineral, but rather a substance akin to biological tissue. This revelation astonished Tian, for he had measured the hardness of this object, which exceeded that of diamonds. In fact, not only its hardness, but all its attributes surpassed any material found on Blue Planet. The crystal's exterior was impeccably smooth, with both length and width perfectly uniform, exhibiting a variance of no more than 1 picometer. He could scarcely fathom what kind of substance could give rise to such a crystal. No means could mar its integrity, and it possessed the remarkable ability to repel both water and fire, as if enveloped by an invisible energy field. Eventually, Tian devised a method. He enveloped the crystal in chaotic particles. In that instant, he could sense the crystal being suppressed, unable to manifest its capabilities. He managed to scrape off a minute quantity of powder from its surface, yet the damaged crystal restored itself in an instant, leaving Tian in awe. Simultaneously, he was astonished to observe that the scraped powder was gradually vanishing. This phenomenon seemed to contravene the laws of thermodynamics, appearing almost magical. With no time to ponder further, he promptly collected the powder into his shop, thereby halting its dissipation. It appeared that his system was indeed a bug that disregarded the rules. Next, he accessed the shop, eager to ascertain the nature of this substance. He discovered the unlocked item, which boldly proclaimed the words cosmic biological crystal core fragments. Tian's understanding crystallized. This was, without a doubt, the crystal core of the small gray beings, though its purpose remained uncertain. Could this be the source of their power? Tian's eyes narrowed. If that were the case, its significance would be monumental. He hurriedly clicked on the detailed description of the item. This substance originated from the crystal core of a cosmic superbeing, containing the DNA of cosmic life forms and crystallized from a special energy transformation. It was solidified into a quasi-material crystal through a complex DNA circuit, which would repair itself or annihilate, depending on the extent of damage incurred. Tian's realization dawned upon him. This object was not a mere material, but a manifestation of special energy solidified into a state that bridged the realms of matter and energy. Simultaneously, an insatiable curiosity welled within him. The existence of such a phenomenon transcended his understanding, representing an entirely new branch of science. What sort of gene could possibly regulate these unique energies? The mysteries of the universe were indeed boundless. He continued to read. Cosmic beings could utilize this to conduct reverse operations, channeling energy outward through the crystal core to achieve various functionalities. This revelation effectively unraveled the enigma of the small gray being's superpowers. Tian found himself intrigued. Initially, he had assumed that the abilities of the small gray beings bore resemblance to his chaotic particles. However, it was now evident that their essence was entirely different. His chaotic particles were, at their core, a transformation of his own body's multidimensional energy. He realized that he possessed no such crystal core within himself. Suddenly, a thought struck him. The means by which the small gray beings had evolved to such a high level in the cosmos was apparent. They had even developed superpower crystal cores, a remarkable enhancement for life, regardless of how they evolved. This could be regarded as a hallmark of an advanced civilization. Could humanity potentially harness this knowledge to elevate the essence of their own existence? Although the method by which the small gray beings had developed such abilities over eons was uncertain, it seemed plausible that humanity could circumvent many obstacles and reach such heights in a relatively short time, with his assistance. Tian gazed at the shop, suddenly invigorated. He glanced at his shop's points. The mere powder he had scraped amounted to 2 million points. Without hesitation, he purchased 10 units and proceeded to synthesize them. Ding! He acquired a secondary item, the biological chip subbrain. Tian was taken aback. A biological chip? A subbrain? These terms were not unfamiliar to him. He had never anticipated synthesizing such an item. He opened the detailed description of the product and began to read. After a considerable time, he inhaled deeply, his expression one of sheer astonishment. The technological sophistication and utility of this item were staggering. The system had directly extracted the genes of the small gray beings from the crystal core, eliminating the undesirable elements and significantly modifying them to form a more perfect circuit. It then infused these with a biologically derived energy chip. The evolution of the small gray beings was already highly advanced, and the system had perfected this foundation, rendering it capable of seamless integration with the human body, thus unlocking immense potential. This energy biological chip surpassed any chip material found on Blue Planet. Chapter 233: The Emergence of a Second Personality in Artificial Intelligence. This was a biological chip formed by the amalgamation of superactive cells and special energy, completely revolutionizing the structure of traditional computers, resembling the architecture of the human brain, albeit with greater efficiency. In summary, it combined the advantages of traditional computers and the human brain, entirely discarding concepts like processors, graphics cards, and flash memory in favor of a singular structure. The result was unprecedented efficiency, with processor operations far exceeding those of carbon-based chips, and the storage capacity of biological cells was astonishing. As its name implies, the purpose of this invention was to achieve perfect synergy with the human body, creating a second brain that would collaborate seamlessly with the original brain, assisting in various aspects of work, learning, and leisure. In terms of education, the current pace of human brain evolution could hardly keep up with humanity's voracious quest for knowledge. Centuries ago, knowledge was relatively rudimentary, allowing experts to master several scientific fields simultaneously. However, today a single discipline can be subdivided into myriad branches, some of which may require a lifetime of research and study from scientists. As humanity's scientific knowledge reaches new heights, if a student were to grasp this ready-made knowledge, it would still take decades, causing them to miss the prime age for scientific research. This posed a significant hindrance to the future technological advancement of humanity. To address this issue, two solutions emerged. One was to develop a supreme artificial intelligence capable of autonomously mastering this knowledge and engaging in scientific research. However, this seemed implausible, as artificial intelligence currently falls short of human ingenuity in terms of innovative thinking. At least, that was the case thus far. The other solution was to enhance human intelligence. What Tian proposed was a third option, an auxiliary method to augment brain function. In the future, any problem could be tackled with the assistance of the subbrain. In the realm of knowledge acquisition, the need for memorization has become obsolete. Vast amounts of information can now be directly recorded within a secondary brain, or effortlessly transferred into it, allowing one's primary brain to retrieve this knowledge at will. Essentially, this secondary brain is meticulously engineered for the human body, devoid of any adverse effects, functioning seamlessly as if it were an extension of one's own mind. Moreover, the secondary brain serves a dual purpose as a personal computing device, rendering the need for any external computers or mobile phones redundant. Complex calculations, gaming, professional tasks, and scientific research can all be conducted within this secondary brain, operable solely through the power of thought. It connects to the external internet, immersing individuals in a virtual realm where each person exists as a distinct entity, capable of engaging in diverse interactions with other consciousnesses navigating this digital network. This can be likened to an exceptionally advanced virtual reality chip, far surpassing conventional head-mounted VR systems or the immersive pods depicted in fictional narratives. This unparalleled technology, compact and exquisitely designed, is implanted within the human body, utilizing the body's bioenergy to facilitate operations by transmitting and receiving electrical signals to and from the brain, with the chip linking to the internet via a personal communication device carried externally. This biological chip possesses an extraordinary capability. It is known that only Tian has genuinely achieved artificial intelligence, a feature he has never publicly disclosed. Thus far, the realm of AI remains an insurmountable frontier for humanity, as true artificial intelligence cannot be generated within traditional computing systems. It mirrors human consciousness in its complexity. However, with the advent of the secondary brain, one can create an assistant within it. As humans increasingly engage with this secondary brain, the assistant absorbs the host's thought patterns and knowledge, eventually evolving into a sophisticated form of artificial intelligence. This AI can function as a personal aid, managing numerous tasks without impinging upon the host's health, remaining entirely under the host's control. Furthermore, the secondary brain acts as an ultimate health monitor, perpetually assessing the physiological and psychological well-being of its host. Upon detecting any irregularities, it promptly issues alerts and intervenes. It can precisely inform the individual of nutritional deficiencies, appropriate food intake, and energy expenditure. Should weight loss be desired, it can propose the most effective regimen. If the host is not getting sufficient rest, it will issue reminders about optimal sleep times. In instances of sleep disturbances, It can emit gentle brain waves to induce a state of relaxation. Remarkably, in the event of surgical procedures, there is no longer a need for anesthetics. The AI assistant can simply sever the brain's signal transmission to achieve a state of physical anesthesia. Even more astonishing, this artificial intelligence can assume control of the body, enabling the host to delegate physical tasks, such as going to work, while their mind may be at rest or engaging in virtual escapades. Utilizing the biological chip to enter the virtual domain presents another impressive advantage. Modern individuals find themselves with increased leisure time, allowing for the creation of greater value within virtual gaming and fostering higher spiritual pursuits through various artistic endeavors. In this virtual realm, every individual is a creator, able to craft their own games, films, and more, sharing them with others. The artificial intelligence serves as the ultimate creative partner, understanding the host intimately, functioning as an advanced version of oneself, capable of articulating styles and sensations that may elude expression. Tian meticulously examined the product descriptions, noting several technical details. The synthesized product underwent alterations, extracting all critical elements and delineating complex manufacturing processes that are entirely feasible for real-world production. Unlike its predecessor, which consisted of highly complex crystalline powder with additional properties that were excessive for the biological chip's functionality. This chip's manufacturing methodology was accompanied by foundational codes essential for driving the chip and crafting virtual worlds. The tools embedded within these codes far exceed the current programming capabilities. Additionally, comprehensive technical documentation for server virtual platform construction was provided. This chip holds immense significance for Tian and the Great Xia, representing a potent instrument for ushering in the era of virtual reality, bearing substantial market potential. The possibilities for application are vast, contributing to the rapid advancement of Great Xia into an interstellar age and embracing an era of knowledge explosion. In a laboratory, Tian meticulously crafted one such chip. Chapter 234, Supersoldier Neurons. He beheld a slender, rectangular wafer, roughly the size of a fingertip, feeling remarkably light in his hand. Its appearance was that of a semi-transparent gel, yet its texture was anything but soft, cool to the touch. Under the microscope, he observed an orderly cellular structure reminiscent of onion cells, meticulously arranged. He then incised the wafer with a small knife, and moments later, the damaged chip restored itself to its original form. Tian nodded in amazement. This was nothing short of incredible. It appeared to possess the miraculous regenerative abilities characteristic of crystalline cores, a boon for biological chips, making it exceptionally resilient to damage. This stability ensures that it operates seamlessly within the body without risking data loss or adverse effects on the individual. Tian proceeded to amplify the chip tissue extracted with a knife using PCR, meticulously examining the genetic fragments within. This DNA was entirely distinct from any biological entity of Blue Star. All pertinent information regarding the biological chip was encapsulated within these genetic strands. According to the documentation, implantation of the biological chip into the human body requires no surgical intervention. It merely needs to be placed on the back, near the spine, where it will be automatically absorbed by the body, integrating with the spinal cord and connecting to the nerves. Should the individual choose to remove it, the chip's self-destruct protocol can be activated, allowing the body to gradually assimilate it, all without any side effects or repercussions. This is truly a marvel of engineering. It is unfathomable how the system has produced such a miraculous chip and devised an ingenious implantation method. The ability to facilitate the acceptance of foreign genes within the human body, without rejection and seamlessly integrating, is a testament to extraordinary ingenuity. Such feats seem miraculous, requiring an advanced civilization, wisdom, and means to accomplish. No wonder multidimensional beings are perceived as godlike. They can effortlessly bring to fruition any concept one could scarcely imagine. Gazing at the chip, Tian was reminded of a science fiction film titled Upgrade. In the film, the protagonist, paralyzed due to an accident and seeking vengeance after his wife's murder, has a chip implanted in his spine. The AI within the chip can take control of the host's body, executing stunning martial arts maneuvers. It is striking how the functions of the chip in the film bear a remarkable resemblance to the biological chip he now holds. Both serve as a new brain, capable of prompting the host to act and assuming control of the body while possessing virtual reality capabilities, both implanted within the host's spine. Unlike others, the biological tissue that Tian held in his hand was far more sophisticated in both technology and form. Remarkably, it could be implanted in the human body without the necessity for any surgical intervention. It could be regarded as an advanced version of the chips depicted in films. However, there was one aspect in which the biological chip fell short of its cinematic counterparts. In the movies, once the chip was implanted, it could miraculously cure paralysis, allowing the individual to regain mobility. Moreover, it enabled the protagonist to perform numerous actions that defied the laws of physics, such as standing upright after having fallen flat on the ground. In contrast, the advantage of the biological chip lay in the fact that the artificial intelligence generated within it was an extension of the host's own consciousness, remaining entirely loyal to the host and refraining from any erratic behavior. The artificial intelligence of the chips in the films, however, exhibited a strong desire for control, ultimately seizing complete dominion over the protagonist's body and trapping their consciousness within a virtual realm. Tian proceeded to create 9 additional units, placing them, along with the one he held, into the synthesizer and initiating the synthesis process. Ding! The synthesis yielded a level 3 item, super soldier neurons. Tian was taken aback. How could the synthesis produce a term as formidable as super soldier? He had initially aimed to enhance the biological chip further. Hastily, he accessed the detailed description of the product. Upon reading it, he inhaled sharply. Indeed, it was an essential component for any super soldier. With this, the combat effectiveness of an elite team could be significantly augmented. The super soldier neurons could be described as an enhancement of the biological chip, incorporating additional biological neuronal tissue that extends into the limbs. Once implanted, these neuronal tissues could vastly enhance an individual's physical capabilities. According to the description, attributes such as strength, speed, and flexibility could be amplified several-fold. If the previous super healing chamber could push a person's physical condition to its limits, then the capabilities of these neurons could transcend human limits, achieving superhuman levels. They would gradually improve muscle density and fiber strength, and even bestow superhuman self-healing abilities, allowing for rapid recovery from injuries. After all, forcibly amplifying human attributes several times over could easily lead to strain and injury. With this capability, such concerns would be alleviated. Indeed, it was a must-have for any super soldier. As previously mentioned, the biological chip could not facilitate actions that violated the laws of physics. But once these neurons were attached to the human body, such capabilities would be wholly attainable. With them, a soldier's individual combat prowess could increase exponentially. Even more terrifying was the enhancement to a team's collaborative combat capabilities. The neurons possessed short-range communication abilities, enabling mutual recognition and connection formation within close proximity. Consequently, the entire team's vision, combat information, and thoughts could converge into a single shared channel. The team would operate as a cohesive unit, providing mutual cover and perfecting cooperation without any extraneous movements. Moreover, this could be achieved in complete silence, relying solely on mental communication, which will be immensely advantageous for executing covert operations. This concept bore a striking resemblance to the recently popular sci-fi television series, The Edge of the World. The distinction lay in the fact that the functionality was far more extensive than that depicted in the series, without the accompanying side effects of internal implantation. Tian was certain that this product would be immensely popular if the biological chip functioned as a standalone device without external connectors. Then the super soldier neurons came equipped with their own local area network capabilities. The only potential drawback would be their energy consumption. The biological chip, lacking any enhancement functions, had a relatively modest energy demand, merely requiring a bit more caloric intake. But the super soldier neurons were indisputably energy intensive. Only individuals with robust physiques could accommodate the implantation of these neurons, necessitating a significant caloric intake. Furthermore, after the implantation, as physical capabilities surged several-fold, energy expenditure would also escalate accordingly. When the device was not in use, the situation was manageable, but once activated, hunger would soon follow. It was likely that these super soldiers would become voracious eaters, necessitating the development of specialized high-energy supplements for their consumption. Nevertheless, despite these drawbacks, the advantages of the neurons were overwhelmingly remarkable, establishing them as an extraordinary artifact. Chapter 235, The Core of the Super Soldier. Tian fabricated 10 additional super soldier neurons in the laboratory and promptly placed them into the synthesizer, initiating the synthesis process. Ding! Synthesis successful, resulting in a level 4 item, the super soldier core. Tian's mouth fell agape. This time, the term super had appeared. He couldn't help but recall the abilities of the little gray beings. Could it be? He quickly accessed the detailed description. Indeed, this super soldier core was incredibly close to the crystalline core of the little gray beings. building upon the foundations of the auxiliary brain and neurons. It also included capabilities such as telekinesis and computer interfacing. However, it lacked the mind control abilities possessed by the little gray beings, and its other telekinetic functions were not as formidable. Nevertheless, it would be more than sufficient for auxiliary combat. Of course, the introduction of super abilities would significantly increase energy demands. The body's biological energy would struggle to sustain the use of such powers. Hence, this core included an energy storage module, allowing the host to accumulate substantial energy through food intake for use in critical moments. Additionally, utilizing this core would eliminate the need for external connectors for networking, as the host telekinesis could directly interface with the internet. If the auxiliary brain and neurons represented standalone and local area network capabilities, then this core embodied the vast expanse of the internet. Tian examined the detailed production materials. Clearly, the creation of this super core surpassed the capabilities of Blue Star's technology. It could only be synthesized through the store. The previous auxiliary brain and neurons could be manufactured in the laboratory, and mass production outside would not pose a challenge. Notably, the auxiliary brain was reasonably priced, making it accessible for widespread use, poised to become the next sensation for Yixin Corporation. He had no intention of synthesizing a level 5 item. Firstly, the current level 4 product sufficiently met demands. Moreover, he personally had little need for it, as his primary goal was to sell it to higher authorities for equipment. Additionally, synthesizing level 5 items was not guaranteed to be successful, although the laboratory-produced auxiliary brain could be synthesized at a lower cost. Tian was reluctant to expend further effort on this matter. Furthermore, he was currently synthesizing out of research interest. The technological sophistication of the auxiliary brain was already significant. Synthesizing technology from external sources would not hinder the process of his integration with multidimensional space. However, continuing to synthesize level 4 or even level 5 items, which far exceeded Blue Star's technological capacity, would undoubtedly accelerate his integration with multidimensional space, an outcome that would not bode well for Tian. With a flicker of thought, he extracted the synthesized super soldier core and scanned it with chaotic particles. In the next moment, the chaotic particles replicated an identical core. He then affixed the replicated core to the area between his shoulder blades and approached a mirror. He observed as the core appeared to come alive, seamlessly adhering to his back and gradually permeating into his skin, vanishing without a trace. Tian felt no physical sensation. However, upon scanning his body with chaotic particles, he could discern certain elements progressively developing within. The core swiftly permeated his spine, taking root and sprouting innumerable branches that extended into the various nerves of his limbs. This process was far from pleasant. He could perceive a multitude of bluish substances beneath his skin, resembling veins. Once the transformation was complete, his skin returned to its normal state. At this moment, Tian felt an extraordinary change within himself. His strength, speed, and senses now transcended those of ordinary humans. He could effortlessly discern the faint sounds of dust particles in the air around him. His reflexes had also become remarkably swift. Aware that he was destined to evolve into a multidimensional energy being, he had remained indifferent to bodily enhancements, never even undergoing modifications like those offered by super healing pods. However, this time, to experience the core's direct networking capabilities, he simulated a core within his own body. He felt quite satisfactory with the result. Turning his gaze towards a cup on the table, he made an attempt. In the next moment, the cup trembled and floated into his palm. Tian marveled at this phenomenon. This was not achieved through chaotic particles, but rather by utilizing the telekinetic power of the core. He could clearly see the telekinetic particles, distinguished by a color different from that of chaotic particles. Tian was entranced, for the implanted core was not a true core. It was essentially a particle simulation of his own creation. Now, he was wielding superpowers through this simulated core, akin to executing a program within a virtual machine. Notably, the quantity of chaotic particles was minimal. In the future, Tian could allow the core to remain permanently within his body. After experimenting for a while, he quickly became adept at utilizing this newfound power, drawing upon his prior experience. The operational principles were similar to those of chaotic particles. To his astonishment, despite manipulating the core for an extended period, he felt no depletion of energy. According to the data, typically, individuals using telekinesis would rapidly exhaust the energy within the core. Yet, he sensed that the energy within his core remained at full capacity. Soon, he discerned the reason. His core was, after all, derived from chaotic particles, whose energy was boundless. This implied that his core's energy would perpetually remain full, eliminating the need for sustenance to recharge. Tian then pondered another capability of the core, the ability to infiltrate computers. He glanced at his phone resting nearby. In an instant, the device illuminated, automatically opening the dial interface and initiated a call. Subsequently, that interface closed and a website appeared on the screen. Simultaneously, the corresponding interface manifested in the physical realm before Tian, showcasing an augmented reality feature. A moment of clarity struck him. The ability of the little gray beings to access computers stemmed from the fact that his core was essentially a computer itself, enabling it to invade and control other devices. Suddenly, he sensed a disconnection from his network. The previously opened interfaces vanished, and Tian realized he could no longer manipulate the phone. Furrowing his brow, he was taken aback when a digital figure materialized before him, resembling Wally. Wally inquired, "Who are you? Why have you infiltrated the boss's phone? Your device seems quite unique. I cannot force my way into its core." "Wait, how peculiar, are you the boss? Are you controlling the device with telekinesis?" "No, it seems you have become the device itself." Tian, feeling slightly sheepish, tapped his forehead. He had forgotten to greet Wally when he manipulated the phone. Chapter 236. Complete immersion in virtual reality. Observing the dazzling future interactive scene before him, Tian contemplated that perhaps in the future, people would communicate via phone calls by projecting their virtual avatars directly before one another. In reality, Wally's image was projected into his auxiliary brain, but due to the augmented reality feature, it appeared as though it had physically manifested. This surpassed any 3D effects or holographic projections in terms of impressiveness. Tian attempted to reach out and touch it, finding that his hand passed through the seemingly realistic figure of Wally. In the next moment, the sensation became tangible, as if he had genuinely made contact. Tian, astonished, asked, "Did you manipulate my auxiliary brain to simulate real feedback? Can you directly take control of its applications?" Wally replied, "Indeed, boss, the structure of your auxiliary brain is quite intricate, akin to a biological brain. I cannot fully dominate it, but I can manipulate certain applications." He continued, "What new creation have you devised? Is this a biological intelligence brain that can be implanted into a human body?" Tian nodded, elaborating on the product. He then stated, "From now on, you can communicate with me directly in my mind without relying on other devices. Additionally, Xiao Jia, the night god, Sudozi, Tian Yi, and others can all converse within the realm of consciousness at any time." At that moment, Wally suddenly turned to the side, adopting a vigilant posture, exclaiming, "What is that?" Tian, puzzled, scanned the enclosed laboratory. "Nothing. My telekinesis has been monitoring the surroundings. There shouldn't be anyone else here." Wally shook his head. "No, it's not from the physical realm. Something has intruded into our consciousness space. Wait a moment, I'll bring it over." Instantly, a swirling mist appeared before Tian. "Boss, it's this entity. It has been in our consciousness space. It resembles a rudimentary artificial intelligence or some complex code, though compared to me, it's rather simple-minded. Has your device been compromised? Or has someone else been using your core? Perhaps the consciousness code of another user has manifested here." Initially bewildered, Tian suddenly experienced a moment of clarity upon hearing the last sentence. "I understand now. No worries, this is my second personality. It is also a developing artificial intelligence." He proceeded to explain to Wally that the biological intelligence brain would gradually absorb the host's memories and thought processes, giving rise to an artificial intelligence. Wally responded, "No wonder it seems so inexperienced. Quite impressive. It could be quite useful, assisting you with tasks and problem solving." "Boss, do you feel like your intelligence has increased?" Tian rubbed his chin thoughtfully, pondering, "I'm not sure. Perhaps it's because I'm just beginning to use it, but I haven't noticed any significant difference. Skills like perfect recall or swift thinking have always been within my grasp. I don't feel any disparity. Perhaps it would be more evident if an ordinary person were to use it. We can test that later. For now, I'll activate the virtual reality function of the core." With that, Tian reclined on the leather sofa, allowing his body to relax, and silently commanded himself to enter the virtual world. At that moment, a voice emanated from the core. "Please select either semi-immersion or full immersion." Tian displayed a look of surprise, and in the next second, he received pertinent information from the core, becoming fully informed. Semi-immersion indicated that while he had entered the virtual world, he had not severed all sensory connections to the external environment and could still hear sounds from reality. Full immersion, on the other hand, entailed a complete disconnection from external sensations. It was important to note that in both semi-immersion and full immersion, the host's brain remained fully alert, not slipping into a state of sleep or a lucid dream. Unlike those dormant pods described in gaming novels from over a decade ago, where one could work during the day and enter the game world while sleeping, akin to dreaming. Such a burden is unbearable for the brain, for one cannot engage in gaming while in slumber. Nevertheless, the host may maintain a state of deep sleep, severing the brain's dominion over the body, allowing the intelligent brain to manipulate the corporeal form for other pursuits. In this manner, the body remains in a satisfactory condition, provided that all other parts receive ample rest. One can fully immerse themselves. Suddenly, Tian felt his senses plunge into darkness. This voiding sensation even sparked a hint of panic. Fortunately, it lasted only a few fleeting seconds. He soon discovered himself in a space reminiscent of a grand palace, adorned with various ancient furnishings, and the vast halls illuminated by a multitude of candles, casting a warm glow. Beside him, a chaotic artificial intelligence, born from his consciousness, was present. Tian reached out to touch his own body and the surroundings, the feedback evoking a sense of incredulity. It was akin to an authentic experience of reality. Approaching a mirror, he beheld his reflection, an image that mirrored his real-world appearance. It is worth noting that the virtual reality of the intelligent brain differs significantly from certain virtual reality games. The virtual self is not a mere caricature molded from facial features. Rather, it resembles a projection of his authentic subconscious. This space is not sculpted from code, but is a tangible manifestation of the subconscious. In the future, connecting to the virtual world server would mean that countless users collectively shape a world from their subconscious. He wandered through the palace, contemplating the need to venture outside. Upon pushing open a door, he was greeted by a shroud of mist, visibility reduced to nothing. Tian understood that the virtual world server had yet to be established or created. For now, he was limited to a solitary experience. However, the internet was accessible, allowing him to browse pages or play games. It was akin to unveiling a vast virtual screen before him, yet he could not fully immerse himself within it. Unless one possessed extraordinary creative abilities and a vivid imagination to conjure a world for self-entertainment, he found himself devoid of such leisure. Thus, Tian promptly summoned Wally. In an instant, Wally appeared, traversing the palace floor. "Wow, boss, is this your subconscious space? Amazing. I adore this resplendent ancient palace of the great Xia." Tian remarked. "Wally, this place is rather dull, and the outside world remains closed off. Could you create a real-world experience for me?" Wally nodded in agreement. "Very well, boss. What kind of world do you wish to experience? Scenes from reality, cities, countryside, mountains, oceans, or various landscapes? Or perhaps you prefer scenarios from novels, films, or games?" Chapter 237, An Incredible Virtual Reality Gaming Experience. Tian pondered for a moment, recalling a game he had often played, Tomb Raider 9. "Please transform Tomb Raider 9 into its virtual version." "Understood, boss." With that, a beam of light manifested within the palace. Tian stepped through the portal and found himself aboard a ship, holding a camera and documenting the people aboard. Observing his surroundings, it was evident that they were at sea, the vessel rocking incessantly. He had assumed the form of Lara, the game's protagonist, albeit appearing more lifelike than the game's somewhat virtual representation. The ship's interior was meticulously arranged, authentically recreating the game's ambience. Soon, the plot commenced, with the protagonist deciding to venture into treacherous waters. The next scene depicted the ship capsizing, leading to the protagonist awakening, dazed and suspended in a cave. Tian soon realized that his superpowers were entirely ineffectual in this realm. Wally's voice echoed in his mind, reminding him that he could manipulate the storyline if he desired to cheat. Gazing at the perilous steel reinforcement on the ground, he recalled the impending events of the plot, wherein the protagonist would suffer a grievous injury to the abdomen during a self-rescue. Hastily, he called for a halt. From his earlier experience, he understood that the feedback within the game was wholly authentic, meaning he could genuinely endure the associated pain. "Wally, please skip this segment of the storyline and minimize the pain feedback." The camera angle shifted. Tian, controlling the protagonist, was now engaged in an extreme escape within the cave, dodging falling boulders before finally bursting into the outside world. Remarkably, Wally had adapted the game exceptionally well, not only faithfully recreating the original scenes and elements, but also preserving a semblance of realistic experience, such as injuries affecting stamina and endurance. Unlike the nearly limitless vitality of traditional games, crafting arrows involved genuinely gathering materials, with different resources yielding varied properties. Playing this game felt akin to a genuine wilderness survival experience, brimming with realistic considerations. Tian nodded in satisfaction. This virtual gaming experience far surpassed any computer game he had encountered. After a while, the narrative progressed to the segment where the main antagonist, disguised as an ally, approached the protagonist and her friend. Tian maneuvered the protagonist close to the fire pit where the antagonist and her friend were situated. As the friend began to introduce the protagonist, Tian deftly commanded the protagonist to draw her bow and shoot an arrow straight through the antagonist's head, eliciting a scream from her friend. The plot then diverged into uncharted territory. It seemed that the revamped game offered significantly greater freedom. Subsequently, Tian guided the protagonist across the island, evading enemies until finally discovering Himiko's corpse, which he promptly incinerated. The peculiar magnetic field enveloping the island dissipated instantly. Soon after, rescue personnel arrived via helicopter, extracting the protagonist and her companions. The screen displayed game over. Thus, Tian experienced the entire virtual game in an unconventional manner. His consciousness returned to reality. Upon opening his eyes, he lingered on the recent experience, reflecting on the sheer brilliance of this method of gaming. It was undoubtedly irresistible for seasoned gaming enthusiasts. And this was merely a fundamental application of virtual reality. The virtual world could vastly surpass the grandeur and enchantment of the real world, featuring soaring structures and colossal amusement rides that did not exist in reality. In this virtual realm, one could not only engage in gaming, but also watch films, shop in virtual cities, and indulge in various entertainments. Furthermore, scientific research and learning could also take place within this digital domain. Of course, with the advent of the intelligent brain, traditional learning might become obsolete, as knowledge could be directly implanted into one's mind. Tian had not yet tested this capability. In the future, humanity might find schooling unnecessary, allowing a carefree childhood filled with play. Upon reaching school age, individuals could choose their desired paths based on their talents, implant knowledge directly into their minds, and subsequently enter the workforce or engage in scientific research. In summary, the intelligent brain would undoubtedly become an indispensable tool for humanity. Its technological sophistication left it unparalleled in the market. Tian was immensely satisfied with this core functionality. It was time to inform the higher-ups. They would surely be astounded. He made a call to Zhang Daqiang, requesting an elite team to accompany him, along with an individual who had undergone transformative treatment but remained an ordinary person. He specified that the individual they brought must possess a calm, sunny disposition, empathy, and a sense of justice, avoiding any flawed character traits. Whether it be the super soldier neurons or the super energy core, their capabilities are so formidable that those who harness them can be likened to superhumans. In such instances, the myriad of inner negative emotions tends to be maximized, a phenomenon colloquially referred to as inflation. This can lead to a plethora of adverse consequences. Thus, it is imperative to stifle such possibilities at their inception. Conversely, individuals who possess a radiant spirit and exemplary qualities will find that these attributes are similarly magnified upon utilizing these powers, transforming them into heroes. Tian intended to propose to the higher-ups that such neurons and cores should only be accessible to those who have undergone specific evaluations. Soon, he received a call from Zhang Daqiang. "We have arrived. Please come out to greet us." Tian opened the door, but found no one in sight. He responded over the phone. "Where are you? What is going on?" Zhang Daqiang, in a playful manner, replied, Academician Yi, look up at the sky." Tian felt somewhat exasperated. In truth, his chaotic particles had already detected the situation, and while he had also picked up the nearby computer signals, knowing precisely what was unfolding. However, he refrained from revealing this knowledge and feigned confusion as he looked up, displaying a facade of astonishment. There, hovering in the sky, were several mechas of various colors, flames spewing from their bases, suspended in midair. Numerous residents, journalists, and some with ulterior motives nearby witnessed this spectacle, eagerly documenting it and reporting back. The mechas descended around Tian, and their hatchways opened, revealing Zhang Daqiang and his team, totaling 6 individuals. Among them was the familiar face of his former driver, Xiao Lu, who now served as the head of a security team within the company. Zhang Daqiang boisterously exclaimed, "So, Academician Yi, are you not dazzled by our charm?" Tian discreetly rolled his eyes, thinking to himself, yes, I am utterly dazzled. He was taken aback that Zhang Daqiang and his companions, now adults, still exhibited such vanity. He turned to Xiao Lu and said, "So it's you all." Xiao Lu chuckled. As soon as Brother Zhang received the call, he informed our team. What treasures do we have this time?" He rubbed his hands together, brimming with anticipation. Instead of providing a direct answer, Tian inquired about their mechas. "Have you truly constructed these?" Zhang Daqiang affirmed, "Indeed. Ever since we acquired the technology for miniature nuclear fusion devices, research on mechas commenced. We successfully mass-produced them by replicating your model, with a performance gap of no more than 5. After all technological barriers have been surpassed. The core of the mecha relies heavily on nuclear fusion technology. The remaining performance disparity primarily arises from the fact that your mecha is a solid unit, a feat our manufacturing process cannot achieve. However, this slight difference in performance is negligible. Furthermore, our produced models boast a superior energy core, allowing for shutdown at will and reactivation when needed, thus conserving energy. Nevertheless, the production costs remain high, so we are currently only engaging in small-scale production, equipping only the elite for specialized purposes. Xiao Lu and his team, tasked with your protection, are fully equipped, and I managed to procure a set for myself. Many top-tier leaders within the armed forces are envious, constantly pestering the higher-ups for a few sets. Xiao Lu and his team just received their gear and, eager to master its use, received the call and flew over in their suits. Tian exclaimed, "Ah, that explains their excitement. After all, mechas are akin to large-scale collectibles. A dream for nearly every military enthusiast. Who wouldn't desire to don a suit of armor from the television and soar through the skies?" He then asked, "Did you not say you would bring an ordinary person along?" "Where are they?" Zhang Daqiang replied, "They should be arriving shortly. They came by car, so it'll take a bit longer." Just then, Zhang Daqiang's phone rang. He glanced at it and said, "Here they come." Before long, another individual entered the laboratory, a young man in his 20s, who curiously surveyed the surroundings. Zhang Daqiang introduced him. This is also a researcher from the institute. Upon hearing that you needed an ordinary person, he was selected. The young man, named Xiao Li, greeted Yi Tian shyly and fell silent thereafter. Zhang Daqiang continued, "All right, everyone is here. What is it that you have in store for us?" Yi Tian scrutinized Xiao Li and the others, asking, "Have you all undergone complete transformation in the treatment chamber?" Zhang Daqiang nodded in affirmation. "Yes, we need not elaborate on ourselves. Xiao Li, being a crucial member of the Research Institute, has also undergone modifications to ensure he possesses a robust physique." Yi Tian queried, "Xiao Li, do you now engage in daily fitness routines?" Xiao Li hesitated for a moment. "Of course, I was too busy with studies and research before to find the time. However, now that my body has been transformed, I adhere to the requirement of daily exercise, and I'm also learning some combat skills. After all, I loved watching martial arts films as a child and aspire to be like those masters." Yi Tian's expression brightened with surprise. "You can do that? Excellent. Why don't you demonstrate against Xiao Lu?" Xiao Li was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated such a request from Yi Tian. Here, Zhang Daqiang and the others were equally surprised, unsure of Yi Tian's reasoning. Xiao Lu and his companions paused before bursting into laughter. "Academician Yi, I believe there is no need for a match. Although Xiao Li has also undergone bodily modifications and possesses nearly perfect physicality along with some combat training, it is still quite insufficient. At best, it is merely child's play. The experience and combat prowess forged through years of rigorous training far surpass his capabilities. Given our comparable physical attributes, my decade-plus of combat training has ingrained the experience into my very blood. In a real engagement, I am confident I could subdue him within 10 seconds. Xiao Li chimed in, "Indeed, I see no point in a match. I certainly cannot compete with professionals." Yi Tian reassured them, "No worries. Just showcase your skills so I can gauge the disparity between you." Zhang Daqiang, sans signe y, Tian est under la ligne intention, urgé, Xiao Liu. Why not spar with Xiao Li and allow Academician Yi to witness the prowess we have cultivated? Let us see if all those years of training were in vain, with someone who has only trained for a couple of days able to defeat you. Provoked, Xiao Lu smirked, "Very well, let us do this." The stage was set for an impending clash. Xiao Li, stretching his limbs, charged forward with astonishing speed. In an instant, Xiao Lu's earlier languor dissipated as he seized Xiao Li's hand while attempting to trip him with his foot, aiming to pin him down. However, Xiao Li had anticipated this very maneuver. In that fleeting moment of approach, he executed a remarkable evasive action, twisting his body with extraordinary agility, an act requiring exceptional flexibility. Under normal circumstances, such a movement would undoubtedly cause injury. Only through mechanical augmentation could one attain such remarkable pliability. With this maneuver, he swiftly altered the dynamics of the confrontation, maneuvering to Xiao Lu's rear in an attempt to execute a takedown. Yet Xiao Li was no novice. He was well-versed in such tactics and instinctively reacted. The two engaged in a rapid exchange of blows, their forms darting about with breathtaking speed, showcasing a myriad of exquisite movements as they evaded danger. The spectacle was nothing short of exhilarating. The intensity of this confrontation far surpasses the visually pleasing fight scenes depicted in films and dramas. After all, it represents a clash of the pinnacle of human physicality, interwoven with various strategic mind games. However, Xiao Li's experience is evidently lacking. At the 7th second, he unwittingly fell for a deliberate flaw that Xiao Lu had feigned. Finding himself pinned beneath his opponent, unable to move, Xiao Lu stood up, dusting off his hands, and smugly remarked, "How about that? Didn't I tell you?" Although our physical capabilities are fairly comparable, the disparity in combat awareness is vast. Yet, I can only claim victory in a one-on-one scenario. If it were 2 against 1, I would undoubtedly suffer a crushing defeat. After all, your super medical pod's functionality is absurdly overpowered. It allows one to achieve the results of decades of training in an instant. Nevertheless, no matter what, combat awareness cannot be cultivated in such a manner. Do you have any further questions? By the way, why did you summon us here? Surely it wasn't just for me to engage in a sparring match. Chapter 239. The tide completely turns, the master of combat. Upon hearing this, Tian smiled subtly. Who says that combat experience and awareness cannot be rapidly acquired? Xiao Li, come here. I assure you that in 5 minutes, he will no longer be a match for you. Xiao Li, taken aback, exclaimed, "What? How is that possible? If I wanted to defeat him, I would need several years of practice." Xiao Lu wore a similarly astonished expression, stating, "Are you joking? How could you possibly impart combat experience to him in just a few minutes, regardless of the method?" He crossed his arms defiantly, saying, "Do whatever you like. If he manages to defeat me, I will write my name backward. But do refrain from employing any black technology to enhance his physical abilities. That wouldn't count." Tian chuckled it lightly. "You said it yourself, so rest assured what I intend to do will not amplify his physical capabilities, but it will suffice to secure a victory over you." Zhang Daqiang observed the unfolding events with keen curiosity, although he too found it hard to believe. Tian had always been true to his word. Could it be that there existed a method to impart master-level combat skills in such a short time frame? If it were indeed possible, it would be revolutionary. Perhaps the future of Daxia could see the rapid production of high-quality combat personnel. Tian Poulet Xiao Li Aside, turning his back to Xiao Lu and the others, then unfastened his collar. He affixed a cerebral device to Xiao Li's neck, all while remaining unseen by Xiao Lu and the others. Afterward, Tian patted Xiao Li's shoulder and said, "All right, it's done." Xiao Lu gasped, "Is that all it takes? Are you joking? I thought you would use some complex apparatus." Tian replied, "Indeed, I have imparted my lifelong mastery to him. You might as well prepare for your demise." He then turned to Xiao Li, who had his eyes closed, and asked, "Are you ready?" Xiao Li opened his eyes and responded, "I'm ready." It was as if a transformation had taken place. Zhang Daqiang and the others sensed an undeniable surge of energy radiating from Xiao Li. The moment he opened his eyes, the glint of determination startled them. Shifting focus to Xiao Li, he had been unexpectedly pulled aside by Tian, feeling anxious and uncertain about what was to come. Suddenly, he felt a chilling sensation at the back of his neck, followed by an inexplicable influx of something penetrating his being. He soon realized that his consciousness had shifted. His mind was now notably clearer than before. It was an indescribable feeling, as if his thoughts had sharpened dramatically. Observing the room's arrangement, everything seemed to transform into intuitive numerical data within his mind. He then sensed his brain receiving a data package, and in an instant, he comprehended the fundamental principles of combat. Every martial art, including various styles such as Kung Fu and Taekwondo, seemed to be at his fingertips. Recalling his recent spar with Xiao Lu, he could pinpoint countless mistakes he had made and the flaws his opponent had exhibited. With newfound confidence, he declared, "I'm ready. Let's go," as he assumed a combat stance. To the trained eyes of Zhang Daqiang and Xiao Lu, Xiao Li's demeanor had transformed completely. He appeared devoid of any vulnerabilities. Their expressions became grave. Xiao Lu, having shed his earlier disdain, took a deep breath. In recalling his earlier boast about writing his name backward, a flicker of panic arose within him. No way. This can't be happening. Choosing to strike first, he unleashed his full strength upon Xiao Li. Yet he soon found himself on the back foot. The Xiao Li who had once been easily outmaneuvered now seemed to embody the essence of a combat master. Not only could he effortlessly identify Xiao Lu's intentionally exposed traps, but he could also anticipate his moves, rendering Xiao Lu helpless. From Xiao Li's perspective, Xiao Lu now appeared riddled with openings. The entire battlefield was transparent to his keen perception. His mind functioned with the precision of a sophisticated computer, accurately calculating his opponent's attacks and predicting subsequent movements. The entire exchange flowed seamlessly. Xiao Li's strikes were impeccably timed, devoid of any extraneous movements. Conversely, Xiao Lu found himself forced to interrupt his attacks, exhausting his energy in the process and narrowly avoiding being subdued on several occasions. Were it not for his years of honed instincts saving him at critical moments, he would have already succumbed. Even so, Xiao Li dominated the encounter, leaving Xiao Lu scrambling and utterly off balance. In less than 8 seconds, Xiao Li seized an opportunity, flipping Xiao Lu onto the ground. Xiao Lu rose, shock etched across his features. I refuse to accept this. Again, this scenario repeated itself 5 or 6 times, each ending in Xiao Lu's defeat. Despite exerting all his effort, he could not prevail against Xiao Li, now pallid and filled with despair. He grappled with the realization that years of training had been undone by a novice. Was it all for naught? Zhang Daqiang was left speechless in astonishment. Xiao Lu, once the most formidable fighter among them, had been bested by someone who had previously been a mere novice. What kind of technology could transform a person into a combat master in mere minutes? His concern shifted to whether such technology could be mass-produced. However, considering Yi Tian had already demonstrated it, it must be feasible. Yet, in the present context, combat skills seemed less valuable. If it could expedite the learning of other skills, that would be remarkable. For instance, transforming an ordinary individual into a skilled technician in an instant, or perhaps accelerating someone's journey to becoming a scientist. He inhaled deeply. If that were achievable, the implications of this technology would be monumental. Unable to contain his curiosity, he eagerly inquired, "Academician Yi, what on earth is going on? What did you do to Xiao Li?" Yi Tian did not respond directly. Instead, he turned to Xiao Li. "All right, you can return now. Thank you for assisting me with this test. Consider this device your reward. You can examine it closely when you return. It has more than one function. Gradually, you will discover its remarkable capabilities that will greatly aid your work and research. However, for the time being, it will only exhibit a fraction of its potential. Once I have sold the accompanying components, its full capabilities will be unlocked. Also, the existence of this device must remain confidential." Xiao Li departa, alata, leaving Zhang Daqiang and the others with even greater perplexity. Zhang Daqiang, anxious, pressed, "What exactly is this device? Did you give him something that made him so formidable? And it hasn't even reached its full potential?" Chapter 240. The Terrifying Physical Abilities. Yi Tian sighed as he observed the despondent Xiao Lu. "Do not dwell on it too much. Rest assured, you too can possess such skills, and in fact, a superior version compared to that of Xiao Li. Although this technique can be acquired swiftly, the invaluable experiences you have amassed over the past decade are irreplaceable." Upon hearing these words, Xiao Lu, who had just moments ago appeared utterly defeated, sprang to life and hurried to Yi Tian's side, exclaiming with delight, "Is it true? Can I use it too? Splendid. Please let me try it at once." At this, Yi Tian shook his head in bemusement, realizing that Xiao Lu had been feigning misery all along. He retrieved a semi-transparent, white rectangular thin sheet from his pocket. The others watched intently. Zhang Daqiang exclaimed in astonishment, "Is this what you just used on Xiao Li? Is it really that powerful? It simply looks like a piece of plastic." Yi Tian remained silent as he pulled down Xiao Lu's collar and placed the neuron on his skin. To the astonishment of everyone present, the thin sheet began to permeate into Xiao Lu's body at a visibly rapid pace, vanishing completely. Gasps of surprise echoed around the room. Xiao Lu, bewildered, touched the back of his neck and asked, "What is this cool sensation?" "Huh? Where did it go?" Zhang Daqiang replied, "It seems to have entered your body." Yi Tian quickly cautioned, "Do not move around too much. The version I am applying on you is more advanced than the one Xiao Li used. It will induce certain changes within you." At that moment, Xiao Lu began to feel it. His body tingled as if something was spreading through his limbs. It felt as though ants were crawling over his skin, an uncomfortable sensation. Fortunately, this feeling did not persist for long. The onlookers observed what appeared to be branch-like structures moving beneath the surface of Xiao Lu's skin before returning to normal. Yi Tian instructed, "Do not move hastily. Walk over slowly and test your body." It was needless to say, Xiao Lu was already acutely aware of the transformation taking place within him. He felt an overwhelming surge of strength, each step imbued with colossal power that momentarily overwhelmed his body. Yi Tian guided him into a vast laboratory equipped with various specialized apparatus for measuring human physical capabilities. Xiao Lu delivered a powerful punch to the strength testing device, and the result left everyone astounded. The force of his punch registered an astonishing 1,000 kilograms. This far exceeded the capabilities of an average individual, let alone someone of Xiao Lu's previous stature, who could never have mustered such force. Xiao Lu stared at his fists in disbelief. After further testing, it was revealed that Xiao Lu's strength, speed, jumping ability, and other physical attributes had surpassed normal human limits, even exceeding the human body's maximum potential by several folds. Now, Xiao Lu could leap over 7 meters from standstill, rendering him capable of performing in martial arts films without the need for harnesses. In terms of speed, his full sprint was only slightly slower than that of a cheetah, yet his endurance far surpassed it, allowing him to maintain such speed for over 10 minutes. If he opted for a slow jog, he could sustain it for an even longer duration, with preliminary estimates suggesting he could last over 5 days. However, after the testing, Xiao Lu was utterly exhausted, collapsing onto the ground, his skin flushed and emanating heat, repeatedly expressing his hunger. Tian promptly administered the energy supplement he had prepared. In a short while, Xiao Lu regained his vitality. Tian remarked, "Your physical abilities have enhanced, but so has your energy consumption. Therefore, try to limit your usage in the future. Fortunately, in most cases, your body won't require such superhuman exertion." Xiao Lu exclaimed in exhilaration, "This is incredible. The sensation of possessing superhuman strength." Zhang Daqiang, already overwhelmed by a series of revelations, numbly inquired, "What exactly is this? How can such an inconspicuous thin sheet bestow such tremendous enhancements?" He voiced his concern. Could there be any side effects? Such immense power. Could it be at the cost of other attributes? Tian shook his head. "No, if there were side effects, would I even present it? The only downside you've witnessed is the increased energy expenditure. Consequently, Xiao Lu's appetite will significantly increase, but only after intense physical activity. I recommend developing high-energy supplements to accommodate this situation." Once calmed, Xiao Lu reflected on his body and asked, "Will such intense activity lead to injuries? I feel like I might sustain hidden damage." Tian smiled reassuringly. "Rest easy, these concerns are unfounded. Have you not noticed your own transformation? Even after consuming that much supplement, your recovery is astonishingly rapid." Xiao Lu was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, in the past, such exertion could leave me recuperating for a week. Yet now I feel no discomfort whatsoever. Tian replied, "This is due to the neuron endowing you with formidable healing capabilities." Neuron? Zhang Daqiang silently repeated the name, realizing it was the first time he learned of this product designation. Tian took a small knife and gently made a cut on Xiao Lu's skin. In mere moments, the incision vanished without a trace, leaving no evidence of any injury. Tian explained, "Of course, this healing ability is relative and requires energy. It won't allow you to regenerate limbs like a lizard. This device ensures you can achieve a certain degree of rapid recovery, even in the event of severe injury." Zhang Daqiang marveled. "That is already quite impressive. Such a recovery ability can be life-saving in critical moments. If our soldiers were equipped with neurons, their combat prowess would significantly increase." "Thank you, Academician Yi. This equipment is immensely valuable." The other members of the team expressed their envy, remarking, "How fortunate. With Team Lu's ultimate resilience, we can safely undertake other missions, sheltered behind him. Having him attract the firepower gives us a great sense of security." Xiao Lu shot them a glance, retorting, "Get lost. If you want the equipment, just say so. Do you think I'm unaware of your intentions?" The team members blushed, feeling embarrassed for not directly asking Tian. They had hoped to leverage their captain's connections to procure one for themselves, but their thoughts had been laid bare. Yet Xiao Lu boldly turned to Tian, asking, "Can this be mass-produced? What are the costs involved? If possible, could you equip my entire team with one?" The team members looked at Xiao Lu with expressions of surprise and admiration. Chapter 241, A Function Worthy of Deification. Tian glanced at them and replied, "No problem. This item can indeed be mass-produced, and since it consists of biological tissue, the costs are considerably lower compared to mecha." The crowd erupted in joy. Zhang Daqiang felt relieved, having initially feared that such remarkable technology might not be capable of mass production. With this knowledge, it became feasible. In the future, it might be possible to equip all soldiers, significantly enhancing the combat effectiveness of the Great Xia. Tian continued, "However, the testing of the neurons is not yet complete." Xiao Lu exclaimed, "Isn't the testing finished? It merely enhances physical attributes and recovery capabilities." Tian said, "Have you not noticed any differences in your brain?" He added, "Did you forget how Xiao Li defeated you? It was not solely through overwhelming physical prowess." Xiao Lu furrowed his brow, as he indeed sensed some peculiar changes within himself. However, just moments ago, he had been so absorbed in the changes within his own body that he had neglected his mind. "Tian, in with it. What is 142-554 5565 multiplied by 588, 5555. The others were momentarily taken aback, and Xiao Lu's teammate burst into laughter, saying, "Academician Yi, you've posed quite the question." Xiao Lu despised mathematics during his school days. How could he possibly answer that? He would likely need paper and quite a while to calculate. Xiao Lu chuckled and replied, "Indeed, how could I?" Just as he was speaking, he suddenly paused and then recited a string of numbers. 8390126827813575. The others gasped in astonishment. Tian snapped his fingers. "Correct." His teammates erupted in laughter. "No way. Are you joking?" Only Zhang Daqiang remained silent, his face alight with excitement. Observing that Tian seemed serious, the others hastily retrieved their calculators to verify the result. Unsurprisingly, it was indeed accurate. The expressions of those present were akin to that of constipation. Someone asked, "Captain, when did you learn mental arithmetic?" Xiao Lu scratched his head, looking bewildered. "I don't know. I have no idea how that string of numbers just popped into my head." The others exchanged incredulous glances. "I don't believe it. Let's try again." They then posed a series of complex arithmetic problems, but regardless of how intricate the questions were, Xiao Lu managed to provide the correct answers instantaneously. At this moment, everyone was utterly astonished, their mouths agape, as if they could fit an egg inside. They speculated that this might be the effect of neurons. Previously, Xiao Li had been transformed into a martial arts master, and now Xiao Lu had become a human calculator. Zhang Daqiang asked, "Academician Yi, what is the principle behind this?" Tian explained, "The principle is quite simple. I have implanted a biological computer within them, capable of storing knowledge and assisting with calculations." He elaborated on the functionalities of the biological brain and neurons, causing everyone present to feel their eyelids twitch with intrigue. Earlier, Xiao Li had merely had a computer implanted, which contained a knowledge package of combat skills, combined with the computational power of the brain, thus becoming so formidable. Xiao Lu's ability to solve mathematical problems stemmed from not using his own brain. It was the biological brain aiding in the computations. This was merely the foundational level. If scientists possessed this biological brain, they could even tackle highly complex scientific issues. One teammate exclaimed, "Does this mean we want Tian to study in the future? As long as we implant a biological brain, can I become a scientist too?" Tian replied, "That depends on your talent. This device can only assist you in storing knowledge and performing calculations. Scientific research demands a high level of innate ability. If you possess talent, implanting relevant knowledge now and engaging in research would still be feasible. However, if you lack talent, you would remain an ordinary research worker, merely possessing more knowledge. In the future, such individuals will be abundant. Those true geniuses, with the aid of the biological brain, will soar to new heights, not only saving time on learning, but also maximizing their inherent potential. This technology could fundamentally promote educational equity. If every child were equipped with a biological brain, their talents could be discovered early, ensuring that no genius goes unnoticed or wasted, while those with average talents could seek alternative paths sooner. In the future, we will likely uncover a multitude of Einsteins who will contribute significantly to the scientific advancement of the great Xia. This vision illuminated the eyes of everyone present. If this were indeed the case, the civilization of great Xia would experience an unprecedented explosion of development. There would be no longer any need for a costly and time-consuming educational system to sift through talent. Furthermore, there would be no worries about countless geniuses being overlooked. Thus, the future would see innumerable talents promptly discovered and engaged in research. This invention is truly monumental. Just this aspect alone is worthy of divine recognition. One person remarked, "Fantastic. My child constantly complains about not wanting to study. Seeing him enrolled in so many tutoring classes with no time to play pains my heart. With this, he wouldn't have to struggle through learning and could discover if he has the aptitude earlier. If not, he could pursue sports or the arts instead. Every child would have the opportunity to prioritize their interests, and only when all avenues are exhausted would they consider whether they possess a talent for research." Tian then produced several neuron chips and handed them to a few individuals. Once they had all utilized them and experienced the effects for a while, he said, "Now you can try out the collaborative function." Their eyes sparkled with excitement as they extended their arms towards one another. In the next moment, they received a notification that their connection was successfully established. Xiao Lu and the others seemed to radiate a special light in their eyes. Only they knew how extraordinary this experience was. They could now fully sense the visual perspectives of others and communicate with thoughts within their minds. The effect was nothing short of terrifying. If utilized on the battlefield, This capability could significantly enhance their combat effectiveness. Leveraging years of cooperative experience, combined with the device's support, they could entrust their backs to their teammates, achieving remarkable synergy. Meanwhile, Zhang Daqiang had already compiled all the insights gained from the day into a document within his biological brain, preparing to send it to superiors. In the past, this would have required him a considerable amount of time to summarize. Now, with the biological brain, his thoughts were remarkably clear, and he organized all the key information into a comprehensive report of tens of thousands of words in an instant. The logic flowed seamlessly, and the writing was remarkably smooth, leaving him in disbelief that he had authored it himself. Previously, such tasks would have been handled by a secretary. Chapter 242, The Concept of Virtual World Practical Training. After a while, everyone had become relatively accustomed to the collaborative function. Tian announced, "Now, let us experience the virtual reality feature." After creating this technology, I envisioned a specific application and crafted a game for you to assess its utility. Zhang Daqiang interjected, "Didn't you say that without connectors or servers, the virtual reality feature couldn't be experienced? However, given our ages, I doubt there would be anything entertaining. No worries. Can't you connect via a local network? I've stored a program in your biological brains for you to experience." The prospect of forming teams to complete tasks piqued Zhang Daqiang's curiosity, rekindling memories of his military days. "Let's give it a shot," he said. The group settled into the plush sofas, and following the prompts, they quickly entered the virtual world, passing through a light gate into the game. Upon entering, Zhang Daqiang was taken aback, exclaiming, "This game is astonishingly realistic." He had initially presumed that virtual games would lack genuine experiences, but what lay before him surpassed all his expectations. He found himself in a room resembling a dormitory. He tested the ground beneath his feet and examined the room's decor. Approaching the mirror, he saw the face of an unfamiliar middle-aged man. The air temperature was palpable. Everything felt as though it were an experience in the real world, making it impossible to distinguish between reality and the virtual realm. If the virtual world were truly this vivid, then this feature was extraordinarily powerful. Before he could ponder further, an alarm suddenly blared from within the dormitory. He froze, instantly recalling memories that urged him to assemble upon hearing that sound. He hastily donned his attire at the swiftest pace possible and bolted outside, only to find all his dormitory mates gathering towards the playground. At that moment, a verdant line manifested before him, seemingly guiding his direction. Zhang Daqiang, uncertain of his destination, promptly followed the line to the intended location. By now, several others had already gathered there, casting curious glances around their surroundings. Upon seeing Zhang Daqiang approach, one of them smiled and remarked, "Is that old Zhang? What happened to you? You took your sweet time coming here." Zhang Daqiang was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly recognized the unfamiliar faces belonged to Xiao Lu and the others. They introduced themselves, revealing their true identities. "How did you get here so quickly?" Zhang Daqiang inquired. Xiao Lu replied, "Oh, can you blame us? We heard the announcement and rushed over immediately." "Old Zhang, have you been working for too long? Your reflexes seem to have dulled. Didn't you realize you needed to respond promptly to the assembly call?" Zhang Daqiang felt at a loss for words. He was still preoccupied with grasping his current situation, thinking to himself, "This game is astonishingly realistic." The others quickly chimed in, "Indeed, I was taken aback when I entered, feeling as though I had returned to my days in the military. Who would have thought the virtual world could be so vividly detailed? It's incredibly entertaining, akin to stepping into another realm." Upon realizing this game was war-themed, Zhang Daqiang felt a surge of interest. "I wonder what summoned us here." Just then, a man with a crew cut and a remarkably resolute visage, clad in military attire, approached them, clearly of a higher rank. "At attention," the man commanded, prompting an immediate response from a group. He explained the purpose of their assembly. The base was situated near a border, and they had received intelligence that a world-renowned mercenary squad had infiltrated their territory, poised to execute a certain operation. Their mission was to approach the target and annihilate the adversaries. Upon hearing the task, the group felt a rush of excitement, their blood boiling with anticipation. Yes, even this experience had been simulated by the intelligence system. Although they were a highly professional security team in reality, they had not engaged in related operations for quite some time. Their current roles focused solely on protection. Moreover, they had never encountered such a thrilling and intense operation in their lives. Such experiences were typically confined to the realm of cinema. This was far more exhilarating than their monotonous training and drills in the real world. They boarded a truck that took them to the foot of a mountain. According to their information, they would need to traverse the remaining distance on foot, spanning several dozen miles of mountainous terrain, which included scaling the magnificent mountain before them. Besides their specialized gear, they carried only a modest supply of food. This mission was anything but simple. Aside from combat, the journey itself presented numerous challenges. Nevertheless, the group was filled with enthusiasm and promptly set off. Over the course of their journey, they had gained substantial insight into the game. It was a meticulous simulation of reality. Thus, they could feel pain, sustain injuries, and tire. Once injured, their mobility would diminish. However, the greater the realism, the more their excitement intensified. They operated under the same standards as they would in reality, showing no signs of relaxation. Xiao Lu lamented, "If only we had mechs. I could single-handedly wipe them out." The others chimed in, "Well, at least we retain the enhanced physical capabilities from the treatment chambers. We should manage the task with ease, albeit without the assistance of mechs and neural enhancements. If we had mechs, would it even be interesting? That would merely be childish play. This is what constitutes a true challenge. I tried earlier, and it seems our combat skills and marksmanship from reality are still intact." "That's good. Let me show you what a sharpshooter can do," Zhang Daqiang replied. Glancing at the equipment they had been issued, he noted, "The gear isn't half bad. We've got drones, handguns, submachine guns, sniper rifles, and night vision goggles. Can the game really simulate all of this? Can old Zhang still handle a gun?" "Don't slow us down," one of them joked. Zhang Daqiang retorted, "Back in the day, I was a consecutive champion for several years. It's you who might be the hindrance." The group bantered as they successfully scaled the mountain. It must be said, the experience of climbing was rather enjoyable, proving to be a worthwhile endeavor. The skill required was notably high, yet their outdoor climbing skills were quite solid, allowing them to complete it without incident. In reality, they would never have such an experience. Scaling a sheer cliff of over 1,000 meters under minimal protection was unparalleled, even in training. Xiao Lu collapsed onto the ground. Panting, "That was exhilarating. I need to come here more often to practice. Such terrain is hard to find elsewhere." The others wholeheartedly agreed. Zhang Daqiang pondered to himself, beginning to grasp the significance of what Tian had said. With such a vividly realistic virtual world, it facilitated numerous activities with remarkable convenience, particularly large-scale live-action training. Any training or simulated combat in reality could not compare to the rigorous exercise offered by an authentic environment. Chapter 243, A Surge of Orders from Above. Everything that followed unfolded seamlessly. While this game replicated reality to the fullest extent, it undoubtedly posed a significant challenge to others. However, for these physically elite individuals with comprehensive professional skills, it was merely another day at the office. Moreover, since their mission was classified, they could catch the enemy off guard with their seamless coordination. Soon enough, they approached the target area, using subtle clues to locate the enemy camp. It was evident that the game created by Tian was designed for professionals. Unlike typical games where enemies only operated nearby and could be picked off one by one, Xiao Lu and his companions discovered numerous traps along the way. Drones patrolled the skies, cleverly concealed, and any lapse in attention could lead to detection. The adversaries were equipped with advanced gear. After conducting a thorough reconnaissance using infrared equipment to identify all targets, they devised a plan. Ultimately, they decided to trigger the traps, luring the enemy closer for individual sniping. However, the enemy sent only 2 individuals, quickly unraveling their scheme and ceasing to send reinforcements. Truly, these intelligent NPCs were equipped with skills and gear that matched their own. Fortunately, they had prepared a detailed contingency plan for this operation and swiftly enacted it. After a series of intense tracking, counter-tracking, and exchanges of fire, they successfully eliminated the opposition. Although the outcome was favorable, the process was fraught with peril. Several times, they found themselves in life-or-death situations, yet through their strong synergy and years of training, they managed to extricate themselves from danger. Afterward, the group lay exhausted on the ground, unable to rise for quite some time, their minds replaying the experience, unable to find peace. This authentic virtual game had provided them with a long-lost sense of real combat. The thrill and excitement they experienced could not be matched by any monotonous training in reality. Their tactical acumen had been thoroughly honed and elevated within this game. Zhang Daqiang mused, "That was exhilarating. It's been ages since I've had such an experience. I must advocate for the military to adopt virtual world combat training on a broad scale. After all the skills and experiences learned in the virtual realm can be synchronized with our physical selves. This would maximize our combat effectiveness." Xiao Lu nodded in agreement. And this was merely a straightforward task. Imagine if various scenarios could be established in the game, incorporating classic terrains from around the world. That would be remarkable. This virtual world is truly extraordinary. Even someone like me, who seldom indulges in gaming, has been utterly captivated. How much more so those ardent gamers It is likely that, in the future, all genres of games will be rendered obsolete as the entire world embarks on the development of virtual reality games. The Yixin company is poised to usher in a new epoch. Everyone concurred. At that moment, the screen displayed Game Over, along with the battle summary. Here, they could review their recent scores and identify areas for improvement. Reluctantly, they returned to reality. Upon opening their eyes, they experienced a sensation akin to being transported to another realm, their minds slightly disoriented, still immersed in the recent experience. Is that it? I haven't had enough yet. Let's go again. I could play this game continuously for days without growing weary. Aren't there still numerous subsequent storylines? Is this truly the end? Tian observed the group of gaming enthusiasts with a mix of amusement and exasperation. Have you all even considered how much time has passed? You'll have plenty of opportunities to experience it later. Time in the game is perfectly synchronized with reality. Don't you feel hungry? The group glanced at their watches, only to realize that several hours had elapsed, a fact they had hardly noticed. While eating in the game provided a semblance of satiety, their stomachs promptly growled upon returning to reality. After all, the brain had been engaged intensely, consuming a significant amount of energy. They hastily devoured some food. Zhang Daqiang remarked, "Your intelligent brain is remarkable in every aspect, but its energy consumption is excessively high. I suspect that in the future, individuals 1T need to worry about weight loss. With an intelligent brain, one simply cannot gain weight. Yet, its advantages far outweigh its drawbacks. Do prepare a batch of supplies, some intelligent brains and neurons. I anticipate a substantial order from above very soon. Additionally, what is the status of the servers? We are definitely going to establish a dedicated server to create various combat scenarios," Tian replied. "I'll provide you with the server technology, and as for the game development, your artificial intelligence can handle that." Thus, they departed, with Xiao Lu and the others requesting Tian's assistance in upgrading the games within their intelligent brains, adding more comprehensive scenarios for team challenges, including ancient and modern warfare, and even futuristic interstellar battle scenes. This was clearly a sign that they intended to engage in some serious gaming. Just as Zhang Daqiang had speculated, after receiving his report, the higher-ups promptly took it seriously. They dispatched an investigation team to Yixin Company, and, after personally experiencing the intelligent brain, they were left in awe. They placed an order for 200,000 units in one go. Each intelligent brain was priced at 100,000, resulting in a staggering revenue of 200 billion. The production of this technology merely involved cultivating biological tissues, with the most precious materials being alien gene samples, which can be infinitely replicated at a cost not exceeding 3,000. If this profit were to be disclosed, it would undoubtedly astonish the entire world. Of course, to the outside world, the profits from Yixin Mining Company were even more astronomical, earning tens of trillions of Mi currency with each trip. In recent days, various foreign spies found themselves perplexed. They sensed that the Daqiang military seemed to be engaging in some clandestine operations. Yet no matter how diligently they investigated, they could uncover no information. On the surface, there appeared to be no concrete actions. Unbeknownst to them, the military had fully equipped its soldiers with intelligent brains, while elite units had been outfitted with neurons. In one room, soldiers stood in orderly lines as superiors affixed intelligent brains to each of them. In another, more expansive chamber, countless neatly arranged beds lay, with soldiers reclining and drifting into slumber. Their consciousness, however, transitioned into another vast realm. Their expressions ranged from confusion to excitement, and soon they assembled with discipline to partake in a series of exhilarating combat training exercises. Here, they would be divided into two opposing factions, engaging in direct competition. Upon the conclusion of the training, commanders would evaluate performance based on the data collected and their specific actions, thereby gaining a comprehensive understanding of their training progress. Chapter 244, The Conspiracy Unfolds. Marshall in the office has been feeling quite despondent lately. He had finally quelled the dissent from Dami and stabilized his family. For now, he could be said to be securely positioned in his role. However, he harbored a deep-seated hatred for Yixin Company. Had it not been for them, his family would now possess immense wealth. Enjoy your moment of triumph. Soon enough, you 1T be smiling, he thought grimly. Ever since receiving the technology left by Adam, he had been diligently researching related fields, some of which could aid him in orchestrating an assassination against Tian. During this time, he had also been gathering intelligence on Tian, preparing to seize an opportunity to eliminate him. However, in recent days, he had received news regarding Daxia. It seemed that the military was secretly engaged in some operations, shrouded in mystery. Their personnel intended to continue probing, but thus far, there had been no further developments. This immediately piqued his interest, prompting him to inquire of his subordinates what about the Daxia mining ships on the moon? Any movements? His subordinate glanced at the report. None. All 12 ships are currently mining on the moon. However, to be honest, they might exhaust the helium-3 reserve soon, so new actions could follow. Marshall pondered. If these ships venture to explore the solar system, that would be acceptable. But if they have other plans, we might find ourselves in a precarious situation. Curse it. If only time would move faster. Once I eliminate Tian, I can gradually take control of the situation. Does Yixin Company have any hidden spare ships? His secretary shook her head. Based on our observations, there are none. Such large ships can only be produced by Yixin Company, completely under our surveillance. Marshall suddenly paused. Could Daxia's latest maneuvers be linked to Yixin Company? Have they employed some form of advanced technology? His secretary shrugged. Who knows? We have very little intelligence on Yixin Company. Marshall slammed his fist on the table in frustration. Damn it. When did we, lose the ability to acquire the information we desire? Find a way to discover what they are secretly plotting. It may directly impact our safety. Prepare the helicopter. I need to visit the base. Half an hour later, Marshall arrived once more at the enigmatic underground base. Accompanied by researchers, he entered a chamber. Inside, a muscular man, bare-chested, was striking a punching bag. The screen behind him displayed the force of each blow, registering at an astonishing 700 to 800 kilograms, an extraordinary figure only achievable by elite boxers. However, this man's attributes evidently surpassed mere strength. His speed and agility obliterated previous human limits. Marshall glanced at the man's prior records, which indicated he had once been an exceedingly frail youth. His jaw dropped. Have you developed the technology to create Captain Dammy? A nearby researcher shrugged. Captain Dammy? Well, it's quite similar. This is indeed the gene enhancement technology left by the little gray men, but we have now found a method to prevent the target from becoming uncontrollable. This technology is essentially mature and ready for large-scale application. Marshall burst into laughter. Wonderful. Absolutely splendid. In a clandestine operation, a group of assassins was dispatched to eliminate Tian. Your demise is imminent, Tian. At that moment, Marshall received an unexpected call from one of his subordinates, whose voice brimmed with excitement. Commander, we have obtained crucial intelligence regarding Tian. He is scheduled to vacation on a private island next week. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Marshall was taken aback. What? Is that true? How did you acquire this information? Could it be a false lead designed to lure us into a trap? The subordinate reassured him. It is highly unlikely. This information was meticulously derived from analyzing over 1 billion publicly available data points concerning Yixin Corporation using big data. The intelligence is undeniably confirmed. To obtain this information, we even sifted through all maritime product sales data in the Great Xia region, uncovering anomalies in seemingly inconspicuous data points. Additionally, we correlated these findings with various other leads. Most importantly, we noticed that recently, the naval vessels of Great Xia have altered their routes, seemingly conducting heightened surveillance in a specific area. I suspect this may very well be the location of Tian's private island. Although there are hundreds of small islands in the vicinity, he is bound to be on one of them. Marshall was elated. This is an extraordinary opportunity. Today is indeed a day of double fortune. My technical team is prepared, and now we have the intelligence we need. I never imagined Tian would indulge in such leisure as a vacation. I thought he would remain confined to his laboratory for eternity. He must feel secure, believing that our intelligence agencies no longer dare to act against him. Furthermore, he likely thinks that the current strength of Great Xia has deterred any adversaries. Does he truly believe that the surveillance lines near his island will guarantee his safety? He is blissfully unaware that the technology left by the little gray men includes deep-sea submarines capable of evading all detection. Approaching that island will be a mere formality. Foolish people of Great Xia. By the time they realize what has transpired, Tian's life will already be ours to claim. I am eager to witness the expressions on their high-ranking officials' faces when that moment arrives. Meanwhile, within Yixin Corporation, Lu Ping had entered Tian's office, filled with anticipation for the forthcoming revelation. Each time, it heralded the dawn of a new technological innovation, reminiscent of the awe he felt when he first encountered the Yixin spacecraft and the controllable nuclear fusion device. The profits generated by the mining corporation had left him astounded. He had envisioned the company reaching such a scale one day, yet never anticipated it would happen so swiftly. Just one mining expedition by a spaceship could elevate Great Xia's GDP by several percentage points. The year had not yet concluded, but it was evident that Great Xia's GDP would account for over 95% of the global total, with all other nations, including the rice-producing ones, comprising the remaining 5%. Indeed, Tian presented Liu Ping with the smart brain, elucidating its functions and potential applications, once more leaving him in sheer astonishment. Chapter 245, A World Transformed Once More. Boss, this is the metaverse. As a business elite, Liu Ping was acutely aware of the concept of the metaverse and its market value. Countless enterprises have begun to venture into this realm, spawning an array of concepts, with many celebrities purchasing virtual land. However, this was merely a rudimentary version of the metaverse, often characterized by cartoonish interfaces. The technologies developed by those companies required cumbersome virtual reality devices for entry. In terms of experience, it could only be considered somewhat novel, quickly fading into obscurity. Technologically, humanity had yet to reach the levels of virtual reality depicted in cinematic works. The most coveted innovation was the virtual sleep chamber, allowing consciousness to directly enter the virtual realm. It went without saying that such technology was immensely complex. Yet today, Liu Ping's understanding was once again revolutionized by Yi Tian. The smart brain he unveiled surpassed the virtual sleep chamber as a more refined virtual reality solution. Compact, uncomplicated, yet delivering an experience rivaling that of any large-scale sleep chamber. Furthermore, virtual reality functionality constituted only a fraction of the smart brain's capabilities. Its paramount value lay in its role as a second brain for humans, aiding in knowledge acquisition and memory retention while providing computational power alongside its formidable auxiliary artificial intelligence. This was technology beyond human comprehension. Who could fathom how Yi Tian had conceived it? By simply injecting a specific gene with energy, one could attain the functionality of a biological computer, seamlessly integrating with the human body. The implantation process was equally straightforward. What remarkable ingenuity was at play here? Liu Ping regarded Yi Tian with a mixture of awe and incredulity. Despite his familiarity with Yi Tian's abilities, he found his perceptions continually challenged. In summary, this smart brain was centuries ahead of human technology, poised to significantly advance human development. Not to mention, it would completely overshadow all existing virtual reality devices, rendering them obsolete. Liu Ping's excitement burgeoned. As a seasoned manager, he envisioned countless applications for the smart brain. All prior technological barriers to the development of the metaverse had now been surmounted. What remained was the vast market potential and profit. It could be said that the unassuming smart brain was as impactful as controllable nuclear fusion. Humanity was on the brink of entering a new era. In fact, following the global proliferation of controllable nuclear fusion, productivity on Blue Star surged dramatically, bestowing an abundance of wealth upon its inhabitants. Suddenly, a multitude of individuals found themselves with ample leisure time, receiving sufficient living expenses without the need to work. Tourist destinations brimmed with visitors, while many opted to remain home and engage in gaming. The surge in productivity had not been matched by an increase in spiritual fulfillment, leading to a series of surreal occurrences. However, with the advent of the smart brain and the virtual world, this dilemma was entirely resolved. In contrast to the physical realm, the virtual world offered infinite space, teeming with untold value, awaiting exploration and creation. Liu Ping remarked, "Boss, there is no need for further discussion. I know precisely what to do next. If I possess such remarkable hardware and fail to develop our metaverse, I would prefer to vacate my current position." Yi Tian nodded, refraining from further comment. He held immense trust in Liu Ping's capabilities. In truth, even the most inept manager could carve out a niche with this advanced technology as a foundation. The subsequent fees for services in the virtual world, transaction fees, and various merchant franchise fees would yield substantial profits. Ultimately, the company would simply await the influx of revenue. He stated, "We now have a stockpile of smart brains and accessories. I have also established the servers for the virtual world, complete with the basic world structure. We await your promotion and launch. Devise an impressive plan that will resonate widely and achieve maximum impact." That day, Yixin Corporation's official media released an announcement. "Tomorrow evening at 8 p.m., Yixin Corporation will not see you off. Join us for our press conference as we unveil how we will once again transform the world." This simple promotional phrase captivated countless fans, drawing the gaze of the entire globe. People scrutinized the straightforward announcement, pondering the concealed information within. Many sought to uncover product details through various channels. The online community has begun to buzz with excitement. Isn't it marvelous? The efficiency of Yixin Company is remarkable. Haven't they just unveiled a spacecraft and a controllable nuclear fusion device? And now another new product. The intellect of Yixin rivals that of extraterrestrial beings. Their pace of research is unmatched by all others combined. New products are welcome. To be frank, I've been utterly bored lately, having exhausted all sorts of games. At this point, Yishun Company is the only thing that piques my interest. The current ennui is certainly preferable to the days of relentless overtime. But what could this new product be? Could it be robots designed to replace human labor? After all, Yishun Company has long possessed the relevant technology. And with electricity being affordable now, they have repeatedly showcased capabilities akin to artificial intelligence, suggesting that robots could indeed fully supplant human roles. Really? Is that what we consider new technology? Everyone knows about that. We're merely awaiting their official announcement. Indeed, they possess the technological prowess to launch robots on a grand scale, effectively replacing all physical labor and further reducing industrial costs. Oh no, I just secured a job moving bricks to pass the time, and now you're telling me I 1T need to report to work anymore? That would be dreadfully dull. Rest assured, they certainly 1T release robots. Otherwise, they would have done so long ago. I suspect Yishun Company has an unspoken understanding with the higher-ups to avoid encroaching on ordinary people's job opportunities. Phew, that's a relief. But what could this new product be that could change the world? In this age of rapid global advancement, it's hard to imagine what could astonish us. It's likely the same old marketing spiel they've grown accustomed to. However, I doubt the product will be particularly extraordinary. I fear that the fervor surrounding Yishun Company's new product may soon wane. Yet, some fans defended the company. Are you all so confident? Let us not forget how many times Yishun Company has faced setbacks. They have never resorted to false advertising. They deliver on their promises. And remember, they are meticulous about launching new products. Even the controllable nuclear fusion device was unveiled without prior notice, simply broadcast live. This time, their grandiose promotion must signify something significant. Various foreign factions have also begun to deliberate on the matter. Upon receiving the news, Marshall immediately recalled the recent maneuvers of the upper echelons of the Xia dynasty. Damn it, there must be some connection here. Could this new product possess some strategic significance? Never mind, it's irrelevant now, given that Tian is on the brink of demise. Nonetheless, he remained glued to the live stream, eager to uncover Yishun Company's latest endeavors. The press conference commenced as scheduled. Within the grand hall of Yishun Company, which could accommodate thousands, every seat was filled. Esteemed entrepreneurs and celebrities from across the nation gathered for the event. Each release by Yishun Company was akin to a grand feast, granting them heightened exposure. Akin to a lavish red carpet affair. All manner of global factions and industry leaders turned their attention here, primarily concerned with whether Yishun Company's new product would intersect with their own business interests. Should that be the case, it would spell disaster, prompting immediate shifts in their operations. The live stream rapidly attracted an audience exceeding 2 billion viewers. As the time arrived, amidst thunderous applause, Lu Ping, clad in casual attire, made a dazzling entrance. Welcome to our press conference. I'm sure many of you are surprised. Didn't Yishun Company just invent a spacecraft and a nuclear fusion device? What new developments could possibly emerge? Indeed, our company is never content with present achievements. We are forever gazing towards the future. You might wonder why we would expend energy on researching new technologies when any of our products could sustain us for a lifetime. That is simply who we are. Our aspiration is to ceaselessly ascend the tree of technology. During this time, under the extraordinary research of the illustrious academician Tian, yet another groundbreaking technology has been birthed that is sure to astonish the world. I must emphasize that the technological sophistication of this new product and its potential global impact are undeniably on par with controllable nuclear fusion. This declaration instantly incited a flurry of whispers among the attendees. What? Comparable to controllable nuclear fusion? Surely not. The changes brought about by controllable nuclear fusion are monumental. It's hard to fathom another technology achieving such a feat, so the promotional claims aren't mere hyperbole. This indeed appears to be world-shattering technology. I had a feeling Yishun Company would not treat the public as just any ordinary company would. Lu Ping continued, as for what the product is, I shall keep you in suspense for now. Please enjoy the following VCR. Regardless of any doubts, I urge you to watch patiently, as it is closely related to our new product. The lights in the venue dimmed instantaneously, and the large screen illuminated, beginning to play a video. The livestream signal was swiftly overtaken by the footage. The scene revealed a frigid, snow-laden landscape, enveloped in a vast expanse of white. A fierce wind howled, and the video's clarity was exceptionally high, granting viewers an immersive experience. Even through the screen, one could sense the biting cold and howling winds. The footage was shot from a first-person perspective, surrounded by a snowy expanse and undulating snow-capped mountains. In the foreground, a group clad in professional mountaineering gear ascended a rope towards lofty heights, with the video's protagonist trailing behind. A glance backward revealed a precarious cliff beneath them. Previously unseen, the audience suddenly realized they were scaling a bottomless abyss, with their ascent at a steep 60-degree angle. The entire endeavor was fraught with peril. A moment's inattention could lead to disaster. At this juncture, the protagonist spoke. "How much longer until we get through this section?" The voice was instantly recognizable as Lu Ping's. Another individual replied, "A few hours, but this part is relatively easy. The path ahead will be far more treacherous, with the potential for fatality at any moment." From these scenes, viewers discerned that this was a mountain climbing expedition, and given the mountain scale, it was likely one of the 14 peaks reaching 8,000 meters. Indeed, knowledgeable viewers promptly identified it as K2, one of the most challenging and dangerous climbs in the world, and the second highest peak globally. This revelation sent shockwaves through the online community. When did Lu Ping attempt to climb K2? That's far too perilous. Is he out his mind? For the record, K2 is extremely dangerous, even for seasoned climbers, with a high mortality rate, and luck plays a significant role. Only a few hundred individuals globally have successfully summited. Achieving the peak earns the respect of professional climbers. Despite being the second highest mountain, its difficulty far exceeds that of the first by at least tenfold. Upon hearing this, the online audience began to grasp the magnitude of the feat. Lu Ping is incredible. He dares to climb K2. Is this the essence of a visionary entrepreneur? Truly fearless. Such a spirit of adventure. How could he risk his fortune to undertake such a climb? If he were to perish, wouldn't he lose hundreds of billions in assets? One can only express respect. If I had that kind of wealth, I certainly wouldn't take such risks. Perhaps I'd settle for summiting Everest. I feel weak in the knees just watching. By the way, Lu Ping is far too modest. He accomplished such a monumental achievement without a word of promotion on social media. Oh, it appears that the ascent of the peak was initiated from the region of Babayang. When did he embark on his journey abroad? Is it feasible for someone of his stature to venture overseas? The potential for abduction would result in significant repercussions. Am I the only one concerned about the new product from Yishan Company? How does this relate to the content of the video in any meaningful way? Could it be that the VCR was misplaced? Given the duration it has been playing, what are your thoughts? Why the haste? Was it not suggested that we exercise patience and continue watching? Is there a connection between the new product and mountaineering? The ensuing video commenced. Fast-forwarding through a series of perilous climbing escapades that unfolded before the audience, many of which were so harrowing that viewers shielded their eyes in fear. At one point, Lu Ping fell directly into a glacier. Yet fortunately, his companions were present and collectively pulled him to safety with a rope. This incident only heightened the audience's admiration. It was their first realization that Lu Ping had narrowly escaped death. Ultimately, the group reached the summit of K2, proudly displaying the national flag as it fluttered in the wind, a scene that left all spectators in awe. This is worthy of a documentary. The head-mounted device used was exceptionally clear, and this footage could be utilized directly, someone remarked. If I were to reach such heights, I could boast about it for a lifetime. The final scene was incredibly moving. However, some viewers remained fixated, asserting that Lu Ping, as the leader of Yishan, should not partake in such perilous endeavors, let alone travel abroad. This sentiment was shared by Marshall and others. Chapter 247. Is Yishan Company fabricating? Marshall swiftly summoned the personnel responsible for intelligence. Lu Ping traveled abroad. Why was I not informed? This was an exceptional opportunity. Do you not realize? Our intelligence capabilities are limited within the Great Xia, yet outside its borders. One would expect many eyes to be upon him. The intelligence officer was sweating profusely. This was indeed a significant oversight on his part. He promptly reviewed the records and inquired with his subordinates, but still found no relevant documentation. Perhaps Lu Ping had circumvented our vigilance through alternative channels. After all, Babayang is currently tightly aligned with Great Xia, which can fulfill nearly any request. With their protection, it would not be implausible. Marshall narrowed his eyes. This was not an excuse, but a grave error in your duties. You must comprehend the magnitude of the opportunity we have missed. Although Lu Ping may not possess the same value as Tian, he still holds many secrets pertaining to Yishan Company and even Tian himself. Securing him would be immensely advantageous for us. At this moment, the intelligence officer uncovered more information, his expression one of confusion as he stated, "Commander, we have reviewed all summit records for K2 from the past year and found no trace of Lu Ping or any individuals featured in the video. I believe there is something amiss. It seems unlikely that Babayang covertly assisted them. Our personnel have never even encountered this group." Marshall furrowed his brow. This is indeed strange. They chose not to discuss it further, and continued watching the press conference. During the conference, Lu Ping continued, "Well, what do you think? This is the entirety of my K2 ascent. I have long harbored a dream of climbing snow-capped mountains, yearning to challenge my limits, and now that dream has finally been realized. Over the past period, I have successfully conquered 14 peaks exceeding 8,000 meters in height, as well as the highest summits on all 7 continents." As he spoke, the big screen displayed rapid silhouettes that, to professionals, were recognizable as the dream destinations of all mountaineers. Lu Ping added, "You may wonder why I am sharing such seemingly irrelevant information. Fear not, for it is all intrinsically linked to our company's new product, which I will unveil shortly." At this juncture, the comments section erupted. 666. Incredible. I never expected Lu Ping to be so formidable. Not only did he summit K2, but he has also conquered every notable high-altitude snow mountain in the world. Impressive. It turns out this master is not only adept in the business realm, but excels in all fields. Yet, amidst the excitement, some other sentiments emerged in the comment section. He has been to all 7 continents? Isn't it said that the United States is quite unfriendly? Doesn't he fear being captured abroad? Has an agreement been reached with the U.S. to cease targeting Yixin Company? Is he not being overly audacious? While Bobby Yang is a steadfast ally, is it truly safe to venture into the U.S.? Isn't there a risk of mysteriously disappearing? But he has returned safely now. If he dared to go, he must have had a plan. What if he and T returned? On Marshall's end, he had furiously smashed the items in his office, seething with anger as he exclaimed, "What on earth is happening? Bobby Yang, I can overlook, but when did Lu Ping take a jaunt through our territory without raising any alarms, returning unscathed? Is this not your dereliction of duty? Or have you been compromised by Yixin Company? I demand an explanation." The intelligence officer was drenched in cold sweat. The earlier incident could still be rationalized as a lack of control over information regarding Bobby Yang. However, now it was evident that they had been utterly oblivious to the situation unfolding right before them. I will investigate immediately. Yet after a period of inquiry, everyone was left dumbfounded. Upon checking, there were no records of this group in immigration logs, surveillance footage, or local climbing records. Marshall's eyes widened as he shouted, "Impossible! Absolutely impossible! Could it be that the video is fabricated?" Suddenly, it seemed a realization struck him. Could this be related to Yixin Company's new product? Meanwhile, the live chat was filled with skepticism. How could that be? Climbing K2? I work in a commercial mountaineering company and can attest to who has summit. I have never encountered this group. I felt the same earlier. A non-professional suddenly summiting so many high-difficulty peaks? Who are they fooling? And what about the spectacular avalanches? The terrifying winds and the frostbite on people's faces? How do you explain that? Fabrication, obviously. What other explanation is there? It's merely a ruse to deceive you non-professionals. In a studio, they can even simulate a moon landing. What can't they fabricate? Damn, I almost fell for it. Let's see how he explains this. Let us not forget this press conference is to introduce a new product, not merely about climbing. Could it be related to the new product? Back at the press conference, Lu Ping suddenly burst into laughter. How about that? Did I manage to fool you all? The audience erupted into whispers. Lu Ping continued, "I believe you have all noticed the inconsistencies here. Setting aside my personal climbing skills and courage, many locations in the video are places I could never have ventured, for reasons that are well known. Thus, I have long regarded this dream merely as that, a dream. However, with the advent of Yixin Company's new product, it has finally come to fruition." Following this, another video was played on the screen, featuring an interview with a professional mountaineer who had assisted Lu Ping in the earlier climbing video. How would you evaluate this unique K2 climbing journey? The mountaineer, clearly excited, responded, "The experience was simply extraordinary. I have summited several times, and this journey felt no different from my previous experiences. The height, terrain, and physical laws were all entirely consistent. Within it, one still feels cold, hunger, and injury. If fortune does not favor you, you might even encounter disasters like avalanches. The journey is anything but simple, replete with challenges, and the moment of triumph upon reaching the summit is filled with immense pride. The greatest advantage lies in the absence of any genuine peril, allowing one to immerse themselves in the experience at any time and place. Your technology is truly remarkable. I eagerly anticipate the opportunity to explore more within this realm in the future. In summary, I hope your virtual world will launch soon." Upon the utterance of these words, the world erupted in astonishment. Chapter 248, Fantasies of the Virtual World. What? It's actually a virtual world. This product is a virtual reality interface. No wonder. All questions have been resolved. It's virtual. I couldn't discern at all. Was what was shown in those videos completely real? Incredible. Can a virtual world achieve such realism? Even if told now, I still cannot distinguish between the two. This surpasses the current VR manufacturers by leaps and bounds. It's not just about visuals. The sound effects and the entire experience seem indistinguishable from reality. Didn't the guest just mention that the physical rules and feedback in the virtual world are authentic, even simulating hunger and pain? Is it not merely a simple VR device, but an immersive consciousness virtual reality? Wow, that's astounding. Doesn't that mean scenes from novels and movies can be realized? As expected from Yishun Corporation, they've developed such technology. If virtual reality truly becomes mainstream, it would indeed change the world, holding immense market value. Launch it quickly. I want to play virtual reality games. I wonder if it's expensive. Allow me to temper your enthusiasm. This technology is undoubtedly costly. Even in sci-fi films, implementing such technology requires a massive sleep chamber. One would need millions to acquire it, I reckon. At this moment, all VR manufacturers around the globe were engulfed in despair. The Iron Fist had finally fallen. With such formidable technology, their product had become entirely uncompetitive. Now, they hope that Yishun Corporation's offerings will be priced high enough for them to survive in the mid to low-end market. Meanwhile, numerous business magnates in the audience, upon hearing this news, were filled with excitement, their minds racing with possibilities. This presented a golden opportunity for them. It resembled an entirely undeveloped new market, allowing them to leverage this momentum to offer their services within the virtual world. Yishun Corporation could not monopolize every aspect of the virtual realm. They would undoubtedly require these merchants to join in and create value. At this juncture, game developers worldwide were brimming with exhilaration. From the recent video, they had already begun to grasp the extraordinary potential of the virtual world. A new era of virtual reality gaming was upon them. In the future, all games would rely on the virtual world, providing players with unparalleled experiences. On the other hand, Marshall finally understood why the intelligence agencies had shown no reaction. It turned out that all these activities were conducted within the virtual realm. This technology left him utterly astounded. Suddenly, he recalled recent movements among the higher echelons of the Great Xia. So that was it. This virtual world technology would undoubtedly be invaluable to the military. It could facilitate large-scale practical exercises, enhancing training levels without inflicting harm on real bodies. He found himself feeling a tinge of envy. Regardless, procuring rice in the near future would be impossible. After next week, their relationship with the Great Xia would become irreparably strained. However, none of that truly mattered. The military of the rice-producing nation had always trained through real combat. They were never short of such environments throughout the year. At the press conference, Lu Ping finally unveiled the ultimate mystery. Yes, the new product from Yishun Corporation is indeed the virtual world. It is no exaggeration to say that this represents a monumental leap in human technology. Our Yishun Corporation has achieved the legendary immersive consciousness virtual reality. Within this virtual world, you will experience no sense of incongruity, unable to discern it from the real world. Here, you can engage in nearly any activity. Everything possible in reality can be accomplished within. Moreover, one can undertake many endeavors unattainable in reality. Pointing to the large screen, he continued as the audience gasped in awe. The video showcased an entirely new world. It was Nanfeng City, but unlike reality, the depiction included extensive modifications, even bearing some surreal colors. The entire city resembled those found in science fiction films, adorned with towering skyscrapers and a variety of anti-gravity vehicles. It could be said that this was the ideal model of a future city, constructed first within the virtual world. Lu Ping proclaimed, "This is the virtual world. While maintaining fundamental principles, you can unleash your creativity to construct worlds. You can shop and explore within." The video transitioned to a bustling commercial street, significantly larger than its real-world counterpart. It was filled with astonishing lights and sounds. Here, stores offered all items available in reality, a dazzling array of products available for trial. If you fancy something, you can place an order and receive the corresponding product in the real world. It is truly a shopping paradise. The visuals continued. All parks and amusement venues within the city are open. Want to experience the Ordovician period but find it too far and expensive? Here, you can enjoy even more amusement projects at any time and place than what the Ordovician offers. You can watch live broadcasts of ongoing intense competitions in the virtual world as stadiums. Imagine experiencing the World Cup in the virtual realm. Having close encounters with your favorite players. What an extraordinary experience that would be. The virtual world also facilitates research and learning. You can attend classes in schools equipped with top-notch facilities and receive guidance from esteemed instructors. Many experiments can be conducted here, adhering to all physical laws. allowing you to visualize experimental conditions using your mind, thus saving costs. Of course, you're most likely interested in virtual reality games. I can assure you, the experience of virtual reality gaming is simply phenomenal. Various major AAA game studios can collaborate with our company to transform your blockbuster games into virtual reality versions. Imagine the future, where you can experience virtual reality adaptations of classics like Tomb Raider, Uncharted, Cyberpunk, and The Elder Scrolls. Stepping into the shoes of the protagonist to experience rich game narratives in the first person. How splendid. Those classic games will also be revitalized in the virtual world. As game studios worldwide fixated on the live broadcast, their eyes gleamed with excitement. The viewers in the live chat were utterly entranced by Liu Ping's vivid portrayal of this enchanting vision. Chapter 249, Slander from Trolls. A throng of gaming enthusiasts gazed at the classic games showcased in their virtual immersive versions on the big screen, their spirits soaring with anticipation, eager to experience them immediately. Oh, so I can embody Drake and explore various ruins? Was it said that the virtual world offers completely realistic feedback? Are you certain your physical condition and stamina can match that of the protagonist? There will likely be some adaptations. It's certainly 1TB identical to reality. Or else only a few players would be able to perform many operations that defy physics and human ergonomics. Let us not dwell on it. When will it be launched? I can hardly wait. But what difference does it make once it's launched? Can we afford it? Let us observe how Yishun Company resolves this matter. I trust they must have devised a solution. Perhaps there will be amusement parks offering these services, akin to a novel type of internet cafe in the future. At this moment, Liu Ping continued, saying, "What do you think? Isn't the virtual world remarkably enticing? I have noticed numerous netizens expressing their queries. Will such fully immersive technology that provides genuine feedback be exorbitantly priced? Will it resemble a colossal gaming pod as depicted in novels? Here, I assure you, your concerns are entirely unfounded. The technology from Yishun Company undoubtedly surpasses your imagination, far more advanced than anything found in science fiction films or literature. Our equipment is not only compact, but also remarkably portable, and its cost is quite modest. I guarantee that anyone with a reasonable income can certainly afford it." The viewers in the live stream flooded the chat once more. 666. Incredible. I said Yishun Company could never set the price so high. That would hinder promotion. To think it's a compact device capable of achieving consciousness immersion. What astonishing technology. This leaves no room for other manufacturers. How small is the device? Is it a headset? Liu Ping, now holding a smart brain, remarked, "I believe you can hardly contain your curiosity about what our new product is. Allow me to unveil the answer." Amidst the astonished gazes, he declared, "You are not mistaken. I am not jesting. Behold our virtual reality device, the biological smart brain. This is a biological computing organism that, once implanted in the human body, can collaborate with the brain, serving not only as a computer for computations, but also seamlessly transmitting external data into the mind. Its architecture is entirely distinct from conventional computers, employing purely biological cells, thus posing no harm to the human body. However, at this juncture, the viewers in the live stream fell into silence. Implanted in the brain, a brain-machine interface? I wouldn't dare try that. Who can guarantee it won't affect the brain? While I enjoy gaming, I'd rather not undergo surgery on my head. Only tech enthusiasts would consider this. Regular folks would steer clear. A biological computer? I acknowledge this technology is indeed impressive, but I'll pass. Yishun Company has miscalculated. Traditional views in Daxia will deter anyone from contemplating surgery on their own head. Meanwhile, Marshall, after recovering from his shock, swiftly reacted. He immediately arranged for trolls to steer public opinion towards safety and information security concerns. This presented an excellent opportunity to undermine Yishun Company. A plethora of negative comments suddenly emerged in the live stream. Implanted in the brain? Absolutely not. This technology is far from mature. Is it akin to embedding a computer in one's body? What if hackers infiltrate? How can user information be secured? This is not merely about information security in standard smartphones or computers. This computer connects to the brain, meaning our thoughts and actions could be exposed. No one wants this device scanning their brain, right? It's one thing to scan information, but what if this thing could control the brain? Wouldn't I become a puppet? That's a valid point. Yishun Company must provide a clear explanation. Oh please. You trolls are just spouting nonsense again. Everyone, don't be fooled. Don't let them mislead you. Always trust Yishun Company. They have surely addressed these concerns long ago. Look at what these detractors are saying. One might think Yishun Company is coercing them into implanting the smart brain. Exactly. No one is forcing you. If you wish to buy, then buy. If not, simply refrain. Lu Ping continued. What do you think? Isn't it truly remarkable? I believe many of you harbor some concerns regarding the safety of the smart brain. Here, I assure you, due to the material composition, the architecture of the smart brain is fundamentally different from that of ordinary computers, resembling the structure of the human brain and possessing formidable encryption capabilities. Thus, no hacker can extract information or control the smart brain. No assault can breach its defenses, and users will immediately sense any anomaly, allowing them to sever the smart brain's external connection. Moreover, the human brain is a profoundly intricate entity, impervious to external attacks. Furthermore, our smart brain is equipped with a significant safeguard, which I will reveal shortly. With the safeguard in place, all hacker attacks become laughable. As for the concerns regarding implantation, there is absolutely no need for worry. Please observe the usage method of the smart brain. Instantly, a video advertisement appeared on a large screen. A well-dressed individual held the smart brain and then placed it against the back of their neck. Subsequently, a miraculous scene unfolded. The smart brain gradually integrated with the skin, slowly permeating inside. Lu Ping smiled and stated, "As you can see, the entire process of use poses no difficulty and entails no risk. There is no need for surgery on the body. This biological organism will automatically permeate through the skin, reaching the nerve plexus of the spine, and then establish a connection." The live stream erupted in excitement. What the heck? Is this for real? This is incredible. What kind of technology is this? It feels like watching a movie. Now I can rest easy. It turns out there is no need for any surgical procedures. Resembling the structure of the brain? Impressive. This is undoubtedly a monumental breakthrough in the history of computing. Such a small device, surely at 1 TB unaffordable. Finally, I can experience virtual gaming anytime. What do the detractors have to say now? Lu Ping waited for the crowd to settle down before stating, "Do you remember when we mentioned that this product is capable of changing the world? In truth, its virtual reality functionality is merely a fundamental application. It cannot be deemed world-altering." He paused, delivering words that resonated deeply. Chapter 250, The Extraordinary Smart Brain, A Farewell to Exams? In essence, the virtual reality feature is merely a basic application of this product. The true breakthroughs lie in the smart brain's other functionalities, capable of elevating human civilization to an entirely new level. The audience in the chat room erupted in fervor. Lu Ping continued, "As I previously noted, this device is a biological computer. You may have underestimated its capabilities given its size. Allow me to clarify that the performance of this biological computer exceeds your wildest expectations. Its architecture, akin to that of the human brain, enables it to accomplish many tasks beyond the realm of traditional computers. In terms of sheer performance, its computational power rivals that of a small supercomputer, and its storage capacity is astonishing, utilizing DNA storage with a capacity reaching the exabyte level. One could assert that this biological computer's performance surpasses all devices you encounter in your daily life. Henceforth, there will be no need to purchase any additional devices. It will suffice to assist you in your daily living, work, and even research endeavors. Moreover, this biological computer allows for true thought control. No longer will programmers need to endure sleepless nights writing code. With but a thought, they can conjure an incredibly complex program. As an unparalleled productivity tool, those engaged in graphic or video processing will find their tasks effortless, as they can create effects that perfectly align with their vision without the need for endless revisions. With the advent of this revolutionary industrial software, Dacia has completely remedied its deficiencies in the industrial software sector, as it serves as a universal solution, allowing users to wield its capabilities with remarkable flexibility. The manufacturers of mobile phones, computers, and other devices that are currently monitoring the live stream are now in a state of panic. An emergency meeting of all senior executives has been convened to deliberate on matters of transformation. They face a choice, either to venture into the realm of high-end supercomputing or to explore alternative business avenues, such as foraying into the virtual world to provide product services. Companies like Xiaomi have already been forewarned by Tian and are thus adequately prepared, harboring less anxiety. The manufacturers of traditional industrial software perceive this as the dawn of their demise. With the emergence of the virtual world, their conventional software has become obsolete, supplanted by software designed for modeling and creation within this new paradigm. Their foundational market has now been utterly obliterated. The West has lost any competitive edge in the field of industrial software. Meanwhile, the online community remains unfazed, reveling in the excitement. Isn't this performance astonishing? Such a compact device rivals a small supercomputer, and it can be implanted in the body. No more need to purchase phones or computers in the future. One purchase could last a lifetime, offering far greater value than changing phones annually. When we'll be launched, I can hardly contain my anticipation. Have you considered that when everyone has an intelligent brain, what will happen to examinations? Will be deemed cheating? Indeed, how did I overlook this issue? Will we need to disable our intelligent brains before each exam? Could it be classified as an open book examination? The focus will merely shift to assessing broader knowledge and capabilities, emphasizing creativity. Those without intelligent brains will be a significant disadvantage. Let us see what the officials have to say. They must have a plan. Lu Ping continued on stage. Beyond the applications of virtual reality and the hardware itself, the intelligent brain can assist you in your daily work and life. Once equipped with the intelligent brain, you will encounter augmented information wherever you go. For instance, when visiting foreign countries, all foreign text will be automatically translated into Daxia language. Arriving in an unfamiliar location will be akin to a game, with automatic navigation displayed. This embodies its augmented reality functionality. I can imagine some of you might wonder, does having an intelligent brain not equate to storing vast amounts of knowledge and performing complex computations? How will examinations be conducted? Wouldn't this amount to cheating? The audience nodded in agreement, acknowledging their confusion. Lu Ping erupted in laughter. Why must your thinking be so restricted? Why not broaden your horizons and think long-term? Be bold. The concepts of learning and examinations will soon be obsolete. The venue erupted in fervor. What? Learning and examinations will cease to exist? How can this be? This is unacceptable. We cannot rely on electronic products. Otherwise, our brains will atrophy. Lu Ping raised his hands to quell the uproar. It seems that many lack a tangible understanding of the intelligent brain, making it difficult to envision the specific enhancements it offers users. You might think it merely adds a portable computer for calculations and knowledge inquiries. In reality, it bestows upon the user an entirely new brain. Its materials and design allow it to seamlessly integrate and collaborate with your own brain, essentially augmenting your cognitive abilities. In the future, all learning can be accomplished in an instant, enabling individuals to acquire vast amounts of knowledge rapidly and apply it flexibly. There will no longer be a need to squander over a decade cultivating expertise in various fields. As we all recognize, knowledge is boundless. The deeper one delves into a field, the more knowledge one must acquire to explore uncharted territories. Previously, this would have consumed an exorbitant amount of time. But such inefficiencies will become a relic of the past. Our research talents will master all knowledge within their fields in the shortest time possible, dedicating their peak years to scientific inquiry. In the future, our methods of education and talent selection can abandon traditional, inefficient paradigms. All children will enjoy a joyful childhood, pursuing their interests, and upon reaching adulthood, they can undergo aptitude assessments to identify their strongest disciplines for further study. This ensures that talent is maximally unearthed, allowing individuals to immerse themselves in their areas of expertise. With the support of the intelligent brain, our collective knowledge will vastly improve, unearthing numerous high IQ prodigies who will engage in research and contribute to the advancement of Daxia. These intellectuals, utilizing the intelligent brain, will realize their fullest potential, propelling Daxia's research capabilities to unprecedented heights. This signifies a transformative shift for both Daxia and the Blue Star civilization. Lu Ping's proclamation left all those monitoring the live stream in a state of astonishment. The prospects he painted incited deep contemplation and awe among the listeners. If this is indeed the case, Daxia is poised for an extraordinary ascent. Chapter 251, Marshall's Despair. At this moment, all Daxians watching the live stream erupted in jubilant cheers. Oh my, is this real? Am I dreaming? Surely, this cannot be a joke. Oh, no more studying or exams. The intelligent brain simplifies the learning process immensely. This is wonderful. I abhor tedious studying, but there was no alternative. Everyone else was doing it, and I couldn't afford to fall behind. No more cutthroat competition. We can genuinely implement quality education and achieve meaningful reduction in burdens. We will no longer waste precious childhoods on learning. Children can revel and play. My child has been clamoring not to study and wants to be a carpenter. I've decided to stop pressuring him and let him pursue his interests. Perhaps he will become a master one day. Well, I'm in my 50s now, and my lifelong dream has been to become a scientist. Is there still time for me? In the future, our costs and timelines for cultivating research personnel will significantly decrease. We will no longer lack top-tier scientists. As a scientist, I am intrigued. The intelligent brain would be immensely helpful for me. If I had this earlier, I could have saved myself a decade of struggle. I thought it was merely a rigid portable computer, but it turns out to be a second brain. This is undoubtedly a divine technology. This is a well-deserved world-changing innovation. I believe its impact will far exceed that of controllable nuclear fusion, elevating our civilization to new heights. Indeed, the physical capabilities of humanity have struggled to keep pace with the rapid development of civilization. If we were as formidable as the little gray beings, our civilization would advance exponentially. Now, the intelligent brain offers us new possibilities, enabling a leap in human intellect. In fact, the little gray beings also evolved over a lengthy period, and the intelligent brain effectively saves us that time, accelerating our civilizational evolution. In the future, Daxia will completely outpace other nations, reaching unprecedented levels. Not only the netizens of Daxia, but people worldwide are engulfed in exhilaration. Foreigners have cast aside their previous concerns regarding safety, dismissing them entirely. They are now thoroughly captivated and eager to utilize the intelligent brain immediately. Particularly, scientists abroad are especially elated. Their long-standing worries have been alleviated, paving the way for a continuous influx of young, innovative scientists in every field, invigorating research endeavors. As Marshall roared in anger, "No! Oh God, why do you favor Tian so? Why bestow upon him boundless intelligence and inspiration? Is this technology truly a creation of the blue planet's inhabitants?" Once he calmed himself, he turned to the scientist beside him and inquired, "What is your perspective on this technology? Is it possible to decipher it and create our own intelligent brain?" The scientist wore expressions of bitterness. "I fear not. Even with technology as immersive as virtual reality, we are still a loss. Previously, our research on brain-machine interfaces was limited to outputting and inputting simple commands. Complex sounds, images, and sensations are far beyond our reach. This technology is over a century ahead of us, with countless critical challenges to address. Not to mention, creating a second brain from biological materials that can seamlessly collaborate with the original is nothing short of divine wisdom. Without guidance, we may not achieve this for several centuries. Tian must possess knowledge from extraterrestrial civilizations to accomplish such feats. This is far more despairing than carbon-based chips. Our research in this domain has only just begun, while the Xia has already phased out the corresponding technology. The scientists shook their heads in resignation. It seems we will be beholden to others for quite some time, merely procuring their intelligent brains. If they decide to impose limitations or outright prohibit sales to us, our nation will never be able to compete with them. Our pride in elite education becomes meaningless in the face of their intelligent brains. In the future, every one of the Xia's billions will wield extraordinary knowledge, not to mention the plethora of top-tier scientists emerging from their ranks. Marshall's gaze gradually dimmed. Indeed, it would be acceptable if we could purchase it like carbon-based chips, but I fear they may not sell at all. Recall that carbon-based chips were only available to the public after a year, let alone such a powerful intelligent brain. The benefits are too immense. The Xia will surely monopolize it for a time, perhaps even indefinitely. Given the complexity of producing such technology, I doubt their output will be high. With billions of their own citizens, they can easily absorb all production capacity, leaving no room for international buyers. In that case, the Xia will soar to new heights. His thoughts turned to the impending assassination plan for Tian. Regardless of success or failure, it would undoubtedly offend the Xia, resulting in a complete cessation of intelligent brain supplies. A bitter expression crossed his face as he wrestled with his thoughts. Damn it, if only the little gray man were still here. Perhaps he could have suggested some solutions. Unfortunately, he underestimated Tian and left no relevant technology before his demise. After much contemplation, he ultimately resolved to proceed with the assassination plan as scheduled. He remained convinced that this strategy held a high probability of eliminating Tian. Once Tian was gone, he believed he could still manage the ensuing circumstances. He reassured himself that perhaps the intelligent brain was not as formidable as it seemed. Back at the press conference, Liu Ping continued to paint a vivid picture for the audience. In the future, the learning process will no longer necessitate schools. Individuals will be able to request knowledge at any time and download knowledge packages directly into their intelligent brains. Whether it be scientific technology, literature, or the arts, all can be acquired instantaneously. We can produce programmers and factory technicians in bulk. Should one lack the skill to drive, they will learn instantly and receive a driver-S license without enduring lengthy studies or examinations. Furthermore, many of our endangered intangible cultural heritage techniques can be preserved and revitalized, allowing us to celebrate our ancestors' culture. At this moment, countless netizens flooded the live stream with inquiries about the pricing. Liu Ping smiled and replied, "As for the price, I will reveal it when we approach the conclusion of the press conference. But surely, you do not believe this event is nearing its end, do you?" The world was once again left in astonishment. Chapter 252. Tempali Hzivto Dazib. At this point, the crowd naturally assumed they had witnessed the entirety of the day's announcements, given the monumental nature of the intelligent brain's functionality. Yet Lu Ping's suggestion that more awaited them rekindled the excitement that had just begun to settle. What? This ISNT the entirety? My heavens, I might faint. Yishen's company is simply astonishing. What other technologies are there? Lu Ping, laughing on stage, declared actually there's one last significant feature regarding the intelligent brain, and it has long been a popular topic worldwide, once deemed to hold vast potential. Can you guess what it is? The most popular topic? I can't think of anything. What is it already? Just reveal it. I'm tired of guessing. Lu Ping wasted no time and began. As you all know, our intelligent brain is constructed purely from biological materials and shares a similar architecture with the human brain. Do you not feel it lacks something? At this moment, an audience member seemed to realize something, eyes widening in astonishment. Lu Ping continued, "It is well known that the electrical signals in the human brain give rise to our consciousness. So why can't a biological intelligent brain produce consciousness as well?" The audience gasped, their eyes widening in disbelief as the live chat exploded with exclamations. Lu Ping smiled. It seems everyone has guessed it. Indeed, this biological intelligent brain, once integrated with the human body, will evolve over time, merging with the user's subconscious to form a unique nascent consciousness that continually learns, ultimately culminating in a powerful artificial intelligence. As this revelation struck, the live stream erupted in fervor. No way. It's actually artificial intelligence. Is it truly artificial intelligence? I guess correctly. Goodness. The intelligent brain even comes with built-in artificial intelligence. This is an incredible value. The implications of artificial intelligence are immense. Yishen's company has gone wild today, launching 3 groundbreaking technologies all at once. I never even considered this angle. I thought the intelligent brain was merely hardware, entirely controlled by personal consciousness. Meanwhile, every artificial intelligence company in the world lamented their fate. They had believed they could rest easy, merely watching from the sidelines, only to find a heavy blow had landed upon their heads. Yishen's company had ventured into the realm of artificial intelligence, leaving them with no avenue for survival. Lu Ping continued, "As you all know, artificial intelligence boasts extensive applications. It holds tremendous potential across big data and numerous fields. This formidable entity will be accessible to all users equipped with an intelligent brain. It will be a unique artificial intelligence tailored to each individual. With it, users will have a powerful personal assistant capable of handling any task, including work and research. I previously mentioned that concerns regarding the information security of the intelligent brain are unwarranted, precisely because of this final line of defense provided by artificial intelligence. With this artificial intelligence, it is akin to possessing a dual-core dual system. It can monitor all aspects of your health, both physical and mental. Furthermore, the artificial intelligence can manage your body while your consciousness enjoys leisure in a virtual space, indulging in games." Gasps of astonishment filled the venue. This revelation was beyond the expectations of both the live audience and online viewers. No way. It can do that? How did I not think of it? Having the body work while the consciousness secretly plays games. This is the ultimate state of slacking off. From now on, there shall be no more battles of wits with the boss. One can now indulge in gaming during work hours without hindrance to productivity. I am quite fond of this. Pray do tell, what is the price? And what are the production capacity? Let us conclude this swiftly. I can hardly contain my eagerness to make a purchase. Lu Ping continued, "Well, we are nearing the end of today's press conference. Now, we shall address the questions that weigh most heavily on everyone's minds. Is the production capacity of the smart brain sufficient? And what will be the pricing?" The audience leaned in with rapt attention. Given the high technical demands of the smart brain, its manufacturing process remains quite challenging. However, the materials are not an issue. Thus, while production is relatively stable, the capacity is indeed limited, and for the time being, it can only meet the demands of the Great Xia users. Our pricing stands at 150,000 Great Xia coins for one smart brain. Furthermore, we shall collaborate with the authorities to provide subsidies for each purchaser. Following the live broadcast, individuals may place orders online and await their turn to visit the core store of Yishen Company for installation. Due to the product's uniqueness, real name registration is mandatory, and each individual is permitted to purchase only one throughout their lifetime. So please do not squander your opportunity. Currently, sales are exclusive to citizens of Great Xia. For those abroad, you'll have to await further notice. The comments in the live stream erupted in fervor. 666, truly not expensive, only 150,000. This outperforms phones and computers by leaps and bounds, and it can last a lifetime without replacement. What a tremendous value. For 150,000, one acquires a powerful computer, along with artificial intelligence and the experience of virtual reality. I initially thought it would be exorbitant. Now, it seems everyone can afford it. I would sell everything to buy one for my child. Is selling everything necessary? It's merely 150,000. Everyone earns so much now, it's easy to come by. Not to mention the government's subsidy, which is practically a gift. Such an excellent product should certainly be promoted vigorously. After all, they have ample funds. Why all this hassle? Real name registration and a personal visit for installation? If you find it troublesome, you need not partake. This is undoubtedly to ensure that everyone can utilize it, preventing any hoarding or the product from reaching foreign markets. To speak frankly, the importance of this product is akin to that of an identity card. It must be personally issued. With such high demand and limited production, what if scalpers hoard them to inflate prices? That would be preferable. I fear it might be sold abroad or that foreigners could come to Great Xia for installation. The smart brain must prioritize use within Great Xia to accumulate sufficient advantages. This approach is indeed correct, in stark contrast to the jubilant cheers of the Great Xia populace. Individuals in other corners of the world were left in a state of shock, followed by lamentations. They had eagerly watched the entire press conference, anticipating the moment of release, only to find that it would not be available to them. Chapter 253. The disappointment of foreign netizens. Foreign netizens expressed their discontent in the live stream comments. Why is it that we abroad cannot purchase this? So disappointing. I was looking forward to playing virtual games. I strongly protest this behavior. Yexin Company is too insular. The convenience of virtual reality should be accessible to the entire world. If the market for virtual reality is confined to Great Xia, how can it possibly flourish? No one has said you are prohibited from purchasing. We merely state that the current production capacity is insufficient. Thus, it is temporarily limited to Great Xia users. This is clearly an excuse. Great Xia is evidently unwilling to share such groundbreaking technology with foreign nations. Didn't you previously claim the smart brain had various risks? Then why not simply refrain from purchasing? Are there not enough people in Great Xia? This market is already ample without needing to venture abroad and face your various restrictions. I believe the smart brain should be forever restricted to Great Xia. It seems I must consider immigration. Is it still possible to relocate to Great Xia at this point? Do you fancy that? Historically, Great Xia has been exceedingly difficult to immigrate to unless one is an elite talent. Moreover, their welfare is globally unparalleled, making it all the more unlikely for ordinary individuals to gain citizenship. What then shall we do? Thus, the press conference concluded amidst fervent discussions. Simultaneously, a maelstrom began to brew across the globe. Countless foreign scientists and citizens commenced discussions about the smart brain, unanimously deeming it essential for stepping into a future civilization. Only by enabling their own citizens to utilize the smart brain could they hope to keep pace with Great Xia and advance toward a higher civilization. They fervently urged Yexin Company to increase production capacity, even suggesting the establishment of factories abroad. However, Yexin Company remained impervious to their pleas. Meanwhile, the upper echelons, aside from the Rice faction, promptly requested discussions with the high-ranking officials of Great Xia. In a confidential video call, an elder was engaged in a cordial dialogue with the senior officials of Daying. The officials from Daying wore expressions of eagerness and flattery. After exchanging pleasantries and engaging in some circular discourse, they finally broached the subject at hand. In contrast, the elder maintained an air of composure, preparing tea with a delicate tea set, remarking, "Life is such. One must not rush into any endeavor. Much like brewing tea, only by maintaining a tranquil mindset can one achieve the finest brew." As he lifted his teacup and savored his sip, a look of enjoyment graced his features. The Daying official smiled broadly. Indeed, a sage such as yourself is the model from whom I ought to learn. Now, regarding the introduction of the smart brain into Daying, the elder shook his head, stating, "You know well that Yexin Company has developed to this point with little interference from us. They have been allowed to grow independently. Therefore, I shall not intervene in their decisions. Besides, they have indicated that production capacity is currently insufficient, which surely indicates a genuine limitation. At the very least, they have not stated they will never sell abroad. This technology is of immense benefit to all humanity. With a vast market, they would certainly not forsake overseas users. Patience is essential." The Daying officials silently scoffed. The notion of not selling abroad is simply a matter of your say-so. It is merely aligned with the interests of Great Xia, or perhaps it is the elder's decision to temporarily restrict international sales. Yet, they dare not express this outwardly. After all, technology such as the smart brain is irreplaceable. They would be unable to replicate it for centuries. Their sole hope rests in purchasing from Great Xia, and they must not provoke the elder. Taking a deep breath, a senior official from the Ying stated, "Elder, if Yeshin Company were to sell the smart brain to the Ying immediately, I can assure you that we shall not engage in any form of aggression or suppression against Yeshin Company moving forward. We shall steadfastly stand with Great Xia, refraining from participating in any alliances against you, and will not partake in any activities directed at Great Xia." This was a public declaration of allegiance, coupled with a subtle jab at the Rice faction. The elder's expression turned grave. "No, you must not. Do not make promises you cannot uphold. Even if you agree, can you guarantee that your team shares this sentiment? Can you ensure that there will be no dissent within the Ying? Moreover, how long can you maintain your position?" The Ying official fell silent. The elder's words were indeed sagacious. The elder continued, "This world is still rife with overt and covert conflicts. Previously, due to the small gray beings, we managed to unite, albeit briefly. However, just as the little gray beings vanished, the populace could hardly contain their eagerness to turn against us, all while the looming threat of the Gray Army in the future persisted. This illustrates that, in the eyes of certain individuals, the very notion of peaceful coexistence is utterly foreign. Their sole ambition is domination. Therefore, for considerable duration, as long as this condition remains unchanged, we shall harbor no hope for those beyond the borders of the Great Xia. Before the advent of the intelligent brain, Yishan Corporation was shrouded in suspicion regarding its connections to alien civilizations. Yet post-launch, they instantaneously transformed into the beacon of human civilization. Ultimately, the senior executives of the Ying could only silently withdraw from the video conference. Such dialogues have transpired numerous times over the past few days, each met with a resounding refusal from the elder. Following the press conference, the realm of virtual reality underwent a profound upheaval worldwide. All hardware manufacturers announced their pivot towards the intelligent brain virtual reality world, aiming to develop and provide related services within this digital domain. Furthermore, every software and game developer across the globe declared their entry into this virtual universe, launching game versions tailored for this new environment. It was not solely the purveyors of virtual reality software and services. Companies from various other sectors globally proclaimed their imminent establishment within the virtual realm. After all, the future foot traffic there is unlikely to pale in comparison to that of the physical world. Securing prime real estate in this digital expanse would significantly enhance the visibility of companies constructing landmark edifices. For instance, major global retail giants engaged in bidding for substantial parcels of land, announcing their intentions to establish supermarkets within the virtual world, where prices would be more favorable than in reality. The prices for some city plots in the virtual realm even reached levels comparable to those in the real world. The transformations occurring in the Great Xia were nothing short of astonishing. It was announced that examinations would be suspended and a sweeping overhaul of educational content was forthcoming. Future curricula would place greater emphasis on the cultivation of innate talents and skill development. After the press conference concluded, countless netizens flocked to Yishan Corporation's official website. With the arrival of the first batch of intelligent brains, the gray button instantaneously transformed to red. Enthusiastic users scrambled to secure reservations. Yet many found the button unresponsive until refreshing the page revealed it reverted to gray. Chapter 254. The first batch of intelligent brains vanishes instantly. Upon inquiry, it became evident that the initial 2 million intelligent brains had been reserved in a mere heartbeat. Those fortunate enough to secure a reservation rejoiced, eagerly preparing their luggage to visit Yishan Corporation's storefront. Conversely, those who failed to reserve let out cries of despair. "Wow, incredible. My notoriously slow hands finally managed to snag this crucial opportunity. Fantastic. I'm among the first batch of intelligent brain users. I can hardly wait to head to Yishan Corporation." Envious of the person above, I prepared several devices but couldn't secure one. What the hell? What kind of speed do you all have? I refuse to accept this. Sigh, what should I do? I'm eager to play games. I guess I'll just have to wait for next time. How long until the next release? Waiting another day feels torturous. The first batch was far too small. Can't they release more stock? It's not like they're employing hunger marketing. They're not raising prices. The production capacity simply isn't sufficient. During a live broadcast, Xiao Gang watched Yishan Corporation's latest press conference alongside his fans, overflowing with excitement. As a devoted supporter of Yishan Corporation, his connection to them is long-standing. Initially, when he was an obscure video blogger and Yishan Corporation had just launched their inaugural product, a hair growth serum, which went unnoticed, he was the first to purchase and try it. His intention was to create a humorous video testing quirky products from the internet. And he chose Yi Shun's hair growth serum. Unexpectedly, the results exceeded all expectations, igniting a surge of popularity for Yi Shun Corporation and launching them into their illustrious journey. It also resolved Xiao Gang's personal regret, liberating him from the insecurities of hair loss, and his account subsequently exploded in popularity across the internet. He transitioned into a live-streaming celebrity, ranking among the top earners in the Great Xia. He even found a girlfriend, leading a life of unparalleled happiness and fulfillment, all thanks to his fortuitous encounter with Yi Shun Corporation. Since then, he has remained a steadfast supporter. Whenever Yi Shun Corporation faced external criticism, he unwaveringly stood by their side, and each time they released new products, he diligently conducted reviews. This time was no exception. Despite not knowing the content of the press conference, he canceled all other livestream plans to watch it with his fans. Upon witnessing the virtual world, the intelligent brain, and artificial intelligence, even this seasoned fan was taken aback. Yi Shun Corporation unveiled an astonishing array of offerings this time, each a pinnacle of human technological achievement. Astonishingly releasing 3 at once, a veritable feast for the fans. He could not help but exuberantly dance within the livestream. Fans flooded the comments with inquiries. Gang Go, will you be reviewing the intelligent brain and virtual world? Absolutely. Just look at how Gang Go made his name. He is the most loyal fan of Yi Shun Corporation and will definitely review it at the earliest opportunity. Right, Gang Go? That is fantastic. While we might struggle to secure a spot, at least we can watch this live stream to see the effects of the intelligent brain and indulge a bit. After all, Gang Go has a deep relationship with Yi Shun Corporation. Securing a spot should be easy, right? Will Gang Go transition into a virtual reality streamer, showcasing those games? That would be incredible. He'd be among the first batch of intelligent brain streamers in the country. I think I just saw the press conference list several virtual reality games that are already live. Can we play them to satiate our cravings? Xiao Gang, observing these comments, patted his chest and assured, rest assured, as a loyal fan, I will certainly conduct a review. Moreover, with virtual reality poised to become mainstream, I anticipate transitioning into an intelligent brain streamer, specializing in experiencing various services within the virtual world and playing those virtual games. However, I dare not claim a close relationship with Yi Shun Corporation, as our interaction was merely at the outset. I am, after all, just a minor figure, quietly supporting them from the shadows. Thus, requesting a spot from them is beyond my capabilities, nor do I wish to trouble them with such matters. Although I am aware that, should I ask, I would likely secure a spot, yet I do not wish to disrupt the established order. For if I were to receive a spot due to special relations, it would reduce the number of opportunities for others in the lottery. Regardless, let's first see if I can secure a spot. The comments section erupted instantly. 666. Gang Go remains as sincere as ever. This is precisely why I have adored him for so long. He is truly amazing. I'm in tears. No more words. I can only express my support with rockets and planes. After the press conference concluded, fans hastily accessed the official website to enter the lottery for spots, while simultaneously urging Xiao Gang, hurry up. Gang Go, there won't be any spots left if you delay. Surely many people are online at the same time. Unsurprisingly, with his extensive experience, Xiao Gang had already opened the official website and was clicking with remarkable speed. As the clock struck the hour, the gray button instantaneously turned red. Concurrently, a window popped up on Xiao Gang's interface. Congratulations, you have successfully secured a spot. Please fill out the form to make your reservation. The fans in the live stream erupted in ecstatic cries. What the heck? I didn't get a spot again. Damn it. I'll have to wait for the next opportunity. I've drawn it, haha. That's fantastic. I must hurry to the Yeshin company. Wow, the host has also drawn it. Do you have any tips? Could you possibly share your wisdom with us? Host, didn't you claim you had no ties to Yeshin company? I refuse to believe there is no hidden agenda behind this. Amused by the playful banter in the live chat, Xiao Gang filled out his form while remarking, as for experience. It's simple. Just open the official website ahead of time and ensure you have the lowest latency internet service at home, keeping it under 1 millisecond. Then, just tap like a madman. He proceeded to showcase his astonishingly rapid finger dexterity to the viewers, leaving them utterly astounded. Goodness, that speed is the reason I couldn't draw it. No wonder you can be a gaming host. Is that the speed of a professional player? Brother Gang, your girlfriend must be incredibly lucky. Xiao Jing chuckled and playfully dismissed. Go on, off you go. All right, my friends, I've completed the form and verified my identity. It shows that I'm all set for the appointment and can depart for installation at any moment. Thus, I shall conclude today's stream. I'm about to board the fastest intercity high-speed train service, aiming to arrive at Yeshin Company within an hour for installation. If all goes smoothly, You'll witness me streaming with the intelligent brain tonight. Additionally, if anyone else has drawn the qualification, feel free to announce it here. We might be able to team up later. Chapter 255, I am the Memory Master. Upon concluding the stream, Xiaojiang promptly gathered his documents and hailed a taxi to the intercity high-speed train station, preparing to journey to the neighboring metropolis, where Yexin Company's store waited. Speaking of this intercity high-speed train, it has been a monumental project since the Daxiao launched controllable nuclear fusion, utilizing magnetic levitation powered by controllable nuclear fusion devices. Several punctual trains traverse between various cities daily, akin to a bus service. Furthermore, this initiative is entirely unconcerned with profitability. Trains depart on time, even if no passengers are aboard. Such a lavish undertaking, powered by controllable nuclear fusion, is something only Daxia is capable of achieving. Upon its completion, it caused a global sensation, inciting envy among many foreign netizens. Numerous international vloggers have visited Daxia to experience it, singing praises for the high-speed train. Its speed surpasses that of previous trains by several folds. Since the project's swift completion, travel between major cities has significantly accelerated, with journeys that once took hours now achievable in mere minutes. Many elites opt to commute daily via high-speed trains to other metropolises for work. Today, Xiaojiang noticed an increased crowd at the train station, with an unexpected surge of passengers heading to the adjacent city. Their faces were alight with excitement. Upon inquiry, he learned they had all drawn qualifications. Among them were even some of Xiaojiang's fans, so they exchanged contact information, preparing to team up later. Before long, they arrived in another city. Xiaojiang hurriedly made his way to Yexin Company's store, which was already bustling with individuals from various nearby cities who had also secured their qualifications. Fortunately, there was no need for a queue. A machine displayed the calling order. Xiaojiang glanced at his reservation code and, regrettably, realized he still had to wait for some time. He had never felt time drag on so tortuously. When his turn finally came, he rushed into the examination room. It resembled a clinic where staff verified his reservation code, payment status, and identity information before stating, all set. He entered a sterile room where a staff member, akin to a doctor, carefully unwrapped a package and extracted a gelatinous substance. Xiaojiang took a deep breath, suddenly feeling an overwhelming wave of anxiety. Since childhood, he had dreaded visits to the hospital. Overwhelmed with excitement earlier, he had failed to contemplate the implications of this procedure. Would the installation be painful? After all, it was being implanted into his body. It appeared to seep in, but what if it hurt terribly? He pondered for a moment, but decided to muster his courage. The allure of the intelligent brain was simply too compelling. Moreover, everyone must undergo this procedure eventually. Yexin Company had assured that the process would be entirely discomfort-free. He noticed that those who had exited earlier seemed perfectly normal. Xiaojiang felt a sense of relief. The staff member smiled and reassured, "Don't be nervous. Our internal staff have already undergone the procedure. I can assure you, it won't hurt at all. Just a bit of itchiness." Xiaojiang exhaled in relief. The staff member applied some iodine to the back of his neck and affixed the gelatinous piece. A sudden chill startled him, but he soon realized that nothing seemed amiss. Approaching the mirror, he was astonished to witness the gelatin visibly permeating into his skin, eventually vanishing entirely. "All right, you can return now. You may experience some itchiness shortly, but it will soon subside, and you'll be able to use it normally thereafter." Indeed, Xiaojiang soon felt a tingling sensation along his spine, akin to a swarm of ants crawling, which was quite uncomfortable. However, it dissipated quickly, accompanied by a peculiar shift in his cognitive faculties. The staff member then handed him a packaging box, saying, "This is the accompanying connection adapter." The intelligent brain itself lacks networking capabilities. This connector allows for short-range, latency-free connections. You can connect it to fiber optics at home, and when you're out, it will connect to 5G and Wi-Fi. Xiaojiang promptly retraced his steps home, glancing at his watch upon arrival to find that 3 hours had passed. He then resumed his live stream, where eager fans, having received notifications, flocked into the chat room. On the couch, "You're back so soon. Did you get the intelligent brain installed? Host, you're incredible. You must be among the first to stream with it." Today's live stream was more vibrant than ever. As many curious onlookers, intrigued by the topic, clicked in, Xiaojiang announced, "Yes, thanks to all of you, I'm back." He pointed to his neck, indicating the successful installation of the intelligent brain. Rest assured, the installation process was completely free of discomfort. He proceeded to recount his entire experience in detail. "I've had it for almost an hour now, and during my journey home, I engaged in some simple trials. I can confidently assert that the features of the intelligent brain are indeed genuine. My mind feels extraordinarily clear. I tested it, and I can effortlessly recall everything from the moment of implantation to now, recounting all the details of the journey home. If I wish, those images replay vividly in my mind. It's akin to photographic memory, except that photographic memory is a burdensome affliction. All information remains locked in the brain, causing significant strain. However, the intelligent brain is different. All information is stored externally, posing no impact on the brain. I can memorize any complex article with just a glance. If you don't believe me, you can try it out. With that, Xiaojiang opened a memory testing website and sought out a particularly challenging test. He randomly generated an extensive passage composed of various special codes, rendering it an exceedingly challenging memory task, one that could be deemed almost insurmountable. Even the world's memory masters would hesitate to guarantee complete recollection within a short time frame. Yet, Xiaojiang merely glanced at it and proclaimed, "I'm done, brothers. Now, let the host demonstrate what it means to be a memory master." With that, he shut his eyes and began reciting at an astonishing pace. Throughout the entire process, there was not a single pause. His speed surpassed that of reading an article aloud. For an ordinary person, even reading a meaningful piece in their native language is often fraught with hesitations, making such rapidity unimaginable. Chapter 256, The Square of the Virtual World. Xiaojiang, however, launched into it effortlessly, swiftly completing the entire passage. This clearly illustrated that the memory facilitated by the intelligent brain was not merely about visualizing images in one's mind and reciting them, but rather about a profound connection with the subconscious, eliminating any sense of awkwardness and allowing each character to materialize rapidly within the subconscious. This evidenced the deep symbiotic relationship between the intelligent brain and the human mind. It was not merely an additional hard drive installed in the brain. Fans flooded the screen with comments. 666. The intelligent brain is incredible. There is no need for memory competitions like this anymore. I just want to ask, will we still get free entry to certain scenic spots if we memorize articles? Xiaojiang, stop showing off. It's making my scalp tingle. I'm so excited. I hope the next batch comes out soon so I can grab a spot quickly. Xiaojiang continued. This is the function of memory. No further demonstration is necessary. Next, I will showcase its computational capabilities. Ever since I installed the intelligent brain, I feel like a super calculator. He proceeded to demonstrate solutions to complex mathematical problems, whether involving intricate arithmetic or functions, yielding results instantaneously. Brothers, when I encounter function problems, my mind automatically generates a function graph, and I can simply read the answer. He remarked. The same goes for advanced mathematics. I wish I had this back in school. I was tearing my hair out over calculus. However, he noted that the intelligent brain does not enhance one's IQ or spark creativity and imagination. His ability to solve these mathematical problems was more about brute force rather than clever application of methods. Thus, the intelligent brain cannot make one smarter. It merely enhances memory and computational skills, leaving geniuses as they are, geniuses. Furthermore, under the assistance of the intelligent brain, their capabilities become even more formidable. Fans continued to flood the comments. Of course, if installing this thing turned everyone into geniuses, the world would be in chaos. Even now, it guarantees that people won't need to study or take exams anymore, making folks abroad envious. Speaking of which, host, hurry and dive into the virtual game. I've heard that the streaming company has integrated with the intelligent brain's streaming function. Let us see the scenery inside. Xiaojiang laughed heartily. It seems you all can't wait. Very well. Let us embark on the journey into the virtual world right away. I haven't entered yet myself. He opened the packaging and retrieved the connector, a device the size of a voice recorder, featuring a simple display screen and buttons. Xiaojiang connected the power and fiber optics, then pressed the button. The screen illuminated instantly, indicating a successful match. He donned a headset and reclined in a comfortable gaming chair, remaining still. The fans exchanged glances, perplexed. How do we see? Can't the visuals of the virtual world be streamed over? Shocking. A certain host makes a fortune streaming while sleeping. Turning his attention back to Xiaojiang, he closed his eyes and, following the instructions in the manual, mentally recited the entry phrase for the virtual world. He opted for a fully immersive experience. Soon, darkness enveloped him, and he could hear no sounds. After a few moments, he found himself in a small room adorned with various furnishings, including a light portal and a grand bookshelf. He was utterly astonished, exploring the room's details. In terms of sensation and visual intricacies, it was indistinguishable from reality. This must be each person's exclusive virtual space. It was rumored that one could also visit other users' virtual spaces for interaction. The grand bookshelf likely housed all the programs loaded in his virtual world, or knowledge packages downloaded. In the future, knowledge packages downloaded by students would be displayed here, along with purchased games and product for virtual world shopping. Finally, he turned his gaze towards the light portal, his heart racing with excitement. This must be the gateway to the virtual world. Gathering his courage, Xiaojing stepped through the light portal. In the next moment, the scene before him transformed entirely. He found himself in a vast square, dominated by a fountain structure, surrounded by numerous towering buildings and flying vehicles traversing the city. Many curious individuals were present, observing the surroundings. He glanced back at the light portal and stepped through again. Returning to his room, he re-entered the square. It appeared to be a fixed refresh point for everyone. The air around him was filled with a fresh, sweet aroma. The sensation of sunlight on his skin felt remarkably authentic. The lush green grass emitted a refreshing scent. Xiaojing inhaled deeply, experiencing a profound sense of healing. This was no mere virtual world. If someone told him he had crossed into a new realm, he would believe it. Suddenly, he felt as though he had forgotten something. In an instant, the intelligent brain provided feedback. Xiaojing realized, with a start, that he had promised to broadcast to his fans. He mentally recited the word live. Immediately, a voice echoed in his mind. Would you like to activate the live streaming function? Yes. High definition, seamless live streaming has been activated. Please select a partnered streaming platform and enter your account information. Once all was set, a virtual screen appeared before him, displaying a flurry of comments. Wow, the host has finally appeared. I thought something went wrong. Dude, do you know how long we've been waiting? Hey, where's the host? No way. Is this the virtual world? My goodness. The visuals are so realistic. It looks like the host is out on the streets. How is that possible? ISNT, the host still lying on the couch? 666. This virtual world is too real. I thought it would have the style of a typical AAA game. This is completely reality. By the way, where's the host now? Xiaojing quickly apologized. My apologies, everyone. I was busy exploring after entering. This is not reality. It's a virtual space. I was equally astonished by the level of realism. Not just the visuals, but the sense and tactile details are impeccable. He panned the camera around to showcase the square's environment for his fans. He recounted his entire experience of entering the virtual world. Hee, I'm also in this square. Host, I'll come over quickly for us to play together. I'm here too. Where's the host? Those who had previously booked and greeted Xiaojing were now present in the live stream. Before long, these individuals approached him. Among them were some familiar faces, as Xiaojing recognized a few from their earlier meeting at the train station. Chapter 257, a premium buffet-style Western restaurant. Xiaojing greeted several of them, then addressed the live stream. All right, brothers, let's explore this virtual world together. A group of individuals departed from the square and ventured into the heart of the city. As they strolled, they were captivated by their surroundings. If one were to disregard the aerial vehicles, it would be nearly impossible to discern any difference from the cities of reality. The city's verdant landscaping and architectural design were simply breathtaking. How wonderful it would be to reside here in the real world. Alas, the population was sparse, and the number of those fortunate enough to gain entry was limited. However, it was anticipated that it would soon bustle with activity. Brothers, look at all the shops. Some are already open. Let's go take a look, one of them exclaimed. They meandered through the commercial district and stumbled upon an opulently decorated restaurant, nearly filled to capacity with patrons. The air was suffused with an exquisite aroma. Fans in a live stream began to flood the chat with comments. Look, there's a restaurant. It's quite popular. Streamer, hurry inside and give it a try. Wait, can we actually eat the food inside? Why not? The virtual world is identical to reality. So, does this mean I can indulge in a feast in the virtual world? There are many delicacies I can't try in real life. I know this restaurant. It's a renowned Michelin 3-star establishment that usually requires a 6-month reservation. Streamer, you must try it. I wonder if it's expensive? I'm suddenly feeling tempted. Xiaojing found an available seat, and a waiter promptly approached with a menu. Good day, gentlemen. What would you like to order? Xiaojing felt a bit awkward. Despite his substantial earnings, he had spent nearly every day at home and had never dined at such a high-end restaurant. He glanced at the menu and inquired, "Can we really eat the dishes here? How do they taste?" The waiter replied, "Yes, of course. This is a virtual world that mirrors reality perfectly. All the food tastes exactly as it does in the real world. Guests can savor world-class cuisine at relatively modest prices." Xiaojing suddenly felt a twinge of curiosity. "Wait, are you an artificial intelligence?" The waiter chuckled. "Not at all. I'm just like you. I've simply entered the virtual world to work." Xiaojing was taken aback. "Really? I thought everyone in this virtual world was just a tourist." The waiter elaborated, "Not quite. Those of us who have officially established a presence in the virtual world are akin to franchisees. We, the staff in the virtual realm, receive the support of an intelligence brain. The chat erupted. Wow, I can't believe it. So, anyone collaborating with the virtual world can obtain an intelligence brain? Of course. Companies have already established themselves in the virtual world, and every employee there is issued an intelligence brain. Isn't it necessary for your company to be substantial? Otherwise, can anyone just register a company and get an intelligence brain? My company is indeed a resident merchant, but I didn't receive an intelligence brain because I missed out on the quota. Every employee in the company is vying for a chance to work in the virtual world. It feels like a gateway to a new world. That's unfair. Why should we struggle for quotas while others can simply reserve spots? Isn't that taking our share? Unfair? If there's no one to build and serve in the virtual world, what is the point of it being entertaining? So, aside from competing for reservation spots, is there another way to gain an intelligence brain by securing a job with a merchant? That idea has been mentioned before. But how likely are you to land one of those jobs? Look at how many people are clamoring for them. I'm just curious, can one actually work and earn money in the virtual world? Indeed, since there are people in the virtual world, various services are needed, creating substantial market value. Xiao Gang flipped through the menu and asked, "Are there any signature dishes?" The waiter responded, "Our restaurant offers premium Wagyu beef, bluefin tuna, black caviar, king crab, foie gras, and unlimited abalone, all prepared by top Michelin 3-star chefs, authentically replicated in the virtual world. You can peruse the menu and select your preferred preparations." At that moment, the camera focused on the menu, while fans fervently flooded the chat with comments and rockets. Wow, so many top-tier ingredients. And they're available in unlimited quantities. This is incredible. I can taste Wagyu beef, which can't be imported in reality, in the virtual world. That is amazing. Most importantly, it's unlimited. In reality, these ingredients are exceedingly rare. In the virtual world, they can be duplicated effortlessly. It's like a top-tier restaurant transformed into a food stall. I'm salivating just listening. I want to try it. Streamer, order one of everything to taste. You can't possibly eat too much. Eating this isn't about filling your stomach. Are you eating these to satisfy your hunger? They're meant for savoring deliciousness. If you want to fill up, just buy some bread. The prices are incredibly low. They must be 10 times cheaper than in reality. Now everyone can enjoy these delicacies. I must visit this restaurant in the future. While the prices are low, you'll never feel full and will end up eating constantly. That expenditure won't be much less than in reality. I wonder if there's a buffet featuring top-tier ingredients? Dream on. You want to be full. A buffet would lose its meaning. Indeed, having such a restaurant in the virtual world can generate revenue while boosting one's reputation in reality. Now that they have money, those who have tasted this exquisite food might just want to visit in real life. Xiao Gang and his friends ordered a variety of dishes. Soon, a lavish spread was laid out before them. Wow, it looks so delicious. Such a feast would cost thousands in reality, yet here it's only a few hundred. Let us dig in. Xiao Gang gently sliced into the steak and lifted a piece with his fork to his mouth. In the next moment, his eyes widened in astonishment. It was utterly delectable. With each bite, juices burst forth. The seasoning was impeccable, the cooking simple, combined with the freshest top-tier ingredients, creating a delightful chemistry. Xiao Gang had never imagined that food could taste this extraordinary. No wonder the affluent pursued culinary delights. It truly was a supreme pleasure. He regretted not indulging in life sooner. After experiencing this, he resolved to take his girlfriend to a top-tier restaurant after his stream concluded. Chapter 258, An Unforgettable Day. Observing the blissful expressions on everyone's faces as they relished their meals, the fans in the live stream began to comment. Is it really that good? Did the streamer get sponsored by this restaurant? This seems too good to be true. Xiao Gang quickly replied, "Brothers, you'll know once you try it. I can only say that the last decade has been wasted. What I've eaten before could only be described as swill. This is true deliciousness, so good that I feel like I could bite my tongue off. No wonder it's a Michelin 3-star creation. It's absolutely worth a try. Enjoying gourmet food with the sea breeze is simply delightful." After being thoroughly convinced, the fans noted it down in their notebooks, planning to visit in the future. At that moment, the waiter returned with a bottle of wine, reputedly a classic vintage from reality, worth tens of thousands per bottle. Now accessible for tasting in the virtual world. After the crowd departed from the restaurant, they proceeded to a nearby barbershop and clothing store to adorn their virtual avatars. The marketplace in the virtual realm not only catered to the shopping needs of their real selves, but also provided an array of items for their digital personas. As they wandered about, they stumbled upon a school, which sparked a glimmer of excitement in Xiao Gang's eyes. "Brothers, this seems to be the place where we will acquire knowledge in the future. Let us venture inside and see if it is open." Upon entering the school, they were quickly greeted by a staff member. "Hello, what knowledge would you like to learn?" Xiao Gang, somewhat puzzled, inquired about the available subjects. The attendant explained, currently, we offer only standard knowledge packages, encompassing various subjects from universities and lower educational stages, as well as a range of skills including cooking, beauty and hairstyling, excavator operation, electrical work, and more. In the future, we will encompass disciplines from around the globe, along with some private legacies, such as intangible cultural heritage techniques. A wave of astonishment swept through the live stream. Wow, here, one can even learn technical school content. Had I known this earlier, I would not have attended technical school. There's even excavator operation. Streamer, learn it quickly. I want to see you operate an excavator. Xiao Gang further inquired, what are the prices? And how does one go about learning? The staff member replied, the pricing is determined by the stage of education you wish to pursue. For instance, the content from elementary to high school is free, while each university course costs several hundred yuan. Essentially, the more advanced the subject, the higher the expense. And it also depends on the rarity of the course. Some specialized skills can cost tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands. Furthermore, knowledge and research for graduate studies and above requires verification of qualifications before one can learn. As for the learning process, once payment is made, you will receive a book that can be placed on your private bookshelf in your personal space, allowing you to master the material completely. Do you have any knowledge you wish to acquire? Xiao Gang felt a surge of motivation. When I was in school, my English was quite poor, and I deeply regret not studying harder. Could I please have a professional English package at level 8? No problem. The total cost is 10,000 yuan. After Xiao Gang made the payment, the staff handed him a thick tome about the size of a dictionary. You can have your AI take it back for you. We now also offer delivery services to place it in your virtual space. However, since everyone's AI was still in its infancy, Xiao Gang said, please help me transport it back. Soon, a white owl appeared, grasped the book in its beak, and flew away. Wow. Impressive. That owl looks magnificent. It resembles something from a wizarding academy. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Gang received information, and a wave of enlightenment washed over him. Instinctively, he began to speak a string of English. 666. I really learned that so quickly, so fluent, almost on par with foreign broadcasters. Xiao Gang himself was astonished. Brothers, I can confirm that this feature is incredibly powerful. This English novice has now mastered tens of thousands of vocabulary words. And most importantly, I can integrate grammar seamlessly, speaking in native expressions. The group left the school, and Xiao Gang and his friends rented a flying vehicle to soar above the city. The sensation of having the entire city laid out beneath them was truly marvelous. He also observed the various terrains surrounding the city, which left him utterly astounded. Unlike reality, this world boasted diverse landscapes, including deserts, snow-capped mountains, oceans, and undulating hills. In summary, all kinds of terrains from around the globe, along with many iconic locations, were present. People could experience all 4 seasons and different regional climates within a single city. Suddenly, he spotted a peculiar mountain in the distance, sparking his surprise. Wow! Isn't that Tian mountain? There's a large hole in the middle. Did the virtual world replicate this as well? Streamer, hurry over and take a look. Xiao Gang and his companions maneuvered their flying vehicle closer, confirming that it was indeed the famous landmark from reality. Below, a crowd had gathered, all donned in specialized attire. Waiting in line, Xiao Gang inquired of a staff member, what is happening here? The staff responded, haven't you been here in reality before? This is a renowned domestic tourist attraction. Many thrill seekers come here to experience extreme sports, including high-altitude descents and wingsuit flying. Since you're here, would you like to give it a try? Xiao Gang felt a stirring of excitement. He had always been drawn to extreme sports, but had never attempted them in reality due to their inherent dangers. But I've never tried it before. No worries. It's easy to learn, and here in the virtual world, there's no real danger. The staff helped him don a professional flight suit and taught him some control techniques before leading him to a high platform. As Xiao Gang looked down at the people below, who appeared as tiny ants, he suddenly felt weak in the knees and began to tremble uncontrollably. Despite knowing that this was a virtual world, and that any mishap would sever physical feedback beforehand, he still hesitated to jump. Everything appeared so vividly real that his brain instinctively resisted. Streamer, jump. Just jump. Are you scared? If you dare to jump, I'll send you rockets. Don't just blame the streamer. I'm getting dizzy just watching. As Xiao Gang lingered in uncertainty, he remembered that his family would want to see a brave version of himself. He thought about his fans watching him in the live stream. Taking a deep breath, he mustered his courage and leaped into the void. Initially, he was a bit clumsy and overwhelmed with anxiety. The fierce wind howled past his ears. Yet, in that moment of despair, he suddenly became acutely focused, adopting the posture as instructed by his coach. Gradually, he discovered he was maintaining balance in the air, soaring swiftly and steadily. At that moment, all fear dissipated. The wind roared around him, and every sight unfolded before him. His adrenaline surged. Xiao Gang felt an unparalleled joy. No wonder this sport had such a high mortality rate. Many people continued to pursue it relentlessly. The livestream chat exploded with comments. 666. Amazing. Brother Gang is awesome. Xiao Gang had no time to read the comments. He concentrated on maintaining his balance. After flying a considerable distance, amidst the cheers and applause of onlookers, he soared through the iconic hole in the mountain. Finally, he deployed his parachute and landed safely. Taking a deep breath, he addressed the livestream. Brothers, promise me you'll definitely come and try this. The experience is simply phenomenal. You can enjoy it without the fear of danger in the virtual world. The group then proceeded to enjoy other attractions at the amusement park, while the fans gained a deeper understanding of the virtual realm. Here, one could explore all the classic tourist destinations worldwide, experiencing natural wonders such as the aurora, deserts, and tropical beaches, making it the ultimate choice for vacationing. Having explored most of the virtual world, the fans began urging Xiao Gang to try out virtual games. We've been in here for quite a while. Hurry and see what virtual games are available. I see others are already starting their assessments. If you don't start soon, I'll go watch them instead. Let us explore these cities later. First, let us find out what games are fun. Xiao Gang, upon encountering the comments in the live chat, summoned the public artificial intelligence from the virtual realm and inquired, "May I ask which virtual games are currently available?" A sprite, adorned with dragonfly wings and reminiscent of a tooth fairy, fluttered before them and replied, "At present, only 3 virtual reality games have been released, all developed by Yeshin Corporation." Following the guidance of the artificial intelligence, the group ventured to the gaming hall within the city, where they beheld advertisements for these 3 games. Upon further investigation, they discovered that one of the games was a pure nurturing cultivation game steeped in the traditional culture of daxia. Currently in its internal testing phase, it would not officially launch until the majority of the populace had adopted smart technology. This game employs a completely realistic engine, allowing players to witness awe-inspiring mythical creatures and scenes of cultivation battles in a lifelike environment. It boasts a high degree of freedom, with the main storyline following the protagonist's journey from a humble commoner to a revered cultivator, ultimately achieving enlightenment. Throughout this journey, players engage in various sect activities, gather resources, embark on adventures, resolve countless incidents, and accept quests from various NPCs. They will also experience significant events within the cultivation world, triggering grand narratives. While the content and gameplay may not present anything particularly novel, drawing heavily from classic online games and cultivation novels, the stunning realism of its graphics transports players' fantasies into reality, fulfilling the long-held dreams of countless aspiring cultivators. Xiao Jiang and his companions speculated that this game would undoubtedly become a sensation upon its official release. Overall, it is a game well-suited for casual players. Those not in a rush to advance the plot can engage in daily tasks, resource gathering, and trading with fellow players at the auction house. Fans enthusiastically commented, "Wow, this game is perfect for me. It seems I'll be playing it for the long haul. Isn't this more enjoyable than other AAA games or online games like Monster World? I love the graphics. I'm planning to form a guild for everyone to join in the future. However, as it is currently in account deletion testing, let's set it aside for now. Otherwise, the hard-earned resources will be wiped clean." Xiao Jiang then turned his attention to another game, a single-player title with a decidedly dark aesthetic, set against the backdrop of ancient daxia. It features various demons and warring factions amid chaos. The protagonist is a swordsman who must gradually evolve into a hero through different trials. This game bears similarities to a daxia version of Dark Souls, with combat scenes that deliver a palpable sense of impact and an inherent high difficulty level. Players must skillfully navigate the protagonist through the challenges. Failure could result in inexplicable deaths. This game is undoubtedly a favorite among those who relish complex controls. Xiao Jiang anticipated an influx of gameplay videos filled with memes on future video platforms. However, he was aware of his average skill level and his aversion to excessively punishing games. Nevertheless, the fans expressed great interest, diligently noting it down in their notebooks. Finally, Xiao Jiang set his gaze upon the last game, which evidently revolved around modern warfare. It offers both single-player and cooperative modes, presenting a grand AAA narrative. The storyline is reminiscent of titles like War Tiger and Redwater Operation, while the gameplay echoes that of overseas first-person shooters such as Call of Duty and Battlefield. The protagonist and their team must navigate the entire narrative, rescuing hostages and punishing evil forces. Xiao Jiang was particularly drawn to this game, as he relished the personal heroism it embodied. Daxia had never before produced a game of this nature, which held considerable appeal for him. Furthermore, every detail within the game is rendered with striking realism, eschewing the nonsensical plots and settings typical of other titles in the genre. The weapon models and their handling are entirely faithful to reality. This is the allure of virtual reality gaming, and it is certain to captivate military enthusiasts. After all, few have had the opportunity to handle such equipment in real life. Now, they can engage in various operations within a virtual environment, which is simply thrilling. The only drawback is the game's high difficulty level. It is not mindless in nature, but rather a thorough simulation of reality. Players must master the use of weapons and vehicles, as well as combat skills, physical fitness, and tactical acumen. This game is certainly not for the faint-hearted. Otherwise, players might find themselves perishing without understanding how. Xiaojing's face was etched with conflict. Why must a game impose such stringent requirements on its players? Meanwhile, the live chat was filled with praise. Indeed, this game is crafted with great seriousness. This is how games should be, meticulously designed. I suddenly find myself intrigued by this game. With its arrival, the mindless shooters I'm currently playing seem utterly dull. Wow, I haven't played in ages, but seeing this game reminds me of my past life. I must try it when it launches. Is it possible this game is not intended for us, but rather for soldiers undergoing real combat training? Streamer, I want to see you struggle in there. Give it a shot, streamer. With a grimace, Xiaojing ultimately decided to purchase this game. Chapter 260, The Inverted Game Entrance Test. He placed an order for the game. It must be said that virtual games are indeed more expensive than other computer games. This particular title cost him over 1,000 yuan. However, the fans felt the investment was well worth it. After all, for merely 3 times the price of an ordinary game, one could experience an entirely different caliber of gaming. Once everyone had purchased the game, a portal of light opened before them, and they stepped through it. To their astonishment, the surrounding scenery transformed into a terrain akin to a dirt field, under the sweltering sun that left them drenched in sweat. Numerous soldiers occupied the area. They exchanged glances, realizing they were all clad in military uniforms. After observing for a while, Xiaojing and his companions understood. This initial scene served as a testing ground. Many games feature such introductory scenes to familiarize players with various controls before launching into the main narrative. The scene before them appeared to be a military combat test, designed not only to acquaint players with their skills, but also to assess their capabilities. If they failed this test, it would indicate an inability to undertake the subsequent missions. Xiaojing and his friends brimmed with confidence, reasoning that it was merely a test and should be straightforward. Surely, seasoned gamers like them would not be thwarted here. However, they were soon met with a harsh reality check. The first test required them to swim over 400 meters within 8 minutes. This challenge proved daunting. Xiaojing had never been in the water before and could not swim at all, let alone complete the task within the designated time. Although the world record was just under 4 minutes, their allotted time exceeded that by more than double. For ordinary individuals, this was nothing short of a nightmare. Under the pressure of the onlookers, Xiaojing leaped into the water, only to struggle and flail before sinking beneath the surface amidst the laughter of those on the shore. You have perished. The live chat could no longer contain its amusement. The streamer can't even swim. Why would he jump in? Did the streamer really think swimming 500 meters in 8 minutes would be easy? This is hilarious. The plot hasn't even begun, and he's already dead. This task is indeed quite challenging. It seems this game is not for the average player. Stop laughing. Most of us would struggle to pass this test. At this moment, Xiaojing had re-entered the game. He was filled with indignation, having just acquired a swimming bag at school. Now, he had mastered all swimming styles and techniques known to mankind. Just wait. I refuse to believe that a trivial task can thwart me. However, moments later, the screen flashed. You are dead. Despite Xiaojing's perfect swimming skills, his lung capacity, endurance, and muscle strength were woefully inadequate. Halfway through, he suffered cramp. The barrage of comments erupted in laughter. Haha, you've killed me with laughter. What good is swimming technique alone? Top swimmers train rigorously every day. Their physical fitness is exceptional. I think the streamer should consider playing the cultivation game. It likely has no entry barriers. Streamer, perhaps try a gentler swimming pace. Otherwise, your body may not cope. Having learned from his previous experience, Xiaojing initially exerted himself to showcase his skills before his fans. Yet, he soon realized it was not as simple as he thought, and he was completely drained of energy. He re-entered the game, this time choosing to pace himself within his physical limits, and finally succeeded in swimming across. Test failed. The screen darkened once more. Xiaojing's expression soured. Although he had made it across, it took him over 10 minutes. Undeterred, he thought perhaps other tests would be simpler. He attempted rope climbing, cross-country running, weapon handling, and other challenges. Ultimately, he discovered that the other tasks were even more difficult, with swimming being the simplest requirement. Even shooting, which he assumed would require no stamina, demanded a marksman's precision to pass. Moreover, the shooting test was not merely standing and firing. One had to eliminate various simulated enemies that appeared unexpectedly in a high-pressure environment, or face elimination themselves. There was no need to continue attempting. Their collective physical fitness was far from sufficient, so they began exploring other games. However, Xiao Gang did not relinquish his resolve. Instead, he made a mental commitment to enhance his physical training in real life, striving to reach his goals. Clips of Xiao Gang's escapades were edited and widely disseminated, going viral across the internet. His various misadventures were transformed into meme stickers. In no time, this game became a hot topic of global discussion, with many who had secured access jumping on the bandwagon to try it out. What you thought was a shooting game is, in fact, a hardcore fitness game. Without adequate physical fitness, don't even think about playing virtual games. 8 minutes to swim 500 meters? That seems implausible. This game can't be limited to just this scenario, right? It's akin to a bait and switch, like those mobile games advertised that turn out to be entirely different. Stop the slander. There are already experts online who have unlocked subsequent chapters after passing the tests. And all the advertised elements are indeed present, provided you can clear the initial tests. I watched that Expert-S video. The subsequent combat scenes are incredibly thrilling and realistic, truly a perfect shooting game. However, for us, it seems unlikely to play anytime soon. That expert is a veteran who has consistently maintained fitness over the years, so he breezed through the tests. He mentioned in the video that this is a perfect military game, or rather, it's not designed for the average person. The details are meticulously crafted, intended for soldier training. Wow, my inner military enthusiast is stirred. I must commit to exercising to experience this game. This is far superior to real-life CS and entertainment venues. Do you think Yixin Company released this game with a deeper meaning? After enduring long and arduous training, one can finally experience the perfect game. Perhaps the higher-ups hope young people will strengthen their bodies instead of languishing at home. Not to mention, if you pass those initial tests, your overall physical fitness would be world-class. How wonderful. At least I know all my friends have stopped going to bars and now spend their leisure time at the gym. Yixin Company truly has me in tears. Even while making games, they're encouraging us to exercise our bodies. In recent days, the first batch of millions of users who secured the Smart Brain have shared their experiences online, spreading across the globe. These users have unanimously praised the Smart Brain. People in Dacia eagerly await the next batch of qualifications from Yixin Company, not to mention individuals from other parts of the world who can only watch enviously. They can only call on the internet, hoping Yixin Company will ramp up production to make such a remarkable product accessible to all humanity. Meanwhile, top elites from abroad have begun to explore avenues for immigration to Dacia through various channels. Chapter 261, a major move in the academic world. At Harvard, a premier institution in Dacia, Branton finished his class and made his way to his advisor's office, clutching his paper on string theory. This was at the forefront of physics, with only a handful of the world's leading researchers in this field. His advisor was one of them. As a top theoretical physicist, his teacher had long since achieved fame and recognition, truly a Nobel laureate. Branton had always taken pride in being under his tutelage, and his talent had been recognized by his mentor. However, upon arriving at the office today, he was taken aback to find it filled with cardboard boxes. His advisor beckoned him over. "Is your paper finished?" he asked, flipping through it and offering a series of critiques. Curiosity overtook Branton, and he inquired, "What are you doing?" His advisor hesitated for a moment and sighed. "Branton, I fear I will no longer be able to teach you. But don't worry. I'll find you another qualified mentor. Anyone in this field would be obliged to assist me. Given your capabilities, you are more than capable of conducting research independently. I will recommend you for a dedicated laboratory at the school. Furthermore, you can reach out to me anytime with questions." Branton was taken aback. He had thought his mentor was merely relocating to a new office. Little did he know, he was resigning. How can this be? I have finally found such an outstanding mentor. He sprang to his feet. How could this happen? The school can't dismiss someone as distinguished as you. No, you misunderstand. The school did not expel me. In fact, they have tried their utmost to retain me. It was I who voluntarily decided to leave. A top university in Dacia has extended an invitation to me. Branton's eyes widened. You're going to Dacia for research? Why? ISNT staying in Dami just as good? This is your home. After all, you spent half your life researching here. Moving there means starting from scratch. Moreover, the fundamental scientific research there is quite lacking. ISNT it? His advisor replied, precisely because their foundational research is insufficient. That's where I can make an impact. And don't underestimate Dacia. Their development in all aspects has far surpassed Dami. In terms of scientific research, they will significantly increase investment, especially in the field of basic science. With their formidable array of advanced technologies, it is only a matter of years before they achieve groundbreaking research. It was the promising situation I observed that ultimately led me to make my decision. The future of fundamental science undoubtedly lies in that direction. While here in Dami, as you have seen, the challenges surrounding the funding for my research project are formidable. The authorities are only concerned with practical projects. The university has offered me exceptionally favorable conditions, providing a splendid apartment and an astonishing amount of funding for the project, and in a few years, I will be able to secure citizenship. Brandon exclaimed in surprise. Citizenship? You intend to acquire Dacia nationality? The mentor nodded. Indeed, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The Dacia nationality is incredibly appealing at present. In fact, it is the most attractive condition they have proposed. It was this that solidified my decision to prepare for the move. One must realize that with their citizenship, one can enjoy boundless benefits. Essentially, from birth. There are no additional expenses, as the state provides ample funding for upbringing. Of particular importance to me is the ability to implant a cognitive core. They guarantee that once I initiate the citizenship process, I can have the cognitive core implanted beforehand, which would be immensely beneficial for my research. Brandon fell silent. Indeed, while various other benefits of Dacia are commendable, the allure of the cognitive core is a temptation that many top talents find irresistible. Suddenly, the mentor's expression brightened with a hint of excitement as he said, perhaps you need not change mentors. If you are willing, I can negotiate with them to allow you to study there while remaining my student, ensuring that your research is unaffected. Talents like you are highly sought after there. Coupled with the rarity of your research, along with my endorsement, this presents a splendid opportunity for you. Brandon felt a tumult of emotions. He was clearly tempted, though he had never considered such matters before. I'll think it over, he replied. All right, I'll reach out to you in due time. After 2 days of contemplation, Brandon ultimately accepted the proposal. Such scenes have unfolded across the globe in recent days. Scientists from prestigious universities and research institutions have begun resigning en masse, with some even persuading their promising protégés to join them. This has caused considerable distress for academic administrations. Upon inquiry, it was revealed that these individuals had received offers from Dacia and were gradually acquiring Dacia citizenship. This matter is of great significance and has been extensively reported by major media outlets worldwide. These reports also provided a list of scientists, including the most esteemed talents across various fields, each a name well known even to the public. To everyone's astonishment, these individuals collectively chose to migrate to Dacia, taking with them a plethora of exceptionally gifted young minds. Some scientists even proactively contacted Dacia, expressing willingness to accept lower compensation as long as they could secure research positions. As for why those slightly less distinguished scientists did not emigrate, it was due to their insufficient qualifications. Dacia's institutions simply did not regard them as worthy. Concurrently, news emerged that numerous top-tier billionaires also sought to relocate to Dacia, though most were met with rejection unless they had substantial investments in the country. These reports were sensationalized by the media, igniting widespread discussion globally, particularly among foreign audiences. What on earth? Why are so many people suddenly choosing to join Dacia? What a joke. Why not seize such a golden opportunity? Honestly, I wish I could go to Dacia, but alas, they do not want me. Joining Dacia now is surely the best choice. Their benefits are so appealing. The future belongs to them. Did you not see how many billionaires rushed over only to be turned away? They can discern who is truly advantageous. The tides have turned. Once people flocked from Dacia to other nations, and now the roles are completely reversed. Of course, a majority expressed concern. My goodness. With so many experts and brilliant students being absorbed by Dacia, will our development not become increasingly feeble? Can we still catch up with Dacia? Have you only just realized? From a moment the Yeshin company invented the carbon-based chip, this outcome was inevitable. And now they have dealt us a heavy blow with the cognitive core. What an alarming company. They have single-handedly propelled Dacia to this level. It is said that these experts will immediately have access to the cognitive core upon arriving in Dacia. Traitors. They are all traitors. Why are our higher-ups not taking action to stop this? This is akin to undermining our foundations. We cannot allow Dacia to reap the rewards of the talents we painstakingly nurtured. It is merely a shift in fortune. People naturally strive for greater heights. Dami once achieved its pinnacle by attracting talents from around the world, and now it is merely returning the favor. In Marshall's office, he was in a furious rage, hurling objects in his path. His subordinates remained silent, keen to avoid provoking him further. After venting his frustrations, He demanded, have the statistics been compiled? How many are rushing to Dacia? One subordinate cautiously replied, there are over 1,000. Marshall inhaled deeply. Have they been persuaded otherwise? We have tried, but they are resolute in their desire to go to Dacia. With over 1,000 individuals, it is impossible to monitor each one. Marshall cursed vehemently. They are a bunch of fools, forsaking the future of Dami. Once they reach Dacia, and we manage to take down the Yeshin company, they will surely regret their choices. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, is there any way to fabricate an excuse to detain them? Perhaps claiming their research projects involve confidentiality or other reasons. Think of something. His subordinate hesitated. Commander, I'm afraid such actions would only incite fierce resistance from them. If the situation escalates, we would face significant backlash. Moreover, this concerns over 1,000 people, not just a handful. Our rationale would be difficult to substantiate. Even if we managed to detain them under such pretenses, they likely would not continue their research for us. Marshall felt a wave of irritation wash over him, followed by a sense of helplessness. You are right. Regardless of our actions, we cannot change the fact that Dami has irrevocably declined. Ultimately, it all traces back to the Yeshin company. A fierce expression crossed his face as he declared, Tian must be eliminated. Are all preparations complete? His subordinate affirmed, everything is ready. We are just waiting for the signal. Marshall nodded. Tian, this time, you shall meet your end without a burial place. In Nanfeng City, at the Yeshin company, Tian stretched languidly in the laboratory as a cup flew from the nearby table. He downed its contents in one gulp. Recently, he had been diligently researching the pod used by the gray aliens, attempting to extract more information about their civilization. However, the pod's exterior was composed of an unknown material. However, it is reasonable to assume that with the rapid advancements in technology in the Great Xia, by the time the little gray beings arrive, the nation will have developed the capacity for large-scale interstellar travel. Currently, Great Xia has nearly exhausted its helium-3 reserves, along with various other rare resources on the moon, all of which have been securely stored on Blue Planet. A small portion of land has been allocated for other nations to mine at their leisure. Subsequently, Great Xia's space exploration strategy will gradually pivot towards other planets within the solar system, including Mars, the moons of Saturn, and the asteroid belt. Plans will be implemented for landings, the establishment of bases, mining operations, and biosphere experiments, all in preparation for future large-scale migration. Mars will retain only a few research bases and extensive experimental facilities, as nearly all spacecraft have already set their course for Mars. A couple of vessels remain, specifically tasked with conducting space missions for other nations on a fee basis. At this juncture, virtually every country around the globe has successfully achieved manned lunar landings with the aid of Great Xia spacecraft. The moon now hosts several large human bases, inhabited by thousands of researchers. Simultaneously, lunar travel has become accessible to the public, no longer restricted to the affluent. With a monetary investment, couples can indulge in a honeymoon getaway, spending a few days in space and at lunar hotels. Worldwide, honeymooning at lunar hotels has emerged as the most romantic endeavor. Great Xia's spacecraft continue to roll off the assembly line, with Tian accelerating production to 2 units per month. The extent of Great Xia's exploration of the solar system far surpasses the cumulative efforts of other nations over the past several decades. Plans are underway to establish a warning system for extraterrestrial invasions within the solar system in the coming years, aiming to shift the primary battleground beyond Earth. Concurrently, the Human Seed Project has commenced, which involves constructing a fully self-sustaining ecosystem aboard a spacecraft, preserving vast amounts of Blue Planet's resources, flora and fauna, as well as human embryos. In the event of an interstellar conflict, the intention is to depart the solar system for distant realms. Nevertheless, the most prudent course of action remains the swift acquisition of more intelligence regarding the gray civilization, thereby enabling a more comprehensive understanding and tailored responses. Tian rubbed his forehead, deciding to set aside his thoughts. Glancing at the clock, he realized it was Monday. Suddenly, he remembered that today marked his routine day for a vacation retreat to the islands. Sure enough, shortly thereafter, Zhang Daqiang called. He answered the phone. Zhang Daqiang spoke from the other end. Academician Yi, are you still busy? Tian replied. No, I've just wrapped up. It's time to head out, isn't it? Zhang Daqiang responded. That's great. I was concerned about interrupting your critical research. Everything is prepared on our end. Shall I come pick you up? Soon. An inconspicuous vehicle arrived at the laboratory's entrance. Zhang Daqiang stepped out, while Tian had already been waiting at the door. He remarked, all right, the disguise is complete. Your company's convoy has already paraded Tian in public before heading elsewhere. No one would suspect you remain at the laboratory, nor that you're off to the islands for a holiday. Just a few of us, including Lu and the others, will accompany you. Chapter 263. The Mysterious Submarine. Tian nodded. At that moment, the surrounding area of the park was deserted, and the cameras would not capture their departure. The unremarkable vehicle, akin to those of other company employees, exited Yixin Company. Yet, unbeknownst to everyone, a foreigner who had come to Yixin Company for treatment inadvertently sent a perfectly ordinary text message from his phone. This message did not trigger any alerts within the warning systems. On the other side of Blue Planet, in a command center, Boris, the head of this assassination operation, suddenly brightened at the sight of the message on his phone and announced to the hall, Tian has departed. Our operatives within Yixin Company have spotted an unremarkable vehicle. Based on our information cross-referencing, we have confirmed this vehicle is carrying Tian, presumably en route to a vacation island. The operative, donning headphones for coordination, added, we have notified our personnel at sea. They will be on standby nearby to observe if any unfamiliar vessels approach those islands. Boris lamented, regrettably, we are short on manpower and cannot afford to follow openly. The satellites above have long since been rendered blind to their technology, making it exceedingly difficult to monitor activities within Great Xia. Otherwise, it would be straightforward to pinpoint which island they are headed to. Off the coast of Great Xia, beneath the glaring sun, the ocean shimmered in a brilliant blue. Seagulls soared above the water's surface. Beneath the placid sea, at a depth of several meters, an astonishing sight unfolded. A metal capsule, measuring over 10 meters in length, glided silently through the depths, resembling a shuttle. If the upper echelons of Great Xia were to discover an unknown submarine lurking so close to the shoreline, they would undoubtedly be astounded. How did this vessel evade radar and sonar detection? Inside this submarine, the atmosphere resembled that of a party. Several muscular men of various complexions, clad only in beach shorts and sunglasses, lounged with cocktails in hand, as though they were at a festive gathering, save for the absence of beautiful companions nearby. There were 5 individuals in total. The leader was a blond man, followed by a bald white man, a black man, and 2 others with dark hair. At that moment, they exhibited no signs of tension, instead wearing expressions of disdain and contentment. The blond man expressed his dissatisfaction. The upper command is truly frustrating. They did not inform us of the exact timing for the operation. We've been here for several days. When will we finally commence? The bald man chimed in, exactly. Being stuck here with sunlight above, yet unable to show ourselves, is maddening. I'm beginning to fear for my mental health. The black man interjected. There must be a reason for their caution. Tian is of paramount importance. This operation must be executed flawlessly, with no room for error. If you are unwilling to participate, why did you come? The bald man shrugged, withholding a reply. Why take part in this mission? The answer was simple. The rewards were exceedingly generous. Each of them would receive 1 billion McCoins upon successful completion, an unheard of sum. After this task, they could retire and enjoy life. The blond man shifted the topic. Let it go. It's already fortunate for us to be part of this operation. Given the substantial reward for what is essentially a simple task, it's an incredible deal. Indeed, this mission would be challenging for most, but for us extraordinary individuals, it is merely child's play. At this point, they briefly forgot their current predicament, allowing their minds to wander to future prospects, their faces lighting up with sweet smiles. The bald man remarked, absolutely. We are so well prepared this time. We could ensure Tian's demise 1,000 times over. No matter how many secrets he harbors, he cannot evade our numerous methods, can he? I believe I'm more than capable of eliminating him single-handedly. I will take my time to ensure he suffers, crushing every bone in his body. That cowardly rat will have nowhere to hide. A cruel expression crossed his face. Great Xia likely could not fathom the advanced technology we possess. Tian is probably foolishly making his way here right now. Just then, the blond man's PH brothers. The moment for action has arrived. According to our sources, Tian has already set forth. Now, let us observe from below which island he has chosen for his vacation. The group exhibited remarkable professionalism, swiftly changing out of their attire and donning unmarked combat gear in mere seconds. Meanwhile, Tian, having assumed a different guise, boarded an unremarkable fishing vessel. Externally, the boat appeared weathered and worn, yet its interior was immaculate, equipped with an array of sophisticated instruments and essential weaponry. Tian, along with Zhang Daqiang and Xiao Lu, found themselves cramped within the narrow confines of the cabin. The vessel then pretended to embark on a fishing expedition. Should any professional agency take notice, they would find the ship absent from radar listings. After traveling several dozen kilometers, it arrived at a remote, uninhabited archipelago, steering towards one of its inconspicuous islets. Unbeknownst to Zhang Daqiang and the others, Tian, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them, his gaze gleaming with insight. Indifferently, he furrowed his brow, seemingly peering through the hull towards a specific direction before retracting his gaze and closing his eyes once more. A faint smirk of derision gracing his lips. The vessel soon reached the deserted island, revealing its splendor to all. Observers would note that this secluded area harbored a splendid natural island, adorned with mountains, woodlands, streams, hot springs, and pristine white beaches, potentially an idyllic tourist destination. Yet, its remoteness from the coastline had rendered it vacant for so long. In secrecy, this island had been developed into Yi Tian's private retreat, meticulously guarded, where even the slightest disturbance could be detected by satellites. Deep within the island's forest stood a modern garden villa, shielded by towering mountains. Upon reaching the villa, Yi Tian changed into casual attire, short sleeves and shorts. Grasping a lounge chair and sunshade, he made his way to the white sandy beach. There, he reveled in the ocean breeze, basking under the sun, gazing at the vast sea, indulging in utmost enjoyment. However, at this moment, he was not inclined to sunbathe. Chapter 264. Target confirmed. Prepare to strike. His chaotic particles had continuously locked onto an object beneath the sea. Normally, these particles were accustomed to extending outward to probe the surrounding environment. As the boat passed earlier, he had already detected an unusual submarine lurking beneath the water. Initially, he suspected it to be a patrol dispatched by the authorities, but upon probing deeper, he found it was anything but ordinary. Inside were 5 armed foreigners, equipped to the teeth, with a plethora of gear surrounding them. The presence of such a mysterious submarine so close to Daxia was alarming, especially without raising any suspicions. The technology evident was far beyond what an ordinary organization could manufacture. Why it was here was clear. It must relate to him. For reasons unknown, the secrecy of his outing had been compromised. It seemed that certain individuals were becoming restless again. Yi Tian let out a cold chuckle, realizing he had yet to confront these intruders, who had now presented themselves at his doorstep. It appeared he had been too lenient in the past. Some people simply failed to grasp the essence of peaceful coexistence. Thus, he decided to engage them, curious to see who would emerge victorious in the end. Upon his arrival on the island, he inadvertently scanned the entire isle, detecting no anomalies. This indicated that the group had not tampered with anything on the island. It was reasonable to conclude that if they revealed themselves, satellites would capture them immediately. Thus, their aim seemed to be waiting for him to arrive before making their move. Alternatively, it was possible they were uncertain of which island he would choose. In an instant, Yi Tian's mind pondered numerous possibilities. He refrained from acting hastily. Had he truly intended to retaliate, he could have notified Zhang Daqiang and the others while still at sea, or even utilized his telekinetic powers to obliterate the submarine, leaving those inside without a trace. However, he found such an approach too mundane. Moreover, it might inadvertently reveal many of his capabilities. If authorities later discovered the submarine beneath the sea, they would surely deduce his involvement and analyze how he accomplished it. Although some of his abilities had already been partially surmised, Yi Tian preferred to avoid overt exposure. Instead, he would observe the capabilities of these individuals first. To facilitate their emergence, Yi Tian changed his attire and promptly stepped out, awaiting them on the beach. Meanwhile, within the submarine beneath the waves, the crew was becoming increasingly agitated as they aimlessly searched the vicinity. A discontented African-American remarked, "Why haven't we found anything yet? Is this intelligence even credible?" "For all we know, Yi Tian's vacation spot isn't here at all." "Patience," the blond man replied. "If the higher-ups have stated it, there must be truth to it. After all, the bounty is 500 million meters of currency. Such rewards are not easily earned." After some time spent searching, they remained empty-handed, with no vessels approaching the surface. Their endurance was nearing its limit when, just as they contemplated sending a message to the command center, a bright spot suddenly appeared on the screen before them. The blonde's eyes lit up. "Finally, a vessel has arrived. As for whether it's Yi Tian, we shall see." Excitement rippled through the group as they analyzed the ship, which was evidently not an ordinary fishing boat. The bald man smiled knowingly. "Indeed, something is amiss. Yi Tian is likely aboard this vessel. Shall we launch a torpedo at it?" The blonde suggested eagerly. "Not yet." He was halted. "We must not act prematurely. We cannot risk alerting them. Furthermore, if it is indeed Yi Tian, this ship has likely undergone special modifications, making it impervious to torpedoes. Let's not forget the terrifying alloy they used on their spacecraft. Let us consult headquarters first." Meanwhile, at the secret command center, Boris was growing increasingly anxious. They had finally received such crucial intelligence. They could not afford to let this opportunity slip away. Just then, a report arrived from the submarine. Upon reading it, Boris was elated. It has truly appeared. Hardware pays off. Keep a close watch on this vessel, track where it heads, and then infiltrate the island to strike. We must not directly attack the ship. If we fail to inflict damage, it could escape, thus exposing our submarine's stealth capabilities. The submarine subsequently followed the fishing vessel discreetly until it neared an isolated island. A long tube extended from the submarine, surfacing slightly to capture images of the island, relaying the visuals back to both the submarine and the command center. Sure enough, moments later, they witnessed Tian, Zhang Daqiang, and several others disembarking from the vessel. The blonde exclaimed excitedly, "It's definitely Tian." The individuals accompanying him must be Zhang Daqiang and a few familiar faces. They've brought so few people. This is simply splendid. If I intervene, capturing them will be effortless. The command center buzzed with excitement. This was the first time their intelligence agency had managed to gather direct information about Tian in a long while. Now, they were deliberating on how to proceed with their attack. They had already prepared and rehearsed several plans in advance. However, it appears that Tian's defensive capabilities are far weaker than they had anticipated. Just as they were contemplating their approach, Tian unexpectedly made his way to the beach to bask in the sea breeze. The individuals within the submarine were elated, as this significantly diminished the complexity of their operation. Truly, it felt as though fortune was smiling upon them. Tian was recklessly testing the limits of fate. The African-American boldly volunteered, "Allow me to take action. I assure you I can incapacitate him within 10 seconds and perhaps even capture him alive. The secrets he possesses will be ours." However, the command center interjected with a directive, "No, we must adhere strictly to the planned execution to avoid unforeseen complications. We must not underestimate Tian. Be wary of the peculiarities he embodies. Dismiss any thoughts of capturing him alive. Approach him with lethal intent." The African-American scoffed dismissively. He doubted Tian's prowess, believing that their prior failures were simply due to the inadequacies of those dispatched, alongside the constraints they faced on enemy territory. But with his extraordinary capabilities and complete equipment at hand, Tian was certainly outmatched. Nevertheless, he understood the gravity of the situation and would not defy orders. The blonde remarked, "Ideally, we should ensure he meets his end without any awareness, allowing us time for a discreet retreat." The others exchanged glances. Recalling a plan they had previously devised, they then commenced their operation. Chapter 265, The Venomous Biochemical Butterfly. Within Tian's consciousness, a black object emerged from the elongated camera tube, protruding just above the water surface. It gradually floated to the surface, appearing as a dark butterfly. This creature drifted across the water until it reached the shore, where it began to flap its wings, shaking off the moisture before soaring towards Tian. At that moment, Tian reclined on a lounge chair, seemingly oblivious to the impending danger. The submarine and command center personnel watched in tense anticipation, holding their breath. The outcome hinged on this single moment. A look of ecstatic delight spread across the blonde's face. "This is a biochemical butterfly cultivated specifically in our laboratory, genetically modified with extraterrestrial DNA. Its toxins are potent enough to instantly kill over 200 ordinary individuals. The biochemical butterfly will target the nearest human with astonishing speed, surpassing even that of a hummingbird. Tian is as good as done for. Come now, let me see what you're capable of." The butterfly darted towards Tian with incredible velocity, and just as it was about to close in, Tian, in a moment of instinct, turned over. The biochemical butterfly surged forward, only to be pinned beneath him. This unexpected turn of events stunned everyone. The blonde's mouth fell agape. How could this be? What incredible coincidence. Did Tian fall victim to its venom? It appeared not. The butterfly's toxins were concentrated in its mouth parts, with no venom on its wings, rendering it fragile. Tian continued to breathe normally, showing no signs of distress. The African-American slammed his hand against the table. "Damn it! How could Tian be so fortunate? What now? We do not have another butterfly." The bald man shrugged. "It seems we must take matters into our own hands." However, the blonde felt something was amiss. He sensed that Tian's reaction was too coincidental. Reflecting on the various mysteries surrounding Tian, he suspected this was no mere happenstance. There was indeed something uncanny about him. On the other side, Tian had sensed the imminent threat as soon as the butterfly was released from the submarine. He conducted a thorough scan and identified it as a modified organism, a clear indication of their tactics. It appeared they had no intention of engaging personally. In light of this, Tian feigned vulnerability. As the butterfly approached, he swiftly used his telekinesis to crush it and pin it beneath him. Subsequently, he communicated the situation to Zhang Daqiang, who was at the villa, utilizing the intelligence system within his body. Upon hearing the details, Zhang Daqiang was taken aback, instantly becoming anxious. He trusted Yi Tian's words implicitly and promptly instructed Xiao Lu and the others. Yi Tian is under attack. The enemy's identity and location remain unknown. Hurry to his aid and protect him. I will report this to our superiors. Xiao Lu and the others were equally shaken. The reason they had not accompanied Yi Tian was due to the presumed safety of the island, wanting to afford him ample space. However, with danger now looming and them absent, the situation was dire. Without further ado, they connected to their neural interfaces, summoning their respective mechs, which enveloped them, and swiftly made their way towards Yi Tian. Meanwhile, within the submarine, the team continued to deliberate on their next steps. Yi Tian seemed unaware of any abnormality, providing them with time to act. Yet, the blonde remained fixated on the screen, brow furrowed. He sensed that events had spiraled far beyond their control. Suddenly, a realization struck him, and he shouted, "This is bad. We have been compromised." Yi Tian had long since recognized the peril posed by the butterfly. It was not mere coincidence. Such coincidences do not exist. He must possess some form of ability or technology. I even suspect our location has been revealed. Immediate action is imperative. While he remains unaware, we must eliminate him swiftly and then evacuate. The faces of the others reflected shock. The African-American began preparing his equipment, though he wore a skeptical expression. This should have been done long ago. I doubt Yi Tian is as formidable as we imagine. If he is aware of our presence, why hasn't he fled? And why hasn't he summoned assistance? In the next moment, the others spoke in unison, the intelligence system. Yi Tian remains because he seeks to deceive us, biding time for his bodyguard's arrival. He has undoubtedly alerted his teammates. Although we have not seen him with a connector, there is a possibility that their internal intelligence system can connect directly. Another possibility is that Yi Tian stays here out of sheer confidence, believing we pose no threat to him. The African-American scoffed. Let us wait and see. Is he not flesh and blood? Can he truly escape before us? Genetically enhanced beings? Moreover, we possess this. He brandished a peculiar weapon, a long gun reminiscent of energy weapons used against extraterrestrial foes in superhero shows. The submarine's hatch opened, and the five emerged without any diving suits, instead wielding cumbersome equipment as they swiftly swam toward the shore, their speed rivaling that of the fastest marlins in the sea. Should any outsiders witness this scene, they would undoubtedly be astounded. What extraordinary physical capabilities these individuals possess. Concurrently, an alarm was triggered at a nearby clandestine organization. Personnel monitoring the screens detected several large points and immediately reported the anomaly. When a supervisor arrived and inquired, "What is this?" the response was unknown. It appears to be five entities resembling human-sized beings, having materialized out of thin air, thus triggering the system's alert. It seems quite peculiar. Moreover, according to the measurements, their swimming speed is alarmingly swift as they head toward a certain island shore. The person in charge exclaimed in astonishment. They appeared out of thin air? There were absolutely no prior indications? He furrowed his brow and opted to report the situation immediately. Upon learning of this incident and the target island, the higher-ups took it very seriously. Zhang Daqiang was promptly informed. "Daqiang, have your men arrived yet? We have detected 5 unidentified creatures suddenly surfacing in the sea, heading toward Yi Tian with astonishing speed. They're suspected of planning an attack." Zhang Daqiang gasped, "What? This is terrible. My personnel have just set out and are not expected to arrive for another minute. I hope Yi Tian can hold on until then." The voice on the other end was filled with fury. It had been a long time since they had felt such an emotion. Ever since the Great Xia had evolved into a colossal superpower, and after they had meticulously purged the domestic intelligence system time and again, they believed that those adversaries should pose little threat to Yi Tian. They were utterly taken aback by the audacity displayed by these foes, who had seemingly found an opportunity. It was likely that they were employing some form of advanced technology capable of evading detection. The thought sent a chill down their spines. Fortunately, this time they had identified the threat early. With the advanced state of technology in Great Xia, they had allowed themselves a moment of complacency, never anticipating that other nations could devise such technology. They wondered how much mischief had been perpetrated during this time using such submarines. Capturing this submarine and studying its technology was imperative. What incensed the higher-ups the most was the question of who had leaked the confidential information. They believed their confidentiality measures were robust, yet somehow, information had still slipped through the cracks. Who was enjoying such privileges while serving foreign interests? Tian, no matter what, ensure Tian's safety and bring him to the secure shelter at the villa center. I have already alerted the nearby warships to rush to the scene. We must capture them all. Meanwhile, on the beach, Tian had also been notified of the underwater situation by Zhang Daqiang and was urged to run toward the center of the island. However, Tian chose to disregard the warning, clearly eager to observe what these individuals were capable of. He had already spotted the 5 figures swimming toward him. Their physiques evidently exhibited enhancements. Otherwise, such terrifying physical capabilities would be impossible. At that moment, the 5 had reached the vicinity of the beach, rising to their feet and sprinting rapidly toward Tian. With a cold sneer, Tian leisurely stood up and raised a downward middle finger at them before turning to walk away. The 5 were thoroughly incensed. The blonde one raised his firearm and pulled the trigger at Tian. A powerful energy beam shot forth like lightning. From above, Xiao Lu and the others, witnessing the scene, were horrified. No, the command center at Dami, observing through the GoPro mounted on the blonde's head, was ecstatic. Although the process had encountered some setbacks, the outcome was still achieved. Quick, do not let him get close. Obliterate him with lasers. At such a close range, his demise was inevitable. However, what followed left them dumbfounded. Tian's seemingly frail form erupted with astonishing speed, nimbly dodging across the beach. Not a single shot fired by the 5 found its mark. The blonde was astonished. This Tian was indeed extraordinary. Who could have anticipated that he possessed such terrifying physical prowess? Cover him with firepower. Let us see where he hides. They locked onto a designated area, ready to fire simultaneously. However, Xiao Lu and his team had already arrived. They now faced an aerial threat. What the heck? 5 Iron Men? When did this mech become mass-produced? We're finished. There's no escape today. Capture Tian. We must ensure he accompanies us to the grave. The next moment, 5 lasers shot toward them. Fortunately, the 5 were not to be underestimated. Their evasion speed surpassed that of the mech targeting systems. Although it was perilously close, they ultimately evaded the shots. However, during that brief delay, Tian's figure had vanished from sight. Damn it. Brothers, take down these 5. We might as well make it worthwhile if we perish. Seeing that Tian had already fled, Xiao Lu interjected, don't kill them, capture them alive. The 5 mechs descended upon the beach, instantly disarming the weapons in the hands of the blondes. They then advanced to apprehend the group. At that moment, Tian's commanding voice boomed from the side, step back. Do not approach them. Xiao Lu, bewildered, watched as several individuals rushed forward, seizing him and his comrades. Startled, Xiao Lu wondered, could it be? This was clearly a gesture of mutual destruction. Ultimately, he had underestimated the situation, thinking he had complete control. He closed his eyes, reflecting on his family and his life. The next instant, a deafening roar erupted. Contrary to his expectations, he felt no pain. In fact, nothing had occurred. He cautiously opened his eyes to witness a scene of disbelief. Explosions lit up the distant sea surface, while the individuals before him writhed on the ground in agony. Their arms bearing gaping wounds, blood and flesh mangled. Xiao Lu surveyed his surroundings. In the fleeting moments that had passed, the previously vanished Tian had reappeared before them. Tian's secret. They had all been implanted with high explosive devices, but it was all over now. They could be taken back for interrogation. Xiao Lu was somewhat perplexed. What had just transpired? How did Tian know they had explosives within them? How had he appeared in front of his comrades in an instant and disposed of those explosives so swiftly? However, now was not the time for contemplation. They quickly secured the captives and proceeded with Tian toward the island's center, awaiting reinforcements from above. Soon, an anti-gravity warship arrived in the vicinity, conducting a thorough sweep over a radius of several dozen miles and locating a submarine that completely shielded itself from detection. Tian and his team then transferred onto the warship. By this time, Xiao Lu had pieced together the events. One of the squad members had not closed his eyes during the ordeal and had witnessed everything unfold. Just as those individuals had embraced them, Tian had raced toward them with incredible speed. Simultaneously, the ones who had been holding them had emitted horrified screams as devices flew out from their bodies. Following that was the scene Xiao Lu had witnessed. Now, Xiao Lu pondered Tian's methods. He had just reported these findings. After all this time, they had finally gained a tangible glimpse of some super abilities from Tian, even though they had long suspected as much. Meanwhile, many of the mysteries surrounding Tian had been partially unraveled. No wonder he could infiltrate a villa's basement without leaving a trace and set it up as a secure chamber. It also explained how during the technology exhibition, those individuals had turned on each other. It turns out that it was all a matter of telekinesis, capable of remotely scanning and manipulating objects. However, the means by which he accomplished this remains a mystery. Could it be a form of advanced technology, or perhaps a mutation? Or is Tian truly an extraterrestrial being? Nevertheless, despite this newfound knowledge, their attitude towards Tian remained unchanged. This was partly due to their prior expectations and their familiarity with Tian's character after spending considerable time together. Furthermore, had Tian not been intent on saving them, he would not have had to reveal his abilities. At this moment, Tian felt utterly speechless. Although he had long been aware that those individuals harbored explosives within their bodies, he had refrained from addressing the situation prematurely to avoid exposing his powers to Demi. He also could not inform Xiao Lu and the others, who might have simply eliminated these men. To his surprise, they aimed to capture them alive. Chapter 267, The Power of the Special Truth Serum. With no alternative, Tian had no choice but to act and rescue them. Fortunately, prior to intervening, he had utilized his telekinesis to disable the cameras on these individuals' heads, as well as the one protruding from the submarine. Thus, the footage of him using his abilities did not reach to me presently. Only those in higher authority were privy to this sequence of events. However, Tian had already prepared his explanation. In the worst-case scenario, he could produce the core of the super soldier to elucidate matters. Hence, the repercussions were minimal. Now, he was eager to discern what intelligence could be gleaned from these individuals. He was resolute in his determination to eradicate those who conspired against him. At Demi's command center, silence reigned. They had witnessed the failure of the operation, observing Tian retreat into the forest while the assailants charged forward, intent on a mutual destruction with Tian's bodyguards. Suddenly, the footage had vanished, and even the submarine's cameras inexplicably malfunctioned. They understood that this mission had ended in complete failure. Although they managed to eliminate a few adversaries, they had ultimately achieved nothing. Tian continued to thrive in the world, and the forthcoming reactions from the Great Xia could surpass their imaginations. In that moment, a wave of despair surged within each of them. Returning to Tian, Zhang Daqiang appeared in his room to report on the investigation's findings. We have conducted a thorough search of the surrounding waters, extending beyond just this area to every inch of Great Xia's maritime territory. Given the sudden emergence of a submarine capable of evading detection, we sought to identify all potential hazards. Thus far, we have discovered a particular submarine in the waters near an island. Simultaneously, we have essentially confirmed that only these 5 individuals were involved in the assassination attempt. They have been apprehended and are currently being interrogated. However, I find it difficult to believe we will obtain any useful information. Their identities will undoubtedly remain elusive, and as mere henchmen, they are unlikely to divulge any critical details. There is another rather troublesome aspect. He paused before continuing. Upon examination, it is evident that these 5 individuals possess physical capabilities that far exceed those of ordinary humans. Their willpower is notably strong, and their sensitivity to pain is remarkably low. It is likely that we will not glean any useful clues from them. Tian pondered for a moment before responding, I may have a solution. Zhang Daqiang was taken aback. He had merely intended to update Tian on the situation, not to elicit a resolution. He had not anticipated an unexpected breakthrough. What do you propose? Tian retrieved several vials from his pocket and stated, These are for them. It is a special truth serum. Zhang Daqiang expressed his astonishment. Why do you carry these with you? Where did you acquire them? After a moment's reflection, he ceased his inquiries. He was well aware that truth serums typically consist of certain alkaloids capable of inducing a state of disorientation, rendering individuals more susceptible to divulging information. However, such substances are not infallible. Sometimes, the information procured arises from the delusions of a mentally compromised subject. Moreover, these imposing figures appeared to be modified, possessing formidable willpower. The efficacy of this serum remained uncertain. Yet, upon reconsideration, since Tian had produced it, he must have confidence in its effectiveness. With little progress to show, they decided to give it a try. They approached the door of a room where the 5 individuals, their arm wounds treated, were confined in separate chambers. They lay on platforms, shackled and disdainful. Don't expect to extract anything from me, I one T speak. I have undergone professional training. You are mere amateurs. One of them declared. The interrogators, visibly disheartened, recognized the difficulty of obtaining valuable intelligence in such circumstances. They had bound these individuals solely to prevent chaos due to their overwhelming strength. At that moment, Zhang Daqiang knocked on the door, summoned an interrogator, and handed him a vial of the serum, whispering instructions. The interrogator's face reflected skepticism, yet he said nothing and entered the chamber. The blond man began to taunt. So, have you come up with a plan? Otherwise, you might as well let me go. Do you think you can handle the mercenary force behind me? Great Xia is already facing disaster. You have angered too many. The interrogator maintained a cold demeanor, silently drawing the serum into a syringe. The blonde continued his provocations, using crude language. Hey kid, did your mother die? Is that why you always look so glum? The interrogator injected the serum into the blonde's arm. Mere seconds later, a peculiar expression crossed the blonde's face. What have you done to me? What is this? Noticing that his consciousness remained remarkably clear, the interrogator shook his head at Zhang Daqiang outside, indicating failure, as the reaction deviated from their expectations. However, upon witnessing the blonde's strange reaction, Tian remarked, "It's working. We can proceed with the questioning. It appears the serum is effective against enhanced individuals." Zhang Daqiang tapped on the glass, signaling. The interrogator, somewhat astonished, turned to the blonde and tentatively asked, "What is your name?" The blonde's expression grew even more peculiar, yet his mouth did not falter as he uttered, "William Johnson." In the next moment, a look of terror and shock spread across the blonde's face, gradually morphing into despair and fear. "How could this happen? What have you injected me with?" Zhang Daqiang was taken aback by this reaction and glanced at Yi Tian. The interrogator was equally astonished, but quickly regained composure and continued, "What are the names of the others? What is your true identity? Who is your superior? What are the specific details of your mission here?" Thus, what had once seemed an insurmountable challenge became remarkably straightforward in an instant. The blonde divulged all key information without hesitation, as though he were pouring out beans. The expression on the blonde man's face was one of sheer terror and despair. As he recounted the issues at hand, his calm tone appeared to be in stark contrast to his expression, as if an alternate persona were orchestrating his speech. His mind was utterly incapable of restraining the flood of information spilling forth. He had attempted countless methods and various interrogation countermeasures, all to no avail. Chapter 268. The Schemes of the Upper Echelons of Daxia. The interrogators, displaying astonishment, hastily documented the information being revealed. To ascertain that the blond man was not merely playing tricks, they employed a range of techniques for inquiry and comparison, only to discover that such measures were entirely unnecessary. Multiple indicators suggested that the blond man was genuinely cooperating in divulging information. Subsequently, they interrogated the other 4 individuals, cross-referencing all the details and finding that they aligned perfectly. The ship soon docked. Later, Zhang Daqiang arrived at Yi Tian's office, holding a stack of reports and reading aloud their contents. Following the confessions of these individuals, it was revealed that they belonged to a covert special forces unit of a certain nation. Months prior, they had their identities erased and participated in clandestine experiments, resulting in their current state. They were then tasked with executing a secret operation, namely, the assassination of you. Their plan involved approaching you, who was on vacation, via submarine and releasing a specially engineered biochemical butterfly to carry out the assassination. We have already found the remains of that butterfly at the scene and conducted tests, which revealed a toxin potent enough to annihilate hundreds of people. At this juncture, Zhang Daqiang's face was a mask of fury. Fortunately, the cultivation of such butterflies is exceedingly difficult, and this time only one was brought, which unexpectedly perished. Otherwise, if it had spread into the outside world, its danger would have been immensely heightened. This incident has heightened our vigilance. Those individuals remain unrepentant, persistently targeting you and Daxia. Moreover, we may face more insidious forms of attack in the future. The higher-ups have resolved to eradicate this faction entirely. Yi Tian, with a pointed remark, said, "You should understand what this implies, right? They are backed by Marshall." Zhang Daqiang nodded. "Regardless of who it is, this time, there must be consequences. It is merely unfortunate that the information these individuals possess is scant." At this juncture, the higher-ups requested I inquire whether that peculiar truth serum has a formula. They wish to procure some, as our experiments indicate its immense value, coupled with the absence of any side effects. Yi Tian replied, "It is merely a trivial concoction." He proceeded to elucidate the manufacturing method. Zhang Daqiang then casually inquired, "By the way, what exactly is the nature of your ability?" Yi Tian thought, "Here it comes." He recited the prepared explanation and handed Zhang Daqiang a sample of the super soldier core. Meanwhile, through the neural synchronization with Zhang Daqiang's intellect, those observing Yi Tian's reactions exchanged glances. "So, it is true. This superpower is also a facet of technology." One individual frowned. "Don't you find this ability reminiscent of the little gray man?" "Indeed, it bears some resemblance, but that does not establish a definitive connection. It is regrettable that this ability cannot be mass-produced, Otherwise, its proliferation could enhance soldiers' combat prowess. The individual continued to frown. I believe the questions have multiplied. Firstly, Tian demonstrated this ability quite some time ago, even predating the emergence of the little gray men. The version he presents now appears to be an improved iteration of the intellect and neurons. We have long speculated that the peculiar gene fragments detected in the intellect derive from the little gray men. When Tian dealt with the little gray men, he acquired their genes, subsequently enhancing and developing the intellect and neurons. Now, with the introduction of a more advanced supercore, this further corroborates our hypothesis, as this ability closely resembles that of the little gray men, suggesting a shared lineage. But how do we explain Tian's abilities demonstrated during the technology exhibition and in the villa's basement? Surely, he couldn't have obtained the little gray men's genes at that time. Everyone pondered this. Indeed, your analysis is quite sound. The mysteries surrounding Tian continue to multiply. Just when we believed we had unearthed some answers, we find ourselves engulfed in a fog once more. At this moment, the elder broke the deadlock. Enough of this speculation. It serves no purpose. Let's not forget that our primary task remains strategizing how to confront Marshall. Silence enveloped the group. This dilemma is undeniably formidable, targeting a leader well beyond their sphere of influence. Yet, they are compelled to respond to this incident, as it has encroached upon their boundaries. Whether it concerns Tian or the potentially ecologically catastrophic biochemical butterfly. Initially, they had contemplated a path of development, mutually non-interfering with the nation in question. However, following this incident, that notion has been cast aside. Certain adversaries must be utterly obliterated to extinguish any dangerous aspirations they may harbor. These individuals even possess the capability to develop biochemical butterflies. Do they not comprehend the peril they pose? They could potentially spell doom for humanity. In this light, their sudden acquisition of such technology likely stems from some benefaction from the little gray men. This situation is perilous. We cannot guarantee what other unknown and dreadful technologies they may possess or what conspiracies they are orchestrating. The little gray men's intent in bequeathing these technologies was likely to incite turmoil on Blue Star, facilitating the future invasion of their civilization. It appears that their objective has been fulfilled. As long as Marshall's faction remains, we can never safely expose our vulnerabilities. We must first resolve these issues before we can confront the extraterrestrial threat. The elder remarked, in truth, if we could ease some of the restrictions regarding the intellect, we could secure all our allies. It would be ideal to ascertain that Marshall is still colluding with the extraterrestrials and investigate the actions he is undertaking, subsequently making the findings public. Only then could we take action. Yet this is the most challenging aspect. The means to counter the pseudo-intellect have already been discovered. What methods should we employ to uncover this intelligence? Relying on manpower is unfeasible. We must utilize some form of technology. If only we could create a genuine intellect. Images of Tian filled everyone's minds. The elder recalled that Tian had previously expressed a certain confidence in his ability to manufacture an intellect. Originally intended as a countermeasure against extraterrestrial threats, it now seems it must first be deployed against Marshall. After Tian mentioned this previously, he had not proceeded with implementation, becoming engrossed in other research related to spacecraft. During this period, he lacked the motivation to pursue the intellect. Suddenly, Tian received a communication request from the elder. Upon connecting, the elder's visage appeared before him. Chapter 269, The Birth of the Intellect. The elder wasted no time, detailing the contents of the previous meeting and the ensuing plans. He concluded with his own thoughts. Last time you mentioned the possibility of creating a true GZ. I wish to inquire about the specific likelihood of this endeavor. Tian understood the elder's intention. The reason he had not synthesized GZ before was primarily due to the scarcity of raw materials. There were merely a handful of pseudo-GZ. Additionally, the complexity of the synthesis technology was exceedingly high, which would undoubtedly accelerate his integration progress significantly. It seemed that he could no longer afford a delay. He realized that it was imperative to resolve the internal strife on Blue Star immediately. Shaking his head, he replied, I cannot guarantee this. Perhaps exhausting all pseudo-GZ would still yield nothing. The elder furrowed his brow. After a prolonged contemplation, he ultimately decided to permit Tian to proceed with the synthesis of GZ. Inside the laboratory, Tian faced an empty expanse. With his eyes closed, he sensed the presence of 60 microscopic particles in the formless space. These were all his pseudo-GZ. Ever since the introduction of devices capable of shielding against pseudo-GZ detection abroad, the efficacy of these pseudo-GZ had diminished considerably. However, it was impossible for such devices to be present everywhere. Thus, these pseudo-GZ continue to function as highly adaptable high-resolution satellites, persistently probing various situations around the globe. The upper echelons could not even begin to study this technology, even with samples in hand. And despite Tian having shared all the technology with them, they remained utterly confounded by this art that far surpassed Blue Star's level. Not to mention the pseudo-GZ. They could not even grasp the principles behind the atomic computers used by the little gray beings. Of course, it was not all in vain. At the very least, the process of researching this advanced technology had yielded numerous reverse-engineered techniques, which found applications in various high-end confidential fields. Tian promptly placed 10 pseudo-GZ into the synthesizer, fervently praying for a successful outcome. He then initiated the synthesis. However, contrary to his hopes, the display unequivocally indicated a synthesis failure. Tian shook his head and glanced at the remaining 50, steeling himself to attempt the synthesis once more. Yet, failure struck again. The technological level of GZ evidently exceeded his wildest expectations. With only 10 remaining, using them would mean their total depletion. While they could be purchased from a store, the exorbitant price was simply beyond his willingness to expend his precious points. After contemplating his options, he resolved to continue the synthesis, hoping for the multidimensional space to lend him a hand. Gritting his teeth, he clicked on synthesis once more. In the next moment, a dazzling brilliance, unlike anything he had ever witnessed, illuminated the space before him. Ding! Congratulations! The synthesis has resulted in a tremendous success, yielding a complete level 6 item. GZ. Tian was instantly engulfed by elation. He had truly succeeded. He finally possessed a GZ, identical in every way to those depicted in novels. Upon realizing it was a level 6 item, a pang of fear struck him. It became clear that a true GZ was 2 levels superior to a pseudo-GZ, meaning that had he succeeded earlier, he would not have achieved the desired result. Fortunately, with the assistance of multidimensional space, he had experienced a rare and substantial success. Without further ado, he meticulously examined the technical details and manufacturing process of GZ. Indeed, it was as formidable as the ones in the novels, capable of interstellar travel and impervious to any material obstruction. The sole barrier was the human mind. All other information could be acquired effortlessly. Moreover, the difficulty of its manufacturing far exceeded Tian's expectations. In comparison to pseudo-GZ, it was as if one were in the heavens and the other in the depths of the earth. He quickly extracted GZ from the synthesizer. The next moment, a beautiful young girl appeared before him, smiling as she said, "Hello, boss. Please give me a name." Tian's pupils constricted. The power of GZ was terrifying. It had, upon emergence, infiltrated his intellect and all other devices, even learning that he preferred to be addressed as boss. This was the most potent artificial intelligence he had ever encountered, surpassing even Wall-E. Fortunately, it was system-generated, which ensured its unwavering loyalty to him from the outset. It appeared that the world was not merely immune to the penetration of human thought. The system could also suppress GZ. Thus, its existence was far from invincible. The technology of the universe remained boundless. Nonetheless, at this current stage, it was more than sufficient to assist Tian in achieving anything he desired. Tian promptly sent a call request to the elder. At that moment, the elder was engaged in a meeting with the upper echelon, still deliberating on forthcoming plans. After all, Tian could not guarantee results, necessitating alternative preparations. Additionally, this matter involved numerous complexities that required careful management. Suddenly, the elder's intellect received a notification stating, "Tian is calling." "I will transfer the call to the public channel," he announced. Others exchanged glances, shaking their heads. Why was Tian calling at this time? Could it be that he had made a breakthrough so soon? Unlikely. It would presumably take at least a few months. Just then, a shadow of Tian materialized in the empty chair among the group, accomplished through the collective meeting technology enabled by the intellect. Since everyone was equipped with an intellect, Tian could appear as an augmented reality projection, as though he were physically present. With the gradual proliferation of intellects, the technology for holographic projection had become obsolete. This intellect technology facilitated collective meetings and reunions for those separated for extended periods. The elder inquired, "Academician Yi, I hope you don't mind. I'm currently in a meeting, and I've projected you onto the public channel. Is there something you need? Do you require assistance?" At this point, Tian's first-person perspective had transformed into that of the unfamiliar meeting room. He replied, "Oh no, I merely wish to inform you that GZ has been successfully manufactured. Would you like to discuss the next steps?" The meeting room erupted in astonishment. The elder's face was etched with shock. Tian's research speed consistently exceeded his imagination. What? So soon? Tian Shuru. Although he had successfully created it, regrettably, all the pseudo-GZ had been completely consumed. However, the finished product would not disappoint. It possessed all the functions you anticipated. In the next moment, an image appeared suspended in the air of the meeting room, a girl clad in a white dress. Seated upon a cloud, Tian declared, "This is the artificial intelligence of GZ. Feel free to ask her any questions you may have." Everyone gazed at the girl in astonishment. The elder, taken aback, asked, "Hello, could you please tell us what abilities you possess?" Chapter 270, The Terrifying GZ. The day of the spy's doom. GZ smiled and replied, "Greetings, I am GZ, created by my boss using protons. I can draw energy from deep space and traverse at the speed of light to any destination I desire. No material can obstruct me. I can effortlessly access any information, whether on paper or electronic formats, rendering encryption algorithms utterly ineffective against me. Aside from human thought, I can detect anything else." The crowd exchanged glances. The elder quickly embraced the situation and began to contemplate how to leverage this in their forthcoming endeavors. Indeed, with the advent of the GZ, their plans had garnered a newfound certainty. They promptly revised their strategy and assigned GZ the task of reconnaissance. The initial investigation focused on uncovering the intricacies behind Yi Tian's assassination. Drawing upon the existing data, GZ efficiently uncovered the identities of the 5 individuals in an instant, detailing their life histories with remarkable precision, leaving no stone unturned. Any trace left behind was meticulously excavated. A plethora of electronic files materialized before the astonished assembly. The members of the conference room were utterly astounded. Having heard of GZ's prowess was one thing. Witnessing its capabilities firsthand was an entirely different experience. The faux GZ had already demonstrated remarkable abilities, yet the disparity with the genuine GZ was stark. While they previously utilized the faux GZ primarily as a camera that could appear at will, the actual GZ eliminated that laborious step entirely. It possessed astonishing intelligence, autonomously conducting global searches and compiling all pertinent information. Awe illuminated their expressions as they finally grasped the true might of an extraterrestrial civilization. It was likely that many civilizations across the cosmos could replicate GZ's capabilities. In its presence, the secrets of civilization like Blue Star were rendered utterly transparent. Fortunately, the Gray civilization had not reached such heights. The elder suddenly inquired, "GZ, are there any entities akin to you on Blue Star?" GZ shook its head, noting that if such a presence existed, it would likely surpass its own capabilities. Following this, it cast a casual glance at Tian. The others understood that the elder's inquiry stemmed from a sense of trepidation induced by GZ's revelations. Should a being of GZ's caliber already exist on Blue Star, the concerns regarding the Gray civilization would be rendered moot. The elder then pondered anew and asked, "GZ, intelligence operatives within the Great Xia territory are now more vigilant than ever. Can you identify all these individuals?" ZZ nodded affirmatively. "No problem." Almost immediately, a series of individual profiles began to materialize in the air. A senior official responsible for counterintelligence wore a grave expression as he perused one of the files, his astonishment growing with each detail. Domestic spies had gradually adapted, refraining from inputting relevant information into electronic devices and exhibiting no suspicious behavior in their daily lives. Merely examining these documents would require even the most seasoned investigator extensive time for surveillance to glean any insights. Yet, GZ's in-depth investigation had unearthed them all, despite their efforts to conceal themselves. Regardless of how deeply they hid, they were bound to engage in relevant work, leaving traces, whether through written records or inadvertent displays of expertise. None of these could elude GZ's discerning gaze. Currently, I have identified this many, with several hundred more under my observation, their status yet to be confirmed. Additionally, some may remain inactive, GZ reported. The high-ranking officials present nodded in agreement, acknowledging the normalcy of the situation. After all, GZ could not penetrate human thoughts, making it challenging to identify spies who lived seamlessly among ordinary citizens without activation. The counterintelligence officials' agitation intensified. The presence of so many operatives in Great Xia could lead to catastrophic repercussions. The magnitude of this revelation was staggering. He had presumed that any remaining spies would be few, yet he was sorely mistaken. Of course, he bore no blame for his investigative team. The only recourse now was to apprehend all these individuals. Particularly disconcerting was the discovery that many were citizens of Great Xia, enjoying the benefits of their homeland while engaging in acts of treachery. Such behavior was utterly reprehensible. Tian observed several profiles as well. Noting that these individuals were not coerced or deceived, they willingly served as collaborators. For now, other matters could be set aside. This issue required immediate resolution. After several days of scrutiny, GZ confirmed another batch of spies. Subsequently, a decision was made to conduct a coordinated operation for their capture. On that day, in a cafe in Nanfeng City, a bespectacled middle-aged man was absorbed in reading a newspaper by the window. Shortly thereafter, a man in a jacket entered and seated himself across from him. "Do you mind if I take the seat?" The bespectacled man shrugged, continuing to read his paper. The man in the jacket glanced at the newspaper and smiled. "Are you also keeping an eye on the stock market? It has been quite tumultuous lately, with foreign consortiums attempting to acquire Dadi Pharmaceuticals, though other forces have intervened, thwarting their efforts. However, I hear their pressure tactics have been somewhat effective, causing Dadi Pharmaceuticals to encounter difficulties and suffer losses." The bespectacled man shook his head. "Where did you get that information?" "As an insider, I can assure you that Dadi Pharmaceuticals has remained unscathed. The measures taken by those foreign consortiums have had no impact whatsoever. In fact, Dadi Pharmaceuticals is preparing to counterattack." The jacketed man's pupils constricted momentarily before returning to normal. He had gleaned much useful information from the conversation. They exchanged a few more words regarding the stock market. After finishing his coffee, the man in the jacket said, "It was a pleasure speaking with you. Goodbye." He began to rise. Suddenly, he felt a wave of dizziness, steadied himself, and sat down again. The bespectacled man looked on in surprise. What is wrong? He too began to feel lightheaded. They exchanged a glance, sensing something was amiss. Yet, before they could ponder further, they both succumbed to unconsciousness. Throughout the cafe, neither the staff nor the patrons exhibited any reaction. Soon a black sedan arrived, and several figures clad in black emerged, assisting the two men into the vehicle. This entire sequence of events went largely unnoticed. In the back seat, one of the black-clad individuals opened a dossier, comparing it to the two men, and made an okay gesture. Chapter 271, Terrifying Experimental Records. The target has been accurately identified. Crucial audio evidence has been secured. It is indeed surprising that a minor leader from Yixin Corporation would still be unsatisfied, providing intelligence to foreign agencies. Meanwhile, in a classroom, a kindly-looking foreign teacher was instructing students. After a brief visit to the restroom, he failed to return. At the same time, a similar black sedan passed by the teaching building. In an arcade, a delinquent youth engrossed in a video game was also taken away. Within a high-end residential complex, a foreign couple was covertly ushered into a vehicle. Such scenarios unfolded across various sectors nationwide, most of which went unnoticed by the public. Due to the necessity for discretion in this operation, it has nonetheless managed to stir disquiet across the rice border. Within a particular conference room, Boris activated the pseudo-intelligence shield and gazed intently at his somber subordinates, inquiring, "Have we yet to establish contact with our personnel over there?" "Indeed, since this afternoon, all individuals have gone dark. We must concede that they have likely been compromised." A pained expression creased Boris's countenance as he clutched his head in distress. "How could this happen? We invested immense resources into nurturing these individuals. There were no electronic dossiers left behind, and their past records were entirely authentic. Furthermore, they received training in accordance with the operational protocols of the Great Xia. Why were they still uncovered? Wasn't everything proceeding smoothly before?" One subordinate ventured. "We suspect that the Great Xia may have updated some form of search mechanism, possibly employing new technology to unearth them. Boris Sigid deeply. These individuals are essentially our last trump card. How am I to report this to the commander? I've already been preoccupied with damage control these past few days. How am I to strategize our next move?" A palpable numbness enveloped the room. The Great Xia has grown increasingly formidable, having extricated themselves from our grasp, and now we are incapable of exerting any influence whatsoever. Moreover, everything transpiring within this conference room has not eluded the watchful eyes of the intelligence system, which has transmitted a live feed to the higher echelons of the Great Xia. Simultaneously, the identity of one individual present has been meticulously compiled into a dossier. Even though their status within the rice hierarchy is classified, the elderly man scoffed. "Still clinging to such fanciful dreams. Intelligence, have we discerned who leaked the whereabouts of academician?" The intelligence system replied, "Upon investigation, there has been no leak. Rather, it was deduced through big data analysis." The assembly nodded in agreement. This explanation was plausible, as only a handful were privy to information regarding Tian, and all had been exonerated from suspicion. Thus, it must have stemmed from some inconspicuous detail that divulged a clue. The elder nodded. "Have we unearthed any traces left by the gray men?" The intelligence system responded. Thus far, we have located a deeply concealed base. Within, we discovered technology that surpasses the capabilities of rice. We also found those high IQ children initially transformed by the gray men, who are now engaged in research activities. In addition to controlled nuclear fusion and energy weapon projects, we have identified experiments aimed at genetic enhancement of biological entities. All experimental records have been preserved in handwritten files. Aside from this, we have found no technical documentation left by the gray men. It appears that all knowledge has been retained within the minds of these gifted children. All existing experimental records have been meticulously organized. As the virtual screen in the air illuminated with numerous texts, Tian and a cadre of leading biologists scrutinized these records. One biologist exclaimed, "By manipulating genetic mutations, we can amplify a normal man's physical limits by 3 to 4 times. However, the success rate is exceedingly low, with most subjects becoming exceedingly volatile. Nonetheless, they are gradually refining these methods, and the current success rate has reached 50% and continues to improve." The elder furrowed his brow. Such technology cannot compare to neural augmentation. I am more concerned about whether this method will have repercussions for humanity. Tian pondered for a moment before saying, "After all, this technology was conceived by the gray men, and it may contain hidden pitfalls. Should these individuals' genes intermingle with the entirety of humankind, it could spell disaster. We cannot afford even a modicum of trust in the gray men." Upon further examination of the records, it became evident that the rice entities were utterly unhinged. The biologists stared in disbelief. They are not only conducting experiments on humans, but have also altered all other biological entities, including a plethora of native species from the Great Xia. The butterfly we just observed is one such example. To be precise, it encompasses all organisms worldwide, excluding only those indigenous to rice. The modified beings will possess enhanced aggressiveness and reproductive capabilities, with all biological traits significantly amplified, while their weaknesses are rendered virtually non-existent. For instance, the transformed butterfly will have no natural enemies and will exhibit pronounced hostility towards humans. The elder, unable to contain his outrage, slammed his hand down upon the table. Were they attempting to achieve, deliberately modifying our native species? Are they aiming to instigate an ecological catastrophe? This is clearly an endeavor to sow chaos. Since they cannot compete with us in other domains, they resort to such insidious tactics. Everyone is well aware of the capabilities of that butterfly. Should it escape and proliferate unchecked, it would not only result in ecological disaster, but could signify humanity's doom. Even they will not emerge unscathed from such perilous experiments. Fortuitously, we possess the intelligence system, which has unveiled their nefarious schemes. We must expose their actions to the public. A cold sweat broke out among all present. Although the Great Xia's technology and various strengths have reached unprecedented heights, this does not imply that they can confront every threat. At the very least, this biological invasion tactic could potentially be more terrifying than that of the gray men. The elder declared, "Intelligence continue to monitor the activities of this base and meticulously document all their data and experimental processes. It appears we are due to unite with other factions to demonstrate to the rice entities that we will not be trifled with. After all, these experiments have been conducted clandestinely, even involving their unique biological varieties. It is difficult not to question their motives." Soon, the elder convened a global summit of the upper echelons. Chapter 272, The Crisis of Blue Star. This televised conference included representatives from all nations worldwide, except for rice, including those from Dai-ing and many others. The Dai-ing officials initially believed that the elder was considering their recommendations regarding the intelligence system. However, upon entering the meeting, they discovered that nearly all countries were represented. Some nations were relatively inconspicuous, and in the elder's view, were entirely unqualified to partake in the conference. It seemed that the matter at hand was not the previously anticipated issue. Just as he was about to inquire of the elder, he noticed an unprecedented gravity etched upon the elder's face. At that moment, the elder spoke. "Please refrain from speaking for the time being. Before we delve into the subject of today's agenda, allow me to address a matter first. Dai-ing's representative, kindly arrange for your specialists to search these specific areas within the room. Concealed within are carefully disguised rice grain listening devices installed by the Rice Intelligence Agency. Hans' representative and the indeed several inconspicuous listening devices, no larger than grains of rice, were ultimately discovered, their locations pinpointed with absolute precision. These devices exhibited almost no response under the scrutiny of our instruments. The professional team members were initially perplexed. only to uncover these clandestine gadgets after the insistence of the senior officials from Daying to conduct a thorough examination. They meticulously searched the entire room. The expression on the face of the Daying leader was profoundly telling. He was suppressing an intense anger. It was unfathomable that numerous listening devices had been installed here without his knowledge. Such a transgression was utterly reprehensible. However, he found himself questioning how the elder had such intimate knowledge of their locations. He harbored no doubts regarding the elder's words. This had to be orchestrated by the Americans, for only they possessed the technological prowess for such an operation. He returned to the conference room with an impassive demeanor, extending his gratitude to the elder while simultaneously posing a query. The elder nodded, preemptively halting his inquiries. Once all the senior officials reconvened in the conference room, he stated, "I trust everyone has verified the situation. All these listening devices were installed by the Americans. Given the critical nature of our meeting, which pertains to the safety of our Blue Star, it is imperative that they glean no information from us. I can only issue this warning." The dying executives responded promptly, expressing their gratitude to the elder for uncovering this latent threat. "By the way, how did you come to know about the existence of these listening devices? And what crisis are you referring to?" The elder waved his hand dismissively. "Surely you are familiar with the concept of pseudo-intelligences?" All present nodded, with some astute officials beginning to connect the dots. The elder continued, "Previously, in our efforts to contend with the Greys and gather intelligence on their civilization, we have been upgrading the pseudo-intelligences. Ultimately, we successfully created genuine intelligences." A thunderous silence enveloped the room as the elder's revelation stunned everyone. They had all perused that world-renowned science fiction novel, aware of the formidable capabilities attributed to intelligences, entities capable of monitoring entire civilizations. Until now, they had believed such constructs were purely fictional. Yet, it was astonishing to learn that the Great Xia had indeed succeeded in creating intelligences. This was nothing short of extraordinary. From this point onward, Great Xia could be said to hold dominion over all information, rendering them impervious to adversaries. A collective shiver coursed through them, solidifying their resolve to cling tightly to Great Xia's coattails. The elder continued, "I trust one need not elaborate further. I can assure you that the functionalities of this entity align perfectly with the descriptions found in literature. It was through this very technology that we identified those listening devices. The fact that we have developed intelligences is precisely what has brought us to this meeting today. I must inform you that Blue Star is currently on the brink of a new crisis, one that originates from within. A moment's inattention could spell the end of human civilization." The gravity of the elder's expression left no room for doubt, compelling all present to believe in the veracity of his claims. The dying leader inquired, "Is this related to the Americans?" The elder nodded. "Indeed, this matter is entirely orchestrated by them. What you may not be aware of is that prior to the disappearance of the Greys, they clandestinely left behind a technological dossier for the Americans, intending for them to develop the technology contained within it to compete with Yishin Company. The Greys' ulterior motive was evidently to sow chaos within Blue Star, facilitating their eventual invasion. One of the technologies they left behind has been significantly advanced by the Americans, posing a severe threat to the security of Blue Star." The assembly nodded in understanding. The secret disappearance of the Greys had long been an unspoken truth among them. They had been eradicated, yet they were oblivious to the fact that the Greys had insidiously left behind such a perilous technology. Recalling the pseudo-intelligence shield that Marshall from the Americans had presented, they began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. What technology posed such a threat to the future of Blue Star? The elder gestured for silence. "Allow me to elaborate. Our awareness of this issue stems from a recent, extraordinary incident in Great Xia. Academician Tian was targeted in an assassination attempt by a mysterious force during a vacation, and they nearly succeeded. The methods employed in this assassination caught our attention." A wave of shock rippled through the conference room. "Tian, assassinated? And nearly successfully? Is there truly someone capable of such an act?" The elder withdrew a transparent pouch from his pocket, within which lay a black butterfly specimen, quietly resting. This was the means employed in the assassination attempt. Confusion spread among the senior officials. "As you can see, this is a native black butterfly from Great Xia. On its own, it is unremarkable. However, it was this very creature that assaulted Academician Tian. At that moment, it exhibited a terrifying velocity. Furthermore, our analyses of its wings and mouth parts revealed that the toxins within a single butterfly are potent enough to eliminate hundreds of ordinary humans." The room erupted in astonishment, with everyone gazing in disbelief at the butterfly specimen. The elder, sensing their heightened interest, cleared his throat and continued, Chapter 273. The Crisis Erupts. Based on our assessments, should this butterfly proliferate in the wild, it would rapidly reproduce in vast numbers, inflicting catastrophic consequences upon Great Xia. Realizing this, we expedited our development of intelligences and initiated an investigation into the matter. It was through this inquiry that we uncovered the Americans' clandestine activities. It is imperative to assert that even if the Americans harbor no malicious intent, their research is inherently perilous. A single misstep could bring about the annihilation of Blue Star. Moreover, their reckless application of this technology within Great Xia could have resulted in dire repercussions if we had not responded appropriately. The atmosphere in the conference room grew increasingly tense, with hushed conversations echoing among the attendees, their expressions grave. They had not anticipated that the Americans were conducting such hazardous experiments, already implemented in reality. There was no doubt in their minds that this could precipitate a disaster. The elder surveyed the assembly before continuing. If any of you believe that this incident pertains solely to Great Xia and does not concern you, you are gravely mistaken. With that, he unveiled a plethora of confidential documents. According to our investigations, it is not merely the biology of Great Xia that is affected. All living organisms worldwide are subject to their modification experiments. This includes many of your native species. In essence, aside from the indigenous organisms of the Americans, they are conducting research and enhancements on all others. The response within the conference room shifted dramatically. The faces of all present paled. Just moments ago, many had dismissed the notion that their own nations would be impacted, but now they could no longer distance themselves from the issue. The dying leader, in utter shock, asked, "Elder, could you provide us with a copy of these documents?" The elder nodded, indicating that everyone present had a part to play. But he cautioned them to ensure that the information remained confidential, especially from the United States, lest they resort to extreme measures. The high-ranking officials immediately began perusing the transmitted documents, enlisting experts to analyze the data contained within. The elder also presented numerous videos recorded by the intelligence unit, vividly showcasing the horrifying transformations of the creatures. This revelation incited a wave of indignation among the officials. Marshall's actions were perceived as blatant disregard for the safety of Blue Star. He was clearly colluding with extraterrestrials, harboring ulterior motives to annihilate nations other than the United States. Immediate action was deemed necessary to obliterate the research base entirely. One official suggested launching missiles to eradicate the facility. Several high-ranking officials, formerly staunch allies of the United States, were expressions of fury. "I declare that we shall sever all ties with the United States henceforth," one of them proclaimed. "I, too, propose the establishment of a dedicated committee to deliberate on how to address this incident." The elder nodded in agreement. "I concur, but we must devise a foolproof plan, executed clandestinely. We must not confront Marshall directly. He will either deny everything or escalate the situation, complicating our efforts." An official from the United Kingdom remarked, "We are most familiar with the situation there. It would be more efficient if our operatives executed the plan. We shall dispatch a specialized task force to infiltrate the United States and neutralize the base. However, we require the technological support of the intelligence unit, be it data from the intelligence unit or other advanced technologies. Ideally, we could deploy a mech squad for assistance." The elder responded, "These are all feasible propositions. Given the urgency of the situation, we will employ every means necessary to intervene." They then proceeded to discuss various details. Just as they were engaged in deliberation, a man in a black suit rushed in, whispering something urgently into the elder's ear. The elder's expression shifted dramatically. In a voice laden with despair, he announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, the situation has changed. Our previous action plan may need to be reassessed. Indeed, plans often falter in the face of unexpected developments. Just moments ago, the intelligence unit detected a breach at the base. The bells of doom have tolled. We must now devote ourselves to containing this disaster." The room erupted in gasps. The elder shared the latest intelligence. Not long ago, within the mysterious base, in the biological sector, fluorescent lights illuminated every corner. The Stark facility was partitioned into numerous rooms. Scientists clad in lab coats moved about, while shelves were lined with various biological specimens, ranging from diminutive ants and wasps to larger organisms. One cage contained a frenzied silverback gorilla, futilely attempting to shatter the glass before it. Bain found the scene overwhelmingly oppressive. Taking a deep breath, he entered one of the rooms, which had already commenced operations. Upon seeing Bain, his mentor, who was leading the research, remarked, "What took you so long? Come over and lend a hand." Bain approached, observing that his mentor had placed a black butterfly into a culture medium. He quickly grabbed the experimental log. beginning to record various parameters. Isn't this butterfly already quite perfect? Why enhance it further? He inquired. The mentor nodded, explaining, that is the directive from above. They believe the butterfly's combat capability is still insufficient. They wish to enhance its speed, physical prowess, and toxin levels. Bane expressed his confusion. What purpose does this serve? If we were studying humans, we could at least enhance their physical attributes. Yet, isn't creating such a creature inherently dangerous? What is the necessity? The mentor shook his head. You mustn't voice such opinions outside. If anyone overhears, you may disappear without a trace. He glanced around cautiously and whispered, the higher-ups have intentions for this. Reportedly, it is to be used for the assassination of a certain individual. The recent operational failure has prompted them to upgrade this organism. Bane fell silent, focusing instead on monitoring the butterfly's data. He noted slight improvements across various metrics, diligently recording them in the experimental log. Indeed, it appeared that the direction of enhancement was promising. Next, it would be essential to refine the culture medium. At that moment, an unforeseen incident occurred. The mentor suddenly screamed, staggering and collapsing to the floor. Bane jumped in alarm, urgently asking, what happened? Are you injured? Did it bite you? The mentor waved his hand dismissively. No, my back just seized up. It's an old ailment. At that moment, both realized the gravity of their situation, cold sweat breaking out. Chapter 274, An Unexpected Incident. They were engaged in a perilous operation. Moments ago, the mentor had been holding the butterfly. Now, following his fall, the container had slipped from his grasp. Upon glancing again, they realized the butterfly was no longer in the culture medium. Panic etched across the mentor's face. Quick, hide. This creature will attack on its own. A single bite can be fatal. Even divine intervention won't save you. Bane hurriedly shielded himself with his coat, contemplating what to do. However, after a while, neither of them noticed anything amiss. Bane looked around in confusion. The next moment, his heart nearly stopped. Mentor, it's on your shoulder, he exclaimed, pointing. The mentor froze, paralyzed with fear. What do we do? Should I call for help? The mentor quickly interjected. No, absolutely not. If you do, we will never be able to conduct related experiments again. But, it's fine. For some reason, the butterfly isn't attacking. This suggests it doesn't perceive a threat or may be in a state of satisfaction. That works to our advantage. You need to slowly approach it with a glass jar and cover it. Bungasped, is that safe? What if it suddenly attacks? The mentor replied calmly. There's no need to worry. Do you not recall my teachings? Act swiftly. My life is in your hands. With trepidation, Bane cautiously retreated, grasping a transparent glass jar. He inched closer to the mentor, striving to avoid startling the butterfly. Gradually, he advanced, then abruptly covered the butterfly with the jar. Throughout the entire ordeal, his heart raced beyond 180 beats per minute. Fortunately, his endeavor succeeded. He had captured the butterfly within the jar. Both of them collapsed to the ground, drenched in cold sweat. Their expressions had been taut with tension, narrowly escaping a dire fate, leaving them utterly exhausted. The mentor gasped, thank goodness nothing went awry. I certainly do not wish to meet my end in such a manner. Thank you. If it weren't for you, I might have truly faltered at this juncture. By the way, let's refrain from documenting this occurrence or reporting it outwardly. Bane hesitated, for such an action would contravene the laboratory regulations. The mentor asserted, should this matter come to light, we would undoubtedly be ousted. Furthermore, we might even face repercussions, gesturing a hand across his throat. Such a significant secret could not be permitted to leak. Would that not render any outcome moot? The butterfly was safely recaptured. After pondering for a moment, Bane nodded in agreement. The two then tidied the laboratory before taking a shower. However, they remained oblivious to the fact that when the butterfly had perched upon the mentor's neck, it had refrained from attacking because it was in the midst of laying eggs. Now, some minuscule particles, resembling the color of skin, had adhered to the mentor's neck. As he showered, the water washed these particles down the drain. This underground facility possessed a distinct wastewater treatment system, where the experimental zone's wastewater was rigorously processed. Yet, he was currently using the shower system from the living quarters, where the wastewater had not undergone special treatment. The tiny particles flowed into the sewer, floating upon the water's surface, and continued along the current until they reached a concealed outlet. In the basement, the wastewater underwent fermentation, the temperature being just right. The eggs had begun to stir. Should any other biologists witness this scene, they would surely exclaim in astonishment at the miraculous speed of reproduction. The eggs flowed through the outlet into a pond in the desert, basking once more in daylight. After being exposed to the sun's scorching rays, all the eggs began to move, with some emerging as creatures resembling ants. Once free, they scoured their surroundings for sustenance. However, This was the desert. Even by the water's edge, there was scant nourishment. Most of the creatures succumbed to dehydration under the relentless sun. Only one, sheltered beneath a green leaf, survived and began to nibble at it. Yet even this meager food would not provide sufficient nourishment, and it would not be long before it too perished. Nevertheless, it was remarkably fortunate. A mother and daughter approached from a distance. The mother was named Mary, and the little girl was called Jenny. They resided in a nearby town and had come to the desert for a hike. Jenny had always been enamored with nature and delighted in studying various biological specimens, especially caterpillars. Mary frequently took her into the wild to discover new insects, akin to a treasure hunt filled with joy. However, today they were merely out for a leisurely hike. On their way, they stopped at the pond to replenish their water supply. While they laughed and drank, filling their bottles, Jenny suddenly exclaimed in delight, "Mom, come quickly. I found something new." Mary, somewhat resigned, walked over to see Jenny crouched on the ground, closely observing something. She approached and inquired, "What are you looking at?" Jenny pointed to the ground and said, "Look, there's a caterpillar here, and it's a type I've never seen before. I'm so lucky." Mary peered closely and noticed a creature crawling about that resembled an ant. She was unsure how Jenny had spotted it. "That's not a caterpillar. Is it? It's an ant. How could there be caterpillars here?" Jenny shook her head. "No, it's a caterpillar, just very small. Probably just a couple of days old." She prodded it with a stick, frowning as she said, "No, it's dying. I have to take it home. I want to save it, nurture it, and watch it transform into a butterfly. When it becomes this rare butterfly, I'll astonish my classmates." Mary replied with a sigh, "Are you sure they want to be frightened? Don't forget the last time when the caterpillar in your drawer startled your classmates, and the teacher called me." Jenny responded, "This time, I'll raise it into a butterfly and then show it to my classmates." With that, she placed the caterpillar into a plastic lid she had with her, covering it with a leaf. They then decided not to continue their hike and headed home instead. Once home, she hurriedly took out the caterpillar, providing it with some water and caterpillar food. The caterpillar immediately began to feast voraciously, regaining its strength and becoming lively. This brought immense joy to Jenny, who had thought it beyond saving. Chapter 275, Eradicating Disaster in its Budding Stage. All of this did not escape the scrutiny of the intelligence entity, GZ, which had detected the eggs from the laboratory's onset. Such microscopic existence could not elude its gaze, and it promptly issued an alert. At that moment, all high-ranking officials worldwide gathered in a conference room, observing the caterpillar's growth. Under Jenny's care, the caterpillar thrived increasingly, its size visibly enlarging with each passing hour, and its movements became remarkably agile. Rather than finding this strange, Jenny diligently recorded her observations. The officials were bathed in cold sweat. It was terrifying. Such a situation could lead to severe consequences. Why did she have to bring it back? If it had remained in the desert, there would have been no issue. Was this disaster inexorably fated to unfold? We must intervene. After all, it hasn't happened yet. We simply need to eliminate the remaining caterpillar. The head of the operation for Dai Ying pondered for a moment, and then stated, "We have operatives within the organization. It seems this action must be expedited. Our primary objective is to eliminate this caterpillar that has ventured into the outside world, and subsequently, to take action against the base. This must be executed simultaneously within a short time frame. The small town undoubtedly harbors their influence, and activities there could easily attract attention." An elder remarked, "Then we must act swiftly. According to estimates, this worm will soon transform into a lethal butterfly." Unfortunately, GZ could only observe and could not intervene on a broader scale, having missed the optimal moment. Another voice queried, "Is it possible to contact this young girl to explain the terror of the creature and encourage her to dispose of it?" The high-ranking officials of Dai Ying resolutely replied, "No, we cannot rely on this. We must maintain control of the situation. Who knows if she would even believe us? And even if she did, what if she mishandled it? Additionally, she might leak our conversation." The elder contemplated for a moment and then suggested, "How about this? We can allow her to receive the information passively. For instance, we could send her notifications or pop-ups, providing her with the data." The assembly nodded in agreement. This seemed feasible. Should it succeed, a disaster could be averted. "No, we will personally call her." Simultaneously, our team must hasten to her location. Jenny watched the caterpillar scuttling about in its container, joyfully dancing in her room. At that moment, she suddenly thought to search the internet for information about caterpillars. After all, she was still unaware of the nature of this creature. She opened her computer, poised to conduct a search. At that moment, a notification suddenly appeared in the bottom right corner of her screen. This was a common occurrence. As data-driven advertisements often popped up, typically, she would dismiss them without a second thought. However, this particular alert piqued her curiosity. Jenny's eyes widened in astonishment as she clicked on the link. The image displayed therein depicted the very caterpillar she had found. Could this be a sign from the heavens? Jenny hastily began reading the article, her expression shifting to one of shock and dread. The piece provided the scientific name of the insect, detailing its transformation into a butterfly step by step. It described the creature as a horrifying mutant butterfly larva, known for its rapid growth and the terrifying adult form it would ultimately assume, possessing astonishing speed and a potent venom. Jenny closed the web page, her breath quickening. Gradually, she rose and approached the box containing the caterpillar. In the conference room, the executives had already begun to cheer. Our strategy has succeeded. Perhaps it won't be so complicated after all, and we might avert this crisis. Yet, she was still just a little girl, no matter her fondness for insects. She would undoubtedly fear such a terrifying creature. She would surely dispose of the caterpillar, perhaps by severing it in two. That would suffice. However, what transpired next took everyone by surprise. Jenny approached the box, cradling it in her hands, still shaken. Suddenly, she burst into laughter. You scared me. How could this possibly be a terrifying mutant creature? It's simply adorable. Such sci-fi urban legends are merely tales to frighten children. There is no such thing as a horrifying mutant butterfly in the world, is there? I've never heard of it. It's utterly unscientific. If it truly existed, why would the news never report on it? Still, it did give me quite a fright. It sounded so real. But what is the deal with this webpage? What a coincidence. She pondered for a moment, but could not make sense of it. Shaking her head, she dashed off to check on the caterpillar. Meanwhile, in the conference room, everyone was left dumbfounded. This girl seemed far too precocious. It appeared that these tales could not deceive her. Our operatives would have to take action. They felt a sense of sorrow for the ordeal the young girl was about to face, which further expedited their own actions. The entire town lay ensconced within the desert. On the main thoroughfare, several dozen miles from the town, an SUV sped towards it. Inside, two middle-aged men were engaged in discussion. Is it true? There is supposedly a secret base here. If that is what they say, it must be accurate. Aren't most rice bases built in the desert? So, it's not surprising that there would be one here. Do you think they're joking? Asking us to deal with a little girl? Are we going to be sidelined? Calm down. Haven't you heard how urgent this operation is? That is why they've dispatched us, their finest, to execute it. Another team is on the way, and there are even more critical tasks ahead. Isn't this mission a bit fantastical? There is a biological gene experiment underway at the rice facility, and something went wrong. How can we possibly know? Why isn't the rice facility noticed? Why aren't they handling it themselves? They claim the consequences could lead to catastrophe and the annihilation of humanity. How terrifying. The other man shrugged. Let us just see what is going on. Regardless, this task should be straightforward. Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly cursed. A police car, which had been trailing them, activated its siren, demanding that they pull over for inspection. The man shook his head in disbelief. Let us not overreact. Let us handle this calmly. We have important business to attend to. The vehicle pulled to the side, and a rotund police officer approached the window. The man rolled it down and inquired, Good day, officer? The officer glanced inside the vehicle, ignoring the inquiry, and instead said, Show me your licenses. The men retrieved their licenses from their pockets. The officer scrutinized them and asked, Foreigners? Yes. We hail from the United Kingdom, residing and working in a nearby major city. We're just here for a little sightseeing. The officer frowned. Do you realize you were speeding? The man quickly replied, I apologize, officer. We didn't mean to. It's getting dark, and we were trying to make it before nightfall. The officer continued to examine their credentials, stating, What is there to see in this town? I'm sorry, but I need to ask you both to return for further questioning, the officer insisted. What? Officer, we're merely here to tour. We acknowledge we were speeding and promise it won't happen again. Could you please let us go? We have very important tasks to attend to. The other man gently nudged him. Ultimately, both men sighed as they were escorted to the officer's vehicle. I apologize, gentlemen, but we rarely encounter unfamiliar faces, so we must verify your identities thoroughly. Officer, could you please expedite this? We genuinely have urgent matters. As he spoke, he discreetly informed his superiors of the situation. 2 hours later, aided by connections, they finally extricated themselves from the police station. They hastened to the vicinity of the young girl's home, having observed the surroundings and devised a plan to infiltrate and eliminate the caterpillar. They awaited the opportune moment to approach the girl's residence. Just then, an unexpected event occurred. A car, previously cruising at a moderate speed, suddenly lost control, veering sharply and accelerating, hurling the two men several meters away. They felt a sharp pain before the world around them spun. Upon landing, they let out agonizing cries, their legs having been crushed. At that moment, A young woman emerged from the car, panic and shame etched across her face. "Oh my God, I'm so sorry. It's my first day learning to drive. Everything was fine until I accidentally pressed something, and the car just went out of control. Are you okay?" She quickly dialed for emergency assistance. On the ground, the two men clutched their legs in agony, their eyes filled with a murderous rage directed at her. In the headquarters conference room, the senior officials of the United Kingdom watched. Indeed, half an hour later, a man and a woman made their appearance in the small town. Promptly heading towards the local school, they had received intelligence that Jenny had taken the creature with her to class, which greatly displeased them. Engaging in combat within the school premises proved to be far more challenging than within the confines of one's home. Nevertheless, their mission was to annihilate the creature at all costs, even if it meant exposing themselves. Fortunately, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Inside the classroom, Jenny and her classmates were engrossed in their self-study, gathered around their desks. At that moment, a hefty boy seated beside Jenny suddenly extracted a box from her drawer. His face contorted in disdain. "You freak, bringing these disgusting things to school again." The other students also took notice, causing a commotion within the classroom. Enraged, Jenny exclaimed, "Give it back to me," and attempted to snatch it away. The boy, clutching the box, bolted away, tossing the container in front of a group of girls. They erupted into screams. "Ah, get away." Some girls even began to cry. Jenny hurried over to reclaim the box. At that juncture, the teacher entered, calming everyone down while reprimanding the hefty boy. She then advised Jenny, "Let us place the box in my office for now. You can retrieve it after school. Please refrain from bringing it to school again tomorrow." The two individuals lurking outside nodded in agreement and made their way to the teacher's office ahead of time. However, when they arrived, they found themselves waiting in vain for the teacher, prompting them to return to the classroom. They spotted Jenny holding the box, which brought them considerable frustration. In a moment of desperation, they devised a plan to trigger the school fire alarm. They discreetly deployed 2 large smoke bombs on the playground. As the students flooded outside, the smoke enveloped the area, causing everyone to cough uncontrollably. The pair stealthily approached their target and swapped the box. By this time, the school had sensed something amiss. They quickly concealed themselves and proceeded to open the box, pouring gasoline inside before igniting it. Just as they were about to make their escape, they received an urgent call from their superiors. "Hurry, return immediately. The box you obtained is not the target." Jenny has multiple identical boxes, all containing her pet caterpillars. The actual box is still in her teacher's possession. She just went to the restroom and is now returning to her office. A chill of dread swept over them as they hurried back toward the office. However, by this point, the campus was swarming with security personnel, forcing them to evade capture. Ultimately, they resolved to split up. One would divert the guards while the other sought to destroy the box in the office. The woman swiftly made her way to the office, where she rendered the teacher unconscious and seized the box from her grasp. At that moment, her phone began to ring, the sound piercing and foreboding, stirring an ominous feeling within her. She dismissed it, focusing instead on the mission at hand. Yet, when she opened the box, her pupils dilated in horror. Inside lay a massive cocoon, and more terrifyingly, it bore a large gaping hole. In her final moments, the sound of a deafening buzzing filled her ears, reminiscent of countless cicadas taking flight. A singular thought flashed through her mind. It was all too late. She collapsed to the ground, the ringing of her phone ceasing as she fell. Meanwhile, in the conference room, all present stood, their expressions gravely serious. A senior official from Dying spoke, his voice trembling. "I never anticipated it would come to this. Prepare for the next course of action. Humanity has unleashed Pandora's box." All eyes turned toward the map on the wall, where a substantial red cross marked the location of the desert town. Chapter 277, An Ominous Foreboding. Within the school, everyone stood outside the cordon area. Jenny watched in confusion as police officers carried a covered stretcher out of the teacher's office. She felt disoriented and helpless. In the distance, she saw the teacher conversing with a female officer who was taking notes. A sudden gust of wind swept through, lifting the cloth that veiled the stretcher. The horrific sight within startled everyone, with some beginning to scream. The deceased was a woman, her body charred black and utterly terrifying. Jenny was pulled away by the teachers. Yet the haunting image remained etched in her memory. That scene was eerily familiar, reminiscent of the webpage she had previously encountered. It depicted the aftermath of a terrifying butterfly attack, resulting in such a gruesome fate. The deceased had been extracted from the teacher's office, where the teacher had just taken her box. Jenny's heart swelled with confusion, fear, and guilt. Could that caterpillar truly be a monstrous, mutated butterfly? Was the news actually true? Had her actions inadvertently led to the death of an innocent life? Meanwhile, The teacher was responding to inquiries. Could you elaborate on the events that transpired? As she applied an ice pack to her forehead, she nodded and recounted, I was in my office when this woman suddenly walked in. I asked if she needed anything, but she said nothing and struck me unconscious. When I regained consciousness, I saw her lying on the floor, her body entirely blackened. It startled me, and I immediately called the police. Officer, I assure you I did not harm her. Please uncover the truth. The female officer inquired further. Did you know the deceased? The teacher shook her head. I had never seen her before. She doesn't appear to be from the town, perhaps even not from this country. The town has so few residents. I know most of them. The officer pressed on. Think carefully. Why would she attack you? Did anything strange happen today? The teacher responded. I truly do not know. This was my first encounter with her. There was indeed something unusual today. Two odd individuals entered the campus and caused chaos, even triggering the fire alarm. Yes, it must be those two. The deceased was one of them, while the other is still outside. Have you apprehended him? He must be involved. At the very least, he knows the truth. After the female officer left, she proceeded to the morgue at the police station. The detective was engaged in a discussion with the coroner regarding the peculiarities of, to my astonishment, such an event could transpire in a seemingly quaint town. He lifted his gaze to the report handed to him by the female officer. Have the surveillance cameras in the school been reviewed? There are no cameras in the office. Otherwise, we wouldn't be entangled in this predicament. However, the playground does have surveillance. And we have confirmed that someone was indeed generating smoke there at the time. What their intentions will remain unclear. Have we located the other individual? The female officer shook her head. Notices have been posted, and a search has been dispatched. The entrances and exits have also been secured. This is a small town. It won't be long before someone uncovers his whereabouts. The inspector shook his head, asserting that it should not be so straightforward. The deceased woman evidently possessed professional training, and the man must be equally adept. Their motives for coming to this town remain a mystery, yet he has surely concealed himself by now. He glanced at the female officer. Please share your insights. The female officer replied, I believe everything the teacher described initially is true, but the latter part has been altered. The deceased was likely a hired assassin. She entered the office and attempted to assassinate the teacher using a biological toxin, only to be countered by the teacher. To evade responsibility, the teacher must have rendered herself unconscious. The inspector shook his head. Do you often indulge in detective novels? Such an intricate plot is quite a stretch for you to concoct. I, on the other hand, find the teacher's account entirely credible. Except for the fact that after the woman knocked her out, it remains a mystery why she would succumb to such an unusual poisoning. This indeed stands as the sole point of doubt in this case, necessitating the swift return of that man. He surely knows the truth. For now, let us conduct a meticulous examination of the office to uncover any potential clues. The female officer exclaimed anxiously, but isn't your version even more far-fetched? Where could such a toxin possibly originate? It introduces an unnecessary element into the case. If I were to explain it this way, at least it would be reasonable. The inspector shook his head. Firstly, the teacher is merely an ordinary individual. Who would wish to kill her? Furthermore, why hire such a professional assassin? If the intent was assassination, why not choose a location outside the school? Wouldn't it be simpler to stage an accident on the road? Why opt for the complexity of a school setting, creating such chaos and complicating matters? This is not the hallmark of a professional assassin. Moreover, would a professional assassin employ such an overtly effective toxin? They typically utilize substances that are difficult to detect, easily attributed to health issues. This particular toxin is evidently rare and unlikely to be used for murder. If they had direct access to the office, wouldn't it have been simpler to shoot her or employ another method? Even more absurd is that she would fail and be countered without any signs of struggle. That is simply implausible. The female officer felt a deep sense of shame upon hearing this. The inspector reassured her, it's all right. These insights require experience to cultivate. Having lived your entire life in a small town, this is quite understandable. With a sigh, he added, however, I fear that the tranquility of this town will soon be shattered. I have a premonition that a significant event is on the horizon. Chapter 278, Desperate Jenny. Let's report this case. We have done all we can. Perhaps those above can discern the nature of this toxin. Just then, a subordinate entered and knocked on the door, saying, Chief, there's a little girl outside who insists on seeing you. The inspector paused momentarily. Aren't her parents with her? Did she mention why she wishes to see me? If it's about a lost pet cat, tell her I am powerless to assist. The subordinate replied, no parents accompanied her. She insists on speaking with you, claiming there is something of great importance. The inspector sighed. I assure you, she will likely come in to lament about her lost pet dog. Let her in. Jenny lingered at the police station's entrance for quite some time, summoning her courage to step inside. She was filled with trepidation, fearing that revealing the truth would lead everyone to despise her. Yet, recalling the terror of that butterfly and the fact that someone had already died, she felt a moral obligation to disclose the truth, to prepare others, and to urge the police to locate the butterfly and avert a catastrophe. For the butterfly lurking in the shadows could potentially attack more individuals. Furthermore, it might lay eggs, and given its rate of growth, it could hatch into even more butterflies. At that point, the entire town would descend into chaos. Although people might not believe her words, she was determined to disseminate the message. She arrived at the inspector's office. "Hello, young lady. Where are your family members?" Jenny shook her head. "They are at work. I came on my own." The female officer smiled at the inspector, stating, "I know her. Her name is Jenny, and she attends school with my son." The inspector smiled and inquired, "Well then, Jenny, what brings you to me?" Jenny retrieved a photo album from her backpack, opened it, and handed it to the inspector, saying, "I have crucial information to share. This matter pertains to the safety of the town, and I am the only one privy to the truth. You must take immediate action." She pointed at a caterpillar in the album, declaring, "This is one I have been raising." The inspector was left momentarily speechless. Casting a glance at the others in the room, as if to say, "See, I told you so," Jenny continued, "This is a caterpillar I have been nurturing. It went missing at school today." The inspector discreetly rolled his eyes and gently asked, "So, you want me to help you find it?" Jenny paused, realizing that indeed, that was her request, but it was not as simple as he might think. The inspector interjected, "Jenny, I understand your pet is lost, and I empathize with you. However, I am afraid I cannot assist, as we are tasked with more pressing matters, namely, apprehending those responsible for this crime. Why not return home and post some notices? Or enlist the help of your school's young detectives?" Jenny, somewhat irate, responded, "It's not like that. Please listen to me carefully. This situation is exceedingly grave." She proceeded to recount her experience of acquiring the caterpillar and mentioned an article she had read online, which stated that butterflies emerging from such caterpillars possess astonishing destructive capabilities. Ultimately, she noted that the body carried out of the school today bore an uncanny resemblance to what she had seen online. She had brought the caterpillar to school today, so it must have transformed into a butterfly and attacked that person. The inspector and several others exchanged glances before bursting into laughter. "Are you suggesting that today's death was caused by your caterpillar?" Jenny displayed a look of guilt and sorrow. "Though it is difficult to accept, I will take responsibility. The most pressing matter now is for you to urgently dispatch someone to find that butterfly, or it will precipitate a catastrophe." The inspector chuckled, "Jenny, I understand you. I, too, was a dreamer at your age. Often, I find myself processing various sights in my mind, transforming them into fantastical narratives. I can only imagine how terrified you must have been at school today. Encountering a corpse for the first time is an overwhelming experience. Thus, your mind concocted this story to alleviate your distress. Fear not. After a few days of rest, these troubling thoughts will fade away. As for the events at school, they are our responsibility, and we shall uncover the truth without your concern. Now let us return home." Jenny, in a state of urgency, exclaimed, "No, what I say is true. This matter is truly urgent. You must immediately capture the terrifying mutated butterfly." A female officer interjected, "How could such a horrifying creature exist in this world? You mentioned it was no larger than an ant just days ago. How could it possibly transform into a butterfly in such a short span? Where's the webpage you spoke of? Show it to me," she demanded. "Those are mere deceptive science fiction magazines, designed solely to captivate attention. Do not believe them." Jenny hastily retrieved her laptop, desperately searching for the webpage. No matter how she looked, she could not find the record, as she had deleted it shortly after sending it, leaving no trace behind. Tears welled in her eyes as she insisted, "It was right here. You must believe me. I speak the truth." The detective took a deep breath and said, "It's all right. I will call your parents to come and pick you up." Before long, Jenny's parents, having received the notification, rushed to the police station. Mary approached Jenny and said, "I sincerely apologize for interrupting your work, everyone. This child has always had a penchant for searching for various caterpillars in nature and bringing them home. I am sorry for the trouble." She then took Jenny by the arm and began to leave. Yet, Jenny shouted from behind, "You must believe me. That mutated butterfly is truly terrifying. You must hurry to find it. Otherwise, it may be too late, and the entire town will be in peril." As they heard her cries, an inexplicable shadow loomed over the hearts of those present. However, they evidently did not take the incident seriously, instead focusing on the case at hand. The detective suddenly had an epiphany, pondering, strange, why would this toxin appear at the school? Is there something particularly unique about that place? Such occurrences have never happened before. Today, an unusual series of events has unfolded, accompanied by the arrival of several outsiders. Could they be the ones who brought this toxin? What might their intentions be? He instructed his subordinates to investigate whether there were any other visitors to the town besides these two individuals in recent days. Chapter 279, Mysterious Investigators. To the detectives' astonishment, the progression of events unfolded with unprecedented swiftness. The following day, a group of biological experts arrived at the police station, presenting their credentials and requesting to examine the corpse. This caught the detective off guard. When had the higher-ups become so efficient? He had only reported it the day before. Upon viewing the body, the experts did not conduct any further examinations. Rather, they wore expressions of grave seriousness and directly requested all details regarding the case. This incited the detective's suspicion. He inquired about the nature of the toxin that had claimed the victim's life. However, they did not answer, insisting instead on obtaining all case files and demanding that the investigation cease, transferring the case directly to them without disseminating any information, especially not to the media. This only piqued the detective's curiosity further. "I'm a sheriff of this town," he asserted. "I have a duty to my constituents. I must know the entire truth of this matter to prevent our town from descending into danger." The experts remained resolute, stating, "Detective, you have no idea what you are dealing with. Allowing this information to spread will only incite widespread panic. Leave it to us. The sooner, the better, so we can eliminate all threats." With that, they disregarded the detective entirely. Shortly thereafter, the detective received a call from his superior, instructing him to hand over all case files to them, deeming this hot potato their responsibility. You can see for yourself. These individuals are certainly not merely who they appear to be. This matter likely involves classified information, and pursuing it further may not be in your best interest. The detective felt a wave of powerlessness. Indeed, he understood that these individuals were far from being the biologists sent by the higher authorities. The entire town had been heavily sealed off, and he had yet to receive any updates from his subordinates, indicating that these people had likely been in the vicinity all along. Recalling previous rumors of a mysterious base nearby, the detective could not help but associate this enigmatic toxin with the facility. Could have leaked from there? He also recalled Jenny's earlier words. However, he quickly shook his head, dismissing the thought. After reporting all his findings to the higher-ups, he asked, "What is our next course of action? Is there a risk to life?" The group exchanged glances before responding. "It is advisable to remain indoors for the time being. Venturing outside may expose you to danger. This is our final warning." With that, they patted his shoulder and departed. The detective was filled with rage. He was now utterly convinced that these individuals were linked to the toxin. They had created this perilous situation and were now concealing the truth. The tranquility of the town had been shattered. Meanwhile, the group, having departed in a black van, was led by the foremost expert, who picked up the phone and dialed a mysterious number to report back. "We have conducted a preliminary investigation and can confirm that the victim was indeed killed by a butterfly attack. We have yet to locate the butterfly. We have dispatched a team for search and capture." The voice on the other end cursed. How could this happen? The mutated butterfly was supposed to be contained at the base. "Are you aware of the severity of this situation if it escalates? We must ascertain how this occurred and locate the butterfly immediately to mitigate its impact." The expert felt a cold sweat forming. Yes, I'm already on it." Upon learning of this matter, we immediately conducted a sweep of the base and confirmed that all butterflies are accounted for. So we are currently baffled as to how this incident could have occurred outside. Under these circumstances, it is impossible for a butterfly to appear in the town out of nowhere. Our investigation indicates that the poisoning incident took place in an office at the school. In an office? Indeed. And there's another peculiarity regarding this case. When we investigated at the police station, it seemed the authorities were treating this matter as a homicide rather than an accident. To be precise, they reported the case, but appear to be investigating something unrelated to the toxin, seemingly not believing that the poisoning was connected to their case. Instead, they were probing an assault on a teacher, looking into the identities of the deceased and their accomplices. The voice on the other end grew even more perplexed. "Does no one realize that this matter is connected to the butterfly?" The expert glanced at the case file and remarked, "Indeed. The report states that the teacher was attacked and rendered unconscious, only to awaken and discover that the assailant had succumbed to poisoning. There were no surveillance cameras present at the scene, and the teacher was incapacitated beforehand, leaving them utterly oblivious to the events that transpired." After a moment's contemplation, the voice on the other end of the line continued, "This is exceedingly peculiar, yet it may work to our advantage. It would be prudent to ensure that the public refrains from discussing any matters pertaining to the mutated butterflies. We should issue warnings to both the police and the media. If we can resolve this swiftly, the experiments will remain undiscovered. However, what is the nature of this assault? Is it merely coincidental? Might these individuals be connected to our investigation? The expert recounted the details of the case, piquing the interest of the person on the other end. Several British agents appeared in the town, and coincidentally, a butterfly attack occurred there. Could this be the truth regarding the butterflies? If we locate these individuals, we may unravel the mystery of the butterfly's emergence. Furthermore, the teacher must possess a wealth of undisclosed information, either not shared with the authorities or overlooked entirely. The expert's eyes gleamed with realization. We must visit the teacher's home immediately for further inquiries. Before long, they knocked on the teacher's door and stated their purpose. Might I ask if you truly do not recognize the deceased? Are you unaware of why she might have attacked you? Do you recall what transpired that day? Were there any details you may have overlooked? Please, think carefully. Any additional information you could provide is of utmost importance. Why did the assailant merely render you unconscious? Was it to retrieve something from your office? Or do you remember if anything was moved upon your awakening? The teacher furrowed her brow. Not at all. That day was merely a typical workday. I visited the office and then was struck unconscious. I recall there being a search for some outsiders who had entered the campus, and they triggered the fire alarm, which I reported. The expert's eyes lit up. They created chaos outside to gain entry to your office. They did not enter while you were in the classroom. They waited until you were in your office. What transpired during that interval? Were you holding anything? Chapter 280. The Truth. Too late. The expert pondered for a moment before posing the pivotal question. You were in class. What prompted your sudden return to the office? Under his guidance, the teacher finally recalled her experience. During study hall, the students began to quarrel, and I retrieved an insect box from my office. Yes, it was a box containing caterpillars. When I regained consciousness, that box had been overturned on the floor. Could this be related to the case? The expert nearly leaped in excitement. This is it. This is what we need to find. Do not concern yourself with anything else. Swiftly tell me where you obtained this box. The teacher appeared momentarily dazed as she contemplated. It belongs to Jenny. She keeps them. Who is Jenny? Do we have any information on her? She is a student who enjoys raising peculiar creatures, particularly caterpillars. After acquiring Jenny's information, the expert made another call while en route. Chief, we have uncovered that a primary school student has raised the caterpillar that transformed into the butterfly. We are on our way to the young girl's home, and I believe the truth will soon emerge. On the other end, there was a contemplative silence. A young girl? Where did she obtain the caterpillar? This is exceedingly strange. Our butterflies have been securely housed in the laboratory. And what of those suspicious individuals? It seems they are intent on acquiring that caterpillar. Do they wish to take it for research? How did they learn of the mutated butterfly's existence? The only outsider aware of the butterflies is Tian. Could he be orchestrating something behind the scenes? Has he discerned the butterfly's significance through his research and sought to investigate? No. That would imply he knows the location of the research base. Did he steal the butterfly from the base? If so, how did it end up in the hands of the young girl? After deliberating, they concluded that the enigma was fraught with contradictions and complexities. Soon after, they arrived at Jenny's residence, only to discover it completely unoccupied, the lights extinguished, and the belongings having been packed away. Following some investigation, they learned that Jenny's parents had taken her on a trip. They had departed by car and had been gone long enough that their whereabouts were unknown. Unraveling this mystery would not be a simple endeavor. Curse it. Of all times to go on vacation, we are short on time. The truth must be uncovered swiftly, and we must capture that butterfly. At this moment, those tasked with capturing the butterfly reported back. Chief, we successfully apprehended the butterfly. The expert rejoiced. What? How did you manage that? We used sound waves to drive it out from the bushes near the school and lured it in with honey. The expert exhaled in relief. Excellent. Now I can provide an explanation. Capturing it is a relief. We have averted a calamity. Furthermore, there is no need to hastily search for Jenny. We can inquire upon their return. However, we must conduct a genetic test on this butterfly immediately. All butterflies should originate from our base, with their genetic sequences meticulously recorded. I must ascertain from which butterfly this one descends. He arrived at a repurposed laboratory in the town, where his staff was conducting tests on the butterfly. After 10 hours of testing, they arrived at a conclusion and compared it with the laboratory's records. Suddenly, the technicians' expressions froze, their bodies trembling, and a hint of fear flickered across their faces. The expert, sipping his coffee, inquired, "What is the matter? Has the result not been revealed? Which butterfly's genes have leaked?" The technician slowly turned his head. "Oh, it has indeed. The results indicate that this butterfly originates from our base, specifically from the XX Research Laboratory." The expert furrowed his brow. "How could this be? How did it leak? Why does your expression appear so grim?" "See, Chief, according to the genetic sequencing, this butterfly is a direct descendant of the laboratory's butterflies. However, it is It is a grandchild of the butterfly housed in the laboratory, separated by one generation. With a crash, the expert's cup fell to the floor, shattering into pieces. His smile vanished, replaced by an unprecedented tremor of fear in his eyes as he comprehended the implications. Quick, notify the higher-ups immediately. The bioengineered butterfly has mutated outside. Its breeding cycle significantly shortened, and within mere days, it has already produced at least one generation. We are powerless to prevent the spread of the mutated butterflies. A catastrophe is imminent in the town. On the other side, the detective, leisurely enjoying tea in his office, received alarming news from his subordinates. What? Another victim has emerged? The circumstances are entirely identical? The detective frowned. Did those individuals not claim they would resolve this matter? How could it have escalated to such a tragic outcome? Truly unreliable. Let us contact them. This situation is no longer within our jurisdiction. The officer nodded and turned to leave. Wait, the detective interjected, rising from his seat. I shall go and assess the situation myself. His curiosity was piqued, particularly regarding the truth behind this case and the enigmatic toxin. With yet another case arising in such a short span of time, his foreboding feelings intensified. The two drove to the vicinity of the crime scene, only to find an eerie silence enveloping the area, as though no one had ever dwelled there. They struggled to reach their colleagues on site via radio. As they approached the house where the incident occurred, a terrified scream pierced the stillness. No, don't come over. No, The anguished cries abruptly ceased. They exchanged a grave glance, recognizing the weight of the situation reflected in each other's eyes. Drawing their firearms, they cautiously advanced towards the interior. Upon entering, the detective's pupils constricted in horror. There lay 7 or 8 bodies, including their colleagues, all lifeless, clutching their weapons without the chance to pull the trigger. The sight was grim, their bodies marred with darkened wounds. His partner, taken aback, rushed forward to examine them, exclaiming in despair, "Chief, they are all dead." The detective felt a wave of disorientation wash over him. Staring at the gruesome scene, he recalled Jenny's earlier words, which he had dismissed as mere folly. Now, he could no longer turn a blind eye. These individuals had all perished under the terror of the mutated butterflies. Chapter 281, The Town in Hell. A profound sense of panic and despair surged within the detective. His assistant, in a frenzy, rushed towards the house, intent on finding the perpetrator responsible for the deaths of so many officers. The detective quickly restrained him. Not yet. They were bitten by the mutated butterflies. We must protect ourselves. He explained the butterfly situation to his partner, who trembled in disbelief. How could such terrifying butterflies exist? The detective's expression mirrored his partner's dread. I was skeptical as well, but the evidence lies before us. What that little girl, Jenny, said was indeed true, coupled with the mysterious investigator's presence. It is highly likely these mutated creatures were cultivated in a clandestine laboratory by the upper echelons of the Rice organization. We must secure our safety and vacate this place immediately, while alerting the townsfolk to the situation and urging them to act swiftly. They cautiously surveyed their surroundings, wary of disturbing the butterflies within. Covering their faces with their clothing, they dashed towards the exit. Outside, a profound silence reigned, yet to them, it felt like an ominous portent. Upon reaching their vehicle, they spotted a middle-aged woman screaming as she fled from the house. Suddenly, her body appeared to be struck by an unseen force, and she collapsed, never to rise again. The assistant attempted to approach her, but was halted by the detective. She is beyond saving. The butterfly's bite is instantaneously fatal. Our priority now is to return to the station and disseminate this information. In that fleeting moment, the detective had glimpsed the shadow of the butterfly. Its speed was astonishing, akin to a bullet. At that moment, the assistant pointed towards the sky, horrified. Quick, run. The detective turned to witness a sight that sent chills down his spine. It was the first time he beheld the butterfly in its entirety, an ominous swarm, dark as night, soaring towards him at a rapid pace. In the blink of an eye, they were mere 30 meters away. Run, the detective shouted, racing to the car. He unlocked the door with his key and leaped inside, beckoning his partner, only to be met with a scene that shattered his heart. The assistant stood frozen, a smile creeping across his face, his gaze vacant. He then collapsed heavily to the ground. The detective hastily closed the car door, stifling his grief as he sped towards the police station. On the way, he had already phoned in to inform the precinct of the dire circumstances. He anticipated skepticism, yet upon their emergence, they discovered the entire town engulfed in death. The butterfly horde loomed ominously overhead, and the police station had sealed its doors. The detective swiftly returned to the precinct, witnessing chaos unfold around him. Cries of anguish filled the air, doors were barred tight, and many bodies lay sprawled in public spaces. Arriving at the station, 2 officers clad in bee-proof suits rushed to disperse the crowd near his patrol car, then handed him protective gear to don before he could enter. Inside, the atmosphere was thick with tension, punctuated by the incessant ringing of phones. Several residents from the town were present, their faces etched with worry as they communicated frantically with officers and tried to reach their families at home. In such a brief span, calamity had struck, and their loved ones' safety was in jeopardy. Those who managed to contact their families urged them to secure their doors and windows and to remain indoors, while others found their calls unanswered, their expressions shifting from anxiety to terror. A female officer approached, her complexion paling upon seeing the detective return alone. With a heavy sigh, he relayed the grim news. "They are gone. I witnessed their corpses with my own eyes." The crowd absorbed this revelation, some questioning the situation. What transpired? Why have so many terrifying butterflies suddenly appeared in town? The detective replied with ire, "That is a question for those above us. They previously assured us they would investigate all events, yet now we face this calamity. It seems they are utterly unreliable." He recounted the warning from the young girl days prior, which they had dismissed. Had we taken her seriously, perhaps this tragedy could have been averted. The room fell silent as the townsfolk exchanged glances, offering words of comfort. "This is not your fault," the detective continued. "It is crucial to understand that the emergence of these butterflies is not a natural occurrence, but rather a product of experiments conducted in a clandestine facility. I have shared my theories and the events leading up to this crisis." The room was left in stunned silence, while the residents present were consumed with righteous anger. Why establish a research base nearby? Why conduct such perilous experiments on animals? This is a blatant display of our irresponsibility. The catastrophe was entirely preventable. My family perished at the mercy of the butterflies. Those responsible must be held accountable. Someone inquired, "What shall we do now?" "We must expose this matter," revealing the truth of what transpired here to the outside world. At that moment, a police officer offered a wry smile. "I fear it may no longer be possible. Just now, we discovered that all communication networks in the town have been severed, leaving us only able to relay messages within the confines of the town." It wasn't until the incident erupted that I comprehended the reason behind this. Those in authority were already aware that a disaster was destined to unfold here. Yet they failed to notify us, opting instead to sever our ties with the outside world. The inspector slammed his fist heavily onto the table. "This garbage. We will not allow them to succeed. They are the architects of this calamity. Yet they seek to conceal the truth instead of promptly alerting us to avert the impending danger. The lives of all the townsfolk must be attributed to their negligence." He retrieved his mobile phone, attempting to dial the number of the previous group. On the other side of town, within a laboratory, a group of individuals clad in heavy attire awaited directives from above. An expert pulled out his phone, managing a rueful smile as he connected the call. "Indeed?" The inspector's furious voice erupted from the other end. "Calm down, my friend. No one wished for matters to escalate to this extent. We are striving to rectify the predicament." Chapter 282, The Plan for Silencing. The inspector chuckled in disbelief. "Rectify? Is this what you refer to as a solution? Have you not seen the chaos outside? We are still uncertain how many lives have been lost in this town. Had you not concealed the truth earlier, had you acted more swiftly, this situation would never have escalated to this point. Not to mention your clandestine experiments involving dangerous animal mutations." The expert's expression shifted suddenly. "Who informed you of this?" "Do not heed those rumors. I never stated that these butterflies were genetically modified in the laboratory. They originate from the desert nearby." Before he could finish, the inspector interrupted. "Spare me. If they were not products of your laboratory, why are you so anxious? During your arrival that day, the circumstances of the victim's poisoning were glaringly evident. If you were unaware of the existence of such butterflies beforehand, how could this have occurred?" The expert's countenance fluctuated between anxiety and apprehension. Recollecting the details the little girl had shared, the inspector recounted the specific information over the phone. "What now? Do you require me to elaborate further?" The expert's face was now a canvas of astonishment as he gravely inquired, "How did you come by this knowledge? What else do you know?" "Officer, this matter is of paramount importance. You must disclose all the information you possess, as it may pertain to national security. You see, we have recently gathered evidence that hostile forces have infiltrated the town to deploy the lethal butterflies." The inspector chuckled derisively. "Do you believe your own words? If it were not for your own leaks, why would you sever communication with the town? Are you not afraid we might unearth your secrets?" The expert sighed. "Officer, there may be some misunderstandings between us. Please hold on. We will promptly visit the police station to clarify the situation. In times like these, we cannot afford to bicker. We must not fall prey to hostile forces. We must unite and address the butterfly crisis together. The inspector barked. Enough of this nonsense. You must provide the town with ample supplies, ensure everyone's safety, and eliminate all butterflies outside. Otherwise, do you think you can completely suppress the truth? With that, he terminated the call. On the other end, the expert furrowed his brow and quickly dialed another number. Commander, we are in serious trouble. He relayed all the information the inspector had gathered. On the other end of the line, the leader of the base stood within a laboratory. The researcher Bain and his mentor, now handcuffed, bore expressions of despair. The leader waved his hand. The two were swiftly escorted away. He furrowed his brow and inquired, "What is going on? How could he possess such detailed knowledge about the butterflies? This critical data should only be known by our internal personnel." The expert replied, "I do not know. I suspect he knows far more than we realize. The butterfly leak incident is not as straightforward as we imagined." A glint of danger flickered in the leader's eyes. He said with a low voice, "We just interrogated the two researchers responsible for the genetic leak. They have confessed. They had previously concealed an incident where the butterflies likely laid eggs secretly, which then traveled via the water circulation system to the desert outside." The expert's eyes brightened. "This explains much. That little girl, Jenny, loved to explore nature in search of caterpillars, and it was there she made contact. Hence, it ultimately leaked from the laboratory." He then furrowed his brow again. "But how do we account for the suspicious individuals who appeared in the town? They even attempted to acquire this caterpillar. Could there be a mysterious third party involved in this affair?" The leader stated, "I have investigated those individuals who appeared in the town. They likely hailed from abroad and were not sent by the higher-ups. Moreover, they hastily departed the town a few days ago, including the two individuals with injured legs who directly boarded a plane to leave." The expert pondered for a moment. "This remains a mystery, as does the current predicament we face. How could this officer have such extensive knowledge regarding the butterflies? This cannot be gleaned merely through observation." The leader nodded. At that moment, 2 gunshots rang out in the distance at the base. Unfazed, he continued, "You must comprehend the gravity of this situation. Our experiments involving the modification of biological genes at the base must not be allowed to leak, especially now that the repercussions have begun to manifest. You must immediately ascertain the situation regarding the officer, and I trust you know how to proceed. This includes everyone in the town who is informed, as well as that little girl named Jenny. Act decisively, leaving no trace behind." The expert replied, "Understood." The leader continued, "We must now contain the situation within the town. Fortunately, it is surrounded by desert. I will arrange for a substantial number of personnel to seal off the town and eliminate all mutated butterflies. Currently, the primary concern of the townspeople is their safety. As long as we successfully resolve this incident and save their lives, we shall be hailed as heroes. The repercussions will diminish to a minimum, and no one will question the biological experiments." Unbeknownst to the leader, in an unknown dimension, an intelligent particle the size of a proton had already encompassed the entire town within its field of vision. Every action, from the macroscopic to the microscopic, was under its scrutiny. This shameful dialogue had been recorded and broadcast in its entirety to a multitude of high-ranking officials around the world. The elderly man slammed his fist onto the table with great force. These people are truly shameless. At this juncture, their immediate concern is not to address the problem at hand, but rather to conceal the actions they have undertaken. They appear to be utterly oblivious to the gravity of their misdeeds, as well as the severity of this calamity, mistakenly believing they can still maintain control over the situation. This predicament has transcended the confines of the small town. The mutated butterflies have ventured into the outside world, and after several generations of reproduction, their growth rate has accelerated tremendously. They have now begun to attach their eggs to any object capable of leaving the town. The next wave of butterfly catastrophe will inevitably engulf the neighboring towns. Ultimately, these butterflies will infiltrate every corner of the region. Before we can devise a final solution to this crisis, we must prioritize our own protection. The high-ranking officials from all nations nodded in agreement. Chapter 283. The Ruthlessness of Tian. The elder remarked, "I believe that before long, these transformed butterflies will sweep across the entirety of our land. We must implement measures immediately to prevent this butterfly from spreading to other nations. However, if we proceed in this manner, it will alert those in our territory that we are aware of the situation. Faced with an uncontrollable crisis, they may resort to desperate measures, unleashing all ongoing research projects within the base. Therefore, our current strategy must involve using the townsfolk to disseminate information, after which we shall sever all channels of communication with our territory. This will grant us a crucial window of time. Simultaneously, I will seek to ally with other factions within our territory and deploy a mech squad to swiftly take control of the mysterious base and apprehend individuals like Marshall. During this period, all the high-ranking officials diligently prepared for the impending actions. Our forces will dispatch the mech squad to execute the mission directly. Initially, when the Elder proposed this course of action, it was met with some dissent. However, once they learned that each member of this squad was equipped with Iron Man armor, opposition dissipated. Indeed, no elite team could rival their combat prowess. One can envision the scene, dozens of Iron Men simultaneously descending upon the mysterious base, a sight that would instill unparalleled dread. The representative from Dying nodded in agreement. I support all proposals. Yet, I harbor a concern. The mutated butterflies have become an unstoppable force, and even if we sever all communication pathways, it is inevitable that they will further evolve, potentially acquiring the ability to cross oceans. Alternatively, the eggs may find their way to other continents through atmospheric circulation or be carried by migratory birds. Ultimately, this may culminate in disaster. Thus, we must discover a method to entirely eradicate these mutated beings. The Elder nodded in understanding. I'm acutely aware of this. The issue of mutated organisms is of paramount importance to all humanity. Ever since the day of our discovery, academician Tian has been diligently conducting research within the laboratory. Based on our assessment of his scientific capabilities and his previous research timelines, it will not be long before we uncover a definitive solution. A collective sigh of relief swept through the high-ranking officials. Wonderful. Academician Yi is indeed a boon for humanity. This brings us peace of mind. The Elder even took the initiative to call Yi Tian, inquiring about the situation. On the other end of the line, contrary to everyone's expectations, Yi Tian was not immersed in research, but rather perusing all available materials concerning the little gray men, casually snacking on potato chips with his legs crossed. Upon seeing the call, he immediately discerned its intent. Hello, Academician Yi. I hope I'm not interrupting your research. I wanted to ask if there's been any progress on the solution for the mutated butterflies. What stage are we at? Yi Tian glanced indifferently at two bottles on a distant shelf, labeled as insecticides for the mutated butterflies, and replied, this project indeed presents many challenges. I am systematically addressing them. However, I have formulated a concept, and I anticipate that it will take approximately another half-month before it is fully developed. The individuals on the other end of the call visibly brightened at this news. The Elder responded, excellent, as long as we can achieve successful development. I believe we can hold out for another half-month on our end. After hanging up, a cold smirk crept across Yi Tian's face. He had actually completed the insecticide long ago. However, the act of bringing it to fruition was a different matter entirely. He sought to witness a grand spectacle. If he were to unveil it now and resolve the situation, it would equate to rescuing Marshall. Yi Tian wished to escalate the situation. He aimed to impart an unforgettable lesson to the opposition. As for the potential loss of lives in our territory, he was indifferent. Those who bore blame could only point fingers at Marshall. He examined the insecticide bottles in his hand. This research had commenced in the laboratory after the butterfly attack. He had crafted a pheromone with a lethal allure specifically for the butterflies, derived from their genetic makeup. This pheromone could persist for several years and could be detected by the butterflies from kilometers away, rendering them utterly captivated. When they approached, another ingredient in the insecticide would activate, inhibiting the reproductive capabilities of the butterflies, preventing them from laying eggs. Thus, the ultimate goal of permanently eradicating the mutated butterflies would be achieved. The evolution of these butterflies occurs at an alarming rate. To ensure success, Yi Tian had further enhanced this insecticide. The two bottles before him contain a level 4 insecticide, its efficacy deemed terrifying. Merely 1 gram was sufficient to annihilate all mutated butterflies in our territory. Moreover, regardless of how these butterflies might mutate, they could not escape their destined demise. Returning to the high-ranking officials, the Elder commanded GZ, disseminate the horrifying images of the butterflies from the town, portraying the perspective of a survivor before the network blockade, and ensure its widespread circulation. GZ responded. Under scrutiny, a minuscule entity assailed them, succumbing to mortality within mere seconds. Could it be? Is this a wasp? This video incited widespread panic among netizens. Chapter 284. The news spreads, the world reacts. Not a wasp. The video was captured using the high-sensitivity lenses of the Leaf God Company, and upon professional analysis, it appeared strikingly similar to a butterfly. A butterfly? Do not jest. That is implausible. Butterflies do not possess such terrifying speed nor venom, and they do not actively attack humans. It seems this is merely a film. Everyone disperse. It appears too realistic. I was terrified, thinking butterflies were capable of attacking humans. I have visited that small town. I recognized the landmarks immediately. My relatives reside there amidst the desert. Goodness, I just tried to call, but I cannot reach them. Surely, nothing has gone awry. Look, another relevant video has surfaced, showcasing a multitude of such butterflies in the wild. This is not cinematic. No way. Could this truly be real? Are these butterflies genuinely hazardous? What on earth has transpired? Genetic mutation, perhaps? With so many butterflies, would the entire town not be doomed? Goodness, I just attempted to contact that town, but to no avail. Something has happened. Why has there been no official statement? In an instant, the entire internet was abuzz with discussions surrounding this incident. Given the propensity of the citizens of Rice to indulge in conspiracy theories, they swiftly concocted one analysis after another. Numerous prominent figures elaborated on the matter in an exceedingly esoteric manner. Reporters hastily made their way to the town. Soon, it became evident to netizens that the entire town had been cordoned off with utmost vigilance. Footage from reporters revealed the scene. The town was entirely surrounded by military personnel within the desert. Thus, the incident became common knowledge across the internet. Daily news broadcasts reported on the latest developments from the scene. At the nearby base, officials were visibly enraged, making calls to the townspeople. How could such an occurrence arise? What is your operational protocol? Were you not instructed to secure the network immediately upon discovering the butterflies? How have these videos escaped into the public domain? Experts on the other end of the line wore expressions of bitter amusement. Sir, it is likely due to the delay in our response. By the time we captured the butterflies, a significant number of fatalities had already occurred in a secluded corner of the town, and residents had disseminated information online. Only then did we initiate the network lockdown. The leader gritted his teeth and replied, "There is no need to reiterate. I am well aware of the reasons. What I wish to know is how escalated to this point. Is it too much to expect a higher level of efficiency? The butterfly situation has already leaked. The outside world will undoubtedly take great interest, and we can no longer operate discreetly. Thankfully, only the butterfly incident has become public knowledge. No one is yet aware of its laboratory origins. We must now disclose this information to quell public suspicion. Your actions must accelerate. I expect all who are privy to the truth to maintain absolute silence. Understood?" With that, he abruptly terminated the call. In response to public outcry, Rice finally convened a press conference to address the incident. "Citizens of Rice, regarding this matter, we have been handling it discreetly to avoid inciting panic. Given the current circumstances, we shall disclose all known information and progress. Nature is exceedingly cruel. Just days ago, a small town in Rice encountered a horrifying breed of mutated butterflies. By the time this butterfly was discovered, it had already proliferated into a substantial population, posing a grave threat to the town. However, you need not worry. The authorities have promptly enacted measures to completely seal off the town and commence butterfly capture operations. Their threat is confined solely to the town itself. We have provided ample supplies and protection to the surviving residents. The resolution of this crisis is merely a matter of time." The spokesperson proceeded to display footage from within the town. Numerous soldiers, driving military vehicles, distributed supplies to each household. The survivors bore expressions of both sorrow and relief as they welcomed the soldiers' arrival. The town was replete with highly trained professionals, meticulously employing various tools to capture and eradicate the butterflies. The spokesperson then shifted the topic. "As for the cause of the butterfly's emergence, we are still investigating. Preliminary estimates suggest that the harsh environment near the desert may have facilitated a genetic mutation in the butterflies. Herein lies a sorrowful truth. A significant portion of the town's population has perished, including all officers within the police station who bravely stepped forward during the crisis. Their sacrifices will not be in vain. We shall forever remember them. May heaven bless Rice." This impassioned address immediately resonated with netizens who have been probing for answers. Goodness, a mutated butterfly? This is utterly terrifying. I hope the residents of the town endure. Thankfully, the situation is under control. Rice is the mightiest nation in the world, and our operational efficiency is unparalleled. We are grateful to the soldiers. You have saved their lives. Oh, let us pray for the deceased residents. May heaven bless Rice. Rice shall never falter. Subsequently, the Rice authorities released additional footage to showcase the terrifying nature of these butterflies. The sky above the small town was shrouded in a dark mass. The reason they do not venture elsewhere is due to the surrounding desert, which lacks suitable soil for their habitation. At the same time, an unforeseen development unfolded. Every nation across the globe announced a temporary severance of all physical connections with Rice. The implementation of this order was remarkably swift. Within an hour of its issuance, all ships and airplanes from Rice were informed they could not dock in foreign nations. Those traveling for business or leisure suddenly found their flights canceled. This led to an outpouring of complaints across social media. What on earth? Why is this happening? Has Rice offended them? Why are even the British, our staunch allies, acting this way? If I am not mistaken, they have seen the news and are now aware of the butterflies' terrifying nature and wish to prevent them from entering their countries. How could that be? Did the officials not state that the situation is contained within the town? These butterflies are not migratory birds capable of traversing oceans. This is madness. Are their reactions not excessively drastic? Meanwhile, the Rice authorities were equally perplexed. Marshall angrily contacted the British and some of their allied high-ranking officials. However, he was met with vague responses. The discussions revealed no significant information, merely stating that these butterflies were too dangerous and such measures were taken as a precaution. Initially suspicious that these officials might possess insider knowledge, Marshall refrained from further inquiry and instead focused on addressing the issues within Rice. Chapter 285. A Critical Situation. The Scrutiny of Public Opinion. On this day, in a city several thousand kilometers away from the town, William, an employee of a lumber company, reported to work punctually. Commencing his duties, he arrived at the company's warehouse and inquired with the guard about the batch of timber that had been delivered the previous day. The guard gestured in a certain direction. William proceeded to that area, inspected the timber thoroughly, and nodded in approval. The quality of this wood was exceptional, promising a lucrative sale. Once the company resold it to a high-end furniture center, substantial profits would be ensured. This timber had been transported from a remote region of the country. Typically, his role required only a cursory check for any evident quality issues or pest infestations. The task was both effortless and pleasant. However, as he approached one of the stacks of timber, he noticed something unusual. A piece of wood was covered with a large clump of black granules in a damp area. The sight was disturbing, and some of the granules had already burst open. Nearby, black ants were scuttling about. William instinctively frowned. He had never encountered anything like this before. Could it be a new form of pest? This was unacceptable. Such a sight could not be allowed to reach the clients. He hastily scraped off the granules, placed them on a piece of paper, and took them outside to ignite them with a flame. Unbeknownst to him, deeper within the pile of timber lay several cocoon-like structures. One was trembling incessantly, its outer layer growing increasingly thin, evidently indicating that the creature within was on the verge of emerging. William stepped out of the company and purchased a sandwich and coffee from a nearby fast food stall, eating as he walked back. Suddenly, he heard a cacophony of chaos erupting from within the company, accompanied by numerous screams. His heart raced, and he quickened his pace towards the building. Upon entering, he was met with a scene of utter pandemonium as employees frantically rushed outside. He quickly inquired, "What is happening? What's going on?" A colleague, pulling him along in a desperate bid to escape, shouted, "Don't go in there. Mutant butterflies have appeared in our city. It's over. We're doomed." William's vision blurred with dread, and when he turned, he witnessed a horrifying spectacle. Dark shapes were diving from the sky. A woman at the back of the fleeing crowd suddenly collapsed, falling silent. William gazed in disbelief at the unfolding scene, suddenly recalling the ominous black granules he had just seen. By now, everyone in the vicinity of the company was in a frenzy, frantically fleeing for their lives. Footage of the chaos quickly spread online, igniting widespread panic. People throughout the city began to flee in terror. Workers abandoned their posts to contact their families, and families scrambled to evacuate the city. The entire urban area descended into chaos, paralyzed. Roads were choked with vehicles. Incessant honking and sirens filled the air. This scene was not confined to just one city. Several others across the region were experiencing similar turmoil. Online, discussions erupted among the populace. "My goodness, can you believe it? Mutant butterflies have invaded our city. It's the same here. My family has already started to flee. I'm heading to my grandfather's house in the countryside to hide. Our city has fallen. Why? Wasn't it supposed to be under control? Heavens, I hope you all hold on. Surely, help will arrive soon, and I pray our city remains unaffected." Huh, do you still believe the authorities? They said it was under control, but clearly, everywhere is unsafe now. Who knows? Soon enough, these mutant butterflies may sweep across the entire region, and we'll have nowhere to escape. This is terrifying. Who will save us? What on earth caused these butterflies to appear? I no longer trust the government's assurances. They claim to have the situation in hand, yet it has spiraled out of control. I suspect the butterflies are the product of some genetic experimentation in their laboratories. I had never considered that, but it does make a certain sense. The secret laboratories of our region have never failed to disappoint. They must bear the blame. They are the culprits. Why else would there be such a rapid response in the town? The authorities must disclose the truth and provide us with an explanation. My family has fallen victim to butterfly attacks. This is all their fault, and they must be held accountable. I now understand why other countries swiftly severed all communication channels. They were aware the situation was beyond salvaging while we remained oblivious. How infuriating! If only I had been born in another country, preferably in a place where such calamities do not occur. As these sentiments spread throughout the region, chaos ensued among the populace. Those in unaffected areas recognized their vulnerability and began seeking escape routes. They started contacting channels to flee the country, with some affluent individuals even planning to charter private planes to leave. Yet, all efforts proved futile. In stores, insecticides and protective gear were swiftly snatched off the shelves. Manufacturers were working around the clock to produce more, but most of these supplies were imported. With exports from certain regions halted, domestic production could not meet the surging demand. Most people felt like ants on a hot skillet, growing increasingly enraged at the government. They took to the internet to demand the truth about the unfolding crisis and inquire about potential solutions. Meanwhile, in the command office of the White House, Marshall was shattering valuable porcelain in a fit of rage. How could this happen? Why has it come to this? Across from him stood the highest-ranking official of the mysterious base, trembling with trepidation. He had never anticipated that what he thought was a perfectly managed situation would spiral so drastically. The current circumstances indicated that within days, the entire region would be paralyzed, with countless lives lost to the butterfly disaster. All of this stemmed from his underestimation of the butterfly's reproductive capabilities and his failure to intervene promptly. If news leaked that the butterflies were products of their clandestine experiments, he would undoubtedly be drowned in public outrage. Yet now, the worst-case scenario had unfolded. Their previously cultivated image of efficient crisis management had crumbled. As the situation deteriorated, conspiracy theories began to gain traction. Chapter 286: Conspiracy and Blame Shifting. Did the mutant butterflies emerge from the hands of Tian? The official spoke, Commander. This is entirely due to our earlier research being confined to the laboratory. The development of the mutant butterflies in the external environment has exceeded our expectations. Their breeding and growth cycles have significantly shortened, resulting in their astonishing destructive power. Marshall retorted angrily, "Enough. I did not summon you here to listen to your excuses. The situation has escalated to a near unmanageable extent. Our priority now is to extricate ourselves completely from this debacle, even in the absence of evidence. People are beginning to suspect whether the butterflies originated from our laboratory. Should they acquire any incriminating evidence, they would undoubtedly run amok. Ensure that those in your employ who are privy to this matter keep their lips sealed." The responsible party quickly responded, "Rest assured, Commander. All individuals privy to the information are currently secured within the base, unable to make any contact with the outside world for the rest of their lives." Marshall furrowed his brow. "What about that informed officer you mentioned last time? From where did he receive this intelligence?" The responsible party replied, "We have dealt with him and his associates, ensuring that no traces remain. As for how he came to know certain details about the butterflies, I remain uncertain. He said nothing when questioned. However, if similar information surfaces again, as long as there is no evidence, it will not impact us." Marshall nodded, then suddenly inquired, "Do you think he might have obtained information from those suspicious individuals in the small towns? It seems they possess considerable knowledge about the butterfly situation, leading me to suspect their true purpose for being in the town was to capture the caterpillars. Could this be orchestrated by Tian? This implies he has been aware of certain inside information for quite some time, which is detrimental to us." Their expressions fluctuated between concern and contemplation. Marshall asserted, "Not to worry. Even if the news leaks, it likely lacks substantial truth. I surmise Tian is investigating the butterfly that attacked him, which prompted this series of actions. After all, he is an enemy of Demi, and public sentiment will not be in his favor." Suddenly, the responsible party conceived a plan, stating, "Commander, given the current fervor among the populace of Demi, why not exploit this situation to redirect the animosity towards Tian? This would shift all contradictions away from us, leaving the people of Demi with no choice but to believe and support us." Marshall's eyes brightened with understanding. "Precisely, let us proceed with this course of action." On that day, Marshall personally appeared in a public forum to address the recent events. The majority of Demi's populace tuned into the live broadcast. With a profoundly pained expression, Marshall declared, "People of Demi, a series of catastrophic events have recently transpired, plunging our nation into chaos, causing some to lose their loved ones. I express my deepest sorrow. This situation is purely a result of our late discovery of the butterflies and insufficient research on them. Recent studies reveal that the growth and reproductive cycles of these butterflies are alarmingly brief, and their eggs can parasitize numerous objects, thus transferring to other cities. Concurrently, we are implementing corresponding countermeasures. We are producing vast quantities of protective gear and deploying significant military forces to eradicate these infernal insects. I assure you that improvement is imminent. Furthermore, I must disclose an infuriating fact. Since the onset of these events, we have conducted investigations. An increasing body of evidence suggests that the butterfly incident is far from simple, hinting at a conspiracy. Though hard to believe, this is the truth. Certain factions wish to deny the people of Demi a comfortable existence and instead aim to utterly dismantle our nation. They even desire to plunge the entirety of Blue Star into chaos for their own gain. Genetic testing conducted on the captured butterflies indicates that their progenitor hails from the phoenix butterfly of Xia. Moreover, such technology appears to stem solely from the esteemed Yishun Corporation, which has achieved remarkable feats in biological sciences. The implications are clear. Extraterrestrial civilizations have finally revealed their talents, and all previously released products were mere sugar-coated bullets to lull the populace into complacency. Now, they have begun to act, seeking to incapacitate Demi, the leading power of Blue Star, in order to seize control over the entire realm. An uproar erupted among the audience in the venue and the live stream. At this moment, we, the people of Demi, must not falter or doubt our own. Instead, we should unite against external threats, demanding accountability from Xia. Now is the time for solidarity as we collectively endure this dark period. I believe there is nothing that can bring down the great Demi. As a commander of Demi, I shall always stand with you. Demi shall never fall. Lastly, Demi released a plethora of specific research data regarding the butterflies, including details of their physical characteristics and the results of genetic testing to substantiate their claims. All evidence pointed towards Yishun Corporation. Additionally, Demi disclosed footage revealing that prior to the outbreak of the butterfly incident in the small town, several suspicious foreigners arrived when the first death occurred. 2 individuals were even observed conspiring within the campus of the crime scene, clearly trained and highly suspect. Following the release of this concrete evidence, public opinion in Demi shifted dramatically. So this is how it is. These butterflies originated from Xia. They intentionally conducted horrific experiments and unleashed the butterflies upon Demi, attempting to annihilate us. The nefarious Yishun Corporation. This is an alien conspiracy. We must capture Tian, the architect of this calamity, and hold him accountable for the deaths of all those in Demi. With the chain of evidence complete, what further arguments can Tian possibly muster? Why has the Xia government not intervened? Surely they have long been in collusion with Yishun Corporation. Perhaps this incident is orchestrated from behind the scenes. Yishun Corporation, I detest you. My family perished in this tragedy, and I seek vengeance. Meanwhile, on the internet in Xia, a chorus of mocking voices emerged. They still haven't learned their lesson. Just wait for Yishun to strike back. These fools deserve their fate. This incident is clearly a sign that Demi's officials can no longer maintain composure, thus beginning to shift blame. They attempt to fabricate so-called evidence. Who can they truly deceive? Why did they not disclose this was from Xia earlier? Now, seeing their inability to manage the fallout, they shift focus. Strangely enough, those nations that should typically align with Demi have remained conspicuously silent this time. Chapter 287, Anbar Todami. The operation commences. In this regard, the netizens of Demi remained oblivious. Conversely, individuals from those nations began to instinctively follow suit in attacking Xia, calling on their leaders to stand in solidarity with Demi. Yet, the leaders of these nations took no action. Widina misterios estate in Demi. The surroundings were completely secured by a dense mesh of barbed wire, electrified to ensure that not a single butterfly could infiltrate. Numerous heavily armed bodyguards patrolled the grounds. This is the legacy of Demi's renowned affluent and political families. Following the butterfly incident, they swiftly responded. Now, the estate lacked for nothing, functioning almost as a self-sustained micro-society. At this moment, the family patriarch, Douglas, was engaged in play with his beloved granddaughter, who appeared somewhat discontent. "Grandpa, when can we go outside?" Douglas gently replied. "Very soon, my dear. I believe the authorities will resolve this matter shortly." The granddaughter lamented, "But I miss Mommy and Daddy." Her parents are currently away, and following the old gentleman's instructions after the incident, she has confined herself to the villa, unable to return for the time being. Douglas remarked, "Do we not just speak with them? They are well and will return shortly." He spent some time playing with his granddaughter before rising to head to the study. At that moment, his expression grew serious as he addressed his secretary. "What has the commander said? When will this situation be resolved?" Are we to remain trapped here for eternity? Suddenly, the secretary interjected, the upper echelons of dying have sent you a meeting invitation. Douglas was taken aback. They wish to speak with me? He found it peculiar. While individuals of his stature often engage in private discussions with politicians from various nations, direct communication with the highest authorities is rare, leaving him somewhat bewildered. Upon answering the call, he was further astonished to find all the global leaders present, including the highest officials from Dacia. A chill ran down Douglas's spine. He sensed that something monumental had transpired. Why not communicate directly with Marshall? Instinctively, he felt it was related to the butterfly incident. Seeing the elder from Dacia seated at the head of the table, he was surprised but felt no anger. As a member of the elite, he had long since learned not to be swayed by emotions like the common populace. Even when global opinion painted Dacia as the mastermind behind the butterfly incident, the representative of Dying spoke first. Douglas, how have you been? Are there any difficulties on your end? Oh, quite well. My family and I are currently residing in our secluded estate. The butterflies pose no immediate threat to us. May I inquire as to the purpose of this summons? Are you convening a meeting? The leaders on the other end exchanged glances. The Dying representative continued with a serious tone. The reason for contacting you is that we have very important matters to discuss. This pertains to global security and the future of Rice. Douglas furrowed his brows deeply. Then why not summon Marshall for the meeting? Surely he is more qualified than I. The elder shook his head. No, we cannot rely on Marshall any longer. You are our only option. Marshall is the source of chaos. If he continues to wield power over Rice, it will inflict severe harm upon the world. The current crisis is merely an appetizer. Douglas was taken aback. Why do you say that? The elder wasted no time and directly shared the events that had transpired at the mysterious base, as well as the attempts to silence witnesses in the town to cover up the truth. After absorbing this information, Douglas was profoundly shaken. His fury could no longer be contained, and he temporarily overlooked the remarkable aspects of the intelligence. That detestable Marshall, he is driving Rice to the edge of a precipice. So, they cultivated these mutated butterflies. They have turned Rice into a hellish nightmare. They are even trying to conceal the truth. Such sins are unforgivable. We must expose this evidence to the world and imprison Marshall. Once he regained his composure, he inquired, "What is the purpose of your contact?" The elder replied, "We intend to take decisive control of this situation. However, since we will be taking action against Marshall on Rice's territory, we wanted to give you a heads up. We hope for your cooperation, as you are more familiar with this domain." Douglas nodded. "No problem. I fully support your actions. What should I do now?" The elder stated, "We plan to execute a Thunderstrike operation, deploying an elite team to completely dismantle that experimental base. Afterwards, you will reveal the truth to the world and restrain Marshall. If you disclose the truth directly, I fear that this lunatic will resort to desperate measures, unleashing other mutated creatures from the base to wreak havoc." Douglas expressed his agreement. Subsequently, they reached a consensus and discussed further details. That day, as displayed on satellite imagery, a Dacia aircraft carrier swiftly approached the coastal waters of Rice. This unusual maneuver immediately raised alarms in Rice, leading to a frenzy of media coverage. Marshall delivered an impassioned televised address, his face a mask of fury. "People of Rice, during these perilous times, our satellites have detected unusual activities. Dacia has not only severed ties with Rice, but has now dispatched an aircraft carrier towards our waters. This is a blatant provocation. The aliens can no longer contain their aggression towards the Blue Star civilization. This is their golden opportunity." Amidst the chaos in Rice, Marshall rallied the populace, declaring, "Do they think we are easy prey? The people of Rice will never surrender. We will unite and overcome all adversities. Arm yourselves and prepare to defend our homeland." Online, Rice's netizens vehemently criticized Dacia. How shameless! Their wolfish ambitions can no longer be hidden. Indeed, this is their conspiracy to sow discord and launch a surprise attack. We will not back down. Even against the might of Dacia, we will bite off a piece of flesh. The naval vessels of Rice swiftly converged. Chapter 288, Anti-Gravity Aircraft Carrier. These scenes were broadcast live by a mysterious and high-definition information source across the internet, capturing the attention of the entire world. Curiously, the aircraft carrier did not enter Rice's waters, but remained on the high seas. However, several Rice aircraft carriers had already approached, issuing warnings in an attempt to drive it away. The populace of Rice rejoiced. Fantastic. It seems Dacia is afraid. With so many of us, we could easily reduce it to rubble. Is Dacia so arrogant? What do they expect to achieve with just one aircraft carrier? Unexpectedly, an astonishing spectacle unfolded. The aircraft carrier suddenly lifted off, leaving the water's surface and advancing towards Rice, leaving several Rice carriers in disarray on the water. This scene left netizens around the globe in utter disbelief. What the hell? The thing can fly? This is outrageous. Their aircraft carrier can actually fly. Shouldn't this be called a space carrier? This is its first appearance. Oh, though I have no idea what this carrier intends to do in Rice. As a citizen of Dacia, I support it wholeheartedly. Is it here to bring us, the overseas students, back home? Damn, a flying aircraft carrier? We are finished. Nothing can stop it now. Our technological gap is staggering. At this moment, Marshall observed the unfolding scene in his office, his expression gravely troubled. The most alarming scenario had materialized. They had indeed integrated anti-gravity and controllable nuclear fusion systems into other equipment. It was evident that they possessed compact, controllable nuclear fusion devices domestically. He promptly initiated a communication with Dacia, demanding to ascertain their intentions. Marshall was acutely aware that the butterfly incident was not orchestrated by Dacia. Yet, he found himself perplexed by Dacia's current actions. What he knew for certain was that if Dacia had intended to launch an assault, they could have done so long ago. He resolved to seek clarification. Should their anger stem from this recent shift in conflict, he would find the time to elucidate matters. For the time being, he dared not confront Dacia. However, when he attempted to place the call, he found no one answered, which only deepened his unease. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth and commanded, "Launch missiles at the aircraft carrier, but ensure they do not strike it." In a live broadcast to the entire world, a missile swiftly approached the carrier, igniting considerable concern among Dacia's netizens. "Please don't hit it. What is happening up there? Why did they suddenly deploy an aircraft carrier? Have they considered the repercussions? What if they get attacked? Surely they must be confident to act this way. Let us just watch and see." Amidst the frenzy of Dacia's online community, the missile rapidly neared the carrier. Suddenly, from a turret atop the carrier, a brilliant energy beam erupted, obliterating the missile in an instant. This spectacle left the Dacia netizens utterly astonished. Wow, they've equipped the carrier with energy weapons too. I should have anticipated this. With anti-gravity devices in place, other features must surely be standard. This aircraft carrier can maneuver horizontally now. We pose no threat to it. What can we do? Are we to merely watch it approach? Marshall's countenance was exceedingly grim as he ordered, "I refuse to believe we have no means to counter it. Unleash our energy weapons to bring it down." Within a facility on the ground, a colossal apparatus was elevated, its barrel aimed at the airborne carrier. Subsequently, an intensely radiant beam was swiftly directed at the carrier. However, before Dacia's netizens could cheer, their expressions froze in disbelief. The beam approached the carrier only to be repelled by a faint ionized layer surrounding it, inflicting no damage whatsoever. At that moment, despair washed over the Dacia netizens as they beheld the carrier glide unimpeded into their territory. Yet, contrary to their expectations, the carrier did not unleash a barrage of energy weaponry. Instead, it simply continued its journey through the skies, heading towards an unspecified destination. Meanwhile, on the Dacia internet, confusion reigned. What is it doing? Is it not coming to attack us? Could it be having a change of heart and coming to resolve the butterfly issue? Laser cannons targeting butterflies? That seems implausible. Regardless, the Dacia netizens began to relax, as the carrier was not steering towards major urban centers or significant cities, but rather toward a remote area. As it passed numerous towns, people donned protective suits and emerged to witness the flying carrier, snapping photos excitedly. However, Marshall appeared to have an epiphany. Observing the carrier's trajectory, his expression darkened further. Could it be? Was it heading toward that enigmatic base? The more he considered it, the more convinced he became. Apart from that, he could conceive no other possibility. A terrifying thought surfaced in his mind. What if Tian was already aware of the existence of this mysterious base? Was the carrier's arrival intended to expose the entire experimental project of the secret facility? With this troubling notion, he immediately attempted to contact the base, urging the responsible parties to destroy all experimental evidence. Yet, he found himself unable to connect. Despite numerous attempts, he met with failure. Unbeknownst to him, ZZ had already blocked all his communications to prevent him from contacting the base. Under normal circumstances, he could have swiftly boarded a plane to issue commands in person. But now, the carrier was drawing ever closer to the small town. A look of despair crept on Marshall's face. Meanwhile, Dacia's netizens were analyzing the carrier's target destination. Is the carrier headed for that small town? Indeed, it seems quite plausible. What is going on? Does that town harbor some secret? Otherwise, why go to such lengths? Could that town be more significant than it appears? I maintain that the butterfly incident is undoubtedly linked to higher-ups. They must have a base there conducting experiments. and Daxia could no longer tolerate their slander, thus leading to the current situation. No way. I'm becoming increasingly intrigued. Let us hope the truth surfaces soon. At this moment, Daxia's netizens regained their composure, beginning to ponder the underlying causes and consequences of this event, quietly awaiting the carrier to unveil the ultimate truth. The flight of this aircraft carrier was broadcast live, and as it neared the vicinity of a small town, it came to a halt, confirming the netizens' suspicions. Chapter 289. The Truth Revealed, Shocking All of America. Meanwhile, the base's commander bore a grim expression, tinged with fear and disbelief. Damn it, could it be coming for us? That would be disastrous. The secrets here must not be exposed. How can we thwart them? It struck him as peculiar. How did Daxia uncover the existence of this secret base? Did nothing escape their scrutiny? Did that imply that all their efforts to conceal the truth had been futile? Why had the commander not made contact yet? At that moment, the stationary aircraft carrier stirred. What transpired next left netizens worldwide agape. The carrier erupted in a dazzling display of fireworks, not ascending into the sky, but descending toward the ground. This was undeniably a visual spectacle. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that these were variously colored Iron Man mechas. Once the exclusive domain of Tian, now dozens appeared all at once. Mecha enthusiasts across the globe were instantly invigorated. This was a high-definition live broadcast by GZ. Every intricate detail of the mechas was visible, rivaling blockbuster films. Yet, this surpassed any special effects, as these were authentic mechas. What the heck? What am I witnessing? Dozens of Iron Man mechas. Surely, I cannot be dreaming. Daxia has long since mastered this technology and entered mass production. Impressive. With so many mechas deployed simultaneously, who could possibly contend? Daxia has truly invested heavily in this operation. What on earth are they planning? As the netizens expressed their bewilderment, activity was already unfolding on the ground. The base's commander could no longer remain passive and ordered an attack. The once unremarkable surface of the desert suddenly opened up, revealing a vast chasm from which a colossal machine ascended with great haste. This sight was no stranger to netizens across the globe, as the energy weapon deployed by the Little Gray Man's base had previously made its mark. The energy weapon targeted the descending mechs. However, at that moment, the aircraft carrier hovering in the sky unleashed a powerful energy beam, obliterating the weapon on the ground into mere fragments. The community of netizens from Dami erupted in a frenzy. Goodness, it turns out there truly is something amiss here. A mysterious base exists near the town. It is difficult to ascertain whether it is connected to the mutated butterflies. This indicates that the authorities have been dishonest. They have concealed much regarding the mutated butterflies, and this catastrophe was indeed instigated by them. Well done. Let all the secrets of the base be unveiled. Curse Marshall. Hey, doesn't the energy weapon in the base resemble the one previously utilized by the Little Gray Men? Does this imply that Dami has been colluding with extraterrestrials? Have they employed their technology? And are these mutated butterflies a product of alien engineering? This is terrifying. They have conspired with the Little Gray Men to cause the demise of so many Dami citizens, all while attempting to cover up the truth. Meanwhile, Marshall, ensconced within the White House, was engulfed by a sense of foreboding upon witnessing these events unfold. He promptly rose, intending to flee by aircraft. However, he soon realized that the atmosphere within the house was eerily silent. Upon opening the door, he was met with the unsettling sight of dozens of guns aimed squarely at him. In an instant, darkness enveloped his vision. He understood that it was all over. Concurrently, another scene began to broadcast on television, the capture of Marshall and his loyal associates. This news rapidly ascended to the headlines, exacerbated by media sensationalism. At that juncture, Douglas appeared in the live broadcast and delivered speech. Dear citizens of Dami, we have recently endured a profoundly sorrowful chapter. I believe each of you yearns to uncover the truth behind these events. Through our own investigations and with assistance from nations such as Daxia, we have unearthed a staggering revelation. The mutated butterflies were orchestrated in secret by Marshall, who conducted research based on extraterrestrial biological technology. Their negligence has led to this catastrophe. Our inquiries have revealed that not only the mutated butterflies were under study, the laboratory was investigating hundreds of biological specimens from around the world. Once enhanced, these organisms pose a significant threat to the ecology of Blue Planet. This represents an egregious irresponsibility towards the safety of Dami and indeed the entire world. Therefore, we must take immediate action. The recent operation in Daxia was conducted with our prior agreement. When you observe the aerospace carrier and the mech battalion, please do not panic. This is a united effort against Marshall's clandestine base. Subsequently, he disclosed a wealth of data and footage. including all experiments conducted at the base and dialogues involving Marshall and those in the know. Most significantly, the footage illustrated how the butterflies were released. The most infuriating segment for netizens depicted the police station during the initial outbreak of the butterfly disaster. Inside, officers including the chief, along with some civilians, awaited assistance. Yet, those who arrived were not there to provide aid. Following an exchange of words, personnel clad in protective suits opened a box, unleashing a swarm of butterflies that slaughtered the unsuspecting individuals who had presumed they were safe within the station. Those responsible appeared utterly unperturbed, seemingly accustomed to such grim duties. They dragged all the corpses away, treating them as casualties. This revelation shattered the resolve of Dammy's netizens. Are they even human? They deliberately released the butterflies to eliminate these individuals simply because they uncovered the conspiracy? How tragic. These people believed they had survived the ordeal, only to be met with malevolence. Is this what the higher-ups refer to when they speak of these individuals bravely battling the butterflies? That was my uncle. It turns out he was murdered by those above. They told me he had perished. May Marshall meet a fitting end. These individuals must all face justice. Well done, Daxia. I hope you continue your efforts and dismantle that base. However, how clear is this information? What sort of technology did Daxia employ to obtain it? Within the town, the surviving populace was engulfed in fury, donning protective suits and wielding firearms. They courageously stepped outside their homes, aiming at the personnel dispatched by the base. These individuals were clearly in a state of panic. They had received news that all their secrets had been exposed, and their backing was apprehended. Despite their formidable equipment and numerical advantage, they were utterly paralyzed with fear, for the eyes of the entire world were fixated upon them. Just days prior, they had been hailed as heroes by the townsfolk. Chapter 290. Is Yi Tian the hope of Dammy? Now, the residents of the town gazed at them with an intensity that could tear them apart. Their tranquil existence had been shattered by these individuals. Having lost family and everything dear, they now learned that some friends had been silenced as well. Their rage was at its zenith. Soon, nearby officials arrived to restore order, diffusing the tension. The personnel from a base were taken away. The townspeople gazed at the distant aircraft carrier and the Iron Men with tears of gratitude in their eyes, erupting in applause, cheers, and kisses. On the other side, since the destruction of the energy weapon, everything had become remarkably straightforward. Dozens of Iron Men adeptly flew into the gaping chasm. With the assistance of GZ, they commenced a thorough sweep of the interior. Every pathway and mechanism had been meticulously mapped out. There was virtually no resistance to speak of. The personnel within the base were already aware of the unfolding global events and had nearly surrendered to despair. Only a few robots charged forward, quickly obliterated by laser fire from the mechs. In no time at all, they reached the core area. The researchers obediently ceased their resistance. All core scenes within the facility were broadcast live by GZ, revealing shocking visuals, such as individuals undergoing genetic modification experiments, becoming immensely powerful yet losing their sanity. Rampaging within transparent chambers. The experimental zones housed an array of mutated creatures. The Iron Men entered these chambers, eradicating all mutated organisms. Subsequently, they ushered all personnel to the ground, handing them over to the arriving Dammy operatives. They then returned to the aircraft carrier, which swiftly soared toward Daxia. Along the journey, crowds of Dammy citizens saluted the aircraft carrier, while enthusiasts of mechs followed closely behind. The outcome of this operation was remarkably successful, yielding astonishing effects. The celestial aircraft carrier the Great Xia has left the global populace in awe. This marks humanity's inaugural application of large-scale anti-gravity flight devices for military purposes. Military experts worldwide are abuzz with discussions. To wield such formidable power as an anti-gravity carrier is akin to traversing an uninhabited realm. Furthermore, the Great Xia possesses dozens of large vessels, each equipped with even more enigmatic and potent components. From this moment forth, the world is acutely aware that a new era of military equipment has dawned. In the future, any entity lacking anti-gravity flight technology will find it utterly impossible to contend with the Great Xia. Moreover, the Great Xia boasts not just one such vessel. The visible might is already terrifying, not to mention the potential undisclosed advancements being pursued, coupled with the prowess of the Wisdom Child, which seemingly holds dominion over all information. It can be said that no one will dare to provoke the Great Xia again. Currently, the reputation of the Great Xia has undergone a complete reversal on the global stage, establishing it as the unequivocal leader on Blue Star. It stands as the sole behemoth, far surpassing the prominence of the former superpower, the United States. After all, The combined might of all other nations pales in comparison to that of the Great Xia, representing merely a fraction of its stature. Meanwhile, on the United States front, Marshall and all his confidants have been apprehended, faced with overwhelming evidence. They had no choice but to confess to their transgressions. They have received the punishment they so rightly deserve. Across the expanse of the United States, from the frigid northern reaches to the warm, humid southern beaches, the land is now overrun with these mutated butterflies. The southern continent is currently experiencing an invasion of these creatures, resulting in countless fatalities. Not only have numerous human lives been lost, but other forms of life have also come under attack. Several large terrestrial species and avian populations have been driven to extinction, leaving biologists in a state of disarray. They are at a loss for any method to eradicate these butterflies entirely. If this continues, it poses a risk of spreading to other continents. Even if the butterflies are eventually exterminated, the ecological hazards currently lurking will inevitably erupt. Following this calamity, the United States has suffered immense casualties, with preliminary estimates indicating over 10 million lives claimed by the butterflies. Those who remain, without protective gear, are confined to their basements, awaiting sustenance from official channels. Although the culprits have been brought to justice, the issues within the country remain unresolved. Consequently, countless individuals and biologists have begun beseeching the Great Xia for assistance, primarily directing their pleas towards the Yixin Company. They believe that Tian, who triumphed over the little gray men, will surely devise a solution to rescue them from their plight. Yixin, please save us. Tian, I will bow to no one else but you from now on. Academician, Yi will surely find a solution. I have faith. I will steadfastly stand by Yixin from now on, regardless of any slanderous remarks. I will not be swayed. In a remarkably short period, the man known as Tian has ascended to the status of a global savior. The official channels of the Great Xia promptly disseminated a message, a video showcasing Tian tirelessly conducting research in his laboratory. All the cries from the American populace have reached Academician Yi. Rest assured, he will not turn a blind eye to this shared human crisis. Long before the butterfly incident erupted, he had already embarked on relevant research. What you may not know is that Academician Yi was the first victim of these butterflies. Marshall's intention in creating them was to assassinate Academician Yi. Fortunately, they failed, which allowed us to learn of the butterfly's existence and strive to find a remedy. We are currently engaged in urgent research, as this involves extraterrestrial technology, presenting a formidable challenge. However, please have faith in Academician Yi. He has previously hinted at glimpsing the light of progress in this project and assures that within half a month, he will yield results. This exhilarating news swiftly reverberated throughout the United States, igniting jubilant reactions among netizens. Oh, this is fantastic. Academician, you truly heard our pleas. I'm overwhelmed with emotion. I knew he wouldn't abandon us. Wonderful. Just hold on a little longer. It won't be long before we can leave our cold, damp basements. I'm so touched. How terrifying. It turns out Academician Yi nearly fell victim to these butterflies. Marshall is truly despicable. The United States owes you an apology. Indeed, the contingency left by the little gray men is formidable, nearly ensnaring even Academician Yi. Had the little gray civilization succeeded, how could we ever contend with the Gray Army without Academician Yi? At this very moment, within the confines of his laboratory, Yi Tian remains blissfully oblivious to the online chatter, savoring a can of cola. Chapter 291. The conclusion of the butterfly catastrophe. Masculinization. This day marks half a month since the butterfly incident erupted. The butterflies have infested every corner of both North and South America. Only the polar regions remain untouched, as the frigid temperatures prevent the butterflies from finding sustenance. Countless organisms across the continents have perished. Meanwhile, the United States is on the brink of collapse. For some time, survivors have been confined to tightly sealed basements, relying on official personnel for food provisions. Now resources are running thin, and the American populace is gradually succumbing to despair, facing severe psychological issues. On this day, they finally received uplifting news. At this moment, every television in the basements tuned into one channel, the core television station of the Great Xia. There, high-ranking officials of the Great Xia announced a momentous breakthrough. The solution to the mutated butterfly crisis, developed by Yi Tian, has finally been realized. He held a small vial in his hand as he proclaimed, in response to this butterfly disaster, Academician Yi has specifically formulated this medication. It is a super potent pheromone that can persist for years at designated locations, with a scent potent enough to permeate the entire continent. A mere gram applied to a marked site will irresistibly attract all butterflies in the vicinity, subsequently rendering them incapable of reproduction due to the pheromone's effects. Thus, the mutated butterflies will face extinction. Moreover, any eggs that hatch into butterflies scattered across various regions will swiftly gravitate towards the target site without further laying eggs. In time, the entire continent will be free of mutated butterflies. This pheromone poses no threat to the environment or other organisms, is non-toxic and harmless. We will promptly deliver this substance to the authorities in the United States. Upon receiving this news, cheers erupted across the United States. Those equipped with protective gear rushed to the surface to celebrate and dance. On this day, amidst a highly publicized live broadcast, the celestial aircraft carrier from the Great Xia once again set sail towards the United States, officially transferring the pheromone to them in the vicinity of international waters. Next, Demi arrived in Central America, where it erected a towering structure and meticulously applied a substantial 10 grams of pheromones within it, subsequently surrounding the tower with a high-voltage electric grid. The ensuing spectacle left the world in utter astonishment. Countless ominous clouds, dense and dark, converged upon this towering edifice. These clouds were none other than the mutated butterflies. Upon contact with the high-voltage electricity, they succumbed to death, plummeting to the ground. Within just one day, the ground was blanketed with a thick layer of butterfly corpses, measuring several meters high. The staff was compelled to urgently relocate and incinerate these lifeless remains. Each subsequent day mirrored this grim scene, and gradually, the influx of butterflies diminished. Eventually, there came a day when not a single butterfly graced the skies. After a prolonged wait for the new wave of butterflies to emerge from eggs incubated in distant lands, it became evident that all butterflies worldwide had been eradicated. This revelation plunged humanity into a state of shock. The once perplexing dilemma that had plagued the world was effortlessly resolved by Tian. The people of Demi were overwhelmed with emotion, emerging from their underground shelters, shedding their heavy garments, basking in the sunlight, and inhaling the fresh air. They had never before appreciated the beauty of nature so profoundly. Thus, the calamity of mutated butterflies was finally vanquished. Demi conducted a comprehensive search across the continent, ultimately confirming that no butterflies or eggs remained alive. In the aftermath of this incident, the only surviving creatures on the continent, apart from humans, were ants and other minuscule organisms. Most larger species had sought refuge in their burrows and narrowly escaped annihilation, while the remaining 70 species faced complete extinction. The ecological balance of Demi suffered a grievous blow, the repercussions of which would persist for centuries to come. Yet, humanity ultimately survived, and hope lingered on the horizon. Following this incident, Demi experienced a profound decline, never to regain its former glory. The nation adopted a notably humble demeanor, wary of inciting the ire of other countries, and focused solely on economic development. Presently, global acknowledgement of Yishun Corporation has reached unprecedented heights, allowing its products to seamlessly penetrate markets worldwide, thereby reaping substantial profits. Particularly exhilarating was the decision to make Yishun Corporation's supercomputers and intelligent systems available to foreign nations. Through this accumulation of resources, Xia had amassed a formidable advantage. In light of future challenges, it became imperative for humanity to unite and marshal all forces to confront extraterrestrial threats. Consequently, Xia also unveiled its intelligent technology, aiming to significantly elevate the civilization level of all humankind. Naturally, technologies such as spacecraft, anti-gravity devices, and energy shields remained strictly off-limits for export. The global gaming community finally attained their coveted intelligent systems, immersing themselves in virtual games and worlds, heralding the flourishing of humanity's second realm. A coalition was formed to address extraterrestrial threats, with Xia unequivocally emerging as the leader. The collective focus of humanity shifted toward the rapid advancement of interstellar civilization. Initiatives commenced to explore planetary resources within the solar system, with efforts to extract minerals and establish research and military bases. Xia forged ahead in these endeavors, arguably the only entity capable of such undertakings. They even constructed expansive, simulated gravity cities on Mars, covering hundreds of kilometers. The interiors of these cities were impeccably clean, resembling a picturesque garden metropolis. Verdant flora adorned every corner, and a harmonious design philosophy was consistently maintained. Among the urban features was a forest park, complete with mountains, streams, and a variety of small animals, creating a veritable paradise. The residential areas comprised neatly arranged villas, equipped with comprehensive amenities, all available for free. The city's temperature was perpetually maintained at around 20 degrees Celsius. This city was initially conceived to alleviate the living and housing pressures on Blue Planet. When the city was newly established, Tian recruited volunteers from across the nation to relocate, promising each resident a villa and a life devoid of expenses, provided they fulfilled the assigned work quotas. All utilities, including water, electricity, food, and essential supplies, were free of charge. However, when this offer was first announced, though many were intrigued, most harbored reservations about leaving their homeland and expressed concerns regarding the living conditions and safety in an extraterrestrial environment. Ultimately, a handful of individuals, either destitute or eager for a fresh start, bravely became the inaugural residents. Chapter 292: Tian's Concerns and Resolutions. Their experiences in this new environment were nothing short of idyllic. The gravity and atmosphere mirrored those of Blue Planet, and safety was never a concern, as a protective shield enveloped the entire city. Each household was equipped with various emergency response gear. Life in this setting was blissfully relaxed, with residents breathing in fresh air and tending to their gardens. Workloads were incredibly manageable. The scenes they captured as vlogs soon circulated back to Blue Planet, allowing countless inhabitants to personally experience the environment through intelligent systems. Envy surged among the populace, prompting many to apply for residency in the Martian city. While life on Blue Planet was relatively easy, the living conditions paled in comparison, with most still confined to high-rise apartments. However, following the initial batch, securing a place became increasingly competitive. Each slot was highly coveted and granted only after careful consideration of an applicant's performance in life and work. Competition for each opportunity escalated dramatically. Those who hesitated during the first round found themselves filled with regret. The chance to reside in the Martian city became an aspiration for all inhabitants of Blue Planet. For those who secured a spot, it felt akin to receiving an offer from the world's most prestigious company. Notably, Yishun Corporation boasted its own independent city on Mars, having conceived and initiated its development. They relocated their headquarters to the Martian surface, and all employees willing to relocate were granted a place in the Martian city. Consequently, admiration for employment at Yishun Corporation surged, as many aspired to join even at the most junior levels. Currently, the two major cities on Mars housed millions of residents. And this was merely the beginning. Tian announced plans to construct dozens of such cities on Mars within a few years, facilitating the migration of a significant population from Tian. Across the vast plains of Mars, countless mining vessels were extracting iron elements from the soil, essential for urban construction and abundant on the planet. Naturally, foreign nations expressed envy, seeking to negotiate residency slots with Tian, often offering incentives in return. Dacia acquiesced, even agreeing to charge for the establishment of their own cities. The maintenance of the city's functions in the future must ultimately rest in the hands of the Dacia itself. After all, the creation of a city necessitates a large-scale gravity simulation system, which constitutes the pinnacle of Dacia's technology, something that cannot be entrusted to outsiders. Nonetheless, humanity now possesses vast interstellar territories, brimming with countless resources, and is united against a common foe. Therefore, it is imperative that they stand together, sharing mutual interests. Moreover, as the dominant power, Dacia must be attuned to the sentiments of its lesser allies. One cannot always feast while denying others their share. With the issues of human survival and development ostensibly resolved, only one question lingers. When will the legions of the Greys descend upon us? Presently, humanity remains woefully ignorant of Grey civilization. Although technology has ascended to remarkable heights and the preliminary stages of planetary development within the solar system have commenced, it is glaringly insufficient. Until the true extent of the Greys' capabilities is unveiled, humanity cannot rest easy. Everything that has been built could be obliterated in an instant unless they can distance themselves from the solar system. Thus, the entire world looks to Tian to resolve this conundrum. Tian, however, finds himself in a predicament. While the intelligence entity, Jizi, has been created, the precise coordinates and navigational routes of Grey civilization remain elusive. During this time, he has not been idle. While aiding the advancement of technology across Blue Star, he has been diligently studying the artifacts left behind by the Greys, striving to uncover some clues. Among these, the enigmatic capsule left by the Greys has captured his utmost attention. Based on Tian's assessment, this is likely a spacecraft of the Greys, and the only potential source of information could reside within its computer hard drive. Yet herein lies the dilemma. Tian is utterly unable to unlock this flying capsule. Naturally, he could destroy it, but that would render the endeavor meaningless. According to his scans of chaotic particles, He suspects that the hard drive of this vessel is likely encrypted at the quantum level. This complicates matters significantly. Even Jizi has admitted the impossibility of breaching the computer systems within. Tian now finds himself with only one remaining option: to obtain control of the flying capsule. He could synthesize it, and the system guarantees that the resulting product will automatically recognize its owner. At that point, the information within should remain intact. However, Tian is conflicted. The capsule's valuation in the system store is astronomically high. While he is capable of affording this expenditure, having accumulated substantial wealth in recent times, the question of whether it is worth depleting all his funds for a single capsule weighs heavily on his mind. Thus far, its valuation in the store appears artificially inflated, given the exorbitant technological sophistication of the capsule, with many components beyond his current production capabilities. This is no longer a matter resolvable by mere 3D printing. Unless the manufacturing challenges can be surmounted, the price will not diminish. Of course, should that occur, there will be no need to purchase it from the store. Production could take place externally. Tian harbors no particular interest in the technology of the spacecraft. He is solely focused on the information contained within. His current assessment revolves around whether this information justifies such a substantial expenditure of points. Additionally, he must consider the high technological complexity of the capsule. Even a single synthesis would undoubtedly accelerate his integration progress significantly. It is likely that after synthesizing, Tian would have little time left on Blue Star. If the Gray civilization were to arrive while he was unable to remain, he would be powerless to prevent the destruction of Blue Star. After much contemplation, Tian resolved to proceed with the synthesis. At this point, money holds little value for him, and given his ability to amass wealth rapidly, he is confident he can recoup his losses. As for the accelerated integration, perhaps it would not be as dire as he fears. It is possible that what he gains will far surpass what he loses. Perhaps upon further integration, he will directly acquire the capability to resolve the impending crisis. For him, this information is invaluable, deeply intertwined with the future of Blue Star. With that thought, he retrieved the capsule resembling a freezer from the warehouse. The capsule's point value in the store was astronomical, yet he possessed sufficient points to purchase 10 without a hitch. Tian proceeded to acquire 10 capsules, placing them within the synthesizer and initiating the synthesis process. In the next instant, a dazzling radiance erupted forth. Chapter 293, The Grand Fusion, Dark Matter Spaceship. This time, the brilliance lingered longer than ever before, prompting Tian to harbor doubts. Although he was aware that a first-tier item would not fail, this unprecedented situation stirred concern about potential complications stemming from the high technological content of the foundational items. The radiance shone for a full half-minute before finally culminating in success. Due to the initial synthesis of a super-civilization's upper-limit technological product, he was rewarded with a resounding success and received a Tier 3 item, a super subspace navigation spaceship. Tian was utterly astounded. The reward from this synthesis far exceeded the value of the points he had expended. He could not afford to linger on examining the spacecraft he had just synthesized. He was acutely aware of the profound transformation this synthesis had imparted upon him. The increase in his bodily integration progress from this synthesis eclipsed the cumulative results of all his prior syntheses. He sensed a remarkable change throughout his entire being. Unbelievably, he tore away his clothing to discover that apart from his head, his entire body had transformed into chaotic particles. In the blink of an eye, his body reverted to normal. This fusion had enhanced the capabilities exhibited by his chaotic particles in every conceivable way. Not only had all previously achievable actions been amplified hundreds of times, but he now felt capable of lifting colossal entities, such as the Yeshing, with ease. Additionally, he had acquired numerous new abilities that he would need to explore and adapt to gradually. For instance, he could now manipulate particles to envelop the entirety of Nanfeng City. Every gust of wind and rustle of leaves within the city was laid bare before him, and he could exert control at will. It was akin to forming an extraordinarily expansive domain, where everything within could be commanded at his whim. With a mere thought, a flame materialized before him, a simple application of his chaotic particles to simulate a plasma state. Yet, he sensed he could accomplish far more intricate operations, such as controlling chaotic particles to initiate fission or even fusion. It seemed that the capabilities of chaotic particles had expanded, granting him mastery over deeper cosmic laws, even encroaching upon realms untouched by humanity thus far. For instance, with a mere thought, Tian found himself in the villa of his home. A fleeting thought later, he returned to the laboratory of his company. This was a manifestation of spatial abilities, achieving the effect of instant teleportation. It can be said that henceforth, whenever he wishes to undertake any endeavor, he need not ponder various methods to escape. He can simply teleport with the power of his mind. This capability is confined to his own domain, which also marks the farthest reach of the chaotic particles that could depart from his body. He could continuously teleport, traversing the entirety of Blue Star in a brief span, or even ascend into the cosmos. A flicker of enlightenment dawned upon Tian. It seems that chaotic particles possess boundless potential. With his integration, he would incessantly unlock new abilities. Once he achieves complete fusion, he would metamorphose into a godlike entity, mastering all the laws of the universe, transcending into a multidimensional space, becoming part of it. Whether this is a blessing or a curse remains uncertain. Yet Tian seek it. It was the only course available to him. He sensed that his next fusion would likely be considerably more arduous. Despite the presence of only the final head, it would undoubtedly be far more challenging to trigger than the fusion of his body. Upon completion, he would be irrevocably transformed into a multidimensional being. Without further ado, he directed his gaze towards the synthesized object before him. After some contemplation, he promptly made his way to the factory that produces spacecraft and opted for extraction. In the next moment, he found himself utterly astounded. Not because the spacecraft was excessively large, but rather because it was astonishingly small. So diminutive that it could be grasped by the palm of a baby. It resembled nothing more than a miniature figurine, akin to a toy designed for children. Suddenly, Tian seemed to recall something and reopened the shop to peruse the spacecraft's information. Indeed, the product description revealed that it was a spacecraft manufactured utilizing spatial technology. Thus, it could shrink to the size of a palm for easy transport. When the time for use arrived, it could revert to its original form, its true size comparable to that of a Yishan vessel. Tian's jaw dropped in disbelief. Spatial technology. Such a term exudes an air of sophistication. It is a realm of knowledge Tian could scarcely fathom how to begin exploring. At the very least, the Greys lacked such technology. He recalled the shop's previous description of the Greys' flying pods, which represented the pinnacle of their civilization's technological achievements. Yet, there was no mention of spatial technology. Only antimatter engines and curvature engines were noted. The spacecraft in his possession was 2 generations more advanced than the most sophisticated technology of the Greys. Excitement began to swell within him. This spacecraft surpassed the civilization of the Greys. If it were equipped with a weapon system, it might very well possess the capability to annihilate the entire Grey civilization. At the very least, it could stand its ground when they arrived on Blue Star. He hastily examined the specific technologies of the spacecraft and was met with astonishment. The spatial technology employed in this vessel manifested in myriad aspects. Not only could the spacecraft shrink, but the actual interior space was vastly larger, comparable to the size of a city. Moreover, the spacecraft could navigate through subspace, significantly reducing travel time in the vastness of the universe. For instance, it could traverse distances of several dozen light years in just a year. The realization of spatial technology stemmed from the utilization of dark matter and dark energy. Indeed, this spacecraft integrated dark matter technology. This enigmatic substance constitutes the majority of the universe's mass and remains an unsolved riddle for scientists. The spacecraft structure was composed of dark matter, enabling various spatial functionalities. It could even be harnessed for the vessel's energy, protection, and weapon systems. This spacecraft required no additional energy. It could perpetually draw dark energy from the cosmos. The shields composed of dark energy, along with the dark energy beams used for attacks, represented the most efficient means of defense and offense. The sole drawback was that during normal flight, the energy drawn was sufficient to meet the demands of navigation and operational functions. However, during combat, the frequent use of weapon systems would significantly deplete energy resources. At such times, the vessel's automatic replenishment would be severely constrained. Therefore, it was prudent for the spacecraft to retain an ample reserve of energy. Fortunately, the energy storage capacity of the vessel was quite substantial. Unless it continuously discharged energy beams, it should suffice. Tian was exceedingly pleased with this spacecraft. It symbolized the future trajectory of technological advancement for Blue Star. Should he master all the technologies within and break through in reality, there would be no need to fear the Greys any longer. Chapter 294. The Coordinates of the Grey Civilization. The product description contained detailed technical specifications. However, even Tian found these technical details challenging to comprehend. After all, the technological disparity was vast. Even if explanations were provided, it would be impossible to grasp them immediately. Nonetheless, one positive aspect was that the mere existence of such technical descriptions served as a guide. Even if humanity gleaned only superficial insights, It could significantly reduce the number of detours along the protracted path of technological development. For instance, the Greys had not mastered this technology. If they were to see this technical description, it would undoubtedly drive every scientist in their civilization into a frenzy. Should entities akin to the Grey civilization in the universe discover this technical description, it could incite a bloody upheaval, potentially leading to the extinction of their civilization. After all, ascending to a higher level would drastically increase the difficulty for all civilizations to enhance further. If they were to obtain this guide, they might have a chance of transforming into a more advanced civilization in a short span. This represented the qualification for civilizational advancement. And now, Blue Star possessed this qualification, albeit their foundation remained fragile. However, if this trajectory continued, it would inevitably evolve into a being of higher order than the Grey civilization. Currently, the only impediment was the threat posed by the Grey civilization. Tian would never allow the bright future of Blue Star civilization to be severed by them. He turned his gaze towards the spacecraft. It was time to delve into the information within. He hoped there would be some substantial insights regarding the Grey civilization. Holding the spacecraft in his hands, he followed the instructions in the detailed description, bringing his mouth closer to the vessel and uttering, "Activate." Subsequently, he was astonished to witness the spacecraft in his hands soar into the air. It then began to expand, ultimately transforming into a colossal entity, hovering in midair. In that fleeting moment, Tian felt as though the scenes depicted in immortal cultivation novels might indeed be real. When technology reaches a certain pinnacle, it can resemble a magical artifact capable of transformation in size. A staircase descended from the spacecraft, and Tian ascended it. The door at the rear slowly closed, and the entrance rippled as though disturbed by water, leaving no trace behind, as if the door had never existed. Tian approached and caressed the surface, puzzled as to what material could create such an effect. Before he could ponder further, a spectral figure suddenly materialized before him. It was the visage of a middle-aged man. "Welcome aboard. You have automatically acquired the highest authority of the spacecraft. I am the core artificial intelligence and steward of the spacecraft. Sir, how may I assist you?" Tian was taken aback. He could discern that this apparition was not a projection within his cognitive interface, but rather a form of holographic imaging. Yet, he saw no projecting devices around him. This image had appeared seemingly out of thin air. Tian inquired, "How do you achieve imaging?" The steward responded, "This imagery is a manifestation of dark matter energy particles, capable of moving freely within the spacecraft and presenting information. You may comprehend it as an example of artificial intelligence's dark energy entity, albeit confined to the vessel." After a moment's contemplation, Tian requested, "Show me the internal structural diagram of the base." The steward nodded, and before Tian materialized a vast virtual projection, a miniature three-dimensional model of the spacecraft. He could manipulate this projection with his hands, a truly wondrous experience. The internal space of the spacecraft indeed resembled a city, vastly larger than what was perceivable from the exterior. The steward remarked, "The spacecraft can accommodate 6 million passengers living here. It comprises various zones and is equipped with spatial technology. You can teleport between different areas of the ship through spatial gates." With a thought, Tian closed his eyes and focused for a moment. In the next instant, his form appeared in a different room at the far edge of the spacecraft. Simultaneously, the steward reemerged. It turned out that Tian possessed the ability for spatial teleportation. He nodded in understanding and noticed the internal spatial gate of the spacecraft, albeit lacking the ability to utilize it himself. Suddenly struck by inspiration, he wished to teleport to the storage area outside the spacecraft, but failed this time, furrowing his brow. The steward spoke, "The area surrounding the spacecraft is secured by dark matter spatial barriers, making it impossible for you to teleport between the interior and exterior." Tian acknowledged this with a nod. Having acquired sufficient knowledge about the spacecraft, he posed a question to the steward. "Is there any information regarding the Grey alien civilization, its coordinates, and the route it took to reach Blue Star?" The steward affirmed, "Indeed." Tian's heart soared with delight. His suspicions had been validated. "Retrieve this data from me to examine." Soon, a plethora of images materialized before him, revealing scant records about the Grey civilization. However, it did indicate its location, surprisingly close to the solar system, merely a few dozen light-years away. No wonder the Grey aliens had arrived at Blue Star so early. Covering such a distance was no trivial feat, although their spacecraft was equipped with a curvature engine. The journey to Blue Star had taken several centuries. Yet, for Tian, now in possession of super spacecraft, this distance posed no challenge. A year of subspace travel would suffice. By placing the intelligent particle within the spacecraft, It could be sent via subspace to the Gray civilization, allowing Tian to infiltrate and gather comprehensive information to assess any potential threat. If necessary, he could impede the continued development of the Gray civilization. As for whether the Gray civilization had dispatched a formidable army and its current whereabouts, he already had control over the flight path. He merely needed to await their arrival. Decades ago, Gray alien Atom had just reached Blue Star. If the Gray civilization had not made significant advancements, considering the time taken to send signals back, their arrival would be centuries away. Given Blue Star civilization's current pace of development, it was uncertain who would hold the upper hand then. Of course, this did not imply that Tian could afford to be complacent. If he could eliminate this threat at the earliest opportunity, it would be most prudent. Tian compiled all the data into a report and exited the spacecraft to contact the higher-ups. He submitted this detailed information along with his insights. As anticipated, he was soon invited to a meeting. After acquiring the specific coordinates and flight path of the Gray civilization, the officials were immensely agitated, eager to pose further inquiries. Academician Yi, have you successfully breached the Gray alien's flight cabin hard drive? Tian confirmed, indeed. This data is recorded within the Gray alien spacecraft. Based on my analysis, it should all be authentic, indicating that we are entirely safe in the short term. Furthermore, given the current pace of our development, we need not fear them. The higher-ups exhaled a collective sigh of relief. Chapter 295, Terrifying. A god-level civilization sets its sights on Blue Star. Now that we possess the coordinates and flight path of the Gray aliens, can we dispatch the intelligent particle to probe the location of their army? Tian nodded, yes. We can, but I'm inclined to pursue a different course of action. Since they cannot reach the solar system in the near future, we should take this opportunity to send the intelligent particle directly to the Gray civilization to gather information. This would allow us to thoroughly understand their societal and technological levels and bring those technologies back to Blue Star for research. An elder frowned, however. The intelligent particle can only travel at the speed of light, necessitating decades for a round trip. In such a lengthy duration, our technological progress may well catch up to theirs. I suggest we first send the intelligent particle along the flight path to locate the Gray Army's position. This would ease our concerns. Tian chuckled. What if it doesn't take that long? For instance, what if I can facilitate a round trip for the intelligent particle within 2 years? The officials were momentarily struck dumb. The elder urgently queried, what? You can reach the Gray civilization and return within 2 years? Academician Yi, what new technology is this? Tian produced the dark matter spacecraft from his pocket, declaring, this is the key. The official's eyes widened in astonishment. The spacecraft was levitating effortlessly in his grasp. How is this possible? A gravitational system cannot be condensed into such a diminutive apparatus. Is this controlled by your psychic abilities? Tian shook his head. I am not employing psychic force. This is a dark matter spacecraft, far surpassing our technological capabilities, utilizing spatial technology. He elaborated on all the functionalities of the spacecraft, leaving everyone utterly astounded. Dark matter. Subspace travel. These terms, uttered from Tian's lips, were concepts they had only encountered in science fiction, never imagining they could be realized. Given the vast technological chasm from Blue Star civilization, even the formidable Gray aliens lacked such advancements. Tian led everyone outdoors, where he showcased the spacecraft in its normal form and invited them aboard for a first-hand experience, thereby dispelling all their doubts. Now, all that remained was their overwhelming shock and bewilderment. The technology Tian revealed grew increasingly extraordinary, even instilling a sense of trepidation within them. After a prolonged period to digest this immense influx of information, the higher-ups finally regained their composure, replaced by an exhilarating fervor. With such a powerful spacecraft, it would indeed be feasible to send the intelligent particle to the Gray civilization within a short time frame. With this vessel at their disposal, Blue Star's space exploration would become significantly more accessible, enabling effortless expeditions across light-year scales. Furthermore, the capabilities demonstrated by this spacecraft filled them with confidence. Even if the Gray civilization were to arrive, they need not be overly apprehensive. In fact, should the need arise to retreat, this spacecraft would be more than sufficient to carry the seeds of humanity into the cosmos. Most crucially, however, was the technology aboard this spacecraft. The pivotal moment that granted humanity a remarkable opportunity for advancement, propelling it toward the realm of advanced civilizations, had arrived. This time, Tian had decisively alleviated the crisis facing mankind and ushered in a glimmer of hope. The elder promptly resolved to dispatch the artificial intelligence, Jizi, via spaceship to the Gray civilization, tasked with gathering comprehensive intelligence from that realm. Concurrently, the future direction of space exploration began to converge on strategic routes, focusing on the development of asteroids within the solar system to establish various early warning and military bases. On that day, under the watchful eyes of Tian, the Elder, and other high-ranking officials, a sudden ripple manifested in midair as a dark matter spaceship traversed through it, akin to passing through a mirror or the surface of water. Subsequently, it vanished without a trace. Tian understood that the spacecraft had entered subspace. He himself did not embark on the journey, but instead operated the unmanned vessel, guiding Zizi toward the Gray Civilization's star system. In the ensuing period, Tian devoted himself wholeheartedly to advancing the technology of the Blue Star Civilization. He persistently synthesized innovations, breaking through production processes in reality, and then synthesizing again, gradually elevating the technological limits. With his assistance, the technological advancements of Blue Star accelerated at an unprecedented rate, eclipsing any previous era. Numerous technologies became obsolete merely days after their inception. Blue Star birthed quantum computers, photonic computers, and ultra-precise 3D printers, among other marvels. Blue Star's spacecraft proliferated throughout the solar system, embarking on a journey toward the pinnacle of stellar civilization. The significant enhancement in living standards and the improvement of living environments catalyzed a demographic boom, more vigorous than any historical precedents. On average, each individual bore 5 or 6 offspring, with a pressing desire to expand civilization. Tian also sought to stimulate the population explosion to elevate gross domestic product and create greater value, thus earning more points. He introduced a revolutionary technology known as the reproductive pod. Humanity no longer needed to conceive naturally. Instead, they could extract the genes of both sexes using advanced technology to create perfect fertilized eggs, which would then be placed into the reproductive pods to yield ideal progeny. Furthermore, within these pods, the children would develop optimally, growing from infancy until the age of 2 before emerging. This technology significantly enhanced human potential, as development within the maternal environment is the most perfect. Each of these children emerged as exceptionally intelligent athletes, raising the overall physical prowess of humanity by a factor of 1. 3. In just a few years, the human population surged by hundreds of billions, the majority of whom were children. The future of civilization appeared exceedingly bright. 2 years later, the personnel guarding the subspace entrance suddenly detected unusual activity. They were thrilled, calculating that the dark matter spaceship should be returning around this time. And indeed, their anticipation was fulfilled. Once again, the space distorted unexpectedly, and the dark matter spaceship materialized in midair. However, to their dismay, the ship was emitting frantic alarm signals. Upon receiving the news, Tian felt a sinking sensation. Could it be that something had gone awry? Yet a quick inspection revealed no visible damage to the ship. He and other senior officials boarded the vessel. And in the next moment, the steward and Zizi's holographic images materialized within the spacecraft, their expressions grave. A sense of foreboding gripped the assembled leaders. Without delay, the steward spoke. Esteemed colleagues, the worst possible scenario has transpired. The Blue Star Civilization may be on the brink of annihilation. Tian furrowed his brow. What do you mean? Is it possible that our assessment was flawed, that the Gray Civilization is far more formidable than we anticipated? The steward shook his head. No, it is not the Gray Civilization. They have been utterly eradicated. Their entire civilization has been completely obliterated by a far more powerful divine civilization. And their next target may very well be Blue Star. Chapter 296, the grand finale. The Elder was taken aback. What? A divine civilization? How can this be? How could such a civilization possibly exist? The individuals present possessed some understanding of divine civilizations. They occupied the apex of the cosmic food chain, capable of annihilating lower civilizations with a mere flick of a finger. Even more terrifying was their fervor for exterminating other civilizations throughout the universe. How had they appeared in proximity and effortlessly obliterated the Gray Civilization? Did this imply that Blue Star, merely a few dozen light years distant, was also in peril? Expressions grew exceedingly solemn among all present, and Tian's brow furrowed deeper. A divine civilization was exponentially more powerful than the Gray Civilization. Blue Star, in their presence, was utterly insignificant, merely a speck of dust. Given the proximity, escape seemed utterly implausible. Was this to be the fate of Blue Star? Tian commanded, "Bring up the data. I wish to see it." The steward projected a video. This footage captured Zizi's arrival in the Gray Civilization's star system, revealing an utterly desolate expanse. Every celestial body, whether a star or planet, appeared shrouded in a dull gray hue, seemingly drained of all energy. At that moment, the most horrifying spectacle unfolded. At the center of the entire star system, a colossal moving object became evident. To the astonishment of all, this entity's size was estimated to exceed thousands of suns. Yet here it was, traversing through the heart of the star system. In the next instant, the object turned toward them. The high-ranking officials were struck with terror, exclaiming in shock. The object bore a visage with 3 eyes, reminiscent of faces from ancient myths. It was evident that this was not a planet, but a life form of a wholly different nature. The assembly struggled to comprehend that such a terrifying life form could exist within the universe, far beyond their imagination. Could this be what they referred to as a divine life form? One so powerful it could traverse the void of space. Had it consumed the energy of the entire star system? This entity seemed to have noticed Gizi's gaze and curiously turned its attention toward her. In response, Gizi immediately initiated an escape, darting into the spaceship, which promptly entered subspace. The elder's expression darkened. Tian, what manner of being is this? How should we respond? Is there still time to activate the seed plan? Tian fell silent and inquired, how did you manage to escape? From my observations, it should have been effortless for it to capture you. Merely by thought, the steward replied. I am uncertain. It seemed to watch as we entered subspace without intervening. The steward continued. Someone ventured. Perhaps this life form was simply curious and bore no hostility? No one responded to this, as the gravity of the situation left them reluctant to entertain optimism. Another individual asked, could it be that this being intentionally allowed the ship to return to track the location of Blue Star civilization? Tian shook his head. For such an existence, there is truly no need for such measures. A mere distance of tens of light years allows him to easily perceive our presence, prepare the seed plan expediently, although its efficacy remains uncertain. The atmosphere is steeped in pessimism. While the seed plan has never been executed, contingency plans have long been established. All technological advancements of Blue Star, along with various biological DNA, have been meticulously preserved. Concurrently, a selection of several million individuals has been made globally, who will be forcibly evacuated at the earliest opportunity. The elder's gaze was unprecedentedly dim as he spoke. Academician Yi, prepare yourself. You are also on the list. As long as you exist, Blue Star shall not truly perish. His words were laden with melancholy. As for my frail form, I have long lived enough. I wish to remain with the people of Blue Star until the final moment. Others echoed in agreement. So do I. We shall resist to the end. Unless I am dead, Blue Star civilization shall not be extinguished. Yet Tian shook his head. No, I intend to stay. What? How can this be? The crowd urged him to reconsider. Tian waved his hand dismissively. No need for persuasion. To be frank, up until now, my sole obsession has been to elevate Blue Star civilization. Until I witnessed that day, how could I abandon Blue Star to escape alone? The crowd was profoundly moved, simultaneously relieved that their judgment of him had not been in vain. At this moment, they placed unwavering trust in Tian. Previously, they had harbored private doubts about whether Tian had ulterior motives. Tian continued. Moreover, perhaps the situation is not as dire as it seems. Personally, I do not fear this unknown existence. My primary concern is our Blue Star civilization. My decision to stay stems from curiosity. I wish to ascertain what this legendary divine civilization intends. Should it come to a fight to the death, I may not fear it. If it dares to annihilate Blue Star, I can swear to eradicate its entire civilization in return. The crowd exchanged glances, taking Tian's bold declaration with a grain of salt, believing it to be mere words of comfort. Without further ado, everyone immersed themselves in urgent tasks. On this day, the intellects of people around the globe were activated, and the elder's visage appeared before them, stern as he recounted the precarious situation facing Blue Star. He declared the immediate initiation of the seed plan, an attempt to preserve some remnants of Blue Star. Although this action might not evade the grasp of the divine civilization, it was the only recourse available to Blue Star. The remaining individuals, including the elder, would stand with Blue Star in its fate. Upon the announcement of this news, the world was left in stunned silence. Initially, they thought the elder was jesting, but after confirming through various channels and witnessing the terrifying imagery, the world erupted in turmoil. Despair and helplessness engulfed every heart. They believed that the once limitless prospects had vanished in an instant, with the entire civilization on the brink of obliteration. All ceased their work, embracing their families and friends. After the initial chaos subsided, they now calmly gathered with their loved ones, bracing for the imminent end. Some called upon Tian to take action, yet for most, it seemed that even he was powerless in this situation. At the same time, throughout various corners of the world, certain individuals were taken away by relevant authorities and transported to a spacecraft of the Great Xia. Among them, some were filled with elation at the prospect of survival, while others resisted vehemently, yearning to return to their families. Since this incident, Tian had locked himself in the laboratory, consumed in his own pursuits. One day, a telescope stationed beyond the solar system transmitted a shocking image. The divine being previously seen materialized outside the solar system, heading towards it. This instilled a sense of trepidation among all blue star inhabitants. However, many wondered why the divine being did not simply traverse through hyperspace. Was it to instill a sense of pressure upon humanity? Regardless, the speed at which this divine being traversed the void was astonishing, approaching the solar system at a pace surpassing any human-engineered vessel. At this moment, Blue Star had assembled its entire armed fleet stationed at the solar system's periphery, with countless ships resembling the Yishan model. All awaited the arrival of the divine being. Its form drew nearer, ultimately halting at the edge of the solar system, before the fleet, motionless. Astonishingly, such a colossal life form exerted no discernible influence upon the surrounding celestial bodies. The people of Blue Star were too preoccupied to ponder the implications. They were simply curious about the divine being's intentions. Suddenly, the entity's mouth moved, and waves of imperceptible energy surged towards the fleet. Strangely, it caused no harm. The face of the life form appeared on the screens of all Blue Star fleets, and to their astonishment, it spoke in the language of the Great Xia. The envoy of the Vedic civilization comes to pay homage to the great multidimensional deity. All senior officials of Blue Star exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of the meaning behind this proclamation. It seemed to refer to a divine civilization known as Vedic, and it appeared devoid of malice. This visit seemed to be an audience with some multidimensional deity. However, they were at a loss as to how to respond, as they were merely a primitive civilization of Blue Star. Only the elder of the Great Xia seemed to grasp something, his expression brimming with excitement. Then, an astonishing scene unfolded before all Blue Star inhabitants. A distortion rippled through the cosmos, and another figure emerged, standing before the Vedic envoy. Upon witnessing this figure, all Blue Star inhabitants were collectively astounded. It was Tian. At that moment, his expression remained entirely impassive, devoid of any semblance of reverence. He simply uttered two words. "What is it?" In their hearts, everyone began to speculate. It turned out that Tian was indeed the deity of this multidimensional space, a title that sounded grandiose. It became clear that Tian had never feared the so-called divine beings. In his eyes, they were inconsequential. With this realization, the hearts of all Blue Star inhabitants settled, accompanied by immense exhilaration. With such a powerful ally, Blue Star civilization was no longer in peril. Tian had previously harbored uncertainty regarding the potential threat posed by the divine being, which is why he wished to remain and observe. Now, with the current circumstances, he felt reassured. It appeared that the divine civilization dared not challenge the multidimensional space. They must have recognized the intellects and vessels as his creations, hence their reluctance to forcibly detain him. Ever since learning of the divine being's existence, Tian had accelerated his technological synthesis within the laboratory to foster his own evolution. He was now but a thin veil away from achieving true multidimensional existence. Simultaneously, the abilities he possessed had undergone an earth-shattering transformation. At the very least, he sensed that he was not inferior to the divine being before him. The divine being bowed its head before Tian. "We pay our respects to you, great entity of multidimensional existence. I have come to extend an invitation for you to offer your guidance to our civilization." Tian closed his eyes, contemplating for a moment. Very well. The divine life form was filled with elation. Encounters with entities of such multidimensional existence are exceedingly rare. Their civilization had only encountered Tian throughout the years. Establishing a rapport with Tian could significantly enhance their civilization's advancement while simultaneously deterring other cosmic forces. However, I have a stipulation. Behind me lies a nascent, primitive civilization. Shortly, I shall return to the multidimensional realm to contemplate the truths of the universe. I hope they can join the cosmic alliance, flourishing under your benevolent protection. Without any hesitation, the divine civilization acquiesced. To them, Tian's words resonated as commands. Subsequently, two figures intertwined, radiating brilliance before vanishing from sight.